The man who had been living in his wife's family for 5 years has been divorced, and less than 3 months after the separation, she has had a change of heart. Women, please maintain a safe social distance from me at all times or bear the consequences. Chapter 1. Let's get divorced. April 28th, 2007, 11 p.m. Ningzhou, summer country, in a lavish KTV private room. A beautifully dressed woman, with an extravagant appearance, was urging a slightly plump man to drink. "Oh, Mr. Tang, your tolerance for alcohol is impressive. Just one more drink." "I can't drink anymore." "Really, I can't." "Drink up." "Mr. Tang, do you look down on me?" After much persuasion, the man took another drink, and as soon as he finished, he collapsed, unconscious. The woman gently nudged him. "Mr. Tang, are you all right?" "Mr. Tang." Onlookers laughed. He must be drunk. This son-in-law from the Qin family has a terrible tolerance. Another chimed in sarcastically. What does it matter if he has a poor tolerance and lacks ability? He married such a beautiful and capable wife. That's something you can't envy. Humph. Married? He was just a live-in son-in-law. He can't even have the children take his surname. The woman checked for signs of life, placing her finger on his nose and then on his chest. "You all, stop with the snide remarks. He seems to have no breath or heartbeat." Had he died suddenly? That can't be true. Someone doubted, rushing over to check, only to be horrified. "Quick, call an ambulance." Who knows CPR? An hour later, at the East Hospital in Ningzhou, the man regained consciousness, his head pounding. "I remember I was just writing a marketing plan. I fainted. Where is this hospital?" Tang Zheng's eyes were filled with confusion. Soon, the door to the ward opened, revealing an extraordinarily beautiful woman, strikingly cold in demeanor and somewhat haggard. "You're awake?" Her tone was soft, almost distant. Upon seeing her, Tang Zheng was flooded with memories that did not belong to him. This beautiful woman was Qin Yuru, his wife. They had a 4-year-old daughter. Wife. Daughter? Am I dreaming? When did I, Tang Zheng, get married and have child? The confusion deepened. Could it be that I have traveled to another world? Seeing that she had not responded, Qin Yuru sighed softly. "You should rest well. I'll be in the hallway." "Wait," Tang Zheng called out, "pinch my face." He needed to confirm whether he was dreaming. "What?" Qin Yuru raised an eyebrow. Ignoring him, "I'm going outside. Call if you need anything." Her tone hinted at irritation. She was right to be angry. Marrying such a useless man, who nearly died after drinking a bottle of 500 milliliters of liquor. She never wanted to marry this spineless man. It was her father who insisted that he was an orphan and fit for their Qin family. For this, she had been mocked for over 5 years. Forget it. A useless man is just that. A divorce would be best. Why waste energy being angry at such a coward? Still lying on the hospital bed, Tang Zheng slowly began to accept the memories of the body he now inhabited. This man was also named Tang Zheng, of the same age, also 29 years old. The difference was that he graduated from university, worked for 2 years, and then married a wealthy beauty. No, it was more like he was married in, as he had entered the Qin family. Old Mr. Qin had taken a liking to Tang Zheng and had pushed for him to marry his eldest daughter. After a year of marriage, they had a daughter, and since then, they had been sleeping in separate rooms. Initially, Qin Yuru had some fondness for Tang Zheng, but as time passed, they had become the closest of strangers. It was said that old Mr. Qin had entrusted a small appliance company under their group to Tang Zheng, who nearly drove it to bankruptcy in less than 3 years. Afterward, it was Qin Yuru who painstakingly rescued the company. Later, old Mr. Qin arranged for Tang Zheng to become the deputy general manager of a real estate company, where he bungled 3 major projects. Just moments ago, Tang Zheng had been negotiating a significant project, and then he collapsed. Otherwise, the other Tang Zheng from a different world wouldn't have crossed into this parallel universe. Other live-in sons-in-law helped their wives resolve issues, but he was a failure, and he hadn't even produced a son. Would they continue to find suitors for his daughter in the future? It seems I have truly traveled. Tang Zheng got out of bed and went to the bathroom to look in the mirror. He was remarkably similar in appearance. The only difference was that this man was slightly fairer and chubbier, likely due to the years of indulgence in the Qin household. It was late at night, and upon seeing Qin Yuru waiting outside for him, he felt a pang of guilt. "Why don't you go home?" "I'm fine now. If anything happens, I can call the doctor." Qin Yuru, covering her face with her hands, did not turn to look at Tang Zheng. "All right." Her voice sounded unnatural, as if she had been crying. Having made a difficult decision, she was ready to file for divorce. But she decided to wait a few days to discuss the divorce, as he had just returned from the brink of death. It was not the right time to bring it up. The next morning, Tang Zheng's in-laws came to visit him in the hospital. His father-in-law, Qin Shouqing, in his 50s, had meticulously combed hair and a stern demeanor. He was a man with a cold exterior but a warm heart. His mother-in-law, Wang Lin, married him at 19 and now appeared to be in her 40s, having aged remarkably well. Initially, Tang Zheng had received kindness from his father-in-law, but he had repeatedly disappointed him. His mother-in-law had always treated him politely, as if he were a guest, never seeing him as family. When they were about to leave in the morning, their daughter revealed that she intended to divorce Tang Zheng, and no amount of persuasion would work. Qin Shouqing fell silent, while Wang Lin raised her hands in agreement. Xiao Tang, just focus on resting. We'll handle the project matters for now, Qin Shouqing said with a smile. In less than half an hour, the couple left the hospital. On their way home, Wang Lin complained, "Fortunately, our Yuru is still under 28, quite young. Otherwise, you would have wasted her time. From now on, you should not interfere in Yuru's marriage. I'll take full responsibility." Qin Shouqing sighed. A carrot can never be compared to shark fin. Only now do you realize this? I'm worried that after Yuru divorces him, he might take the opportunity to extort us. He's an orphan. Just give him a house and be done with it. Not long after Wang Lin and Qin Shouqing left, several people who had been drinking with Tang Zheng the previous night came to visit. Fortunately, they were considerate and left within 10 minutes. Tang Zheng felt that something about the events of last night was peculiar, but he couldn't quite articulate what it was. The next afternoon, Qin Yuru arrived. She brought with her 2 copies of a prepared divorce agreement. Before proposing the divorce, she consulted a doctor about Tang Zheng's health, fearing he might not withstand the blow and suffer another heart attack. Today, Qin Yuru wore a light blue professional suit, looking competent and poised, yet her demeanor was somewhat unnatural, her gaze flickering. After entering the ward, she hesitated for a while before asking Tang Zheng, "Are you feeling better?" "Yes. The doctor said I could be discharged without any issues." Over the past 3 days, Tang Zheng had come to realize that life wasn't so bad. He had a beautiful wife, a lovely daughter, and didn't have to struggle. So he reluctantly accepted it. "Tang Zheng, let us divorce." For reasons unknown, when Qin Yuru spoke these words, she felt an overwhelming sense of relief within her heart. Chapter 2. Once divorced, do not seek me out. Divorce? Tang Zheng was utterly perplexed. Why? What had he done to wrong Qin Yuru? Just a few days prior, he had indulged in alcohol for the sake of a corporate project to the point of risking his life. Indeed, the former Tang Zheng had not achieved much in his career. He was akin to a mound of clay, yet this did not warrant a divorce, did it? Incompatible, Qin Yuru stated coldly, devoid of any emotion. These years of marriage to you have been exhausting. Indeed, exhausting. Wasn't the previous Tang Zheng equally burdened? He had poured his very essence into proving himself, striving for the acceptance of the Qin family. In the eyes of the exalted Qin Yuru, he had loved with a humility that was almost pitiful. And within the Qin family, there was only their 4-year-old daughter. Tang Zheng forced a bitter smile. What about our daughter? Qin Yuru retrieved 2 copies of the divorce agreement from her bag. Take a look at as Tang Zheng took one of the agreements. He felt an inexplicable wave of sadness wash over him. Wasn't he no longer the former Tang Zheng? Why did he still feel such sorrow? Could it be that the echoes of his former self were haunting his emotions? I cannot remarry and have children until our daughter finishes high school. I can date beforehand, but not publicly? Tang Zheng scoffed. I don't recall seeing that clause applied to you. Qin Yuru retorted coldly. I have no intention of marrying again. This clause exists solely to encourage you to cherish our daughter more. You are exhibiting a classic case of double standards. Double standards? Qin Yuru was perplexed by Tang Zheng's words, her beautiful eyes fixed upon him, eager for clarification. Tang Zheng explained, a drunken father once told his newly independent son, "This is my life. You must strive to make a name for yourself." Qin Yuru grasped his meaning. Very well, I will add both parties to the agreement. Is there anything else to add? She suddenly found the term double standards rather fitting. I believe once our daughter finishes elementary school, this agreement should be rendered void. After all, You cannot hide the fire with paper. Our daughter will eventually learn the truth. The longer we conceal our divorce from her, the more anger she will harbor when she finds out. Agreed. Lumen Sight. Why resort to such lofty rationalizations? Upon reviewing this agreement, I noticed that nearly every clause has been tailored against me. Do you find this fair? Huh? Qin Yuru's disdain for Tang Zheng deepened. Over the years, he had caused the company to incur losses amounting to billions. Yet she had remained silent, even compensating him with 20 million and the luxury vehicle he frequently drove. What more did he wish to negotiate? Did he perhaps desire half of the Qin family's assets? Apologies, but the head of the Qin family remains her father. Her personal assets are modest. Qin Yuru remained silent, waiting for Tang Zheng to propose terms. Her disdain for this man intensified. I wish to add one stipulation. After our divorce, apart from our daughter, do not seek me out with your family. Given the circumstances, Tang Zheng would not cling to the marriage nor impose additional conditions that if things escalated, he might not even receive the 20 million compensation. Yet the attitude of this woman before him was truly irksome. Thus, he added this peculiar condition purely to vex Qin Yuru. Just because you are beautiful and wealthy, do you believe you can act without consequence? You wish to marry and divorce at will? Forgive me, for I am Tang Zheng from another realm. Qin Yuru was incensed, her brows furrowing as she radiated an aura of coldness. Gritting her teeth, she replied, "Fine. I will add that immediately. Thank you for the reminder. We can comply, but please ensure you do as well. Divorced and we would seek you out? It is more likely you will come looking for us. Do not flatter yourself." After 5 years, she could finally see the true nature of this man before her, who had concealed himself so deeply. Originally, Tang Zheng had intended to say, "Then it is settled." However, upon reflection, he decided against it. Provoking this woman would yield no benefits for him. He had read numerous novels about son-in-law situations, where the male protagonist was cast out, leaving with nothing. It was a miserable fate. At 3 in the afternoon, at a civil affairs bureau in Ning City, the divorce certificate was issued, and Tang Zheng's bank account swelled by over 20 million. Adding to the 100,000 he had saved over the years and the luxury vehicle worth more than 200,000, he could consider himself a modest tycoon. In his previous life, as a marketing director in e-commerce, he had earned 30,000 a month, requiring decades of frugality to accumulate such wealth. Today, you should return and collect all your belongings. Qin Yuru had never felt such disdain and revulsion for this man as she did now. She even regretted giving him 20 million. Even 200,000 seemed excessive. What contributions had Tang Zheng made to their family over the years, apart from fathering a lovely daughter? Tang Zheng felt compelled to remind her, "It seems you cannot actually take everything." "Why not?" Qin Yuru frowned. "Are you afraid our daughter will learn of our divorce?" "Do not worry. I will tell her you went abroad." "Forever abroad? Never to return?" Why had she not considered this before? Would she have to continue encountering this duplicitous ex-husband? "I can keep your belongings. You may return twice a year. Each week, set aside 2 times to have video chats with our daughter." Fine, whether she agreed or not. Qin Yuru silently vowed that even if Tang Zheng resorted to begging on the street, it would have no bearing on her life. As she departed, Tang Zheng's smile gradually faded. Strange, why does my heart ache again? Could it be that I am still emotionally attached to this woman? At that moment, a message flashed in Tang Zheng's mind. "Congratulations, Master, you have earned 20 million points. For every dollar earned or gifted, you will receive 1 point. Points can be used for this function." What is this nonsense? Memory playback function. If a certain time, place, or person engaged in an action or event, this function can present it as a video in a 360-degree format. For instance, this function can immediately present a recent video memory. Then, Tang Zheng envisioned a vivid video. A few nights prior, a man with his face obscured had secretly slipped something into his drink. Was his sudden demise truly due to excessive alcohol? Or was there someone who intended to harm him? Who wished to harm me? This complete memory video requires 30 million points. 30 million? How exorbitant! Tang Zheng inquired. Was it Qin Yuru? Memory playback flashed a response, deducting 1,000 points. No, the Qin family, deducting 1,000 points. No, the woman who urged me to drink, deducting 1,000 points. No, did IS that woman connected to this incident, deducting 1,000 points. Unrelated. Then who could it possibly be? Your current points are insufficient to answer this question. However, considering your repeated activation of this feature, allow me to offer a gentle reminder. The enemy is several times stronger than the Qin family. Therefore, does this imply that I am powerless against them? Is that the essence of it? Suddenly, my mood soured. I desire no adversaries. All I seek is a luxurious hotel where I can enjoy a restful slumber, quietly contemplating how to spend this 20 million. Tang Zheng suddenly recalled something. Activate the memory playback function. Has Qin Yuru ever stolen a man? Memory playback function. Are you certain you wish to know the answer to this inquiry? Tang Zheng. Absolutely. Memory playback function. Deducting 10 million points. No, just like that, I lost 10 million points. Why did I even pose such a trivial question? Whether Qin Yuru has stolen a man is irrelevant to me. It is not I who was betrayed, but the former Tang Zheng. Chapter 3. Setting a Trap. Ningzhou City, the headquarters of the Qin Group, General Manager's office. Really divorced? Indeed. This question had been posed several times already. Shall I present the evidence for your perusal? Returning to the company, Qin Yuru felt her anger simmering. No need to see it. My dear friend Jiang Yun is quite the loudmouth. She waved her hand dismissively. It's for the best. Being single is preferable. Orphans tend to be peculiar and stubborn, even more difficult than a man from humble beginnings. To be honest, I admire your endurance. Managing to endure 5 years with him is quite a feat. If it were me, I would have lasted a maximum of 5 months before parting ways. He is not particularly handsome and is starting to show signs of weight gain. Lacking any real ability, and nearly meeting his demise from excessive drinking, such a man lacks even the qualifications to be a mere ornament. I cannot fathom why the chairman once held him in such high regard. R.O., perhaps you should hasten to the hospital for a checkup. I suspect you might not be your father's biological child, but rather the offspring of someone named Tang. Qin Yuru smiled at Jiang Yun. 3 years ago, I secretly underwent a test. What was the result? Take a guess. I shall not guess. Why would I? Enough of that. We must secure this project at all costs. That may prove difficult. The other party is merely toying with your ex-husband and lacks any genuine intent to cooperate. By the way, will your ex-husband return to work? Does he even have the audacity to come back? Tang Zheng was indifferent to how others perceived him. He was currently retrieving his vehicle from the parking lot of the KTV where he had spent that fateful night. His car was parked there, though the marriage had ended. The remnants of the old Tang Zheng's emotions lingered, casting a shadow over the present Tang Zheng's heart, leaving him feeling quite uncomfortable. He pondered how the former Tang Zheng would react upon learning of the divorce. He might have resorted to even more extreme actions. I really want to sing and vent my frustrations. One of the 10 levels of solitude, going to KTV alone. All right, let us give it a try. It was now 4:30 in the afternoon, a time when the KTV was relatively empty. Mr. Tang, welcome. How many guests today? A handsome acquaintance of Tang Zheng greeted him with a smile. Just one. No alcohol, please. The same private room as that night. It appeared the staff were quite familiar with him. Very well. Upon entering the private room, Tang Zheng searched for the song 10 years, but found it absent. You Love Me Like Who? Was also missing. A kind-hearted breakup? Not available either. Gentlemen? Even that was not there. All the heart-wrenching ballads he could sing were nowhere to be found. Is it a copyright issue? He called for the waiter again, suggesting several celebrities and songs. But the waiter looked utterly bewildered. Go ahead and attend to your duties. It seemed that in this different world, people, cultures, and everything else varied greatly. He would have to conduct thorough research online later. Their current mobile devices had a camera function, but with a mere 3-megapixel resolution, they could not access the internet. There were no apps like Alipay or WeChat. The technological landscape resembled that of Tang Zheng's previous life in 2007, with no songs that appealed to him. Tang Zheng refrained from singing and sat quietly in the private room until a sudden realization struck him. The call he had ended weighed heavily on his mind. He had invested an immense amount of effort into this project. Despite his awareness of the lack of sincerity from his collaborators, he had still extended an invitation to them for drinks and karaoke, driven by an urgent desire to secure the project. Qin Shouqing, Qin Yuru, and the entire executive team shared this fervent ambition. This project encompassed over 9,000 acres of land, acquired by Qingyang Real Estate, the very company with which Tang Zheng had shared drinks that evening, through a competitive bidding process that lasted over a month. For reasons unknown, Qingyang Real Estate intended to transfer 4,000 acres to other real estate firms for development, selling these acres at nearly a quarter above the bidding price. ensuring their profitability. The Daqing Group had initially vied for this parcel of land, but had failed to win the bid. Now, upon learning of Qingyang Real Estate's search for collaboration, Tang Zheng was determined to find a way to participate, only to realize he had been made a fool. Particularly repugnant was Zhou Lina, the woman who had relentlessly urged him to drink that night. Tang Zheng recalled a news article he had read. A university student who served as a best man had died from excessive drinking, leading to the groom being ordered to pay 180,000 yuan in compensation. Such stories were all too common, and once shared online, they quickly became trending topics. If only there were a recording of the evening's drinking encouragement. While the private room seemed devoid of surveillance, the corridor likely contained cameras. Tang Zheng muttered to himself, pondering that the video of him being carried out might still be accessible, especially the crucial moment of Zhou Lina persuading him to drink. Memory playback feature, Master. With 20 million points, you may obtain a 10-second video memory, which will be automatically stored on your memory card. Tang Zheng. But do I even possess 20 million points? Memory playback feature, no. Your current points are below 10 million. Tang Zheng felt immense regret. Why had he asked Qin Yuru whether she had cheated on him? Wasn't he that a waste of points? How could he earn such a vast amount of points in a short time frame? Tang Zheng pondered. Would borrowing money from others count towards points? It could not. Gifts, however, were acceptable. It seemed he would have to devise a solution himself. Tang Zheng called upon the handsome attendant who had greeted him, and together they approached the manager to investigate the surveillance footage, claiming he had lost something important that night. Sure enough, the video from the corridor outside the private room was still available, showing emergency personnel carrying him away. May I obtain a copy of this segment? Of course. Mr. Tang, you're too courteous, replied the manager enthusiastically. Even though Tang Zheng was a son-in-law of the Qin family, he was still an esteemed figure in their eyes. With a USB drive in his bag, large enough in capacity, he copied several segments. After completing the copies, he returned to the private room and handed the handsome attendant 500 yuan, instructing him to procure a functioning surveillance camera to install in the room. The handsome gentleman was unaware of Tang Zheng's intentions and cheerfully proceeded with the task. 500 yuan is no small sum, especially considering the wage levels of 2007, which were still rather modest. Once the surveillance system was installed, Tang Zheng promptly placed a call to Sun Qingdong, the general manager of Qingyang Real Estate. Upon connection, he immediately pressed the recording button. Mr. Tang, I trust your health has improved? Sun Qingdong inquired politely. Though internally he mused that this ineffectual man was likely seizing the opportunity to discuss a partnership. Let us be honest, even if you were truly incapacitated by drink, such a prospect would be out of the question. I am well now and have been discharged from the hospital. However, the mere mention of alcohol makes me feel quite uneasy, Tang Zheng sighed. Everyone within our circle is aware of my poor tolerance. Had I known, I would not have overexerted myself that night. Alas, it is also our people's fault for being inconsiderate. Haha. We only encouraged you to drink because we were aware of your limitations. The intention was to see you make a fool of yourself. Mr. Sun, is Zhou Lina your assistant? I suggest you dismiss her to prevent any further troubles in the future. After all, not everyone is as accommodating as I am. Uft. What qualifications does a mere son-in-law like you have to issue commands? Besides, he wouldn't dare to fire Zhou Lina. She has been with me for 5 or 6 years. Don't misunderstand. She works closely with me. Really? Such a naive woman. I doubt she even completed elementary school. Is that comment truly necessary? Mr. Tang, you jest. Lina is a graduate of a prestigious university. Be cautious, for if she hears you, she may take offense. In terms of education, she far surpasses you, being merely an ordinary second-tier graduate. Mr. Sun, it seems you are quite protective of Zhou Lina. Pray tell, is there something more between you two? Huh. Not just something more. Unlike you, who merely clings to the icy facade of the Qin family, never able to warm it. Sun Qingdong chuckled. How about this? Let's arrange another meeting sometime soon, and I shall have Lina apologize to you. I must ask, does your conscience not ache? Are you planning to ply me with drink again? Tang Zheng teased. This time, no drinks will be served. Last time was merely a small jest courtesy of Lina. I owe you an apology for that. Oh, very well then. All right, Mr. Sun, you may return to your duties. To his surprise, everything unfolded quite smoothly, and he had secured the evidence he needed. Chapter 4. Unrecognized value. After hanging up, Sun Qingdong found himself puzzled. Why did Mr. Tang call only to discuss Lina instead of any project matters? If it weren't for the backing of the Qin family, Tang Zheng would be nothing more than a silent presence. It was nearly time to clock out. I'll grab a quick meal before heading home, Sun Qingdong murmured. Then used another phone to send Zhou Lina a text. Meet at the usual place after work. Unbeknownst to him, he had fallen into Tang Zheng's trap. Tang Zheng, meticulous in his approach, first listened to the recording to ensure its integrity before proceeding to the next step. Although Qingyang Real Estate could not compete with the vast Qin Group, it ranked among the top 20 real estate companies in Ningzhou City. As your assistant, Sun Qingdong, a graduate from a prestigious university, has dedicated 5 to 6 years to your service. Can one truly lack discernment in their duties? Is it possible that Zhou Lina is unaware of Tang Zheng's incapacity for alcohol? Was her behavior merely a trivial jest, or rather an insidious attempt to overindulge him to the point of peril? Just moments ago, Sun Qingdong acknowledged this fact and extended an apology on behalf of Zhou Lina to Tang Zheng. Through their phone conversation, it was evident that Sun Qingdong is quite protective of his assistant. With the recent audio recording, there is no need for video evidence to substantiate Zhou Lina's malevolent intentions. Tang Zheng now has 2 tasks to undertake. First, to investigate the laws in Xia country regarding the coercion of individuals to drink alcohol to the point of death, and whether they are as stringent as those in his previous life. Second, to generate a buzz online regarding Qingyang Real Estate's purported intention to collaborate with another major corporation a week prior. Why then would they still seek to ensnare Tang Zheng in such a perilous situation? Upon completing these 2 tasks, Tang Zheng will possess leverage to negotiate with Sun Qingdong, ready to disclose the incident of his near-fatal drinking to the public. The ensuing social discourse could have significant repercussions for Qingyang Real Estate, potentially landing them in the headlines, an outcome beyond Tang Zheng's control. Before proceeding, Tang Zheng must capture a photograph of the newly installed surveillance system, intending to use this image to intimidate. As his phone lacks internet access, he drives to a nearby internet cafe to fulfill these 2 objectives. Fortunately, the laws in Xia country mirror those of his past. Individuals who force others to drink through coercive means, even when the person is already intoxicated or against their will, bear legal responsibility for any consequences that ensue. By fortunate coincidence, Tang Zheng falls under this statute. He now possesses the evidence, and should Sun Qingdong refuse to comply, he can anticipate a lawyer's letter. When the media inevitably covers the story, it will be intriguing to see how the situation unfolds. However, now that he is divorced, should he still pursue this course of action? Perhaps it is best to leave the decision to the Qin family. He hopes to avoid a scenario where his intentions are met with ingratitude. Rather than seeking out Qin Yuru, Tang Zheng approaches Qin Shouqing, who he vaguely remembers as the benefactor who supported his high school and college education. Why would Qin Shouqing choose him as a son-in-law? Does being an orphan make one more desirable for marriage? While the former Tang Zheng may have never questioned it, the current Tang Zheng harbors serious doubts. Why him among so many orphans? This former father-in-law must harbor some undisclosed secret. When Qin Shouqing received the call from his former son-in-law, he was not surprised. What astonished him was the nature of Tang Zheng's revelations and the cleverness displayed in the recent recording. When did this son-in-law begin to engage in such underhanded tactics? Could it be that he has finally awakened? Qin Shouqing enjoys a cordial relationship with the chairman of Qingyang Real Estate, who had discreetly informed him that the company plans to go public either this year or early next year. If this matter were to come to light, it would severely tarnish Qingyang Real Estate's reputation. Remarkably, Tang Zheng chose not to act impulsively, but instead confided in him first. He then spoke privately with the chairman of the opposing side, ensuring that no bridges were burned while still securing the project smoothly. By the way, father, since we are related by marriage, I advise you to abandon this project. Firstly, Qingyang Real Estate is certain to allocate you a plot of land in a less favorable location, which will undoubtedly inflate your development costs significantly. Secondly, although the entire parcel is near the city center, the reason it remains undeveloped is not simply that leveling the ground will resolve all issues. Regardless of how much the land is raised, it will still be lower than the surrounding areas. Ningzhou City frequently experiences typhoons, and heavy rainfall can exceed 100 millimeters in a short period. What will happen if the cars in the garage are completely submerged? Even the insurance companies might hesitate to compensate. Of course, I am merely expressing my rough personal insights. They may not necessarily hold true. Well, goodbye, Chairman Qin. I wish you and your family good health. Qin Shouqing wished to say a few more words, but Tang Zheng had already hung up, particularly the last remark. which left him feeling quite uncomfortable. Qin Shouqing couldn't help but wonder, how many buildings could be constructed on 4,000 acres? Assuming each building has 30 stories. With 8 households per floor, how many households would that yield? If only a third of those families own cars, how many vehicles would that be? Previously, no one had seriously considered the parking issue, only focusing on leveling and raising the land. The problem is that area belongs to an alluvial plain. And had it not been for Qingyang Real Estate discovering during construction that actual costs would exceed their initial estimations, they would not have relinquished half the land. Have we all misjudged the situation? Did Rain Rose marriage end too soon? Once their eldest daughter returns, he must discuss this matter with her, as she is now fully responsible for the project. It was around 10 o'clock in the evening when Qin Yuru returned home, fatigued. Upon learning of the situation, she simply uttered 2 words, childish, not to mention the matter of persuading her to drink. It was merely a personal act of Zhou Lina and did not involve Qingyang Real Estate. Even if Tang Zheng's unscrupulous tactics had worked, she, Qin Yuru, would not resort to them. The 2 companies had been at odds from the outset. How could they possibly collaborate afterward? Such a man acts without thinking. Thus, Qin Yuru would not follow her father's lead and instructed him to send a message to that man. Let this matter rest. Although Qin Shouqing felt a twinge of regret, he complied with his daughter's wishes. Upon receiving the message, Tang Zheng smiled wryly and chose not to pursue the issue further. Yet, for some reason, he felt a sense of relief within. Once this project materializes, it will undoubtedly yield a profit of several billion for your group, right? I have done what I needed to do. If you fail to recognize my worth, there is nothing I can do. After resting at a hotel for a day, Tang Zheng returned to hand over his work. Although he had become the butt of jokes within the group, having nearly met with disaster after consuming a bottle of white liquor, he was indeed a character. Fortunately, news of his divorce from Qin Yuru had not yet spread. If everyone knew he had divorced, it would likely provide them with amusement for quite some time. There was not much to hand over. He simply transferred some important documents to his former male assistant. On the surface, there appeared to be a show of respect towards Tang Zheng. However, after work each day, various whispers circulated regarding Tang Zheng's resignation. He cited health as his reason. Yet many speculated that he was returning to the Qin family to take on the responsibilities of a husband and father. In just the span of a morning, Tang Zheng's handover of duties was deemed complete. Shortly after his departure, his former assistant approached Qin Yuru with Tang Zheng's documents. Upon exiting, he seemingly overheard Jiang Yun remarking, "Your ex-husband seems to possess a modicum of conscience. Most would probably neglect the handover entirely." Ex-husband? Within half an hour, over 60% of the entire office was in the know. Conversations ensued. If it doesn't suit, then part ways to avoid further discomfort. Curiosity about the financial ramifications of this divorce stirred among colleagues. How much did Tang Zheng gain from this? And does he still have the audacity to demand anything? Just look at the profits he brought to our group over the years. Chapter 5. Are you here to buy toys too? Currently, the average price of commercial housing in Ning City stands at 230,000 per square meter, which is relatively moderate among the major first-tier cities in Xia country. Tang Zheng intended to purchase 2 properties, each approximately 200 square meters, one in the city center for convenience and the other by the seaside for its pleasant surroundings. Before making any purchases, he needed to invest several days in thorough research. Given the current trend, it was certain that property values in Ning City would soar in the coming years. However, he could not allocate all his funds for real estate. He needed to reserve half for business endeavors. Tang Zheng had ascertained that the e-commerce sector in Xia country was still in its nascent stages, with minimal competition. He was not overly ambitious. Aiming to earn enough to buy a house each year through e-commerce would suffice. The specifics of his business model would be determined after settling his housing matters. After 5 days of diligent effort, he accomplished his goal. He purchased a fully renovated 180 square meter apartment near the city center for 350,000 per square meter and a 200 square meter unit in a seaside community, currently under construction, for only 180,000 per square meter, which would be available by next year. Including various incidental expenses, his total expenditure amounted to around 10 million. After all, it was his unfeeling ex-wife's money, and he felt no remorse. The apartment near the city center was merely 3 subway stops from the heart of the city, boasting a pleasant environment with complete amenities. Tang Zheng was confident that by 2020, the value of this property would start at a minimum of 50,000 per square meter. Thus, he did not perceive any loss. Following a comprehensive cleaning by the housekeeping service, Tang Zheng moved in the next day. To say that the 180 square meter, 4-bedroom, 2-living-room apartment felt spacious would be an understatement. He yearned to have his daughter come stay with him. Speaking of Bauer, it seemed her birthday was approaching tomorrow. What gift should he prepare for her? He began searching online for what 4-year-old girls typically enjoy: dresses, toys, sweets. It appeared that Bauer lacked none of these. After half an hour of searching, he found nothing definitive. The responses from netizens varied widely, each suggesting different preferences for 4-year-old girls. Bauer was not in want of material possessions. She had previously expressed a desire for her parents to take her to an amusement park together. It appears that her modest wish has yet to be fulfilled. Regardless of how busy Tang Zheng may be, he always finds time to spend with his daughter. Qin Yuru occasionally manages to dedicate an hour or two to her daughter, yet she declines to share this small wish with Tang Zheng. It seems increasingly unlikely that it will ever come to fruition. Perhaps they should venture to the toy store. It seems another torrential downpour is imminent. Ningzhou City, situated in the subtropical zone south of the Tropic of Cancer, is currently in its rainy season, with rainfall almost daily. Once the rain ceased, it was nearly 3 in the afternoon when Tang Zheng leisurely set out. The toy store is not located in the city center, under normal traffic conditions. It takes over half an hour to drive there from Tang Zheng's residence. Perhaps misfortune was on his side. At a particular traffic light, he failed to notice a large puddle ahead until, through his rearview mirror, he saw a girl covered in mud pursuing him. Did I splash her? Tang Zheng pulled over to the roadside. This stretch of road does not permit lengthy stops, and he rolled down the window. Hello, did I get you wet? The girl, with mud splattered on her hair, face, white shirt, and pants, expressed her annoyance. What do you think? Can you even drive? With that, she vigorously shook off the dirt from her clothes. Her once white shirt was now nearly black with mud. How would she attend her interview like this? Tang Zheng opened his wallet and extracted 500 yuan. I apologize. Please take this to buy a new outfit. Sir, are your eyes functioning properly? Do you see any clothing stores around here? It seemed her resume had also fallen into the muddy water. Upon closer inspection, Tang Zheng realized they were in an industrial park, which indeed lacked any clothing shops. If you're not afraid of me being a bad person, I could take you to the nearest women's clothing store. Tang Zheng searched for a women's clothing store via the car navigation system. Was this technology outdated? After 2 minutes, he discovered that a clothing store was located near the toy store. How did the toy store end up in such a place? Upon arrival, he soon realized his mistake. This toy store was wholesale, and there were several schools in the vicinity. The girl had delicate features and was quite beautiful, yet after getting into the car, she remained silent, merely cleaning her face while ignoring the rest of her muddy attire. Fortunately, her phone was still operational. She promptly called the HR department of the company where she had an interview, informing them that she would be an hour late. To her dismay, they informed her that there was no need to come. They had already found a suitable candidate. Tang Zheng then inquired, "Are you job hunting?" "Yes, sir. If you could lend me 200 yuan, that would suffice. I can still wear this outfit after it's cleaned." Her place of residence was far from there, making a taxi ride impractical. She could only take the bus, and she couldn't possibly board the bus in her current state. Moreover, her entry into his car had only further sullied her attire. Your white shirt probably 1T wash clean. You should pick out a professional outfit instead. Tang Zheng observed that the girl's shirt likely cost 200 to 300 yuan. You must have just graduated, right? Strictly speaking, I have 1 more month to go. I won't receive my diploma until June. What major did you study? Early childhood education. Tang Zheng was momentarily taken aback. Was there a kindergarten nearby? She had come to apply for a position in graphic design, and despite the mismatch with her major, she ventured to this remote location for an interview. Ultimately, she was rejected. As Tang Zheng was about to speak, he realized they had arrived at their destination, parking in front of a clothing store. "Sir, I wear size L at 165 centimeters. Please pick out 2 inexpensive pieces for me." Given her current state, it would be best to clean herself up first. She was too lazy to choose clothes. In her previous life, Tang Zheng had worked in women's fashion, so she casually selected an entire outfit for her. Considering that the undergarments might also be soiled, she opted for a complete set. In this modest restroom, Zhang Xiaoxiao simply wanted to wash up. Just as she was finishing, a female attendant brought in a bag of clothing. Upon seeing what was inside, Zhang Xiaoxiao felt her cheeks flush. "Sir, why did you even buy these undergarments? How did you know my size?" she thought, believing he was a gentleman. However, the fabric was delightfully soft, and felt wonderful against her skin. Once she donned the new attire, Jiang Xiaoxiao stood before the mirror. Clothing does enhance a person's demeanor. Her aura seemed significantly elevated. Although the brand was not an international luxury label, the expansive store and its elegant decor suggested that the garments were not inexpensive. After searching the store, she discovered that the gentleman had vanished, prompting her to ask the cashier, "Where did he go?" "The gentleman has already driven away." "How much are these clothes?" "He has already settled the bill for these garments." "How much in total?" The attendant replied, "He said you should simply wear it," as a gesture of his apology. Yet, secretly, she thought to herself, this is all part of a scheme, playing hard to get. A man who drives a luxury car worth millions surely does not concern himself with a few thousand. Jiang Xiaoxiao decided not to inquire further, taking her discarded clothing and preparing to return to her fellow townsfolk. As she walked, she noticed the words Toy City and thought to herself, I should buy a lucky doll. I've had my fair share of misfortune lately. On the second floor of Toy City, in front of a toy store, two exceptionally poised women were selecting toys. "Aru, I've noticed that since your divorce, you've been wearing a perpetual frown. Be careful, you might age quickly," one remarked. Qin Yuru casually picked up a charming little toy, only to be greeted by a strong smell of formaldehyde. In truth, she had little desire to browse for toys for her daughter. Firstly, Bauer did not lack for toys. Secondly, she was concerned about the quality of the toys in Toy City. It was Jiang Yun who had insisted she come, arguing that a mother personally choosing a gift for her daughter held more significance, as sentiment cannot be purchased with money. For reasons unknown, at that moment, she suddenly recalled her duplicitous ex-husband, who had always doted on Bauer. What gifts would he prepare for her? After all, we are not mere objects. Who among us is devoid of feelings? After all, he is the man who has shared her life for over 5 years, and he has done nothing wrong. It is she who has unilaterally grown weary. Qin Yuru furrowed her beautiful brows suddenly. Not far away, the man with a new hairstyle and refined attire. Could he be her ex-husband? What is it? What are you looking at? Jiang Yun followed Qin Yuru's gaze. She beheld a sweet, innocent-looking young girl, who was smiling and running towards Tang Zheng. Jiang Yun was utterly petrified. Hey, uncle, are you here to buy toys too? Chapter 6. Should I tear apart the scoundrel? Deep within her heart, Qin Yuru harbored a flicker of guilt towards Tang Zheng. At that moment, she longed to emulate the women from emotional mediation programs, wielding not one, but 2 kitchen knives, ready to chop that man before her into dumpling filling. Yet, she merely entertained the thought. Beyond that, she uttered not a word, nor did she throw herself at him, for they were already divorced. No wonder you, Tang Zheng, included that clause in the divorce agreement. Afraid our family would come to settle scores with you, perhaps? Had I known this, I would have given you not a single cent, insisting instead that you pay for Bauer's support each month. The toy store owner wondered why it suddenly felt so cold. Beside her, Jiang Yun's mouth slowly fell open, growing wider with disbelief. She rubbed her eyes vigorously and shook her head. Am I hallucinating? Has he really moved on so quickly? Or did he have someone lined up before our divorce? My entire worldview is shattered. My eyes feel as if they might be poisoned. What Jiang Yun truly wished to express was, scoundrel, doesn't your conscience ache? You've only been divorced for a few days, and yet you're flaunting the exorbitant 2 million divorce settlement your ex-wife provided, an astronomical sum for many. Speak up, Aru. What do you wish to do? I shall support you in every endeavor, including rushing forth to tear apart that scoundrel. Tang Zheng had yet to notice Qin Yuru and Jiang Yun and had never imagined that someone as busy as Qin Yuru would appear in such a place. In the past, when sending gifts to Bauer, she always had her assistant arrange for custom-made items. Indeed, upon seeing Jiang Xiaoxiao, Tang Zheng paused momentarily. Clearly, his discerning eye had served him well, as her outfit suited her essence beautifully. He nodded at her and then entered the store to continue selecting toys. Unbeknownst to them, they had already attracted attention. Jiang Xiaoxiao cheerfully followed him inside. Uncle, how much did this outfit cost? I'll reimburse you. Not much. After all, I was at fault, and I delayed your interview. If you truly feel uncomfortable accepting it, perhaps you could do me a small favor instead. Jiang Xiaoxiao, not wishing to take undue advantage, glanced into her wallet and discovered only a few dozens within. Her bank card seemed to hold a mere 500. Well, we can discuss the money later. So, uncle, what kind of gift should I choose for my daughter's 4th birthday tomorrow? Whatever you choose, Bauer will not like it. Scoundrel, has it only been a few days since you and Aru divorced? Originally, unable to bear the sight, Jiang Yun forcefully dragged Qin Yuru over. She then fixed her gaze intently on Jiang Xiaoxiao, and upon observing the latter's youth and beauty, she blurted out in anger, "She must still be in school, right?" Indeed, men only have one preference. They are drawn to the young. From Jiang Yun's tone, Tang Zheng realized she had misunderstood, but he thought it inconsequential. After all, they were divorced. And Qin Yuru had no say in whom he chose to associate with. According to their divorce agreement, he was free to remain unmarried and childless until their daughter Bauer graduated from elementary school. Thus, Tang Zheng merely nodded and smiled at Qin Yuru as a form of greeting, continuing to examine his toys. On the contrary, Jiang Xiaoxiao, not one to be oblivious, instantly grasped the situation. However, she chose to remain silent. Observing the two, she felt a twinge of inferiority. They were both stunning, particularly the one with a somewhat aloof demeanor, reminiscent of the cold, elegant female CEOs she had secretly encountered in the novels she read. Could it be that the older gentleman was a son-in-law? Oh my goodness. One hand cannot clap alone, no matter how furious Jiang Yun became. It was futile unless Tang Zheng chose to engage with her. This only served to further aggravate Jiang Yun, who pointed an accusatory finger at Tang Zheng, demanding, "Tell me, when did you two start your affair? The year before last year, or 3 months ago?" Tang Zheng, who had always harbored disdain for Jiang Yun, knew she frequently whispered ill of him in Qin Yuru's ear. If he did not dismiss her, she would undoubtedly continue to pester him. Thus, he replied, 2 hours ago. And it was not an affair. I hope you will be mindful of your choice of words. Who would believe that? Jiang Yun scoffed. I have a dash cam in my car. If you don't believe me, I can show you the footage. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaoxiao quickly retrieved the dirty clothes from her shopping bag to show the two, explaining, "You've misunderstood the uncle. I was simply walking by when he drove past me accidentally." At Jiang Xiaoxiao's words, Qin Yuru's previously frosty demeanor softened considerably, and Jiang Yun's attitude also mellowed, no longer as confrontational as before. After wandering in the store for a while and finding nothing satisfactory, Tang Zheng decided against purchasing any toys and addressed Jiang Xiaoxiao, saying, "Sister, I must take my leave." "All right, goodbye." Jiang Xiaoxiao hastily exited, veering away to avoid being embroiled in this family feud. After their departure, Jiang Yun remarked, "Do you truly believe the nonsense of those two?" "I certainly do not. I can guarantee they will meet downstairs." "Aro, it would be wise for you to check his finances. I strongly suspect he has embezzled a substantial amount from the company over the years, which is why he so readily agreed to divorce you." Qin Yuru ignored Jiang Yun's tirade, instead reflecting on why she had felt anger earlier. It was because Tang Zheng had taken her money to meet with someone else. She decided she would not buy any toys for Bauer here. After the two had left, the toy store owner expressed his disappointment, saying, "I'm puzzled. They didn't even end up in a scuffle." Once Tang Zheng descended, he drove directly home, intending to visit a bakery to order a cartoon-themed cake for his daughter. "Do you have mousse cakes? Perhaps tiramisu or matcha mousse?" Tang Zheng inquired of the staff, who shook their head, indicating they had never even heard of such a thing. "Egg tarts and double-skim milk, what of them?" The attendant appeared perplexed. "What are egg tarts and double-skim milk? Is it possible that this world lacks such common desserts? Perhaps. It is merely that this establishment does not offer them." Tang Zheng ventured to several larger dessert shops in search. Yet no one had ever heard of the delicacies he described. Subsequently, he resorted to searching the internet in one of those establishments. To his astonishment, not only was there a scarcity of the desserts he mentioned in Ning City, but the entirety of the Summer Kingdom, as well as Western nations, seemed devoid of them. Different worlds, and yet their dessert cultures diverged so significantly. He resolved to craft 2 types of desserts for Bauer himself. With this thought ignited, Tang Zheng promptly procured various ingredients and an oven. The following day, at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, guests began to arrive at the Qin residence for Qin Bauer's birthday celebration. The festivities for the little princess's birthday were extraordinarily grand. Not only had they engaged a host, but a band was also present. The number of guests, both large and small, had multiplied several times over, nearing 100 in total. This year's lavish affair was at the behest of Tang Zheng's former mother-in-law. Qin Shouqing and Qin Yuru were not fond of such revelries. The true intentions of Wang Lin remained known only to her. "What gifts have you prepared?" Jiang Yun inquired of Qin Yuru, a question she had posed no fewer than 8 times. Were it not for her daughter's birthday that evening, Qin Yuru would not have left work early. As the general manager of the corporation, she was constantly beset by an unending array of responsibilities. She had never relied on her ineffectual ex-husband. Although her father was yet to reach 60, his health was failing, and it was only a matter of time before he would retire. The burdens of the corporation would inevitably fall upon her shoulders. As for her younger sister, she had not been in contact with the family for a full 2 years. Such a person was hardly dependable. A secret, Chin-Yuru declared, only to be interrupted by a sudden chorus of cries. You're lying. Your parents just got divorced. Everyone knows. If you don't believe me, you can ask them. It seemed a little girl and a little boy were quarreling, and the indignant girl was none other than Qin Bauer. Indeed, Bauer, your parents are divorced. Moreover, it was your mother who deemed your father useless and drove him out of the house. A 5-year-old girl asserted. Clearly, such words had been instilled in her by an adult. How else would she know about Tang Zheng and Chin-Yuru's divorce? You're talking nonsense. I don't want to be friends with you anymore, Bauer shouted, storming back to her room and slamming the door behind her. Chin-Yuru suddenly felt a wave of frustration wash over her. Initially, only a few individuals, aside from the Civil Affairs Bureau, were privy to her divorce with Tang Zheng. He could not possibly have informed Bauer as friends about their separation, could he? Was it you? Chin-Yuru suddenly glared at Jiang Yun. Chapter 7. The stories your father tells are delightful. At this juncture, determining who had leaked the information was no longer the primary concern. Instead, the focus shifted to how to coax Qin Bauer out of her room to partake in the birthday festivities. From 5 o'clock onwards, Qin Bauer had locked herself in her room, refusing to utter a single word to anyone. Initially, Chin-Yuru tried to persuade her for a while, but upon realizing her efforts were in vain, she decided to head to the kitchen to find something to eat, as she had barely eaten anything for lunch and was quite hungry. Subsequently, Qin Shouqing, Wang Lin, and various relatives, along with Bauer's teachers, classmates, and friends, took turns attempting to coax her out, but to no avail. Around 7 o'clock, Chin-Yuru's patience waned, and she angrily knocked on her daughter's door. Qin Bauer, I will count to 3. If you do not come out by then, I shall send you to a boarding school when you start primary school. It was futile. Qin Bauer was resolute, staunchly refusing to open the door. Some classmates of hers had experienced their parents' divorce and subsequently found themselves living with spiteful step-parents. Just as the stories told by their teachers depicted, Wang Lin insinuated, whose temper could she have inherited? To which Qin Shouqing retorted, who else but her disappointing son-in-law? Mind your words, Qin Shouqing cautioned. If it weren't for your prickly tongue. What do you mean, Qin Shouqing? Wang Lin interjected, hands on her hips. Do you even care about this family anymore? An aunt, of similar age to Wang Lin, advised, perhaps each of you should say a little less. When Xiao Tang arrives, let us see if he can coax her out. No sooner had the aunt spoken than Tang Zheng arrived, carrying 2 large boxes. Noticing everyone's gaze upon him, he quickly clarified, I'm sorry for being late. The traffic was dreadful. You haven't cut the cake yet, have you? In truth, he had struggled with his culinary skills, needing 3 attempts to perfect another dessert. The others merely smiled, not responding. Tang Zheng placed the items on the table and approached, inquiring, where's Bauer? Only the aunt replied, Xiao Tang, you finally made it. Bauer is hiding in her room and refuses to come out. Tang Zheng frowned. Why not? Jiang Yun sarcastically retorted, isn't it obvious? If you hadn't gone around like a jilted spouse talking about your divorce from Aro, perhaps things would be different. Are you suffering from an excess of female hormones, leading to delusions? He was no longer the old Tang Zheng, willing to let Jiang Yun provoke him. With a single remark, Jiang Yun was rendered utterly speechless. Quite sharp, aren't you? Well then, hasten to persuade Bauer to come out. Wang Lin urged impatiently. If the birthday girl refused to cooperate, she would be utterly embarrassed today. Tang Zheng shrugged. Why should I persuade her? Once you all leave, she will come out. It is you she dislikes, not me, her father. How inept at conversation you are. A disgruntled relative remarked. What I said is no different from what you just said. Tang Zheng shot back. Unless your words lack human decency. Another chimed in. It seems that some people reveal their true character once divorced. Tang Zheng slowly turned to face him, noting his receding hairline. Do you wish to argue with me? Huh. Who would want to argue with someone like you? Tang Zheng replied, then be quiet. Humph. Tang Zheng's concern was solely for his daughter. The opinions of others were of no consequence to him. These so-called friends and relatives, who once looked down upon him, are now eager to take advantage of his misfortune following his divorce. Regardless of whether he chooses to humble himself, they will never regard him with any seriousness. Tang Zheng possesses the ability to persuade his daughter to come out, yet at this moment, he has lost the desire to do so. Descending below, He retrieves his mobile phone and engages in a game of Snake. His half-smartphone lacks the capacity for more sophisticated games. Observing this, the crowd is left speechless. Aren't you going to coax her? Some children, feeling bored, express their wish to return home. Witnessing this, Wang Lin begins to lose her composure, as it is, after all, her orchestrated birthday celebration. The little one shows no consideration for her feelings. Wang Lin, of course, dotes on Qin Bauer, but it is precisely because they have indulged her so much in daily life. You go and talk to him, encourage him to bring Bauer out, she instructs Qin Shouqing. Unwilling to speak to Tang Zheng, Tang Zheng must afford Qin Shouqing some respect, so he returns to his daughter's door. Everyone watches him, curious to see how he will persuade this stubborn little one to emerge from her room. Tang Zheng's method is simple. He begins to tell a story. Once upon a time, in a distant northern kingdom, there lived a prosperous and joyful people. Yet, unbeknownst to them, the king and queen harbored a secret concern. Their eldest daughter, Elsa, possessed extraordinary magical powers. Elsa could effortlessly freeze objects and create enchanting icy landscapes. Her sister, Anna, adored spending time with her. However, an unfortunate incident occurred while they were playing. Elsa accidentally pointed her finger at Anna, and the magic caused Anna to faint, her hair gradually turning a snow-like hue. Overcome with fear and guilt, Elsa held her sister close, weeping. Is storytelling effective? Indeed. Tang Zheng is confident that his precious daughter is currently eavesdropping from behind the door. He speaks loudly and passionately, drawing a group of children who unconsciously gather around to listen. Before long, they are captivated by the tale he narrates, which is none other than the story of Frozen. One impatient child interjects, "Uncle, what happens next? What about Anna?" Tang Zheng smiles and replies, "Could you all help Uncle by inviting the little one inside to join us?" In unison, the children call out, "Bauer, come out quickly. Your daddy is telling a wonderful story. Please come out, all right? Bauer, it's no big deal that mommy and daddy are divorced. You'll still receive many gifts on your birthday." An 8-year-old sister encourages her to come out just to hear the story. Not far away, Jiang Yun mutters quietly, "How childish." Qin Yuru, standing expressionless beside her, thinks to herself, what can Tang Zheng possibly achieve? She longs for the moment to conclude, to take a bath, and to rest soundly. For it has been several days since she has had a good night's sleep. Under the eager gazes of the crowd, Qin Bauer cautiously opened the door just a crack, ready to shut it immediately if anyone dared to mock her. The clever little girl. As the door gradually widened, she revealed a round little head adorned with large, expressive eyes, clearly having wept, with red, swollen eyelids and a cute, pouting mouth that conveyed her sorrow. Her 8-year-old sister hurriedly took her hand, urging her, "Bauer, come out quickly. We are so eager to hear your father tell us a story." Tang Zheng approached, lifting his daughter into his arms and carrying her down to the grand living room. He inquired of the children, "Would you prefer snacks or a story?" The resounding response was a unanimous, "A story." These children, all born with silver spoons in their mouths, showed no interest in sweets, candies, or fruits, items they had long grown weary of. In contrast, they yearned to hear the tales spun by Tang Zheng. His stories were not only vivid and engaging, but also entirely new to them. Observing this, his former mother-in-law, Wang Lin, felt quite helpless and opted to let the adults indulge in refreshments first. Glancing at the clock, she wondered why her esteemed guests had yet to arrive. Tang Zheng settled into a chair, cradling Bauer on his lap as he began narrating stories to the group. Elsa, feeling anxious, worried that her sister might accidentally be harmed by her magic, instinctively pushed Anna away. In that moment, the thick white gloves she wore were suddenly torn off, releasing a cascade of blue starlight that froze everything it touched. The onlookers were taken aback, staring at Elsa in shock. She felt frightened and disheartened, wishing to avoid such occurrences. At that moment, as Anna attempted to comfort her sister, Elsa became even more agitated, exclaiming, "Don't come near," with a wave of her hand. The blue starlight shot up to the ceiling, transforming the chandelier into an ice sculpture. Panic ensued among the crowd, with some shouting, "Run! The queen is a monster. She is magic." Just as the story reached a thrilling climax, Wang Lin's anticipated guests finally arrived. Having been part of the Qin family for 5 years, Tang Zheng had never witnessed Wang Lin extend such warmth to any guest, as if she were welcoming her own child. For in her eyes, this was the ideal son-in-law. Only a man of such caliber was worthy of her daughter. Chapter 8. The Internet Celebrity Puppy Cake, Xiang Qiming, 31 years old. stands at 186 centimeters with a well-proportioned physique, unmarried, and the sole heir of a multi-billion-dollar consortium. Not only is Xiang Qiming exceptionally handsome, but he is also a graduate of a top 10 global university, holding a master's degree. He is distinguished by his remarkable abilities, modest demeanor, and a steady approach to life, treating others with humility and courtesy. In the words of Qin Shouqing, compared to Tang Zheng, Xiang Qiming is akin to the difference between shark fin and dried radish. He is undoubtedly Wang Lin's preferred choice for a son-in-law. In summary, Xiang Qiming surpasses Tang Zheng by leaps and bounds. Dressed in a sharply tailored suit, his face illuminated by a friendly smile, Xiang Qiming entered, carrying a splendid four-tiered cake. Behold the exquisite cake adorned with vividly sculpted, charming cartoon characters, a clear indication of its considerable expense. One guest remarked that an ordinary four-tier cake typically costs 2,000 to 3,000. This particular creation, with its lifelike artistry on each layer, likely commands a price exceeding 10,000. It must have been custom-made by a master. The average person would find it nearly impossible to purchase such a masterpiece. Several little friends, upon seeing the stunning cake, eagerly rushed over to join the excitement. However, many others opted to remain and listen to the stories, with one child even pouting and declaring, "The more beautiful the cake, the worse it tastes." This was undoubtedly a reflection of his own experience. The reasoning is simple. Cake frosting can be made from either vegetable or animal cream. Vegetable cream, also known as margarine, is inexpensive, has a distinct artificial flavor, and possesses a greasy, cloying texture, though it maintains its shape well. In contrast, animal cream boasts a rich, buttery taste, melts in the mouth, is refreshing, yet is costly and prone to melting, making it unsuitable for intricate designs. In other words, the extravagant cake brought by Xiang Qiming, while visually stunning and a feast for the eyes, holds little appeal to these discerning children who are uninterested in consuming it. Upon seeing Xiang Qiming, Qin Yuro quickly grasped the situation. Her mother, having divorced just days ago, was already introducing her to another man. She instinctively glanced at Tang Zheng, who remained unresponsive. Zhang Yun, however, was less restrained, gleefully stating, "Aro, as the saying goes, comparisons can be deadly. One must discard inferior goods." Liking it, Qin Yuro, wishing to avoid further complications, retorted, "Why don't you let my mother introduce you instead?" Zhang Yun replied, "Perhaps it's best if I remain silent." This woman truly lacked conversational skills. As the two conversed, Wang Lin cheerfully ushered Xiang Qiming over to Tang Zheng and his daughter, introducing them. "Bauer, this is Uncle Xiang. Look, he has brought you a beautifully crafted cake. Do you like it?" Without raising her head, Qin Bauer responded, "I don't like it. They all said it doesn't taste good. Why would he buy it for me?" Haha, whose words were those? Wang Lin instantly felt embarrassed, casting a glare at Tang Zheng. He promptly instructed his daughter, "Say thank you. If you don't like it, you don't have to eat it, but you must express your gratitude." His daughter must not grow up lacking the manners characteristic of the Qin family. The former mother-in-law, leveraging a 4-year-old girl to elevate the birthday celebration. Was it to celebrate her eldest daughter having left such a pathetic man, or was it meant to induce his own shame? Xiang Qiming harbored disdain in his heart, yet his face maintained a warm smile. Just then, the Mediterranean man who had been bickering with Tang Zheng approached to diffuse the tension. "It seems Bauer still prefers her father's gifts. How about you open your daddy's present right away, so we can see what he has given you? What delightful treasure has Tang Zheng brought? Daddy, did you prepare a gift for me too?" Hum. The little girl beamed with excitement. Regardless of what her father had chosen for her, she would surely adore it. Some mused, how could a man cast out from the Qin household afford to spend tens of thousands on gifts for his daughter? The table was rather high, and Qin Bauer had to stand on a chair to reach it. She first unwrapped one of the gift boxes, lifting the lid, and a faint aroma of milk wafted through the air. Inside lay 2 layers of golden egg tarts, totaling 32. Originally, Tang Zheng had anticipated only 7 or 8 children to attend Bauer's birthday celebration, but to his surprise, over 30 had arrived. He had prepared just enough, but it seemed it would not suffice. "Uncle, what is this? It looks so delicious," a little boy exclaimed. Tang Zheng smiled and replied, "This is called an egg tart." "Egg tart? What a lovely name," a little girl chimed in. These children, well-mannered, did not rush to grab the treats. Tang Zheng encouraged his daughter, "Bauer, go ahead and share with your little friends." The adults, it seemed, would inevitably miss out on the egg tarts. By the time there were only 3 left, Several little friends had yet to receive any. Qin Bauer hesitated, glancing at Tang Zheng, contemplating whether to share. She desperately wished to save the remaining 3 for her parents to enjoy with her. Were the egg tarts delicious? The children's reactions spoke volumes. The first child who received an egg tart had already finished, licking his lips and asking, "Uncle, is the other box filled with egg tarts too?" This left their parents feeling quite embarrassed. Tang Zheng personally opened a square cake box. "Oh, why is there such an adorable little brown puppy lying on top? Is it a real dog or a fake one? It must be a newborn puppy, how tiny it is." This time, the children could hardly contain their excitement. Tang Zheng's creation was a trendy tiramisu-themed puppy cake, which had once captivated countless young hearts on social media. In his previous life, he had even treated someone special to it. If it were just a single puppy cake, it would cost 28 yuan. Upon seeing this charming little creature, Qin Yuro felt her heart soften significantly. "I must admit, Tang Zheng, you still possess a bit of conscience. You haven't forgotten your daughter after the divorce." Jiang Yun's heart had already melted. She too longed for one. Meanwhile, Qin Bauer disregarded the remaining 3 egg tarts, quickly spreading her arms to protect the puppy cake. Tang Zheng chuckled helplessly. "Little girl, this is a puppy cake. If you don't eat it now, it will melt away. It's a puppy, truly a cake." The realism of it was astonishing, far surpassing the cakes brought by Xiang Qiming. The price of this exquisite 4-layer cake was less than that of a single puppy. Not to mention how irresistibly cute the little puppy was, winning the hearts of all the children. Qin Bauer pouted and declared, "No way. I want to freeze it in the fridge. That way it won't melt." Qin Bauer was quite clever. Thus, some lessons need not be taught by adults. She could articulate them herself. Some parents whispered among themselves, "Have you ever tasted these cakes? I've never even heard of them. I wonder where he procured them." After all, having been a son-in-law in the Qin family for years, he surely has his connections. The super-rich and handsome man summoned by Wang Lin, by all accounts, should be the protagonist. However, it seems that few pay him any attention, and he must take action to remedy this. It appears that Bauer is not fond of her uncle's gift, so he decided to perform a piano piece for her, wishing her a joyous birthday. How awkward. Aside from the adults, not a single child cast a glance in Qi Ming's direction. Wang Lin exclaimed, "Wonderful. Let us all applaud and welcome." A sparse round of applause ensued, amplifying the awkwardness. Wang Lin then felt compelled to clarify, "This young lad, Xiao Xiang, achieved a level 10 in piano by the age of 12. Yet, regardless of accomplishments, the children remained indifferent. Their attention captured by Tang Zheng as he prepared to distribute small dog-shaped cakes at the large round table. "How many little friends do we have? Can you count?" Tang Zheng inquired, eager to determine how many cakes to distribute. "Of course. I'll start counting," declared an extroverted older brother, while someone plays piano on the small stage. "You're down here counting?" Tang Zheng questioned, bemused. Wang Lin couldn't help but wonder what Tang Zheng was thinking. After all, he was not blind to the situation. If he did not treat Qi Ming with respect, why should Qi Ming offer him any courtesy? Furthermore, this was a celebration for his beloved daughter. Jiang Yun burst into laughter. "Aro, when did your ex-husband become so amusing?" Wang Lin's face turned pale with rage as she sought her husband, only to find Qin Shouqing had mysteriously retreated to another room. From the moment Qi Ming arrived, he had surmised his wife's intentions. Meanwhile, Qi Ming, suppressing his embarrassment, began to play the piano. "Bauer, let me get a piece of cake for your mother," Tang Zheng whispered to his daughter. Upon hearing this, she nodded vigorously, then carefully cradled a slice of tiramisu and approached Qin Yuru, stating earnestly, "Mom, you must provide for our family, remain beautiful, and 4 years ago, you gave birth to someone as adorable as me." Qin Bauer scratched her head and turned to glance at her father, as if she had forgotten her line. Chapter 9, a show-stopping performance. "You must provide for our family and remain beautiful?" Upon witnessing her daughter offer her cake, Qin Yuru felt a lump in her throat. She knelt down, took the cake, and enveloped her daughter in a warm embrace. As emotions swelled, someone broke the moment. "What do we need you for then?" Jiang Yun retorted playfully at Tang Zheng, igniting a wave of laughter from the crowd. "Are you suffering from glaucoma or cataracts? Can't you see that this large cake has been sliced into pieces?" Tang Zheng shot back, causing even more laughter to erupt. Who would have thought that the former son-in-law of the Qin family possessed such wit? It seemed he had endured for too long and was finally bursting forth. Jiang Yun joined in, playfully lunging at Tang Zheng and seizing a piece of the delectable-looking cake, exclaiming with delight, This is delicious. What type of cake is this?" Fragrant, smooth, sweet, rich, with a gentle yet textured transformation, the flavor transcends mere sweetness. The addition of cocoa powder introduces a subtle bitterness, rendering the taste even more distinctive, infinitely more delectable than chocolate. The little ones, witnessing even the esteemed Jiang Yun competing for a taste, abandon their pretense of politeness and eagerly rush to partake. Some, with a smirk, think to themselves, all that is untried seems appealing. Once these children tire of it, will they still vie for more? Tang Zheng muses. The desserts from another realm, such as tiramisu, egg tarts, and double-skim milk, have been celebrated for over a century. Jiang Yun feels as though she might float away. In just a few bites, she finishes her portion. Noticing only a lone little puppy remains, she complains, Tang, such a delightful cake. Where did you procure it? You must share your source. Tang Zheng replies, I shall not reveal it. And what of it? Besides, it was crafted by my own hands. Jiang Yun retorts, have you come to realize how miserly you truly are? Tang Zheng counters, as if you are any more generous. Why not transfer a few million to me at once? Several adults, having sampled a mere bite of tiramisu, approached Tang Zheng to inquire about the cake's origin. Seeking introductions for their own purchases, Tang Zheng shakes his head. This was made by a dear friend of mine during his spare time. It is not available for purchase. This assertion holds merit. Might you share his contact information with us? We would like to commission him for a cake next time. Tang Zheng continues to shake his head. That is not feasible. He only creates cakes for significant figures. A retired master of desserts, he is not in need of money. If I were to share his contact with you and disturb him, he may no longer regard me. Tang Zheng ponders. These individuals are not lacking in wealth. Perhaps he could offer them similar cakes in the future? Charging tens of thousands per piece would be excessive. He is not a mercenary. So a few thousand per cake would suffice. Jiang Yun expresses doubt. Who would believe your words? The truth of my words is not the crux. The essence lies in the fact that these cakes are utterly unattainable in the marketplace. Jiang Yun adds, I already discern the ingredients used for these cakes. I shall make them myself. That would be most splendid, Tang Zheng responds, though internally he muses, if they lack the recipe and technique. Producing a similar taste and texture in the short term would mean his defeat. Above, Xiang Qiming's piano performance concludes, and fortunately, some parents graciously offer applause, creating an oddly awkward atmosphere. No matter how talented Xiang Qiming may be, without a point of comparison, what does it matter? The Mediterranean youth who had been rebuked by Tang Zheng approaches him and inquires, Tang, aside from showcasing desserts made by others, have you prepared any performances for Bayer's birthday? Perhaps playing the piano or singing a nursery rhyme? Did the former Tang Zheng play the piano? It is said he did not. He possesses no particular talents. Singing a nursery rhyme would likely be a cacophony. This individual merely seeks to embarrass Tang Zheng. Jiang Yun, still stinging from Tang Zheng's earlier retorts, quickly adds, indeed, you lack sincerity. Qin Euro seated Bauer aside, deciding to refrain from intervening since they were already divorced. Her daughter, with a pouting mouth, appeared displeased at the disparaging remarks about her father. Tang Zheng, however, chuckled, are you certain you wish to listen to children's songs? How old are you? Devoid of any sense of shame? If I were to sing a children's song, it would be solely for my daughter, not for your ears. Do you aspire to be my children? The onlookers secretly mused. When did this fellow become so adept at adapting? At that moment, an 8-year-old sister staunchly supported Tang Zheng, declaring, only those with a childish disposition would relish children's songs. Uncle, disregard these tiresome individuals. You haven't finished the story you began. Uncle, tell us a story. We won't leave tonight unless you do. Listen, how beloved Tang Zheng has become among the children. With dozens of little ones rallying behind him, who could contest him? Tang Zheng felt compelled to act, to establish a commendable and towering image for Bauer. He could not rely solely on his words for victory. Thus, he smiled and remarked, coincidentally, I can also play the piano. Indeed, in his previous life, Tang Zheng's parents, engaged in business in their county, had pressured him to learn the piano from a young age. He had passed the 10th grade of piano by the time he was in his first year of junior high school, but later, he secretly switched his major to marketing during college entrance exams. It wasn't until platforms like Douyin and other short video apps gained popularity that he returned to playing the piano for video recordings, earning clicks. Initially, with fewer individuals creating such content, he garnered some extra income. But as the competition grew, the number of views fluctuated between hundreds and thousands, rarely surpassing 100,000. Oh, you can play the piano too? What grade are you at? Wang Buoluan, feigning surprise, exclaimed, "I am so looking forward to it." He was the nephew of Wang Lin and often enjoyed teasing Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng replied, "You would be astounded if I revealed it." Wang Boluan retorted, "What level? Are you better than Qiming?" "0 level." In this world, the former Tang Zheng truly could not play the piano. The crowd gasped. That is indeed frightening. Wang Lin was seething with anger. She yearned to expel Tang Zheng, yet feared that Bauer would shun her as a grandmother from then on. Thus, she retreated to her room, unwilling to endure the torment of remaining amidst certain individuals. Observing his wife's discontent, Qin Shouqing chuckled, "You've brought this upon yourself. On Bauer's birthday, why must it be so extravagant? Now, it has rendered everyone quite awkward. Who could have known that someone was perhaps under the influence tonight? Let me offer an analogy, so do not take offense. Suppose we had just divorced a few days ago, and today coincidentally happens to be Euro's birthday. Would you not be obligated to attend? Then I would host an elaborate birthday celebration for Euro, accompanied by a young and beautiful guest. You dare. Look. Another internationally renowned double standard. In the hall, Tang Zheng took his place at the piano, casually testing a few keys before continuing. Speaking of which, Elsa, in an attempt to prevent her powers from harming anyone, turned and fled the palace, seeking a desolate place to remain forever hidden. However, wherever Elsa ventured, ice would follow, and the entire kingdom would be blanketed in snow, prompting her to tread towards the distant snow-capped mountains. Elsa harnessed her magical powers to create a splendid ice palace. The sight of the palace was breathtaking, inspiring Elsa to burst into song. At that moment, Tang Zheng began to play the piano, filling the air with a melody as crisp as the sound of ice shards colliding. A beautiful rendition of the theme from Frozen, Let It Go. Could it truly be Tang Zheng playing the piano? How enchanting! On the second floor, hearing the exquisite piano notes, Wang Lin furrowed her brow and remarked, "This level of skill seems remarkably superior to that of Xiao Xiang. Just go down and see for yourself." Her curiosity piqued. Wang Lin stepped outside, nearly losing her balance in shock. The audience below wore expressions of disbelief. When had this inept fellow learned to play the piano? Moreover, his proficiency was evidently leagues ahead of Xiang Qiming. This could not possibly be level 0. Adding a 2 in front of it would not be an exaggeration. The key was that this piece was stunning, as if it transported them into a breathtaking world of ice and snow, where the little Queen Elsa danced gracefully. This piano piece elevated the story Tang Zheng had just narrated to the children, rendering it more vivid and profound. Yet, this was not sufficient. As he continued to play, Tang Zheng began to sing, determined to give his all for his daughter. Snow glistens bright, tonight covering the mountain, leaving no trace. An isolated kingdom lies desolate. I am its queen. The wind howls like the storm within my heart. Only heaven knows the wounds I've endured. Do not let them in to see. Let it go. Let it go. There's no turning back now. Let it go. Let it go. I'll turn around and not look back. I don't care what they say. The most beautiful rendition of Let It Go is undoubtedly the original by a foreign female artist. Yet in this world, Tang Zheng sang the original, and his voice possessed a unique malleability. Unlike a female voice that could not capture Elsa's ethereal essence, his tenor exuded an indescribable charm. Even Tang Zheng himself was unaware of this potential. Previously, he had only dared to record piano pieces. His voice paled in comparison to the Tang Zheng of this world. As the song progressed towards its climax, the pitch soared and the rhythm intensified. Tang Zheng's fingers, not particularly slender and somewhat pudgy, danced across the keys with astonishing skill, suggesting years of practice. The crowd was initially stunned, then utterly entranced. They had not anticipated that a rough man could produce such a beautifully evocative song, leaving a profound impact at a 4-year-old's birthday celebration. This was the mark of a true pianist. Someone could not help but exclaim in admiration. Even if he did not win first place in a singing competition, surely he could secure a second or third. At some point, Qin Yuru's beautiful eyes had been fixed upon the figure on stage, seemingly without blinking. Once feeling a sense of unfamiliarity towards him, she now found him utterly unrecognizable. She appeared to perceive a certain charm emanating from Tang Zheng. Qin Bauer's eyes, resembling lustrous black pearls, sparkled with admiration and pride. My father is the best in the world. He is certainly no weakling. Jiang Yun mused, astonished that she could find a lure in this foul-mouthed wastrel. As he sang, Tang Zheng transformed from merely performing to expressing the sentiments of his former comrades, conveying a message of liberation from obsession with that woman. Let it be, let it be. he declared, turning away from lingering attachments. Xiang Qiming questioned his presence at this gathering, pondering if, after tonight, everyone might conclude that he was less significant than even a pathetic son-in-law. Indeed, the band invited by Wang Lin was even more forgettable, hardly making an impression. Chapter 10. Deliberate provocation. Guests departed, each shrouded in a mix of bewilderment and shock. The little friends were the most reluctant to leave, insisting that Tang Zheng finish the remaining tales before they would consider departing. Reluctantly, he opted to downplay the story of his sister Anna and focus instead on Elsa's narrative. He dared not reveal that there was, in fact, a sequel to Frozen. To avoid future complications, the 8-year-old girl, Qin Baoer's cousin, a plump little one named Wu Kersin, resolutely declared she would not leave tonight, insisting on sleeping alongside Baoer. Jiang Yun also lingered, currently in Qin Yuru's bathroom, bathing while remarking, "Uru, don't you think your ex-husband just seemed to be possessed by something?" He wasn't possessed. He merely sought to convey his message through this story and song. He no longer cares. That's rather relieving, actually. I was worried he might spiral into despair. Qin Yuru retorted with a cold smile. The Tang family certainly has a knack for concealment. Let it be, Jiang Yun hummed lightly. Here I am, an adult, finding enjoyment in this children's tale. This suggests the story has been meticulously crafted. Furthermore, have you noticed? Your ex-husband's piano skills surpass Xiang Qiming's by far. When did he secretly learn to play? Has he been practicing for years? And most importantly, whether it's songwriting or composing, unless one is a genius, it is utterly impossible to achieve such feats in mere days. Surely, he must have dedicated time to practice, indicating he anticipated your divorce long before, enlisting help to craft lyrics and melodies, all to shine in a grand setting like tonight. Despite Jiang Yun's elaborate assertions, Qin Yuru remained icy. Are you done? It's my turn to wash now. I've no desire to listen to your prattle any longer. Fine. I shall not meddle in your affairs any longer, Jiang Yun replied, only to follow up with, has he not returned yet? My father is conversing with him in the living room, and Baoer has forbidden him to leave tonight, insisting that Tang Jing take her to the amusement park at dawn. Oh, then I shall go see. Jiang Yun was now utterly intrigued by Tang Zheng. In the living room, after the guests had departed, Qin Shouqing engaged in conversation with his former son-in-law for half an hour. He began to sense something amiss. This young man had become far more cunning than before. Despite engaging in extensive conversation, they never seemed to arrive at the crux of any matter. There was a noticeable lack of the former respect he had displayed, leaving a feeling of estrangement in the air. What are your plans moving forward? Inquired Qin Shouqing. Tang Zheng replied, let us discuss it in a few months. Is that piece of land truly off the table? That decision is beyond my authority, he responded. When did you learn to play the piano? During university. There was an elective course offered for free. I took it for a semester. Do you harbor any resentment towards Yuro? When love fades, resentment dissipates as well. Coincidentally, Jiang Yun, clad in her pajamas, descended the stairs and overheard this remark, promptly entering her confrontational mode. It only took a few days for you to stop loving her? The heart of a man changes so swiftly. You've certainly developed feelings for that young girl from the other day, haven't you? I refuse to engage in conversation with you. Humph, do you think I wish to converse with you? If it weren't for the matter concerning Aro, I wouldn't bother with you at all. So, what is the point? Aro and I are already divorced. There is no connection left. Then why do you still provoke me? Doesn't a former husband and wife still share a bond? I've stepped back to facilitate your relationship. What more do you desire? I'm not a therapist. Facilitating your relationship? I'm not a therapist. After a few exchanges, Jiang Yun found herself bested once again. This man, who once was no match for her verbally, had evidently undergone some transformation. Perhaps he had been cast aside by Aro and was now unraveling. Qin Shouqing chuckled softly and remarked, Ah, Tang, if you continue to handle the Qingyang real estate project, how would you feel about earning a 5% profit once the partnership is established and the development succeeds? The profits from this project will not fall below 1.5 billion. Tang Zheng, smiling, declined, saying, my daughter has no interest in inheriting my family's wealth. Why should I exert myself? Implicitly suggesting that it would be sufficient for Baoer to inherit the Qin family's fortune instead. Jiang Yun sneered. Now I understand why you are so eager to ingratiate yourself with Baoer tonight. It was all for this ulterior motive. Relying on your daughter to inherit the family wealth is truly shameless. Had he not promised Baoer to take her to the amusement park the following morning, Tang Zheng would have left long ago. This bothersome Jiang Yun needed to be dealt with. Watching Tang Zheng's retreating figure, Jiang Yun swiftly began to gossip. Uncle Qin, did you hear that? This man is a complete scoundrel. You must be cautious. Qin Shouqing merely chuckled without replying, his mind crystal clear. The reasons behind the children's divorce had certainly been the subject of much gossip around Yuro. This child had previously dated a young man from a poor background, only to find that he was spending her money on other women. This was a problem that required resolution. The following day, Tang Zheng spent the entire day at the amusement park with his daughter and Wu Kersen. On the third day, which was Monday morning, after dropping the two children off at school, he returned home. While driving midway, he received a text from Jiang Yun. The project you were responsible for last year has unclear accounts. Will you return immediately to address this? Or will you wait for a lawyer's notice? Tang Zheng promptly returned the call to Jiang Yun, but after several attempts, the other party deliberately ignored him. From his past recollections, he indeed recalled a project with discrepancies in its accounts, one valued at approximately 30 million yuan, categorized as a medium-sized endeavor within the Deqin group. Without a second thought, Tang Zheng surmised that Jiang Yun was intentionally creating trouble for him. He knew her well enough to understand that Qin Yuru was not the type of woman to concern herself with such sums. If she truly valued the 30 million, she would not have granted him a divorce settlement of 20 million. Jiang, you had better not overstep your bounds. Tang Zheng mused. Realizing it was time to address this troublesome woman, an idea struck him. He would purchase a digital camera first. After acquiring the camera, he leisurely drove to the Deqin group, heading straight for Jiang Yun's office. Jiang Yun's father was a major shareholder of the Deqin group, thus she, like Qin Yuru, had ascended to a high-ranking leadership position at a young age. Oh, you arrived quite promptly, Jiang Yun remarked nonchalantly while checking her reflection in the mirror. Unlike Qin Yuru, who donned formal attire daily, today she wore a rose-red suit that exuded warmth with a hint of sweetness. If only Jiang Yun were not so acerbic. She would indeed be the epitome of perfection, coming from a prestigious family, possessing a high education, and being remarkably attractive. What discrepancies are there in the accounts? Tang Zheng asked directly. Jiang Yun set aside her mirror and tossed a document toward him, saying, "You'll know once you take a look." However, Tang Zheng did not even glance at it. Instead, he picked it up and tossed it back, inadvertently knocking over a cup of freshly brewed coffee beside her. The coffee splattered everywhere, some even staining Jiang Yun's clothing. Infuriated, she exclaimed, "Tang, are you tired of living?" Quickly grabbing a paper towel, she attempted to clean the stains, but only succeeded in making them worse, prompting her to head to the restroom to wash up. Seizing the opportunity while Jiang Yun was away, Tang Zheng swiftly retrieved his digital camera, activated the recording function, and discreetly positioned it behind a potted plant. In the Deqin group, executives at the director level and above had private offices devoid of surveillance cameras. After completing this task, Tang Zheng took the document and exited Jiang Yun's office, calling for the cleaning lady to assist in tidying up her desk. Approximately 5 minutes later, Jiang Yun returned, visibly irate. Upon seeing Tang Zheng in the hallway, perusing the very document she had tossed at him, with the cleaning lady attending to her desk, she scoffed. "I thought you weren't afraid. Let me inform you. This project is valued at 30 million. However, thus far, the group has only recouped 8 million, leaving 22 million unaccounted for. We have reason to suspect that you have embezzled these funds. Now, you have two options. Either promptly repay the 22 million, or await a lawsuit from our group for misappropriating company assets through your position. Should that occur, not only will you need to return the money, but you may also face imprisonment." Jiang Yun had long calculated Tang Zheng's total assets, accounting for the 20 million settlement from his divorce with Yuru and the savings of over 1 million he had accumulated over the years. Together with his car, his total wealth should amount to around 22 million. What a fierce woman. Chapter 11. Please manage your woman. In the past, Tang Zheng would have been utterly exasperated by this, but the current Tang Zheng, embodying the spirit of a theatrical performer, donned a playful demeanor and said with a grin, "Don't make a scene. Others are watching. Who is making a scene with you? Don't act all playful with me. We are not that familiar." Jiang Yun retorted with an expression of disdain. "Do you still want to eat the little puppy cake from yesterday? I'll personally make it for you tonight. How does that sound?" Tang Zheng spoke in a coaxing tone, as if addressing a child, while signaling the cleaning lady to step outside. "I'll personally make you a cake tonight." Such words could easily lead to misunderstandings among others. Jiang Yun assumed Tang Zheng was conceding to her, thus she continued, "Oh? So it turns out those cakes were not made by some pastry master, but by you? Have you ever spoken the truth, Tang Zheng? I don't recall. However, the next few sentences I utter will undoubtedly be the truth. That dress you're wearing today truly compliments your elegance. Oh, and what kind of elegance do you think I possess? You think a few compliments will make me go easy on you? Like that of a lilac. Tang Zheng's words flowed as smoothly as honey. His intention not to soften Jiang Yun's resolve to drop the lawsuit, but rather to draw closer to her. Let me see if you carry the scent of lilacs. Get away. Startled, Jiang Yun quickly stood up from her chair and hurriedly stepped back. Unbeknownst to her, she was suddenly tripped by something and was about to fall when Tang Zheng swiftly extended his left hand to embrace her waist. Was that intentional? Jiang Yun seethed, regaining her balance and forcefully pushing Tang Zheng away. Tang Zheng replied, "Of course it was intentional. I do not initiate conflict unless provoked, but if someone offends me, I shall retaliate." Did you capture this splendid scene? Outside the office, the cleaning lady had not ventured far. She was mopping the floor. She had already mopped it once that morning, but she had just overheard Tang Zheng mention that he would personally make a cake for Jiang Yun tonight. The commotion in the office was so significant that it spread like wildfire. Now, nearly all employees of the Dechin Group were aware of Tang Zheng and Qin Yuru's divorce, yet the reasons behind it remained a mystery. Various versions of the story were circulating. The swift dissemination of news regarding their divorce was largely thanks to the cleaning ladies. In their daily tasks of collecting trash, sweeping restrooms, and dusting desks, they became purveyors of gossip. And the cleaning lady summoned by Tang Zheng was a veritable gossip dynamo. Do you truly wish for me to watch you fall and become incapacitated? Such a thankless woman. Perhaps he did not intentionally trip her, Jiang Yun mused, and thus decided to toy with this vexing man. You should go make that cake. When you produce one that satisfies me, then we can continue our conversation. There's no rush. Tang Zheng casually chatted with Jiang Yun for a few minutes, seizing the opportunity when she was distracted to stealthily retrieve his digital camera before slipping away. Still wish to indulge in cake? Prepare for the headlines. Shortly after Tang Zheng's departure, Jiang Yun left her office to confront Qin Yuru about the matter. She spoke incessantly for 5 or 6 minutes, only for Qin Yuru to ask her 3 words in response. Are you idle? Qin Yuru believed that now that they were divorced, there should be no further entanglements. Even if Tang Zheng were to become a renowned pianist or a celebrated singer, it would bear no relevance to her. Moreover, the sum of 22 million was trivial for the Dechin Group. Most importantly, she and Tang Zheng had parted ways without any fault on his part. If she were to leave Tang Zheng with nothing, the repercussions of such an act would tarnish both their families and the group's reputation. Furthermore, there was no evidence to suggest that Tang Zheng had embezzled the funds. He would likely only be responsible for 1/3 of the project. Their group represented the principal party, while another party would also share the burden equally. Thus, Qin Yuru perceived Jiang Yun's actions as unnecessary meddling. Unable to tolerate Jiang Yun's demeanor, which was met with indifference, she retreated to her office. However, come 3 o'clock in the afternoon, calamity struck. Qin Yuru received a text message. Please keep your woman in check. Check your email. It was from an unknown number. Confused, Qin Yuru wondered if the sender had mistakenly contacted her. Perhaps they meant to refer to their daughter? Had Bauer gotten into another dispute with her classmates? Out of curiosity, she promptly logged into her personal email. What she discovered left her utterly bewildered. Several photographs awaited her, one depicting Tang Zheng embracing Jiang Yun at the waist, both appearing intimately close, with Jiang Yun radiating joy. What on earth were these chaotic images? In that fleeting moment, Qin Yuru felt as though she had been betrayed by her closest friend. It made sense now. Jiang Yun had been incessantly disparaging Tang Zheng before her, seemingly with ulterior motives. No. Qin Yuru was a remarkably composed woman. She quickly discerned the underlying deceit. The attire Jiang Yun wore appeared to be newly bought, donned for the first time at the office today. She continued to scroll down. Select a title from below. The truth behind the Dechin Group's high-profile divorce case begins to emerge. Suspicions arise of Qin Yuru's friend's interference. When did these two engage in their clandestine affair? A cleaning lady within the group witnessed everything. The man cast out by the beautiful CEO stunned everyone at his daughter's birthday party with a rendition of Let It Go. A marketing director who cannot craft a title is not a good marketing director. Snap! Qin Yuru slammed her hand on the table with such force that it left her palm tingling. She had never felt as infuriated as she did in that moment. You ungrateful, despicable dog, Tang. Upon seeing the affectionate photographs of Tang Zheng and Jiang Yun, her first thought was to suspect that the two were entangled in an affair. Let us not even mention the myriad of oblivious netizens online who remain indifferent to the truth. The photographs they behold represent a misconstrued reality. The ex-husband of the general manager of the Dechin Group has, unbeknownst to many, clandestinely formed a liaison with a female vice president of the same group, which has led to the disintegration of their marriage. Once these elusive images are disseminated across the internet, what repercussions shall ensue? The reason the divorce between her and Tang Zheng has not graced the headlines is due to the significant sums of money the group has expended to suppress the news. In order to protect its reputation, such salacious gossip from the upper echelons is inherently unresolvable, only serving to deepen the shadows of suspicion. There once were two stars, a man and a woman, who fortuitously checked into the same hotel, only to be captured by the prying eyes of paparazzi. Qin Yuro promptly contacted Tang Zheng, questioning the absurdity of the situation. Yet, Tang Zheng retorted, "This is a question you ought to be asking," insisting on his innocence. In a fit of rage, Qin Yuro abandoned her genteel demeanor, exclaiming, "You are pushing my patience." Tang Zheng, maintaining a calm demeanor, replied, "Therefore, I suggest you manage your woman. Will you demand a compensation of 22 million, or will your group suffer losses in the billions? I have stated before, post-divorce, we shall maintain a respectful distance." Silenced by her fury, Qin Yuro hung up, vowing silently, "Tang, you are indeed something. Should you encounter difficulties in the future, do not come seeking my assistance. I had underestimated you." Subsequently, she attempted to reach Jiang Yun by phone, but upon failure, requested her assistant to summon Jiang Yun to her office. At that moment, Jiang Yun was in the restroom, her exit delayed as she overheard two cleaning ladies conversing, their discussion seemingly pertaining to her. Is Tang Zheng personally preparing a cake for Vice President Jiang tonight? How curious. Why not for the general manager? Oh, how foolish of me to forget. Tang Zheng and the general manager are divorced. Could it be that Tang Zheng and Vice President Jiang have been secretly involved all along? Alas, one cannot discern the true nature of a person by their appearance. How unfortunate that the general manager considered Vice President Jiang a close confidant. I fail to comprehend what is so admirable about Tang Zheng that Vice President Jiang would be involved with him. Yet, little do they know, just 2 nights prior, at the celebration of his daughter's birthday, Tang Zheng showcased his remarkable talents. He is indeed a man of substance. Chapter 12. The exorbitant dessert. Hearing such gossip, Jiang Yun began to reflect on Tang Zheng's words and actions from earlier that day, growing increasingly uneasy. Had she been ensnared in a trap? Upon entering Qin Yuro's office and viewing the photographs, she was consumed by rage, trembling and struggling to breathe. Who is he trying to defame? If he dares to release those photographs, we shall sue him for defamation. That Tang fellow must have been secretly recording me. His initial ploy of spilling my coffee was quite clever. Just wait, for you have provoked my wrath. He surely would have left no evidence behind, and yet, countless netizens would soon inundate him with scorn. What, then, is his true intention? It is not about what he desires, but rather, what you intend to do. Why do you seek trouble with him? She scoffed. You, surnamed Tang, had better not fall into my hands. After Jiang Yun's departure, Qin Yuru called her father. Not long ago, hadn't the Tang family provided him with a recording of a conversation? Perhaps this underhanded tactic could pressure Qingyang Real Estate into conceding the project to them. However, this time, Qin Shouqing advised her to abandon the project. He had consulted several professional appraisal companies, and their estimations for development costs exceeded the figures provided by the auction house by several magnitudes. The land, spanning over 9,000 acres, approximately 6 square kilometers, would require leveling to the same elevation as the nearby residential area several kilometers away, ensuring that the vehicles parked beneath the buildings would not be inundated by sudden floods. The construction of a drainage system alone would necessitate substantial financial investment. Assuming an average fill height of 20 meters across the 6 square kilometers, how many truckloads of soil or sand would be required? It seemed that Qingyang Real Estate had realized these challenges during construction, which led them to relinquish half of the land. They were evidently in search of a gullible investor. Qin Yuru retrieved a calculator and began to tally the costs. A truckload of soil or sand is roughly 5 cubic meters. While soil is inexpensive, sand is relatively costly. Yet transportation fees remain the same, costing several hundred per truckload. She soon ceased her calculations, for the total would be astronomical. One thing puzzled her. Could a parking garage not be constructed above the ground floors? It could indeed. However, the cost would still be exorbitant. First, the 20 meters would only suffice for the foundation, and each building would need to allocate at least 2 or 3 floors for parking. Fortunately, Xiao Tang had previously alerted her to these considerations. Tang Zheng. He had been involved in discussions regarding this project. If he had identified these issues sooner, he would have leveraged them to negotiate with Qingyang Real Estate. Qin Yuru rubbed her temples, finding it hard to believe that Tang Zheng was the one who recognized the problem. They were all aware of the drainage issues associated with this land. They simply had not anticipated the severity of the situation. Do you not think that after his near-death experience, Xiao Tang seems like a different person? Perhaps he has gained new insights, not merely transformed. She had nearly been driven to frustration by Tang Zheng moments ago. Soon, a colossal typhoon, rated at level 12, would provide them with their answer. The weather forecast indicated that the storm would make landfall in Ningzhou City in 3 days. Yet, none of this concerned Tang Zheng. He had just received a message from Jiang Yun. You have one. Tang Zheng chose not to respond to Jiang Yun, wishing to sever ties with such a woman, and instead focused on purchasing more ingredients to create egg tarts and tiramisu. 7 parents had personally called him to place orders. He did not inflate his prices, charging only 5,888 for each order. In total, he garnered 41,216 yuan from 7 customers. After all, scarcity elevates value. Furthermore, these affluent parents were hardly lacking in funds. Was it not true that Napoleon once regarded aluminum bowls as treasures? The package included the standard offerings for Bauer's birthday, a large tiramisu, a puppy cake, and 32 egg tarts. Tang Zheng did not seek collaboration with dessert shops, nor did he hire staff immediately. He simply needed to complete the delivery in 2 days. Today, he prepared the necessary materials and packaging, intending to commence production the following morning. Unexpectedly, for affluent clients emerged the next day, allowing Tang Zheng to amass over 60,000 in just 2 days. Even after accounting for expenses such as the oven, cake ingredients, packaging, and delivery, his total costs amounted to less than 10,000. After completing the final delivery the day after tomorrow, the weather in Ningzhou changed dramatically as a typhoon approached. Considering the unsuitability of venturing out during such weather, Tang Zheng stocked up on supplies for 5 days. He longed to invite Bao over to prepare delicious meals and share stories, but he suspected the Qin family would not consent. When the typhoon finally made landfall, fierce winds and torrential rains enveloped the area, casting an apocalyptic gloom. Though confined indoors, Tang Zheng remained industrious, delving into the realm of e-commerce and online culture. At present, the threshold for registering an online store is quite low, and distinctions between C stores and B stores are virtually non-existent. Currently, there are only 3 mainstream e-commerce platforms in Xiaoguo, with market shares of 6-3-1, predominantly focusing on apparel, footwear, bags, and other minor commodities. Social networks primarily revolve around blogs, and the platform known as with Weibo just beginning to gain traction. The true advent of smartphones has yet to occur, meaning that apps are non-existent. Tang Zheng harbored no grand ambitions. He merely wished to acquire a few more properties and marry someone of equal standing. He would never again allow himself to be the naive Hang Zheng who risked everything for the approval and respect of others. Opening an online store to sell toys seemed like an excellent choice, starting with characters from the Frozen series. Inspired, Tang Zheng began designing using graphic software on his computer. Initially unfamiliar with the design tools of this world, he spent an entire day meticulously exploring the software to discover the location of various functions and how to utilize shortcuts. Consequently, his progress was somewhat laborious. Previously, he had underestimated the utility of the memory playback function, but now he appreciated its allure. Human memory is inherently limited. If Tang Zheng aimed to accurately recall a 3D image of Elsa, he would inevitably make errors in proportion. Now, having spent 5,000 points, he could visualize Elsa in 3D within his mind, merely needing to replicate her likeness. The memory playback function could also automatically generate Elsa in his mind, contingent upon a deduction of 3,000 points. After several days of intensive work, Tang Zheng successfully rendered Elsa, Anna, Kristoff, Olaf, Sven, the reindeer, and the trolls in their entirety. By this time, the typhoon had long since passed, with only the occasional light rain remaining. In fact, the winds had ceased yesterday. Prompting Tang Zheng to take his digital camera and drive to the land, he had successfully bid for at Changshan, capturing footage of the site. Indeed, when confronted with torrential rain. The low-lying areas become inundated as the surrounding floodwaters converge there, rendering drainage a formidable challenge. The land owned by Qingyang Real Estate swiftly transforms into a vast expanse of water. Today, Tang Zheng ventured out once more to capture this on video. Although the rainfall has subsided, there remains no sign of the flood receding. Numerous vehicles and pedestrians line the roads, stranded due to a submerged section of the highway. Unable to return home, even though their abodes lie just ahead, Tang Zheng waits, pondering whether anyone has reported this incident. If not, he will devise a plan. He feels compelled to inform the nation that anyone daring enough to purchase property in this community risks having their homes and vehicles easily submerged. Rectifying this issue would undoubtedly inflate the developer's costs manifold, ultimately burdening the consumers. The individuals at Qingyang Real Estate have treated him like a fool, leading him astray and causing him distress, and he intends to hold them accountable. This shall serve as a form of retribution for the former Tang Zheng. Chapter 13. Why do I keep thinking of him? During these days of typhoon winds, several parents have called, seeking to purchase tiramisu, drawn by its deliciousness, which has led them to deem the price somewhat acceptable. Tang Zheng contemplates establishing a membership system. Continuously selling at 58.88 is unwise, as no one is foolish. Sustaining such high prices will inevitably diminish repeat customers. If one purchases thrice at 58.88, they could enjoy a discount of 40 or even 50. To forego profit would be sheer folly. Tang Zheng decides to bestow a charming name upon his dessert venture, Tang's Sweets. He recalls a renowned dessert brand from his previous life, aptly named Manji Sweets. There is no need for an overly complicated brand name. He merely needs to invest effort into the character Tang, designing a logo that is aesthetically pleasing, artistically resonant, simple, and memorable. Subsequently, he must develop a comprehensive visual identity system, which primarily entails business cards, packaging boxes, and bags. For this, he must seek out advertising and packaging companies. Additionally, obtaining a business license and trademark registration proves to be quite the hassle. It appears he will need to hire staff after all. Tang Zheng is reluctant to employ many individuals for the dessert shop, as he wishes to sell these luxurious confections to affluent parents. By employing a social circle marketing strategy, he can undoubtedly cultivate an air of mystery. If he were to establish a dessert shop on the commercial street near his home, selling a small puppy cake for 58.88, how many ordinary people would dare to make a purchase? He fears that if he hires someone with ulterior motives who learns his craft, they might resign and start their own venture, selling at a mere 588. That would surely infuriate him. He does not require a large staff. 2 or 3 dedicated individuals will suffice, but their loyalty must be unwavering. Thankfully, through the Qin family, he has met several wealthy individuals, and he intends to profit from this demographic, lest he find himself facing their wrath when a trending puppy cake is sold for 28 in a year's time. In the Qin family's living room, Zhang Yun has heard whispers of Tang Zheng selling desserts in his circle and wishes to place an order. However, fearing that Tang Zheng might refuse her request, she contemplates enlisting Qin Euro to intervene on her behalf. Aru felt it was futile to call Erwan. She was too embarrassed to voice her request. Instead, she considered seeking assistance from your daughter, perhaps even for free. Selling at 5,888 per portion. It was indeed a heartless scheme. Tang Zheng did not wish for his daughter to indulge in sweets frequently. Thus, consulting Bauer would prove fruitless. In Qin Yuru's mind, it was commendable that Tang Zheng could swiftly emerge from the shadows of divorce and engage in business pursuits. After all, he had a life ahead of him to continue living. 2 million could hardly last a lifetime in Ning City. It was peculiar. Why had he been thinking of him so often lately? On the 6th day after the typhoon, at 11 a.m., Tang Zheng felt a sense of disappointment. He had not come across any news coverage regarding the Qingyang real estate debacle on television, in newspapers, or online. It seemed he would have to take matters into his own hands. He had promised to restore the reputation of the former Tang Zheng. Meanwhile, in the office of the general manager at Qingyang Real Estate, Sun Qingdong inquired of Zhou, "I heard that Tang Zheng can play the piano and sing?" That night, no one from the Sun family attended Qin Bauer's birthday. Zhou chuckled lightly. Who knows? Perhaps he recorded an audio beforehand, sitting at the piano pretending to perform. In 2 weeks, the renowned pianist Lang Ning is set to hold a concert at the Ning City Music Hall. Wouldn't it be amusing if we could arrange for him to participate and reveal his true self? A spineless wretch, who could collapse from a single bottle of liquor, might manage to play a simple melody, but to claim he was more skilled than Xiang Qiming was laughable. That's an excellent idea, Sun Qingdong replied. If he truly possesses that talent, why would he resort to selling desserts? Indeed, such a deeply insecure man, driven by his pitiable vanity, could stoop to any lengths. By the way, Mr. Sun, I've heard that the reason Tang agreed to the divorce was that Qin Yuru offered him 20 million. Hold on. I need to take an important call. After the call, Sun Qingdong chuckled. It seems we're not the only ones eyeing Tang Zheng's 20 million. Now, not only has he lost the support of the Qin family, but he has also incurred the wrath of Xiang Qiming, the heir of the Haigang Port Group. Xiang Qiming has tasked me with ensuring that this Tang fellow becomes destitute. Sun Qingdong, who had once ardently pursued Qin Yuru, still harbored resentment that Qin Shouqing had married his daughter to a worthless orphan. He had yet to swallow that bitter pill. Jolina suggested, Mr. Sun, it would be best to introduce him to a couple of disastrous projects, ensuring he invests all his money. Good idea. For the next few days, you should focus solely on finding a few terrible projects to deceive him into investing. Unbeknownst to them, Tang Zheng was currently in an inconspicuous internet cafe. Having registered an account on YouTube, he had uploaded videos he had filmed over the past few days, meticulously edited, and even included a classic poem within the video. At present, registering an account on various platforms in Xia country did not require real name verification, making it convenient and eliminating concerns of being traced. The video was titled, What is the most distant distance in the world? The video was successfully uploaded and passed the review. After confirming its accuracy, Tang Zheng played it once. Minutes later, he used 2 alternate accounts to leave comments and shared the video link on popular forums on YouTube, as well as in several private groups. He also found a way to send the link to several major competitors of Qingyang real estate. After completing these actions, he suddenly burst into laughter, exclaiming, Who is this? Truly talented. The greatest distance in the world is not between life and death, but rather the situation where I stand before you. Yet you remain unaware of my love for you. The greatest distance is not merely standing in front of you without you knowing I love you, but rather the knowledge of mutual love, yet the inability to be together. The greatest distance is not homelessness, but rather having a home one cannot return to. Home may lie just ahead, yet one must take a boat to reach it. Why is returning home so challenging? When Tang Zheng filmed this video, he did not solely focus on the plot of land owned by Qingyang Real Estate. Nearby, there was a stretch of road that had also been submerged by floodwaters. Private cars, buses, motorcycles, and pedestrians were all unable to pass, leaving everyone to lament their helplessness. Tang Zheng's filming was not overly professional, as excessive expertise might lead others to suspect ulterior motives. He needed to capture the scene from the perspective of an ordinary passerby. The hard drive of this internet cafe contained numerous downloads, primarily from male patrons transferring files to an MP4 format. Today, Tang Zheng was dressed flamboyantly, leading others to assume he was one of them. Consequently, several friends, intrigued by Tang Zheng reciting poetry, approached to listen. Coincidentally, someone recognized the location depicted in the video. Isn't this the land auctioned by a real estate company named Qing something? And it's been flooded again. Who penned this poem? Remarkably talented. While waiting for their downloads to finish, the patrons of the internet cafe searched for the video on YouTube, with some even leaving comments. After all, they had nothing else to occupy their time. Tang Zheng's alternate accounts were new, so he needed some older accounts to lend credibility and avoid suspicion. He understood that relying solely on his personal shares and the few clicks and comments from the internet cafe patrons would not suffice. He hoped that the competitors of Qingyang Real Estate would see the video and take immediate action. He first commented using an account named Wandering Loach. The teacher said to Xiaoming, "Please use sad." In a sentence, Xiaoming replied, "Teacher, there is a small river in front of my house, and it is very sad. I heard that soon a house will be built here. It seems that buying a home will require a boat. Otherwise, without a boat, returning home will be too difficult." 3 minutes later, another account commented, as if you're wealthy enough to afford a house. Do you know that the land needs to be leveled before constructing buildings? The costs are astronomical. Plus, being so close to the city center, the price per square meter for a bare shell apartment will likely exceed 30,000. Can you really afford that? Smoking cigarettes that cost merely 2 yuan a pack. Indulging in instant noodles priced at 3 yuan. Earning a meager living akin to selling cabbages, yet harboring the audacity of a purveyor of fine powder. This individual is deliberately inciting a war of words among netizens. The comment about being extraordinarily handsome is tantamount to hurling insults at numerous internet users. The witty and unyielding response from a netizen, questioning the validity of such confidence, implies that perhaps one is too ashamed to show their face. This commentary starkly illustrates the dismal state of our nation's 9-year compulsory education, as it appears to have failed miserably. Resorting to insults so readily guarantees a future devoid of friends. Chapter 14. How did it become popular? As anticipated, the spectators, amused by the banter and jests exchanged, began to upvote and comment on the posts of these two individuals. Tang Zheng refrained from hastily responding, opting to wait a few minutes, for crafting a comment requires time. However, during this brief interlude, a formidable competitor of Qingyang real estate, upon viewing an anonymously sent video, discreetly contacted the CEO of YouTube, requesting assistance in promoting this brief video to the homepage. Furthermore, this CEO instructed their public relations department to stir up some excitement. He pondered why they had not thought to do this sooner. This poem achieved a remarkable critique score of 100, and the ensuing comments further fueled the verbal skirmish. Bored, Jiang Yun decided to peruse the YouTube website for recent shows and stumbled upon the homepage. Oh, isn't this the land belonging to Qingyang Group? The most distant distance in the world indeed. This poem is splendid. Yet, upon reading further, home is clearly just ahead, and yet you still need to take a boat to return. The description was strikingly apt. Unable to quell her curiosity, she immediately scrolled down to read the comments. Earning a living akin to selling cabbages, too ashamed to show one's face? Just how dismal is the state of 9-year compulsory education? The sharp tongues of these individuals are simply too ruthless, their insults devoid of profanity. At this moment, Tang Zheng's uploaded video had garnered over 30,000 views and a mere handful of comments. The highest number of likes for the two jesters, the handsome one with no friends and the witty one, was merely 120. Tang Zheng employed contemporary internet slang and humorous anecdotes, which, regardless of the era or country, have won the hearts of netizens with their concise and vivid expressions. Spreading rapidly among the populace. The popularity of internet vernacular stems from its relatability, reflecting a certain reality and vividly embodying the sentiments of netizens at that moment. Phrases such as "let us set a small goal," "earn 100 million first," "I'm feeling blue," and "life is so hard" resonate strongly. Whenever she encountered something amusing, Jiang Yun would eagerly share it with Qin Yuru. Arua, if you were to use the phrase "feeling sad" in a sentence, how would you do so? Qin Yuru replied, "Seeing you lazing about all day makes me quite sad. Arua, speaking like this will leave you friendless. What brings you here? What matter do you wish to discuss?" When did this woman become so humorous in her speech? She began reciting a line from a video titled "The greatest distance in the world is not life and death, but standing before you while you remain unaware of my love," and was immediately captivated by its beauty. How remarkable is this person's talent? Jiang Yun exclaimed. Let me tell you, the comments below are even more fascinating. One line that has stuck with me is, "What a failure the 9-year compulsory education system is. From now on, I shall use it to insult your ex-husband." Qin Yuru smiled, but remained silent, as if a thought had crossed her mind. She proceeded to read the comments, one of which made her burst into laughter. "It's entirely my fault for not fulfilling my responsibilities as a father and failing to educate him properly. I will take him away now." Who would have thought one could insult someone and themselves simultaneously? It was truly a mix of humor and absurdity. Aro, don't you find this strange? Why is this video trending on the homepage? Jiang Yun pondered aloud. And take a look at these comments. Over 9,000 acres, covering 6 square kilometers, needs to be raised by 20 meters to avoid flooding. How many truckloads of earth will it take to fill this? Without addressing the flooding issues, who would dare to purchase a home here? Even parking a car is a risk. One must always be prepared with a lifeboat. Another netizen incisively remarked. The surrounding water naturally flows into this alluvial plain. If this land is filled, where will the water from other neighborhoods go? During a typhoon and heavy rains, won't it easily lead to flooding in other communities? This land is simply unsuitable for development. If it were feasible and so close to the city center, it would have been developed long ago, wouldn't it? Why wait until now? One more user suggested, how about creating a water city or raising fish and crayfish? In any case, Qingyang real estate has certainly gained attention, but with it, challenges have arisen. Mr. Sun, I suppose you never anticipated this day would arrive, did you? You were quite smug when you seized this land, Jiang Yun remarked, refreshing the page once more. Just before her arrival, the views were at 30,000. Now, they had skyrocketed to 250,000. Over 600 comments. Qin Yuru pondered whether her ex-husband could be behind this. Logically, he had never been adept at such manipulations. Nor did he possess the capability to elevate this video to the homepage, let alone craft so many humorous lines. So who could it be? Was it her father who had hired someone, or perhaps a competitor of Qingyang Real Estate? Although her father had a good rapport with the chairman of Qingyang Real Estate, he would likely not resort to such tactics. Qin Yuru was indifferent to who was orchestrating the situation from behind the scenes. She only knew that if Qingyang Real Estate could not effectively address the drainage issues of this land, it would severely undermine the determination of potential buyers. Moreover, Qingyang Real Estate could no longer transfer a portion of the land at a price exceeding the bidding price by a quarter. This would undoubtedly result in a substantial loss of billions for them. Additionally, their Daqing group was on the verge of becoming a victim of misfortune. Should they secure this project at an exorbitant price and fail to complete it smoothly, dragging it out for 10 or even 8 years, the majority of the group's funds would be trapped in it, yielding a loss that far outweighed any potential gain. Due to the necessity of acquiring 4,000 acres of land at an exorbitant cost, followed by substantial investments in construction and marketing, the expenses are bound to multiply indefinitely. Fortunately, the recent typhoon has delivered rainfall double that of previous years. Otherwise, the drainage issues on this plot of land might have gone unnoticed, revealing a severity far beyond expectations, lamented Qin Yuru. Jiang Yin nodded in agreement, expressing her desire to see the expression on Sun Qingdong's face. Would it be darker than burnt rice? Should I give him a call to inquire about his well-being? If you wish to be suspected of orchestrating this, then by all means, make the call. Very well, I shall refrain from calling. However, I am now seriously suspicious that Sun Qingdong and his team were well aware of the anomalies long before, deliberately sowing disinformation to suggest a partnership with a certain company, thereby inflating prices. Your foolish ex-husband nearly fell into their trap. Qin Yuru shrugged in acknowledgement, shutting down YouTube to return to her tasks. In the office of Qingyang Real Estate, General Manager Zhou Lina was reporting to Sun Qingdong. I propose he invest in the catering industry. Rent a store for a few years, then spend a fortune on renovations and advertising. After a few months of operation, should there be any semblance of success, it is only a matter of time before a diner discovers a cockroach, coincidentally witnessed by a journalist leaving work that day. To describe Zhou Lina as possessing a heart as venomous as a viper could not be more fitting. It is hard to imagine even the former Tang Zheng, let alone the current one, would foresee her digging such a deep pit for him to stumble into. As individuals, should we not maintain some semblance of integrity? The video and commentary recently posted by Tang Zheng were neither illegal nor unethical. Had they been unlawful, the platform would not have approved his video for publication. He merely recorded a video from the perspective of an ordinary person and shared it online, then couldn't resist commenting. Engaging in illegal activities is beyond our courage. Just as they were contemplating how to ensnare Tang Zheng, the public relations manager rushed in, her expression fraught with anxiety, forgetting even to knock. General Sun, we have a crisis. What has caught fire? Sun Qingdong thought, isn't being on fire a good thing? Why the panic? You should quickly check YouTube. A minute later, Sun Qingdong slammed his palm on the table in frustration. What concern is it of yours whether our land is submerged? How we develop it is none of your business. You who merely smoke $2 cigarettes. The handsome figure who is friendless speaks the truth. Worrying over trifles is unnecessary. The public relations manager felt helpless. General Sun, it is precisely this friendless handsome figure who is deliberately inciting trouble, stirring the pot, which has led to a frenzy of comments. At this moment, the video has amassed 430,000 views, and the comments have surpassed 1,000. One comment from a user named Lang Niqiao alone has garnered over 5,000 likes. Sun Qingdong said sternly, can you find a way to have this video removed from YouTube? At the very least, it must not appear on the homepage. Everyone will know. Before he could finish, his phone rang. It was his father calling. Hello? Dad. As soon as the call was connected, the other party unleashed a torrent of invective upon him. Sun Qingdong waved his hand, signaling the two to exit. Dad, this time, I truly cannot be blamed. Who would have anticipated that this typhoon would be so ferocious, with rainfall surpassing any previous storm? Please, do not rush. Qin Yuru also desires this project. Do you think Qin Yuru is as easily deceived as that fool Tang Zheng? If you had not meddled with these trivialities from the start, we would have already sold that dilapidated plot of land at a premium price. Let bygones be bygones. I cannot be bothered to pursue the past. Ignore the videos and comments on YouTube. If you attempt to have the video taken down now, it will only make us appear guilty, providing those with ill intentions an opportunity to exploit the situation. Matters on the internet seldom remain heated for long. After hanging up, Sun Qingdong felt that he could not let this matter rest, as he could not swallow his indignation. Therefore, he immediately instructed someone to investigate who had filmed the video. It was likely that they would not uncover the culprit within a day or two. For now, venting his frustration on that Tang fellow would suffice. Chapter 15. Deceiving him into investment. The target of Sun Qingdong's ire, Tang Zheng, had already departed from the seedy internet cafe. Before leaving, he had indeed copied a few good films onto his USB drive. Tang Zheng had no choice, as a companion nearby was occasionally peering at him while he occupied this dubious establishment, wasting his money on watching YouTube. It was worth noting that this grimy cafe charged 7 yuan per hour, while other legitimate cafes only charged 35. Located in the urban village, the internet cafe was inaccessible by vehicle, forcing Tang Zheng to park at a nearby lot. After walking for about 10 minutes, he finally emerged. Just as he started his car, Sun Qingdong's call came through. Tang Zheng frowned, fearing that this individual had quickly deduced that he was the one who uploaded the video. It shouldn't be possible. He had used a dynamic IP in the cafe. Mr. Tang, what have you been busy with lately? Mr. Sun, I am no longer Mr. Tang. Just an unemployed drifter, unworthy of your attention. Mr. Tang, do not underestimate yourself. I am confident that it won't be long before your ex-wife comes begging for reconciliation. Do you believe me? Sun Qingdong was merely jesting, but little did he know that his words would soon bear fruit. Mr. Sun, what can I do for you? You are quite the busy man. Well, I have recently met a few friends in the catering business. I wonder if you might be interested. Let us find a time to sit down, chat, perhaps sing a few songs, just to make some new acquaintances. Tang Zheng internally scoffed. This man had the audacity to propose a project at such a time? Not a word was mentioned about the video. Surely he was up to no good. Like a weasel paying a visit to a chicken. You think you can fool me, Mr. Tang? Very well, I shall play along. How about tonight? Or perhaps tomorrow? I have been assisting someone in selling cakes. Should I bring some along? Initially, Sun Qingdong did not wish to schedule for tonight. He was neither in the mood nor was there enough time to arrange a meeting. Upon reflection, it dawned on me that by incapacitating that good-for-nothing and discarding him by the roadside, I could send a photograph to Qin Yuru, thus undoubtedly brightening her spirits. Let us indulge in your delightful cake. So, let us meet tonight at 8 o'clock at our usual place. Sun Qingdong chose not to expose Tang Zheng's intentions. His ultimate aim was to swindle Tang Zheng out of that 20 million divorce settlement, rendering him once again destitute. Meanwhile, Tang Zheng had already devised a plan to turn the tables on Sun Qingdong. Xiao, are you truly going tonight? Heed my advice and do not go. As a mere order clerk, your presence or absence will not elicit any remarks from others. Ultimately, Jiang Xiao failed to secure a position in graphic design and instead found employment at a toy factory owned by a fellow townsman, serving as a business order clerk. This evening marked a gathering for the business department. Her primary responsibilities involved tracking orders, placing them, following up, and issuing them, thus integrating her into the department. She felt compelled to attend, as she wished to forge bonds with her colleagues, a matter crucial to her confirmation as a permanent employee. Upon securing her position, her monthly salary would increase by approximately 30%. Jiang Xiao withheld from her fellow townsmen, from the same county but a different town, the news that her mother had called the previous day to inform her that her elder brother had accidentally struck a young man with his motorcycle while traveling to town. The injured individual remained hospitalized in critical condition since yesterday. Rest assured, they are merely colleagues. Nothing will happen. Moreover, I shall abstain from alcohol. If others urge me, I shall refuse. I only fear that I may become ensnared in the moment, especially with those male colleagues from the business department, as well as their supervisor. The townsman expressed some concern, insisting, if anything transpires, call me immediately. All right, I shall remember that. I am off now. Before the typhoon, Jiang Xiao had commenced her employment at the toy factory. In recent days, 2 male colleagues from the business department had exhibited excessive enthusiasm towards her, frequently inviting her to dine or watch films, yet she had politely declined each time, not only due to her brother's predicament, But even in the absence of such events, she had no intention of engaging in romantic pursuits for several years. She needed to earn diligently to accumulate a dowry for her brother. Returning to their small county as a kindergarten teacher would yield a monthly salary of merely around $1,000. There was also a shortcut. A matchmaker in the village had introduced her parents to a man who owned a pig farm. It was said that he was nearing 40, possessed a volatile temperament, and had previously quarreled and fought with his wife. He had divorced a few months ago and was now raising 3 children, offering a dowry of $100,000. Initially, her family had disapproved, but circumstances had changed. Just as Jiang Xiaoxiao reached the ground floor, she received another call from her mother, urging her to return home and marry. Xiaoxiao, why must you be so obstinate? If it weren't for your brother working to pay your tuition, and now he has encountered such a grave situation, will you turn your back on him? Am I awake? Not yet. The doctor has warned that he may become a vegetable. If you possess even a shred of conscience, resign immediately and return home. The prospect of him becoming a vegetable raised the specter of an endless compensation claim. Would a mere 100,000 suffice? This was the very dilemma that plagued Jiang Xiaoxiao's mind. At 8:15 p.m., in the heart of Ningzhou City, at the Wangchao Party KTV, Tang Zheng, who usually arrives early, found himself delayed this time. The reason for his tardiness was that after parking his car, he could not resist the temptation of grilled skewers he spotted by the roadside and ended up purchasing 20 of them, waiting quite some time to savor them. As he leisurely strolled out, indulging in his meal, he noticed the peculiar taste of the skewers, likely due to the seasoning used. Oh, and his attire today was exceptionally casual, t-shirt, shorts, and flip-flops. He wondered how his friends, including Sun Qingdong, would react upon seeing him. As he entered the KTV with skewers in one hand and a box of cake in the other, an unfamiliar employee mistook him for a food delivery person. "Lena, please give him a call." Sun Qingdong frowned as he glanced at the time. It was unusual. He was always the one waiting for Tang Zheng. And now the roles had reversed, which irked him considerably. All right. Zhou Lena stood up and approached the door just as Tang Zheng arrived. "Mr. Tang, we were just discussing your unique choice of attire for the evening," she remarked, her expression somewhat awkward. Inside, Sun Qingdong and the other 3 exchanged exasperated looks. Though their intention tonight was to playfully tease him, they had at least come in formal wear to show respect. Yet here was Tang Zheng, in flip-flops as if he had just rolled out of bed. "Tell me, don't you feel a bit embarrassed?" "Of course," Tang Zheng replied. "Should I go change and come back? If you think my outfit is too informal, I can certainly do that." After all, it was they who were unable to wait. "Hey," Sun Qingdong was quite emotionally astute. Tonight was meant for enjoyment, drinking and having fun, without excessive formality. As Tang Zheng glanced at the table laden with various alcoholic beverages, he felt a wave of discomfort and feigned melancholy, uttering, "The fabric of my attire grows loose, yet I regret nothing, for her I languish." In this world, there was no Lu Yong, so they had never heard these lines of poetry. Tang Zheng used this to explain his current state of dress and mood. Having just gone through a divorce, Zhou Lena, a graduate of a prestigious university and quite cultured, found his words somewhat impressive, but that was where her admiration ended. With her mind clouded, she lacked the leisure to appreciate the poetry. That's why one must drink to dispel sorrows. "Come on, Mr. Tang, let us toast." The others were even less affected by his poetic musings, and a burly man adorned with a gold chain boisterously declared, "Mr. Tang, regardless of the circumstances, you have arrived late. You must punish yourself with 3 drinks." Persuading Tang Zheng to drink was out of the question. Feigning anger, Tang Zheng retorted, "Not long ago, I almost lost my life drinking here. The doctor warned me that for 6 months, I must abstain completely. If you have any conscience, please let me be. My ex-wife left me for this very reason. If you insist on making me drink tonight, I shall take my leave." He had nearly lost everything due to alcohol, his wife, and almost his own life. Let us see who dares to press him to drink. Sun Qingdong hastily advised, "General Tang, if you choose not to drink, then so be it. Let us not allow such trivial matters to disrupt the harmony between us." "Ah, son, it is not my intention to criticize you, but your colleague Zhou's character leaves much to be desired. Back when I served as the vice general manager at the Daqin Group, had I encountered someone like him, I would have dismissed him without hesitation." "General Tang, please calm down." "Lena, why don't you quickly apologize to General Tang?" Zhou Lena promptly poured herself a glass of potent liquor and playfully retorted, "General Tang, please be magnanimous and overlook the transgressions of a mere girl like me." With that, She downed a glass of the spirit. Tang Zheng, dissatisfied, scoffed. Is this your idea of an apology? What else would you call it? Zhou Lina thought disdainfully. If it were not for the purpose of extracting your fortune, who would even bother with you, a worthless individual? Then what do you suggest we do? Zhou Lina asked coyly. Deep feelings warrant a full bottle. Tang Zheng replied. His expression impassive. Zhou Lina felt an overwhelming urge to spit at him. With you? Deep feelings? She glanced at her superior, who nodded in affirmation. All right. If we must drink, then let us do so. Zhou Lina stood up and swiftly consumed an entire bottle of liquor in one go. This woman certainly had a remarkable capacity for alcohol. After finishing, Zhou Lina turned her gaze to the cake Tang Zheng had brought, feigning nonchalance as she flattered, General Tang. What delightful offering have you brought us? A cake. However, let us first discuss the pertinent matters before indulging, Tang Zheng replied. Concerned that you might feel nauseous after consuming the cake, he needed to ascertain the true purpose behind Sun Qingdong's invitation. Sun Qingdong slapped his thigh in realization. How could I forget to introduce you all? General Tang. These three are General He, General Li, and General Zhou. Tang Zheng flashed a grin and praised General He. General Li, General Zhou, it is evident you are all engaged in grand enterprises. The burly man adorned with a gold chain, General He, chuckled. Not at all. We merely dabble in a bit of catering. Oh, how are the profits? Tang Zheng inquired with curiosity. General He replied, not less than 30%. Moreover, the catering industry differs from others. Investments yield quick returns. And what is your line of work? Tang Zheng interrupted him. Lamb hot pot, roasted lamb legs, and the like. General He responded. No, I cannot endure that strong lamb odor. Tang Zheng not only outright rejected the notion, but also took the opportunity to insult him, likening the experience to butchering sheep. General He retorted, can I strike back? Were it not for Sun Qingdong's goodwill, who would bother to meet you? Cast out by the Qin family, what are you worth? As for General Li, who specializes in Western cuisine, surely that piques your interest? Zhou Lina remarked. Western cuisine? Tang Zheng frowned. The city center of Ningzhou was saturated with Western restaurants. The competition was overwhelming. Establishing a Western restaurant in the suburbs, with factories nearby, how many could afford it? Western cuisine is a mere trifle. Tang Zheng spoke eloquently, his demeanor exuding the confidence that there was nothing in this world he did not comprehend. He was indeed inflated with pride. In truth, it was all an act. Tang Zheng had already deduced that these individuals aimed to deceive him into investing in the restaurant industry. The lure of quick profits in dining? With patrons, financial gains may flow swiftly, yet without them, one faces rapid demise. The initial investment resembles an insatiable abyss. It pales in comparison to his ventures within his familiar circle, where he offers dessert shop renovations, rent, utilities, and staff completely free of charge. Do they presume I lack education? Do you realize the price at which I sell this tiramisu? Tang Zheng inquired, observing the collective gaze upon him. 5,888. At least 20 customers purchase daily. All costs combined amount to less than half. I earn nearly 60,000 a day, with my share being 30,000. That totals 900,000 a month. Preposterous. Where are all these gullible souls? His returning customers have sharply declined. A typical Western restaurant or hot pot establishment may not guarantee such profits for its owner, burdened with endless worries. Tang Zheng's sentiment was clear. Only a fool would invest in such a dismal dining establishment. Mr. Tang, do you not think that a cake priced at 58.88 is exorbitantly high for the market? Moreover, cakes can easily be replicated by competitors. I wager that within 2 months, similar cakes priced at 28.88 and 18.88 will emerge, Sun Qingdong analyzed. Having served as a senior executive in the Daqing Group for 5 years, I trust you comprehend this simple logic without further elucidation. Tang Zheng nodded gently, seemingly lost in thought. But selling lamb and preparing Western cuisine are not my passions. Are they, Mr. Sun? I have distanced myself from the Qin family. Why are you so eager to assist me in seeking investors? Do you harbor ulterior motives regarding my character? Rest assured, I am a respectable individual. Ulterior motives regarding your character? Sun Qingdong felt a deep disdain within, sighing. Well, firstly, our previous indiscretions during the drinking episode were indeed our fault. Had it not been for us, your marriage would not have dissolved. Secondly, concerning that prior project, I wonder if you could lend us a hand. After all, your former father-in-law holds you in high regard. Could you spare some time to speak favorably of us in his presence? This man could lie without a blink. Yet the Tang Zheng seated beside him was no longer the naive individual he once was. Tang Zheng feigned concern. Is there an issue with that real estate project? Oh, everyone is spreading rumors now, claiming this land. Let us not dwell on that. Sun Qingdong hesitated. One must admit, the CEO of a large corporation certainly knows how to perform. The less said, the better. I am reluctant to waste time with your idle chatter, Tang Zheng declared. Thus, he turned to them. Let us enjoy some cake. A great figure once proclaimed that sweets can dissolve many troubles. He opened the box and personally distributed the cake. Huh, you must be that esteemed figure. Jolina thought scornfully. Selling products is one thing, but invoking a celebrity? Furthermore, if this tiramisu truly sells so well, earning 900,000 a month, why are you still promoting it to us? How pitiable it is. After being forsaken by Qin Euro, that wretched vanity has swelled to its utmost limits. For these individuals, Tang Zheng has even spared the little puppy. He has secretly included some exquisite delicacies within. A group of unscrupulous weasels who previously attempted to drown him, now conspiring to seize his wealth. Must he still be courteous? Do you have any idea how arduous it is to amass 20 million? It is his ex-wife, Jolina, who pities him. She thought as such, yet after Tang Zheng meticulously sliced the cake, she could not resist sampling a piece. The slap to her face arrived too swiftly. Delicious. Absolutely delightful. Jolina exclaimed in praise as she savored the treat, noting that it was not overwhelmingly sweet, but rather soft and fragrant, leaving no cloying aftertaste. Enhanced by a dusting of cocoa powder, rendering it even more distinctive. You all should try it as well. Aside from Tang Zheng, the other four burly men were initially reluctant to indulge, believing that only girls would have a penchant for desserts. However, witnessing Jolina's delight, they curiously each took a piece to taste. Soon, their expressions transformed dramatically. General, he remarked, in all my years, I have never encountered such delectable dessert. Although he seldom indulges in sweets, his children frequently purchase them, and he occasionally nibbles on a morsel. President Li added, the flavor here is entirely distinct from the desserts available in the market. Sun Qingdong pondered while eating. Perhaps the surname Tang might find his resurgence through this dessert. I must devise a plan. Tang Zheng grinned. It is best to pair it with some red wine. It adds a delightful nuance. Also, whenever you have a moment, please help me promote the cake. Thus, this was the true purpose of Tang Zheng's amiable invitation tonight? Not at all. For soon, you shall experience even more delightful offerings. Chapter 17. Discovering a cockroach leg. How dare you lot, so unworthy, partake in the tiramisu crafted by my own hands? Tang Zheng could not help but reminisce about the news he had previously encountered. Finding a hair in a bun? A delivery tainted with someone's saliva? Discovering wriggling white worms while eating guava? There is no end to the repulsiveness. The five men, while wholeheartedly agreeing to Tang Zheng's request for promotion, poured themselves glasses of red wine. To be fair, pairing it with red wine creates an exceptionally romantic ambience. Do you think if I introduced this tiramisu to our Western restaurant, it would sell well? President Li inquired. The others remained silent. Jolina had already consumed 2 pieces of tiramisu and was now on her third. President Tang, indulging in this dessert will lead to weight gain. Before she could finish her sentence, it seemed she had bitten into something. A crunch, somewhat prickly on her tongue. Oh no, could it be a stone? Jolina whimpered. Her expression a portrait of grievance. A stone? How poor must the hygiene be? She hurriedly ran to the nearby trash can and began to vomit, seemingly unable to rid herself of the contents. Ignoring the breach of decorum, she pointed, while Mr. He appeared to have also ingested something peculiar, his expression quite strange. Unlike Jolina, who maintained a sense of refinement, he boldly thrust his hand into his mouth to retrieve the offending item, then examined it closely. Why does this thing resemble a cockroach leg so much? In the city of Ningzhou, south of the Tropic of Cancer, snow is a rarity, and the climate is hot and humid, fostering an abundance of large, flying cockroaches with notably thick legs. Tang Zheng remarked, Mr. He, your eyesight is remarkable. However, he could not feign a look of schadenfreude. Instead, he donned an expression of disbelief. How could there possibly be a cockroach leg? Mr. He, possessing a stronger constitution, replied, Come look for yourself. Do you think I would deceive you? The others immediately began to retch, particularly Jolina and Sun Qingdong, whose faces turned ashen, as if they had just suffered a great loss, and without uttering a word, they dashed to the restroom. Tang Zheng, however, did not depart. Instead, He used a fork to sift through the remnants of the tiramisu. Goodness, there really is one. Previously, he had received 2 complaints from clients, which he had dismissed as unfounded. This old man has no regard for hygiene. Tang Zheng cursed under his breath and promptly took several photographs with his phone. Next, he dialed a number, 10085, the customer service line of a telecommunications company in Xia country. Upon connecting, he launched into an accusatory tirade. Old man, if you continue like this, can we still maintain a good collaboration? I have painstakingly unearthed a new client, only for you to ruin it. Do you have any idea how expensive your cakes are? Could you not refrigerate the tiramisu before serving? What? Refrigeration will spoil it and affect the taste? Then how about this? You prepare it in the morning, and I'll deliver it in the evening. Just don't make it tonight. Tang Jing thought. You may be skilled in theatrics, but we can play the game too. The 3, Mr. He and his companions, no longer felt inclined to eat. Though their retching was not severe, they quietly observed Tang Zheng, suspecting he might be the culprit. However, the phone call did not align with their suspicions. It seemed more a reflection of an unhygienic old man's baking. They understood Tang Zheng's status, realizing that without years of expertise, one could hardly produce such tiramisu. Moreover, if Tang Zheng intended to promote his cakes, why would he secretly insert cockroach legs within them? Tang Zheng thought, I do not seek to play pranks on you. Rather, I aim to disgust those 2 with mild cleanliness obsessions. This should provide them with enough revulsion for some time. This was merely a harmless lesson. Should anyone attempt to harm him again, it would not be as simplistic as child's play. In the adjacent private room, a male colleague, having seen a poem online before finishing work, could not resist sharing it with everyone. The furthest distance in the world is knowing that we love each other yet cannot be together. It seems this poem has gone viral on the internet in Xia country. Jiang Xiaoxiao sat in a corner, munching on snacks. Initially, her position was somewhat secluded, but within 3 minutes of her arrival, the male colleagues had stealthily gathered around her. Soon, her side was filled with people. In their toy factory, the business department comprises a total of 15 individuals, including the sales director. With the addition of Jiang Xiaoxiao, the order processor, the total rises to 16. Among her 5 female colleagues, 3 are already married, and another is in a relationship. Consequently, Jiang Xiaoxiao, who remains single, youthful, and charming with a sweet demeanor, has become the center of attention. Having consumed 2 glasses of a high-proof liquor mixed with a common beverage, she feels a slight heaviness in her head. Jiang Xiaoxiao can barely manage half a glass of beer. Her tolerance for alcohol is remarkably low. If she drinks another glass, she is likely to become inebriated. Little Jiang, this won't do. Either join us for another drink or sing a song. You can't just sit there doing nothing, a male colleague jested. After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Xiaoxiao decided, well then, I shall sing a song for everyone. Unexpectedly, her voice proved to be quite melodious, capturing at least 70% of the original's essence. It was difficult for her female colleagues not to feel envious, perhaps because everyone was engrossed in her performance. No one noticed when their marketing director stepped out of the room to welcome someone. It was only when the guest entered that they regained their composure. Director Zhu. Please have a seat. Director Zhu, the factory's head and general manager, appeared to be in his 40s, with fair skin and a height of just under 1.7 meters, his waist broader than his shoulders. Some colleagues silently wondered why Director Zhu would attend their gathering unless their department had secured a significantly large order, especially given their declining overall performance over the past few months, with only a slight improvement in the last week. They remained puzzled as to why they had chosen to dine and sing karaoke that evening. Director Zhu, wearing a warm smile, gestured for everyone to continue, so as not to disrupt the singing. With her eyes closed and fully immersed in her song, Jiang Xiaoxiao was oblivious to the entrance of the director until she finished the entire piece. To her surprise, it appeared that their factory was indeed full of hidden talent. Director Zhu led the applause. Jiang Xiaoxiao recognized him. The factory held daily morning meetings, during which both the factory head and the production manager occasionally spoke. When the factory head arrived, everyone had to raise their glasses in respect, and Jiang Xiaoxiao was no exception. However, she was bewildered as every glass, including her own, was filled to the brim. With no alternative, Jiang Xiaoxiao steeled herself and downed the drink. Upon finishing, she noticed the floor spinning beneath her. Seizing the moment when no one was watching, she hastily left the private room to wash her face in the restroom. Jiang Xiaoxiao, you are truly useless, she remarked to her reflection in the mirror, bitterly smiling at herself. Just 3 drinks. And I'm already like this. Am I destined to be an order processor for life? The salary of an office worker is not particularly high. She had just overheard an older sister from the business department mention that with good performance, one could earn several thousand in commissions each month. After a few minutes, her head felt clearer, and Jiang Xiaoxiao finally emerged from the restroom. You are little Jiang, aren't you? Hello, Mr. Zhu. Could you please come with me for a moment? What's the matter? Jiang Xiaoxiao was nearly intoxicated, yet her vigilance remained somewhat elevated, preventing her from immediately following. This morning, did a colleague not request your assistance in processing a production task order for 30,000 toys? Jiang Xiaoxiao nodded, recalling such an occurrence. Are you aware that you inadvertently added an extra zero to that production order? The production manager, having not scrutinized it thoroughly, proceeded to place an order for 300,000 toys with other suppliers. Do you comprehend the significant losses your oversight has caused our factory? Chapter 18. Can you take me away from here? She transformed the order of 30,000 units into 300,000. Why was there no recollection of this? A throbbing headache plagued Jiang Xiaoxiao's thoughts. No matter how hard she tried, she could not recall. Throughout her life, she had prided herself on being more meticulous than others, making such a fundamental error seem improbable. Xiao Jiang, do you believe I am deceiving you? Come and take a look at this production order. Does it not bear your signature? Otherwise, I would not have made a special trip here, Mr. Zhu asserted sternly, yet internally mused that this inexperienced yet attractive young woman, with her delightful visage, flawless complexion, and graceful figure, was the true reason for his visit. Upon seeing the document, Jiang Xiaoxiao felt a sudden clarity, her intoxication dissipating. Cold sweat broke out across her body as she unconsciously followed Mr. Zhu into a secluded private room, while the sales representative who took the order was indeed at fault, as were the directors of both the sales and production departments. The crux of the issue lay in your lack of diligence, Xiao Jiang. How do you propose we resolve this matter? Do you have a means to persuade the supplier to retract these materials? Or shall the workshop continue production of the 300,000 toys, with you solely responsible for selling the remaining 270,000 after deducting the 30,000? Alternatively, are you prepared to bear half of the losses? Jiang Xiaoxiao had no idea how to proceed. Her mind was a blank slate, and she trembled all over. Never had she felt so helpless and despondent. She longed to return to her rural hometown, to relive the simple joys of her childhood, sitting on the stone arch bridge with her brother, waiting for their father to return from the market. Those days were uncomplicated and filled with happiness. I cannot have made a mistake. And I still possess the electronic version of the original order, Jiang Xiaoxiao asserted uncertainly, aware that the order quantities required handwritten notation. Mr. Zhu replied, the electronic version is even easier to amend. He then decided to let the production manager explain further, dialing a number and putting the call on speaker. As soon as the production manager answered, he admonished Jiang Xiaoxiao in a stern tone. Xiao Jiang, you have not been here long. If you do not understand something, you must ask your colleagues. Without the signatures of the relevant sales representative and sales director, this order would never reach our production department. Our factory employs dozens of sales representatives, each managing a myriad of scattered orders. As a production manager, it would be impractical for me to personally verify every single order, wouldn't it? My daily responsibilities in overseeing production already leave me overwhelmed. Ultimately, the production manager's remarks shifted the primary responsibility onto Jiang Xiaoxiao, attributing her oversight, adding an extra zero to her carelessness. Naive and inexperienced, Jiang Xiaoxiao was unaware that she had stepped into a trap. She had never considered why President Zhu would personally come to discuss this matter with her. Was it to prevent the situation from escalating and protect her? Or did he harbor ulterior motives? To an observer, it was evident that ulterior motives were at play. If Zhou Xiaoxiao truly caused such significant losses to the factory, could President Zhu really appeal to her emotions and reason? It was clear he intended to intimidate her under the pretense of her inebriation to achieve some undisclosed aim. Assuming each toy's material cost is 1 yuan, the loss would amount to 270,000. Furthermore, Jiang Xiaoxiao's toy factory produces toys valued at over 20 yuan each, meaning the material cost alone for each toy exceeds several yuan. This totals a loss in the millions. President Zhu, at some point, leaned closer to Jiang Xiaoxiao, inhaling the pure fragrance emanating from her, a truly refreshing experience. Since the young woman began working at their factory, he had taken notice of her. Jiang Xiaoxiao was instantly alarmed by President Zhu's proximity. Without uttering a word, she dashed to the door and fled outside. Unexpectedly, she collided with someone. It was a familiar face, the big uncle. Tang Zheng pondered for a moment before recognizing her. "Oh, it's you, miss. What's the rush? Can you take me away from here?" Jiang Xiaoxiao implored Tang Zheng in an almost desperate tone, but before she could finish her sentence, she fainted. It seemed the shock had overwhelmed her. President Zhu did not pursue her. Instead, he opened the door a crack. He did not recognize Tang Zheng, nor had he seen him before. Given Tang Zheng's casual attire, he could very well be a relative of Jiang Xiaoxiao's. There's no need to rush. A little girl like her cannot escape my grasp, he thought. However, the surveillance footage in the corridor must be deleted to avoid future complications. Tang Zheng resolved to carry her outside and attempted to rouse her, but despite his persistent efforts, she remained unconscious. He also failed to locate her phone, which was likely left behind somewhere. Should he take her to the hospital or the inspection bureau? Just as Tang Zheng was mulling over his options, a voice called out, "Oh, Tang Zheng, looks like you had quite a successful evening." It was none other than Jolina. Regardless of whether he brought her to the hospital or the inspection bureau, both choices would create trouble for him. After some consideration, he decided it would be best to take her back to his home. Hearing Jolina's remark, Tang Zheng smiled and replied, "Would you like to join us? I wouldn't want to be a third wheel and interrupt your good fortune." Jolina discreetly snapped a few photos, contemplating whether to share them online immediately, certain they would generate more buzz than the most distant of distances. The thought of the earlier incident with the cockroach legs made her heart ache as she tore at Tang Zheng's. Sun Qingdong approached from the side, discerning her intentions, and quietly cautioned her, "Once the photograph is published online, Mr. Tang will know it was you. After that, our chances of deceiving him into investing will be utterly diminished. Am I to do nothing then? That useless fool nearly made me vomit my bile not long ago. I could send it to Jiang Yun. She has a penchant for meddling in others' affairs. Yet, she too would hesitate to publish it online. Oh, how could I have overlooked that? Jiang Yun is a woman who despises wickedness. Had it not been for the concern of alerting the enemy, Sun Qingdong would have summoned a dozen individuals from the underworld to deal with Tang Zheng harshly. He had never tasted the bitterness of defeat in his life. Upon returning to the garage beneath Tang Zheng's building, Jiang Xiaoxiao stirred awake, quickly realizing her surroundings. "You should go up to my place and freshen up. Once your head is clearer, we can take a taxi back," Tang Zheng suggested. "All right, thank you, uncle." Tang Zheng's residence was on one of the upper floors, offering a panoramic view of the bustling city center and its vibrant nightlife. After arriving, Jiang Xiaoxiao did not immediately freshen up, but instead stepped onto the balcony to gaze at the nightscape. Tang Zheng retrieved a chilled bottle of green tea from the refrigerator for her. "Uncle, do you find life exhausting?" Tang Zheng was momentarily taken aback before jesting. "Of course. Breathing requires effort too." A recent graduate inquired if he found life burdensome. Surely something must have transpired. If others were willing to share, he would listen. If not, he would not pry. Jiang Xiaoxiao sipped her green tea and asked, "Uncle, why are some people so vile?" The gentle evening breeze revitalized her, dispelling the haze from earlier when she had nearly fallen victim to that fool. As a fresh graduate, with little work experience, why would they entrust such a substantial order to me without any scrutiny? Even if I were to err, the business director and production manager failed to notice any discrepancies. And what of the finance department? They must meticulously verify payments to clients. Her agitation grew as she pondered the maliciousness of others. The order she had just dealt with had undoubtedly been tampered with. At that moment, she genuinely believed it was merely her carelessness. During this exchange, Tang Zheng merely needed to listen attentively. "Uncle, today I placed an order for 30,000 units with the production department, only to have it transformed into 300,000 units. Even the production manager affirmed it was for 300,000 units, attributing the mistake to my negligence. Can I sue them?" "Yes, but you must possess crucial evidence first. Is that document still in your possession? You must also demonstrate that they intended to defraud you." As a seasoned veteran in the workplace, Tang Zheng instinctively understood the underlying issues, though he refrained from voicing them. Chapter 19. Trouble arises for reasons unknown. Jiang Xiaoxiao felt an unexplainable trust toward Tang Zheng, despite neither knowing the other's name. She recounted the events of the day in their entirety, omitting only the troubles from her family. After listening to him, Tang Zheng offered her a piece of advice. Next time such a situation arises, Discreetly prepare a voice recorder or a small digital camera. Jiang Xiaoxiao nodded. Yet a hint of concern lingered. Uncle, do you think they will hold me responsible? Tang Zheng countered. Then why did President Zhu take you into a secluded room to discuss this matter privately, especially when you were on the verge of inebriation and your senses were clouded? Is it not because he wished to keep it from others? However, the production manager was on the phone with us at the time, confirming it. Did you record that call? Do you still have that receipt in your possession? Believe me, if you return to your factory tomorrow, they will treat tonight's events as if nothing ever occurred. Even if you bring it up, everyone will assume you are merely speaking under the influence. Tang Zheng glanced at the time. It was past 10. You're not staying at the factory, are you? Jiang Xiaoxiao's expression shifted slightly. I live in Tang's Healing, and it takes over 2 hours to get back. I can only take the subway for part of the journey, and I need to transfer buses twice. At this hour, those buses are likely to have stopped running. Furthermore, she had left her bag and phone in the private room, leaving her without the means to take a taxi home. Tang Zheng was aware of Tang's Healing, where the Daqing Group had a factory producing small household appliances. Considering the late hour and the safety of a somewhat tipsy young woman taking a taxi alone, he proposed, if you're not afraid, you can stay here for the night and return in the morning. Oh, thank you, uncle. Not at all. Please refrain from calling me uncle. It makes me feel old. My name is Tang Zheng. You may call me Brother Shan Zheng. Brother Shan Zheng? Are you serious? Jiang Xiaoxiao repeated the name. Well, I am Jiang Xiaoxiao. Tang Zheng preferred to call her Miss Sister. If you're hungry, there's food in the fridge. You can stay in that room tonight. With that, he retreated to his own room. All right. Thank you, Brother Shan Zheng. After taking a shower, Jiang Xiaoxiao donned one of Tang Zheng's t-shirts, which was so oversized it could serve as a dress. She then washed her discarded clothes. It was summer, and they would likely dry by tomorrow. She needed to call Qin Hong. At this hour, it was 11:30, and Qin Hong should still be awake. Thus, Jiang Xiaoxiao knocked on Tang Zheng's door, asking to borrow his phone. Uncle, Brother Shan Zheng, are you asleep? I'd like to borrow your phone to make a call. Come in and take it. Tang Zheng had already settled into bed, but had not yet fallen asleep. While Jiang Xiaoxiao called her hometown friend, the latter unleashed a tirade of exasperation. Do you have any idea how many times I've called you? I even reached out to the business department to check if you were all right. When staying at someone else's home, remember to lock the door at night. You're quite the headache. Overwhelmed by her friend's palpable concern, Jiang Xiaoxiao felt a pang in her heart. Tan Hong had been her desk mate in high school. When she didn't gain admission to university, she entered the workforce. During this period, Jiang Xiaoxiao had been relying on her hospitality for food and lodging. Without this dear friend in Ningzhou, the burden of rent alone would have overwhelmed her. Indeed, Xiaoxiao, your mother just called me again, expressing urgency in needing to speak with you. You should promptly return her call. Jiang Xiaoxiao felt a surge of anxiety. This time, her mother informed her that the other party was willing to offer 150,000 as a betrothal gift, but without a banquet, merely to register their marriage. Had 150,000 been sufficient, Jiang Xiaoxiao would have readily accepted. She had researched online about compensation for vegetative patients, along with various medical and caregiving expenses. She hoped to gradually repay through diligent labor. Perhaps, in a few months or half a year, a miracle would occur and the person would awaken. As long as she secured that sum of betrothal money now, how would she navigate her future? Whether or not to raise pigs mattered little to her. The age difference was inconsequential, as she was willing to endure it for the sake of her brother. The dilemma was that the individual had a history of domestic violence. Should she seek assistance from Shan Zheng, who owed her nothing, especially since he had already aided her twice? Jiang Xiaoxiao decided to set aside these troubling matters, returned the phone, and promptly went to bed. She felt utterly exhausted today. The following morning at 6, Tang Zheng was awakened by a phone call. Hello, who is this? A woman's voice, tinged with a local accent, responded. I am who I am, and who are you? What have you done to our Xiaoxiao? In an instant, Tang Zheng's mind cleared. He recalled bringing a girl home last night, and she had used his phone to make a call in the middle of the night. You have the wrong number. Tang Zheng wished to avoid complications and quickly hung up. However, the caller persistently redialed. He chose not to answer, silencing his phone, and returned to sleep. It wasn't until 8 that Tang Zheng finally arose. Shortly thereafter, Jiang Xiaoxiao, who had been awake for some time, emerged from her room. Miss, it seems you have landed me in trouble. Jiang Xiaoxiao frowned. Is it my mother calling so early? I'm sorry. When Shan Zheng called home last night, it was nearly midnight. She must have assumed I was staying at a man's place, which, in truth, was accurate. It's fine. I'll tell her she dialed the wrong number. Yes, I will explain later that we had a late dinner and borrowed a colleague's phone. Your mother called you so early for a specific reason, didn't she? As Tang Zheng prepared breakfast, he inquired, sensing Jiang Xiao might be facing significant trouble. Yes, she's urging me to return home. Not paying much attention last night. Jiang Xiao now realized, with the dawn, how spacious her uncle's house was, filled with natural light and decorated in a style reminiscent of television dramas. Moreover, it was adjacent to the city center, with skyscrapers visible just beyond her window. She longed to ask, "Uncle, is this opulent residence a legacy from your ex-wife?" How could she, a mere clay statue crossing a river, still be so curious about others? Yet, her uncle's culinary skills appeared impressive, and to her delight, the flavors surpassed her expectations. Jiang Xiao found herself perplexed. Her uncle was not unattractive, certainly more appealing than their factory's general manager, Zhu, by 100-fold. He was skilled and kind-hearted. How had his ex-wife chosen to divorce him? "Shanzheng, do you believe I can still retrieve my wages?" "Of course, but it may entail some complications. The individuals at your factory exhibit an utter lack of shame. There seems to be no limit to their audacity. However, I would advise you to relinquish the few hundred yuan, considering it merely a lesson learned. If Jiang Xiao wishes to reclaim this sum, her only recourse would be to report the matter to the relevant authorities. This endeavor would not only consume several days of her time, but also require her to traverse various locations in order to submit an array of evidence. Yet, I am in dire need of that money, especially since it constitutes her hard-earned funds. Well, then, devise a way to bring this matter to the online sphere. Chapter 20, Initial Strategies at Daqin Group. Aru, did you read this morning's Ningzhou Daily? Not yet. Why? Look, there's a cover story regarding the land owned by Qingyang Real Estate. According to street interviews conducted by journalists, nearly 60% of citizens express concern that this new project could potentially impact the drainage issues of the surrounding neighborhoods. Have a look at the experts' analyses. Qin Yuru instantly found amusement in this. She recognized that this was an attempt by a competitor of Qingyang Real Estate to undermine the project through legitimate media channels. Could it truly be her ex-husband orchestrating this behind the scenes? Aru, there's another matter. Last night, Jolina sent me 2 photographs. Can you guess who the male lead is? Tang Zheng. She hardly needed to guess, for the person Jiang Yin despised the most at present was indeed Tang Zheng. Precisely. That scoundrel. In the photograph, he was seen assisting a drunken girl into his car. Initially, upon seeing the images, I felt a surge of anger. But then I pondered why Jolina chose to send the photos to me rather than to you. She ought to have sent them to a journalist, which would redirect public opinion online. After all, your divorce from that Tang fellow has not been long. The heat of public interest still lingers. Humph. Jolina intends to use me as a pawn to confront Tang. She underestimates me, Jiang Yun. Does she think I am blind? However, on a different note, Aru, are you truly not upset? Your ex-husband's indiscriminate choices risk exposing him to certain unsavory ailments. Qin Yuru regarded Jiang Yun with seriousness. It's curious. I've noticed you seem to be more concerned about my ex-husband than I am. At Tang Zheng's residence, after finishing breakfast, Jiang Xiao did not leave immediately. Lacking any guile, her thoughts were evidently written across her face, yet she remained silent. Tang Zheng surmised that this young lady must be facing significant financial difficulties, so dire that they seemed insurmountable to her. Her inability to conceal her troubles was nearly transparent. Coincidentally, his dessert business required assistance, so he invited her to stay and help, offering a monthly salary of 5,000 yuan, inclusive of meals and accommodation. However, she would also be responsible for cooking, cleaning, and laundry. This salary was more than double that of an ordinary clerk. In 2007, clerical salaries were not particularly high. Even seasoned graphic designers earned a similar amount. Is this salary not excessively generous? And I can reside here? Initially elated, Jiang Xiao soon felt a tinge of concern. Could it be that Tang Zheng harbored ulterior motives towards her? To begin with, she decided to give it a few days. If things took a turn for the worse, she would leave immediately. While the world may occasionally shower fortune upon individuals, it had never favored her. Surprisingly, within half a day, Jiang Xiao completely changed her mind. It turned out that the gentleman was an exceptional pastry chef, selling a cake alongside dozens of egg tarts for an astonishing price of 5,888. Selling just one cake could earn her an entire month's salary? She sampled both delicacies and found herself enamored by their exquisite flavors. The confections crafted by the gentleman seemed to possess a magical quality, as if every bite could banish her worries. "Brother Shanjung, are you only making 3 portions today?" she inquired. "Indeed," he replied. "Orders have dwindled recently. Those affluent parents are no longer willing to be taken advantage of." Shortly thereafter, he invited her to accompany him to a location. The newly designed leather packaging, business cards, and flyers should be ready. Tang Zheng's invitation for Jiang Xiaoxiao to join him was merely a ploy to enlist her as a laborer. Throughout the day, Jiang Xiaoxiao was brimming with excitement, chattering incessantly. It wasn't until evening, when Xin Hong called, that she was jolted back to reality. "What do you mean the factory won't pay me? And I need to compensate for losses? Otherwise, I can't retrieve my belongings like my phone and bag. They intend to sue me?" At that moment, Tang Zheng, who was nearby, exclaimed, "Damn it, I've never encountered such a shady factory." After hanging up, Jiang Xiaoxiao felt on the verge of a meltdown. She contemplated calling the police. Yet, Tang Zheng interjected, "Wouldn't that just benefit those scoundrels?" Coincidentally, he was looking to sell toys online, but had yet to find a suitable manufacturer. He decided to take matters into his own hands and acquire a toy factory to manage himself. "What is the name of your toy factory? What is its scale? And how many employees does it have?" "Tage Toy Factory has 7 floors and over 500 employees." "Perfect, just what I was looking for." Tang Zheng laughed, promptly texting Jolina to inquire if she knew of any similarly scaled toy factories as he began laying plans. As per usual at this hour, Jolina had already clocked out. Tonight, everyone in the company was too apprehensive to leave. At 1 o'clock, the chairman, who had not been to the office in over 3 months, arrived personally to convene an emergency meeting. The agenda not only pertained to the recent video, but also addressed the most viable development plans for the land in question. It was only half an hour ago that the chairman had departed. The reason was still linked to that video, which showcased the world's most distant separation. Just yesterday at this time, the view count was a mere 800,000, with over 5,000 comments. Now, the view count had surged to over 9 million, on the brink of surpassing 10 million. The comments had astonishingly exceeded 70,000. Additionally, mainstream media outlets like Ningzhou News Station and Ningzhou Daily were covering the story, elevating it to a public relations crisis for their company, with extremely adverse repercussions. The online audience primarily consisted of young individuals, a significant demographic for future homebuyers. Presently, a shared concern loomed in everyone's minds regarding the upcoming development. It was prone to flooding. Even if flooding were to be avoided, the development costs would inevitably double, ultimately burdening the purchasers. Just as a netizen, aptly named Handsome Without Friends, commented online, with the same amount of money, why not purchase a property that offers greater value and more space? Isn't it more enticing? The reason Xinjiang Real Estate Company is relinquishing 4,000 acres is that they invested excessively in acquiring this land, leading to some financial indigestion. Given Xinjiang Real Estate's current financial capacity, they can only manage to develop 5,000 acres for now, while the remaining 4,000 acres must remain idle for the time being. However, land comes with a time constraint. After completing the first phase, it will take at least a few years. By the time they recoup their funds and proceed with the remaining development, they will have squandered several years of usage rights. Initially, they intended to develop while enticing homebuyers to invest, but the current public sentiment seems to pose a significant challenge. Moreover, should they seek another loan from the bank, the institution will undoubtedly seize the opportunity to raise interest rates. If only they had sold to that fool Tang Zheng at the outset, without any tricks, these troubles would have been avoided. She has just faced severe criticism over this matter. Thus, when Jolina glimpsed Tang Zheng's message, she felt an overwhelming urge to unleash all her rage upon him. A toy factory? How fortuitous, she mused, for she happens to know a few toy manufacturers. Consequently, Jolina replied to Tang Zheng, "Mr. Tang, are you no longer planning to sell desserts? Why the inquiry? By the way, that tiramisu is truly delectable. If only it hadn't come with cockroach legs. I wouldn't mind indulging a few more times." Tang Zheng responded instantly, "Just asking for someone else." "Huh, that someone is undoubtedly you," Jolina thought disdainfully. Quality control in toy manufacturing is as stringent as that of maternal and infant products, and problems arise most easily. Ning City maintains a zero-tolerance policy regarding toy factories. Jolina replied, "I see. How coincidental. I just happen to know someone in the toy industry. Two of the factories align quite well with your friend's requirements. Tangjung, could you kindly share their names? Jolina, what could be inconvenient about that? One is called Letong Toy Factory, and the other is Tage Toy Factory. Their addresses are. Tangjung, huh? Tage Toy Factory? Chapter 21. How awkward. Mommy, Chin Bauer Koot. What's wrong? It had been nearly half a year since Chin Yuro had left work early for the first time today to pick up her daughter from kindergarten and enjoy dinner together. She was in a rather pleasant mood. Qingyang Real Estate. Who would have thought you would end up like this? Our Chin Group almost became your laughingstock. Ensnared in your schemes. Chin Bauer barely touched her meal. Tomorrow is Friday, after school. Can I go to Daddy's house and stay for 2 days? Her voice was soft. Her big eyes glistening with innocence, making it difficult for anyone to refuse her small request. All right, but you must finish your meal first, and once at his house. You can't indulge in too many sweets. Without a second thought, Chin Yuro consented. In fact, she felt a flicker of curiosity about where Tangjun currently lived and what his environment was like. Wang Lin let out a soft snort. She harbored no desire for her family to maintain any connection with Tangjun. Once divorced, all ties should be severed. Qin Shouqing let out a light hum. He wished for Wang Lin to refrain from intervening in this matter. Qin Baobao hastily finished a couple of bites of her meal, exclaiming, "I'm full," before dashing back to her room. It was evident that she was quite exhilarated. Not only did Qin Baobao harbor a disinterest in the family meals, but so too did Qin Yuro. The flavor of the home-cooked dishes had been steadily declining. On several occasions, she contemplated mentioning it to the cooking aunt, yet felt too embarrassed, fearing it might hurt the aunt's feelings, especially considering she had been with them for 7 or 8 years. I finished eating as well, Qin Yuro remarked. Is that all you ate? Wang Lin inquired. I had some snacks this afternoon, Qin Yuro casually replied, as she hurried to her room to indulge in the treats that Jiang Yun had bought earlier. Qin Yuro sent a text to Tangjung, informing him that Baobao would be staying at his house for 2 days starting tomorrow, and requested him to send her the address. Hexing Garden? Why does that name sound so familiar? Qin Yuro thought, quickly searching online. No way, it's less than 3 kilometers from our Dechin headquarters. Upon learning that his daughter would be visiting the next day, Tangjung felt a surge of joy. At that moment, they were having dinner. The dishes prepared by Jiang Xiao, whose culinary skills paled in comparison to Tangjung's, yet were still passable. Shanjung, what has got you so cheerful? My daughter is coming to stay for 2 days tomorrow evening. Should I make myself scarce? For some inexplicable reason, Jiang Xiao felt a twinge of disappointment. She herself could not understand why. No need. If I'm not around, you can help take care of her. Just so you know, as a babysitter, there won't be any raise in salary. What kind of talk is that? If you were to give her a raise, she would feel too embarrassed to continue staying here. The following evening, Tangjung prepared 5 home-style dishes and a soup for 2 adults and 1 child. It was more than sufficient. The driver dropped Baobao off at the entrance of the community and left, not intending to join for dinner. He had never considered that Qin Yuro and Jiang Yun would come along, until the doorbell rang, and as Jiang Xiao went to answer it, Tangjung was testing the soup. Upon seeing the door open without a sound, he stepped out of the kitchen and was met with an excruciatingly awkward moment. Time seemed to stand still. Daddy, Baobao exclaimed, leaping into Tangjung's arms, momentarily alleviating the awkward atmosphere. Jiang Yun wore a mischievous grin, while Qin Yuro remained as frosty as ice. Both were still dressed in formal attire, likely just returning from work. To Tangjung's surprise, he addressed Qin Yuro, saying, "Please hand me Baobao's things." He showed no intention of inviting Qin Yuro and Jiang Yun into the house. If it weren't for Qin Yuro's quick reflexes in restraining Jiang Yun, who had a fiery temper and was on the verge of unleashing a torrent of insults, chaos would have ensued. Indeed, he was a scoundrel, having deceived them that day. How could they have jumped into cohabitation after knowing each other for only a few days? Qin Yuro's emotions were in turmoil at that moment, yet her impeccable upbringing suppressed her other side. Since childhood, her family had instilled in her the virtues of being a lady. And even though Tangjung had taken her exorbitant divorce settlement to buy a lavish abode and conceal his mistress, it was of no concern to her anymore. She ought to behave like a guest. What? Are you not inviting us for a visit? Tangjung responded in a rather indifferent tone. Please, come in. As soon as the door opened, Jiang Yun was greeted by the enticing aroma of the dishes, which intensified as she stepped inside. The presentation of the food was remarkably appealing, instantly stimulating her appetite. Unable to contain her peculiar excitement, she exclaimed, "Wow, little beauty. Who knew your cooking could be so fragrant?" The most uncomfortable among them was Jiang Xiao, who stammered, "It's not me who cooked. It's brother Shanzheng. I merely assisted." What was going on? Why was the uncle's ex-wife here as well? Qin Bauer, oblivious to the adult's tense atmosphere, had washed her hands and stood on a chair, eagerly reaching for the food. All the dining etiquette the adults had taught her was promptly forgotten. As she munched, she praised, "Daddy, this is so delicious." Delicious indeed. Since they had entered his home, Tang Jing still adhered to some degree of propriety, inquiring of Qin Yuro and the others, "Haven't you all had dinner yet? If you don't mind, would you care to eat a little before heading back?" No sooner had he spoken than Jiang Yun had already picked up her chopsticks, reaching for a beautifully golden chicken wing. Savory, sweet, tender. If only it had a hint of spice, it would be perfect. Considering he was cooking for his daughter who had just turned 4, Tang Jing refrained from adding any chili. The 5 dishes consisted of sweet and sour chicken wings, sweet and sour fish, braised minced pork with eggplant, minced pork stuffed tofu, and radish stewed beef brisket. Though these were all quite ordinary home-cooked meals, Tang Jing's preparation was reminiscent of another realm, clearly unfamiliar to the others. After a single taste, they found it impossible to put down their chopsticks. Tang Jing's affection for Qin Bauer was genuine. He personally wiped her little hands with a napkin, helped her sit properly, and asked with a smile, "Which dish do you like best, Bao?" "I like them all," Qin Bauer replied without hesitation. "All right then, Daddy will serve you slowly, don't choke." At that moment, Tang Jing came to understand the satisfaction his late parents must have felt when they cooked for him, seeing him enjoy the meal so joyfully. "Hey you, could you serve me a bowl of rice?" Jiang Yun suddenly directed at Jiang Xiao. The latter was about to rise when Tang Jing interjected, "You are not a servant." Qin Yuro, regardless of Jiang Yun's intentions, disapproved of her commanding tone. "I'll serve you." Consequently, in a fit of defiance, Qin Yuro filled Jiang Yun's bowl to the brim. Jiang Yun was left speechless. "Eruo, even if you're upset, it doesn't warrant this." Externally, Tang Jing maintained a neutral expression. Yet internally, he pondered, could Qin Yuro possess an endearing side? Even if Qin Yuro were to be remarkably charming, what relevance did it have to him, her ex-husband? He was Tang Jing from another world, and he would never be fond of a woman like Qin Yuro, who was aloof, self-absorbed, and incapable of managing her own life. Instead, he found himself drawn to the amiable Jiang Xiao. With that thought, Tang Jing offered a piece of chicken wing to the engrossed Jiang Xiao. "Thank you, brother Shanzheng." Jiang Yun seized the opportunity to provoke, "Tang Jing, brother Shanzheng? Such familiarity, perhaps you should consider tying the knot." Qin Yuro, meanwhile, served her daughter a chicken wing. "Bauer, we must strive to be honest and trustworthy children from now on." A few days ago, Qin Yuro felt that since Bayer had already learned of their divorce, the divorce agreement she signed with Tang Jing had become a mere formality. However, upon witnessing Tang Jing's apparent happiness, she deemed it necessary to remind a certain scoundrel that the agreement contained a clause stipulating that if either party were to remarry before Bayer completed elementary school, they would be liable to compensate the other party 30 million. It was evident that this clause was directed at Tang Jing. For Qin Yuro had never needed that 30 million, but Tang Jing did. Should he refuse or be unable to pay the 30 million, he would forfeit his visitation rights to Bayer. Tang Jing understood the implications of Qin Yuru's words and could only introduce Jiang Xiao to his daughter, Bayer. "This big sister is your father's cousin. She is currently helping me sell cakes, so you should call her cousin." Qin Bayer, being quite sensible, immediately addressed Jiang Xiao as cousin. Jiang Xiao was momentarily taken aback, responding, "Hello, Bayer. I am your cousin." "Oh, Tang Jing, I thought you were an orphan. When did you get a cousin?" Jiang Yun quickly interjected, attempting to undermine the introduction. Tang Jing retorted, "If you give me 10 billion now, I could have you call my mother, and Bayer could call you grandmother. Do you wish to be a grandmother?" After their meal, Qin Yuro and her companion did not linger long and headed home. During the journey, Qin Yuro remained icy and silent, while Jiang Yun chattered away for nearly half an hour. "Aru, do you truly intend to let that scoundrel surnamed Tang off the hook?" Qin Yuru's mind wandered through countless memories of Tang Jing, his ability to sing, play the piano, and cook, but he had always concealed these talents from them. After all, with 3 servants in the Qin household, it seldom fell to Tang Jing to take charge in the kitchen. Ultimately, Qin Yuro felt deceived by Tang Jing. She despised being misled. Only now did she finally speak up. From today onward, I shall ensure he pays an exorbitant amount in child support for Bayer. It is his obligation. Jiang Yun was momentarily taken aback, then smiled and said, yes, yes. It would be best to enroll Bayer in some expensive tutoring, dance, and art classes. Qin Bayer lamented, why is it always me who gets hurt? At Tang Zheng's home, he was tidying up the dishes while Jiang Xiaoxiao prepared warm water for Qin Bayer's bath. An hour later, in Tang Zheng's room, he opened his computer and displayed images of characters from Frozen for Qin Bayer to see. The little girl was instantly overjoyed, bouncing on her feet as she pointed at the characters on the screen. Daddy, I love Olaf. And I like the reindeer too. But the trolls look so ugly and dirty. All right. Daddy will make them into toys for our Bayer, he replied. When will they be ready? You'll have to be patient. Jiang Xiaoxiao, also in Tang Zheng's room, felt her heart melt at the sight of these adorable 3D characters. How embarrassing it was, considering her age. Yet, were these delightful figures designed by Brother Shanzheng? This was not merely flat design. It was the more complex realm of three-dimensional design. When would she be able to excel like Brother Shanzheng? After she secures a relevant job in the future, she need not worry any longer. Once he had lulled his daughter to sleep, Tang Zheng proceeded to take a shower. After bathing, he emerged clad in shorts and a t-shirt, stepping onto the balcony to dry his hair. To his surprise, Jiang Xiaoxiao had not yet fallen asleep. She sat in a chair on the balcony, lost in thought, her eyes still red-rimmed. Tang Zheng had already discerned that Jiang Xiaoxiao was grappling with significant troubles, and he patiently awaited her to speak. Brother Shanzheng, are you truly an orphan? Tang Zheng nodded in affirmation. Do you harbor resentment towards them? He replied, I do not know. In his previous life, his parents had treated him well, yet he regretted that he had not fulfilled his filial duties. In the past, Tang Zheng had harbored a deep-seated hatred for them. Brother Shanzheng, I must return to my hometown tomorrow. Jiang Xiaoxiao's tone was unexpectedly calm. My elder brother was involved in an accident with a motorbike, and the matchmaker promised our family 150,000 yuan. Just now, they raised it to 160,000, but they added a harsh condition. Tang Zheng interrupted her. I can advance you 2 years' salary, but you must assist me with a favor. Jiang Xiaoxiao ceased her words, and tears began to well up in her eyes. With a soft sigh, Tang Zheng approached her, sitting beside her and offering his shoulder for comfort. At her age, she should not have to bear such burdens. Unable to contain her emotions any longer, Jiang Xiaoxiao laid her head on Tang Zheng's broad shoulder and wept. After less than 2 minutes, she stopped, her head still resting on his shoulder, finding solace and security in the moment. While she felt reassured, Tang Zheng bore the burden of the original owner of this body, who had suffered for years due to his unfeeling ex-wife, sleeping separately for far too long. In his earlier life, Tang Zheng had been naive and unaccustomed to ordering takeout. The moment any female approached him, he cursed inwardly, wishing fervently that Jiang Xiaoxiao had not noticed his awkward shorts, unless she had kept her eyes closed, which she had not. Jiang Xiaoxiao felt a tinge of fear and shyness, her breath quickening. Hi, good night. Tang Zheng hastily pushed her away and dashed to the bathroom, needing to take another cold shower to regain his composure. He was in danger of making a grave error. Fortunately, his previous ventures to the internet cafe had yielded useful insights. To his surprise, Jiang Xiaoxiao burst into laughter instead. She understood his predicament, even though she had yet to experience it herself. The following morning, after transferring 120,000 yuan to Jiang Xiaoxiao, Tang Zheng took Bauer and the two of them drove to the beach on the outskirts of Ning City. Qin Bauer did not shy away from Jiang Xiaoxiao, who genuinely adored the charming little girl. The two quickly grew familiar with each other. None of the three ventured into the sea. Instead, they frolicked barefoot on the sand throughout the morning. They dined at noon and, in the afternoon, rented a small yacht for a leisurely outing. Perhaps due to their exhausting adventures on Saturday, Qin Bauer slept until noon on Sunday. Consequently, no one ventured outside that day. By Monday morning, Tang Zheng accompanied Qin Bauer to school and made a brief stop at Qingyang Real Estate. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaoxiao had agreed to assist Tang Zheng and returned to the Tage toy factory, where the excavation officially commenced. 2 pits have been temporarily excavated. If necessary, an additional one may be dug. One of these pits is related to the characters from Frozen. A few days prior, Tang Zheng had already applied for an appearance patent for Elsa and others. The copyright awareness in Xia country is notably strong, facilitating a fast track for patent applications, which typically undergo review within 15 working days. However, Technical patents tend to have a longer review period. Today, neither Sun Qingdong nor Zhou Lina had the time to attend to Tang Zheng. Qingyang Real Estate had to work over the weekend to devise development plans for the land, proposing numerous schemes for residential buildings, office towers, shopping centers, and amusement parks, all of which have yet to be approved. Tang Zheng thought to himself, is it my fault? He was not anxious about the toy factory affairs. He first returned home to renovate his online store, which he had opened just a few days ago. In the evening, Qin Yuru returned home after work and found her father, Qin Shouqing, waiting for her in the living room. Dad, are you waiting for me concerning the Qingyang real estate land? Yes. Your uncle Qin has agreed to let us have half of the land at 3/4 of the bid price, Qin Shouqing replied, his interest piqued. Dad, everyone knows this is a worthless piece of land. That's just hearsay. How many netizens have actually inspected it? If utilized correctly, it holds significant value. Its greatest asset is its proximity to the city center. It takes half an hour by car and less than half an hour by subway to reach downtown. If we don't take it, they'll hand it over to Xiang Qiming. Dad, you decide. I still maintain my opposition. By the way, has Bauer returned? Qin Shouqing nodded. Tang Zheng took her to the beach on Saturday. She must be exhausted from the fun. She came home, had dinner, and fell asleep. By the way, she just asked us if she could stay at her father's house more often. Of course, from now on, I will share her expenses with Tang Zheng. Today, her main task at work was to find an extravagant dance class for Bauer and to purchase her a dance costume from an international high-end brand, custom-made. Tang Zheng, prepare to be impoverished. A peculiar, ominous smile suddenly appeared on Qin Yuru's fair face. Qin Shouqing inquired, what has happened to my eldest daughter? In the small room rented by Qin Hong, she asked Jiang Xiaoxiao, have you been at that uncle's place these days? Xiaoxiao, you truly have a big heart. Were you taken advantage of? Red, where are your thoughts wandering? I've told you, that uncle is not that kind of person. His ex-wife was stunning. He wouldn't look at a girl like me who knows nothing. Jiang Xiaoxiao did not disclose to Qin Hong that Tang Zheng had advanced her 2-year salary. Nor did she reveal her true purpose for returning to the Tage toy factory, only stating that she was working as a temporary employee at the uncle's small dessert shop. Because Tang Zheng had insisted she keep this matter between them, it was imperative that no one else knew. Xiaoxiao, your mother has already informed me about your family situation. If faced with only these two choices, I would recommend selecting that gentleman. At the very least, you won't have to toil daily to feed the pigs. Chu Hong jested. You are thinking too far ahead. Jiang Xiaoxiao had not yet contemplated this issue. Just yesterday, she transferred 20,000 to her brother. Rather than sending back the entire 120,000 in one go, her family has already incurred several tens of thousands in losses over these past few days. She plans to transfer only what is necessary as the situation unfolds. Today, upon returning to the factory, she retrieved her phone and bag. Just as Tang Zheng had mentioned previously, that erroneous form had mysteriously vanished. Regardless of whom she inquired, everyone was utterly clueless. As she had been absent for a few days, the factory counted her as having taken unauthorized leave. She had missed 3 days, which should have been classified as voluntary resignation, and would face a deduction of 9 days' wages. The issue is, she had only worked for 6 days. In other words, if Jiang Xiaoxiao does not return, fine. But she must compensate the factory for those 3 days of wages or work an additional 3 days. The Tage Toy Factory indeed has such a regulation. Chu Hong further remarked that their factory had previously favored hiring high school and college students for summer jobs. The wages for these students were already a quarter lower than those for regular employees, and if they did not complete a full month, they would receive only half of their wages. Most of these sheltered youth cannot endure hardship. After 10 to 15 days, they would be assigned to night shifts or standing positions, working 13 to 14 hours a day, effectively forcing them to leave. What Jiang Xiaoxiao is currently facing is even darker. She must gather as much evidence as possible and collaborate with Shan Zheng to bring down this unscrupulous factory. The following day, Tang Zheng, through the introduction of Zhou Lina, visited the Tage toy factory for an inspection. Upon arrival, he did not head straight to the office area, but instead took a tour of the production workshop. Indeed, the production environment was even worse than he had anticipated, cluttered with various items, resulting in a filthy and chaotic state. When the leadership is flawed, the quality of the employees is unlikely to be any better. After observing the workshop, Tang Zheng began to reconsider acquiring this toy factory. If he were to take over, a complete overhaul of the staff would be necessary, along with the complexities of hiring new personnel. Alternatively, if he sought to outsource production, there would be significant drawbacks, such as inflexibility in production and potential inventory accumulation. In the workshop, no one hindered him, a stranger, indicating a severe lack of management. Tang Zheng smoothly made his way to the office area on the 6th floor to the east. It was quite foolish of Jiang Xiaoxiao to return to work. The tuition of over a decade has gone to waste. Wouldn't it be easier to report the incident and retrieve her phone and other belongings? As for the wages from those few days, they could be considered as lost to the dogs. Were it not for the current difficulty in finding employment and having just given birth less than a year ago, I would have left this place long ago. The world is uniformly dark. Especially in the past 2 years, a multitude of toy factories and garment factories have successively closed down. Just then, Tang Zheng overheard someone asking, "Excuse me, which office belongs to President Zhu?" While it is wise to prioritize self-preservation, since you have already seen through everything, might it be possible for you to show a modicum of kindness by discreetly passing a note to the so-called foolish girl, advising her to remain vigilant? You would not incur any trouble for doing so. Should Tang Zheng take over this toy factory, he would not retain these salespeople. If they can turn a blind eye to their innocent colleagues, when a significant crisis befalls the factory, they will similarly observe from the sidelines, detached, and may even choose not to intervene. 2 colleagues from the sales department, intrigued by Tang Zheng's attire, speculated that he was either a major client or a friend of the owner, and thus personally escorted him inside. Zhu Gu received a call from Zhou Lina and had already prepared fine tea in the office, awaiting Tang Zheng's arrival. He was somewhat familiar with Tang Zheng's background. However, he could never have anticipated that after a brief exchange of pleasantries, Tang Zheng would quote a figure, 7 million. Even though Zhu Gu was accustomed to the ways of the world and possessed considerable shrewdness, his expression darkened considerably. Yet, he quickly regained his composure. Recognizing Tang Zheng as a natural smooth talker, "Mr. Tang, that is quite alarming. Previously, someone offered 30 million, and I did not agree. Mr. Zhu, are you bold enough to show us your financial statements for the past 3 years? I dare say that with over 500 employees, the profit you can pocket from this toy factory does not exceed 2 million annually. The factory hasn't operated for several months, has it?" Zhu Gu pondered whether this individual had conducted an investigation into their factory. Otherwise, how could he be so well informed? After all, he was a senior executive from the Dechin Group, and such discernment was to be expected. "I will not entertain any offers below 30 million, Zhu Gu declared. 8 million, Tang Zheng countered, adding 1 million to his offer. "I cannot accept anything above 10 million, nor can I afford it. The factory's valuation is still around 23 million, with 7 floors, each approximately 2,000 square meters, and a monthly rental rate of 20 yuan per square meter. The annual rent amounts to 36 million. Moreover, the Tage Toy Factory still has a year and a half remaining on its lease. Factoring in labor costs and other equipment, a valuation of 23 million is not unreasonable. Furthermore, this is a factory with a tarnished reputation. The brand value is negative. Tang Zheng not only must mitigate the existing negative impact, but also needs to re-register the company and its brand. Mr. Tang, where else would you find someone as cooperative as you? The annual rent, utilities, and property management alone are nearly this amount. Mr. Zhu, to be candid, I recently divorced my wife, who provided me with 20 million. I used over 5 million to purchase a more than 200 square meter apartment in the city center, and recently, I've been a bit reckless, spending another 2 to 3 million. I currently have about 10 million left. I can genuinely only offer 8 million. The remaining 2 to 3 million must serve as working capital. After all, Tang Zheng's words painted him as somewhat naive. Yet this was a deliberate tactic aimed at Zhu Gu. He believed that once he departed, Zhu Gu would find a way to relay this matter to Zhou Lina. If her group wished to see him reduced to a state of poverty, they would surely find a means to resolve this predicament. Zhu Gu felt a profound disdain. How could he flaunt the meager funds bestowed by his ex-wife in front of him? What a worthless individual. Chapter 24. The fish took the bait. The initial negotiations fell through. Tang Zheng, in exasperation, ceased further discussions and reached out to Zhou Lina to explore alternative projects. Zhou Lina, already overwhelmed with her responsibilities, wished fervently to extinguish him with a mere thought upon receiving his call. The relationship between Zhou Lina and Tang Zheng resembled the fable of the fox and the crow from Aesop's tales. For the fox to persuade the crow to drop the morsel it clutched, it had to employ every trick in the book to charm the crow. However, the crow, having discerned the fox's intentions, turned the tables and toyed with the fox instead. When the game had run its course, the crow would swoop down and peck at the fox. Zhou was genuinely reluctant to pursue any further investment opportunities with Tang Zheng. She promptly conveyed her thoughts to Sun Qingdong, suggesting that Tang should contribute 9 million, additionally mortgaging his newly acquired property. If Zhu Gu still deemed this insufficient, they could always provide him with a few more million. There was no point in squandering energy on such a worthless individual any longer, Sun Qingdong asserted. He was determined to expedite the task entrusted to him by Qi Ming, which was to ensure Tang Zheng's financial ruin. Why not just give me those few million directly? Zhou felt a twinge of discomfort. In truth, she had a far superior strategy to deal with the ineffectual Tang Zheng. Now that he was divorced and desperate, she could orchestrate a romantic ruse against him. Meanwhile, Tang Zheng sat in his car, having just ended a call. He texted Jiang Xiaoxiao, inquiring about the status of their arrangement. A minute later, Jiang Xiaoxiao replied, "The USB has been roasted, the others have yet to be prepared." This indicated that the designs on the USB had been copied by someone else. While the remaining tasks were unfinished, Tang Zheng immediately called Jiang Xiaoxiao, instructing her to discreetly wait for him at a designated location. He was reluctant to exploit the innocent young girl further, concerned for her safety. Though his interactions with Zhu Gu had been brief, it was apparent that the man was no benevolent character. If Jiang Xiaoxiao were to suffer any harm as a result, he would never forgive himself. "Brother Shanzhong, do you have new instructions?" Jiang Xiaoxiao admitted she felt unusually anxious these past few days. It was her first experience of being deceived. Yet, she was also excited. "Return home for now. Would you like to visit your hometown and collect your belongings?" Jiang Xiaoxiao was puzzled. "But I haven't completed the second task yet. And when I discreetly inquired with some veteran employees, they mentioned the factory had been unjustly withholding their wages. I'm just trying to ensure our sales director accidentally finds the USB drive I dropped. Let us leave it for now. Whether they use the designs on that USB will be determined later when you consult your fellow townsfolk." Shortly after Jiang Xiaoxiao departed, the sales director of Tage Toys, Guo Huai, discovered a USB drive in the spot where he usually parked. He brought it to Zhu Gu, exclaiming, "Whose design is this? It's simply magnificent. The quality surpasses that of our factory's designers by far." Zhu Gu has been in the toy business for over 20 years and possesses a keen eye for quality. "While parking, I stumbled upon an item by the roadside. It is likely a creation of a designer from a nearby toy factory, presumably a female designer. As there is a furry little squirrel attached to the USB drive. Could there be copyright issues? I just discovered that this design series is titled Snow Country Paradise, and no one has applied for a patent yet. If our factory quickly produces a sample and submits an application, the approval process should take no longer than 15 working days. Should you still harbor concerns, we could request the designer to modify certain aspects of the design, such as the clothing of the figurine or the hairstyle," Guo Huaicai suggested, and Zhu Gu excitedly replied, "Let us call the designer in for a discussion. Moreover, you must immediately cut and destroy the contents of that USB drive." Zhu Gu continued, "Even if, for argument's sake, our factory infringes upon another design's copyright, it would still take time for the products to circulate in the market before anyone notices. Most crucially, Zhu Gu did not disclose to Guo Huaicai that the factory would soon be transferred to someone named Tang. Even if there were copyright infringements, he would bear the responsibility for the oversight. Finding something and not returning it is already wrong, and attempting to ensnare others with it is utterly malicious. How curious that it is not titled Frozen, but rather Snow Country Paradise. When applying for the design patent, Tang Zheng had already checked. A search for Frozen yielded results indicating others were in the process of applying. However, searching under a different name yields no results, clearly an intentional misdirection. Furthermore, in 2007, the internet was not advanced enough to allow for the search of similar images simply by uploading a photo. However, within the patent office, there are dedicated personnel who handle this area. If a similar work has already been approved, they will promptly reject any new applications without providing any indication. Thus, Guo Huaicai was unable to find out whether someone had applied for the patent of Snow Country Paradise. He was worried about potential issues and suggested further modifications to the design, ensuring that the similarity does not exceed 70, which serves as a safety line. It was yet another Saturday, a time of joy for Qin Bauer as she prepared to visit her father's home. This week, Tang Zheng took her to a village on the outskirts of Ningzhou City for an outing and a barbecue. Unexpectedly, the busy Qin Euro and the gossiping Jiang Yun, along with their driver, also arrived. Initially, Jiang Xiaoxiao hesitated to join, fearing awkwardness, but then reconsidered. Why should she avoid coming? Was she afraid of Shan Zheng's ex-wife? Shan Zheng had already informed her that the reason for their divorce was simply that she was exhausted, hence the separation. How capricious. The thought made Jiang Xiaoxiao feel angered. Now, this ex-wife is meddling, attempting to rekindle old flames and potentially hurt Shan Zheng once more? With a man as good as Shan Zheng, why would you cherish him when there are countless others who do? Aru, did you notice that Xiao Xiao's gaze towards you today seemed rather hostile? Jiang Yun remarked as she and Qin Yuro sat in the same car, the driver behind the wheel. Both typically preferred not to drive. Qin Yuro had discreetly investigated Jiang Xiaoxiao beforehand. Tang Zheng did not speak falsely. He had indeed only recently become acquainted with Jiang Xiaoxiao. Having met her on the day they visited the Toy City, Jiang Xiaoxiao had just embarked on her job search and was grappling with difficulties at home. Qin Yuro harbored suspicions that Tang Zheng and Jiang Xiaoxiao were merely utilizing each other for their respective needs. She contemplated whether to advise her foolish ex-husband to be cautious, lest he end up with nothing to show for it. Evidently, Qin Yuro was unaware that Tang Zheng had already been informed of Jiang Xiaoxiao's familial troubles. She believed that Jiang Xiaoxiao was intentionally drawing close to Tang Zheng and cohabiting with him solely for financial gain, fearing that it might culminate in a complete loss. 2.5 hours later, they arrived at a rural area in the outskirts. The village, whose name eluded Tang Zheng and his companions, lay in disarray, with no inhabitants residing within. The adjacent rice paddies were partly abandoned and partly cultivated. It was mid-May, and in Xiagua, there was no distinction between lunar and solar calendars. Only the summer lunar calendar. The rice in the paddies had begun to form ears, but was not yet ripe. For Qin Bauer, it was her first experience in the fields. The little girl was overjoyed, immediately darting off to chase butterflies and dragonflies. How dull, remarked Jiang Yun upon exiting the vehicle. The desolate fields, overgrown with wild grass, were in stark contrast to the terraced scenic spots she had visited. Qin Yuro, stretching lazily, paid no heed to Jiang Yun. Tang Zheng and Jiang Xiaoxiao were preparing for a barbecue. They had departed at 9, and now it was 11:30. Hunger was beginning to set in. The driver came over to assist them, as the two young ladies could not be relied upon. The barbecue ingredients were meticulously prepared by Tang Zheng himself. After encountering issues with the 20 skewers he purchased that evening, he opted to buy various ingredients and blend them in precise proportions. 40 minutes later, the first batch of chicken wings was ready, and everyone had gathered around, eagerly anticipating the unveiling of Tang Zheng's grilled delicacies. Qin Bauer squatted nearby, having wiped her mouth numerous times in anticipation. Adults typically did not allow her to indulge in barbecue. Your little Bauer will surely grow up to be a foodie, Jiang Yun remarked, swallowing her saliva. Indeed, ever since last Friday when she had tasted Tang Zheng's cooking, she had been longing for more, though she hesitated to invite herself. After several attempts to persuade Qin Yuro, the latter dismissed her, insisting, "You go if you want." Did Qin Yuro not wish to go? Of course she did. Yet she was unwilling to set aside her pride. Chapter 25. The ruthless speak little Tang Zheng, concerned that his daughter might consume undercooked food, sliced open a chicken wing to inspect it, ensuring it was thoroughly cooked before handing 2 skewers to her, followed by 2 to Jiang Xiaoxiao, and finally taking 2 for himself. The others could serve themselves. You 3 glaring lights are merely dampening the atmosphere and doubling my workload. Do not underestimate this gesture. Qin Yuro could discern that in Tang Zheng's heart, she was likely no longer a significant presence. Jiang Yun, however, was uninterested in overthinking. She promptly grabbed 2 skewers and began to eat. These grilled wings taste entirely different from sweet and sour chicken wings. They seem even more delicious. I wonder what barbecue powder he used. Each skewer contained 3 chicken mid-wings, sufficient for Qin Bauer to be satisfied. Therefore, Tang Zheng decided not to grill anymore and led her away to eat elsewhere. Daddy, once we finish eating, can we go catch cicadas? Of course. Within mere minutes, Jiang Yun had finished her portion, while Qin Yuro consumed her meal with decorum, leaving half untouched. Observing the driver nearly done with his meal, she inquired, "You can barbecue, right?" The driver quickly shook his head, for he was not Tang Zheng. "It's all right. With a few attempts, you will master it." Aro exclaimed, "Let us also catch cicadas. It's noon, and their chorus is deafeningly joyous. Daddy, can we catch 5 more? Please? I want to bring them back for my classmates. They've never seen real cicadas." Tang Zheng had already caught several for Qin Bauer, but lacking the proper tools, he had to catch them by hand. As he approached, the cicadas would take flight in fright, presenting quite a challenge. Time passed, and suddenly, a chorus of laughter and chatter reached their ears. A group of 7 or 8 young men, returning from fishing with electricity, passed by. One of them, upon spotting the 3 delicate beauties, let out a flippant whistle and approached. "Ladies, out catching cicadas, are we? Would you like us brothers to assist you? Our skills surpass that of the fellow up in the tree." Another young man, dark-skinned and robust, chimed in with a playful tone. Qin Yuru, Jiang Yun, and the others were not naive. They recognized the intentions behind the men's antics. Were it not for Tang Zheng's presence, the situation might have turned precarious. Instinctively, Qin Yuru pulled Qin Bao closer, remaining silent to avoid provoking the group, lest the consequences be dire. Jiang Xiaoxiao, feeling uneasy, had already grasped her phone, ready to call for help. The driver ceased his grilling and, wielding a small knife, strode over briskly. "Beautiful ladies, would you care to visit our home? Look, many houses over there are unoccupied," one of them suggested. Just then, a loud thud resonated as Tang Zheng leapt from a tree over 3 meters high, landing directly in front of the man who had spoken, within mere feet of him. Had Tang Zheng intended to land on the man's head, he would certainly have required hospitalization for several days. Without uttering a word, Tang Zheng glared at him, a silent warning. Fear of recklessness lingered in the air. The 8 men had just been emboldened by something. "Humph," one young man scoffed before departing. Only when they had retreated did Tang Zheng say, "Let us pack up and head home." His bravado was a mere facade. The 2 men and 4 women stood no chance against them, especially with their fishing gear in tow. Unbeknownst to them, Qin Yuru's gaze towards Tang Zheng had softened considerably. To her surprise, her ex-husband had transformed into a formidable presence, speaking little yet exuding strength. Jiang Xiaoxiao held Tang Zheng in even higher regard now. The driver pondered, "Is this still the same ineffectual son-in-law I once knew?" Only Qin Bao seemed reluctant to part ways, asking, "What about those cicadas?" Tang Zheng replied, "We'll take them home to grill." Back at home, barbecuing on the balcony alleviated any worries about needing assistance. Tang Zheng ventured out to procure a dozen cans of beer, for nothing pairs better with barbecue than beer. Qin Yuro and Jiang Yun did not return home. Seeing the abundance of items purchased, Tang Zheng also called the driver over. Although few words were exchanged throughout the barbecue, everyone relished the food heartily. Qin Bao enjoyed sitting on Tang Zheng's lap, allowing others to feed her. Out of curiosity, she took a small sip of beer when she saw everyone drinking, but quickly recoiled, baffled by adults' peculiar taste for such a bitter beverage. The driver also abstained from alcohol. Every time his gaze wandered toward the beer, Jiang Yun shot him a glare. As the meal neared its end, Qin Yuro remarked, "Tang Zheng, since Bauer enjoys living with you so much, perhaps you should share her living expenses. As a father, supporting one's child is a duty." And Tang Zheng nodded in agreement. Qin Yuro rummaged through her bag and produced a receipt, saying, "I just enrolled Bauer in a dance class yesterday. The annual tuition is 100,000. Tang Zheng promptly spat out his beer, exclaiming, "Is this class taught by a world-class dance instructor? 100,000 a year. It's not even daily attendance. That's outrageous." Jiang Yun could no longer contain her laughter, covering her mouth as she chuckled. "Aro, well done, Tang Zheng. That's just pocket change. Your cakes sell for 5,888 each. Sell 10, and you've made a profit." She then inquired, "By the way, how has the cake business lately?" "How else could it be? I sold one last week, and it was to Bauer's cousin, Wu Kersen. Other wealthy parents refused to be taken advantage of any further," Tang Zheng replied, ignoring Jiang Yun's jests. He turned to Bauer and asked, "Bauer, do you like it when your mother plays with you?" Bauer nodded vigorously, wishing for more days like this. "I do." Tang Zheng then said to Qin Yuro, "Quality time is the most enduring declaration of affection. This weekend, I will accompany Bauer, and next weekend, it will be your turn to take her out. You, Qin Yuro, are a workaholic. You may not lack money, but you certainly lack time." After a moment's reflection, Qin Yuro surprisingly agreed. "All right. I'll let you lose 1 million a year, and in no time, you'll be broke. Let us see if Jiang Xiaoxiao will still be interested in you then. Furthermore," she added, "I hope my daughter grows up healthy and happy, like a normal girl." Tang Zheng thought, MMP, in order to make him bleed financially. Qin Yuro actually enrolled Bauer in an exorbitantly priced dance class. What other overpriced music classes might follow? Her intentions seemed rather sinister. Moreover, he noted her perpetually stern demeanor. As cold as an emotionless machine, he truly hoped his daughter would not grow up to mirror such a disposition. Jiang Yun, ever the instigator, remarked, "RO. He says you're not mentally healthy." By Monday morning, of the cicadas Tang Zheng had caught for Qin Bauer, 2/3 had perished, and those that remained had fallen silent, leaving the little girl disheartened and unwilling to attend kindergarten. Tang Zheng comforted her, saying, "Next week, I'll have your mother take you to catch more." This lightened her mood somewhat. On the same day, Zhu Ge met with Tang Zheng to continue discussions regarding the toy factory. Remarkably, their conversation flowed exceptionally smoothly. Ultimately, Tang Zheng secured the toy factory by mortgaging his apartment in the city center for $7 million. Within 6 months, he must settle the remaining payment. Otherwise, the property will belong to Zhu Ge. However, it was only after a month that the Tage toy factory was officially transferred to Tang Zheng, successfully changing its legal representative. Typically, the process of changing a company's legal representative can be expedited in as little as 15 days. The delay was due to Zhu Ge and his team having recently secured several contracts. Among them, a major client ordered 300,000 units of the Snow Country Paradise series toys. Last Wednesday, when they showcased the samples, all sales personnel were engaged in negotiations, resulting in only 50,000 units being discussed. By Friday, a wealthy foreign client directly placed an order for 300,000 toys, paying a 30 deposit. With an average wholesale price of 30 yuan per toy, the total amounted to 9 million, yielding a profit of 5 million. This situation made Zhu Ge reluctant to transfer the factory to Tang Zheng, as he was confident that the Snow Country Paradise series would become a sensation, given the exceptional design and lifelike characters that would undoubtedly appeal to children. Had it not been for Sun Qingdong's promise of 3 bare apartments of 180 square meters each in the upcoming development, he would never have consented to the transfer. He had heard news regarding the land. Qingyang Real Estate was certain to resolve the drainage issues, which would imply higher development costs and consequently increased property value. Zhu Ge also planned to complete this batch of goods in a month, then devise a means to have all the factory employees leave, spreading rumors that the new owner could not afford to pay wages, urging them not to remain at the dilapidated factory. This would delay Tang Zheng significantly, as he would need to recruit new staff, who would require time to acclimatize to the factory environment. Once everything was on track, he would quietly report that Muggy Toy Factory had plagiarized designs. After signing the agreement, Zhu Ge warmly shook hands with Tang Zheng, exclaiming, "Pleasure to cooperate, General Tang. Looking forward to future collaborations." Tang Zheng responded with equal enthusiasm. Zhu Ge remarked, "Future collaborations? By the end of the year, you'll be broke. Without the Qin family as your support, prepare to be knocked back to square one." Qingyang Real Estate. Is everything settled? Sun Qingdong inquired of Zhou. She nodded affirmatively. It's all set. This time, the Tang fellow is finished. Zhu Ge and his team had discovered a USB drive containing plagiarized designs. Humph, merely a pitiful little insect. He probably doesn't even realize whom he has provoked. At Daqin Group, Jiang Yun received news from an unknown source. Extra. Aru. Your ex-husband has just acquired a toy factory. I'm afraid I'm already aware of that. How did you find out? Are you secretly investigating him? Bauer told me. She said her father plans to establish a toy factory for her, dedicated to producing toys. Do you know who introduced this factory to your ex-husband for investment? Who? Sun Qingdong and Zhou. Those two surely have ulterior motives. Aren't you the least bit worried? Should I be concerned? Qin Euro retorted, exasperated by his foolishness. Despite the evident decline in profitability of labor-intensive industries such as toys and apparel, he recklessly plunged into them. Her tone carried a hint of frustration, akin to lamenting a failure to meet expectations. If Tang Zheng were to find himself financially destitute, it was likely that Jiang Xiaoxiao would abandon him as well. Jiang Yun, perplexed, remarked, "Recently, your ex-husband's demeanor hardly suggests he is easily deceived. Regardless, if he were to become impoverished, I might as well hire him as my personal chef to prepare delectable meals for me. This Saturday, shall we indulge in a barbecue? We could simply head to his home for a meal after work. It's not far from here. If you wish to go, by all means. You truly want my ex-husband to be your personal chef? Are you serious?" After Tang Zheng concluded his agreement with Zhu Ge, he returned home. Jiang Xiaoxiao appeared somewhat anxious, stating, "Shan Zheng, I can't shake the feeling that they harbor ill intentions. My fellow townsmen mentioned that the factory is valued at over 20 million. Yet they are willing to transfer it to you for merely over 10 million. Yet, This was precisely the outcome Tang Zheng desired. No need to worry, just trust me. There are 2 tasks you must undertake. First, gather evidence regarding Tage Toy Factory's exploitation of summer workers and their arbitrary wage deductions. Second, you must confront Zhu Ge and expose his true nature. I understand the latter may pose some challenges for you. However, if you succeed, the 2 years' salary I advanced you will serve as your reward. You still have time to reconsider. Otherwise, you may find yourself in a precarious situation. Jiang Xiaoxiao was not one to forget gratitude. Tang Zheng had assisted her immensely, and she would not hesitate to face adversity for his sake. After all, exposing the true face of a scoundrel was a noble endeavor. She would neither be the first nor the last victim. Let it be, she thought. Recalling a phrase she once read, the magnitude of risks you can bear is directly proportional to the wealth you can attain. As time progressed, another week slipped by. Online forums buzzed with activity as individuals began to unveil the myriad misdeeds of Muggy Toy Factory. In the summer of 2005, during my freshman year, a classmate and I ventured to Ning City to work. Many factories were reluctant to hire summer workers, fearing we would leave after just a few days. Eventually, we sought assistance from an agency, spending 200 yuan to secure positions at Muggy Toy Factory. Initially, we were assigned to a rather easy packing department, working a standard 8-hour shift with the occasional 2-hour overtime. Our wages amounted to approximately 60 yuan per day. Yet after deducting 180 yuan for meals and 80 yuan for accommodation, we found ourselves with little to show for our efforts. After 7 days of work, we were eligible for an advance of 100 yuan, though we chose not to take it. We remained in that department for nearly 12 days until, on the 13th, the supervisor abruptly transferred us to the woodworking department on the first floor, tasked with producing wooden toys. The woodworking area was filled with flying sawdust, and the conditions were deplorable. Most distressing was the incessant use of electric saws, the noise of which was excruciating. Even after work, as we attempted to sleep, our ears still rang. Moreover, we had never operated an electric saw before and were utterly inexperienced. Once, perhaps due to my overwhelming fatigue, I momentarily lost focus, nearly severing several fingers of my right hand with a chainsaw. We sought out our former supervisor, requesting to be reassigned, but he continually evaded our pleas, claiming that many of the older craftsmen in the woodworking department were, like us, temporary workers. They had signed 3-month contracts, departing upon completion, while we had merely signed for 2 months. Should we fail to fulfill our term and wish to resign, we were required to submit a 7-day notice. Yet half of our wages would still be deducted. If one left voluntarily, not a single penny would be received. Unable to endure the situation any longer, a classmate, in a fit of frustration, awakened me early on the 18th day, luggage in hand, and, taking advantage of the gatekeeper's inattention, made a hasty escape. Little did we know, the gatekeeper was alerted. He pursued us with a wild dog in tow. Initially, we were terrified, fearing we were not permitted to leave. However, it turned out he merely wanted us to return our factory IDs. We later discovered that they were concerned we might report them to the authorities, hence the pursuit to reclaim our IDs. I declare, should I utter a single falsehood in this account, may the heavens strike me with lightning. Chapter 27. Aiming for success in a previous life, Tang Zheng, upon entering the workforce, engaged in online promotion during the year 2012. At a time when mobile internet was still in its infancy, predominantly reliant on PC marketing, the company provided him with dozens of small accounts across various forums, B2B websites, and QA platforms. One account would initiate a thread, while several others would comment at staggered intervals to prevent the post from sinking into obscurity. Gradually, traffic began to rise. The aforementioned thread was not initiated by Tang Zheng, but rather constituted a genuine account of events recently compiled by Jiang Xiaoxiao through various sources. A fellow villager of Jiang Xiaoxiao had worked in that factory for over 3 years and was well acquainted with many internal matters. To obtain a list of contacts, she could approach 2 avenues, the finance or HR departments, both of which had seen departures. Among the HR staff, several had relatives in positions of influence, while the previous personnel had served for varying lengths, ranging from 1.5 years to as little as 3 days. The finance team exhibited similar turnover. However, several individuals discreetly retained evidence upon their departure, fearing they might not receive their due wages, as the factory was notoriously exploitative. Jiang Xiaoxiao methodically contacted the victims from the list, urging them to voice their experiences online. Consequently, the thread quickly gained traction, and due to its topical relevance. The forum's moderators elevated it to the homepage, showcasing it prominently. With the onset of summer vacation approaching at the end of June, many university students sought summer employment. Upon discovering this thread, they were alarmed and hastily began to comment. Is it truly that dire? Reality is even bleaker. Experience it for yourself, and you shall see. If summer work is recommended by a professor, it tends to be more reliable. However, if it is arranged through an intermediary, they have likely already colluded with the manufacturers to exploit you, the unsuspecting students. Generally, reputable factories seldom recruit seasonal workers. Only those labor-intensive factories, such as those producing mooncake boxes and toys, may appear to have easy tasks, but can anyone withstand standing for 12 hours a day, even working night shifts? Few can endure such demands without prior experience. 3 hours later, this post ignited a frenzy on the Tian forum. Yet, it remained confined to this forum, not reaching nationwide notoriety. Today, Tang Zheng did nothing at all, not even commenting on the matter. By the following morning, he promptly called Zhu Gu, feigning indignation about the veracity of the claims. Zhu Gu usually browsed the internet, yet he seldom ventured onto forums, thus he was unaware of the unfolding events. Upon receiving Tang Zheng's call, he hurried to his study and powered up his computer. Upon viewing the comments, Zhu Gu was initially taken aback, but then he thought, with 21 days remaining, he would leave this mess for you, Tang Zheng, to handle. Why worry excessively? Moreover, this might even be a boon for them. Mr. Tang, please do not rush. Remain calm and listen to me, if you would. Calm? How can you expect me to be calm? I suspect you and Jolina are conspiring behind my back to deceive me into investing. Had I known from the outset that you operated a shady factory, would I have taken it over? I refuse to manage this factory any longer. Refund my money. Mr. Tang, how can you trust the things you see online? Let us do this. I will issue a statement. Zhu Gu was acutely aware of how disreputable their factory was. Without his endorsement, the subordinates would not dare to act. However, matters demand evidence, don't they? And they would never leave traces for scrutiny. Tang Zheng merely altered the legal representative, taking over the Ta Gu toy factory. Yet he had yet to register a new enterprise. How could a statement suffice? You would also need to accept interviews from local news stations. Doing everything possible to clarify this situation, you should assert that our Mu Gu toy factory is a business that values integrity, honors contracts, emphasizes quality, adheres to laws, and bears social responsibility. We shall reserve the right to pursue the legal accountability of these online slanderers. The internet is certainly not a lawless realm. Justice may be delayed, yet it is never absent. Trust that society will restore our reputation, Tang Zheng declared with righteous fervor. On the other end of the line, Zhu Gu felt nearly suffocated. This fool lacked any sense of crisis management. Confronting netizens at such a time was far from a wise choice. It would only exacerbate the situation. Since you are unafraid of further escalation, let us oblige you. All right, Mr. Tang, your talent is truly remarkable. That line, justice may be delayed but will never be absent, is extraordinarily astute. Stop the flattery and hurry up. Both men were rather petty, competing to see who could be more ignoble. After hanging up, Jiang Xiao, who was preparing breakfast, could no longer contain herself and burst into laughter. One thing is certain, Zhu Gu likely did not anticipate that you would wriggle free so easily. Thinking past misdeeds could simply be erased and shifted onto Tang Zheng's shoulders. This matter could still be hot for 3 days. On the 4th day, it would be your turn to take the stage. Tang Zheng smiled at Jiang Xiao. Several times, he wished he could completely engulf this person, yet for some inexplicable reason, the image of Qin Yuru kept surfacing in his mind. His feelings for Jiang Xiao had not yet escalated to that level. It was merely a pure admiration, a fondness. Whenever he suggested something, Jiang Xiao would readily comply. The crux of the matter was that he did not desire such a dynamic, nor did he want her to feel indebted. Would it not be more delightful to engage in a genuine romance first? If others were to discover this. Jiang Xiao had been fretting over this concern for the past few days. Do you not recall that day in the KTV corridor when you bumped into me? If they find out, we can always spin it into a tale of a hero rescuing a damsel in distress. After all, there was surveillance footage to corroborate our story, Tang Zheng remarked. Additionally, the task assigned to your fellow townsmen can now commence. Through his in-depth understanding, Tang Zheng realized that at Tai's toy factory, nearly half of the employees were commendable workers. The other half comprised a mix of those who shirked responsibilities and others whose skills were lacking. Among the group leaders, foremen, Supervisors, department managers, and directors, nearly 70% were relatives of the upper management. This left those diligent workers, striving to earn a decent living, at a disadvantage. His immediate objective was to retain the good employees while encouraging the underperformers to resign voluntarily. Typically, in a factory undergoing restructuring, it is the exceptional employees who tend to leave first, as they do not fear the challenge of finding good employment. Conversely, those who linger are often the marginal performers, apprehensive that departing might hinder their job prospects. Tang Zheng's cunning strategy involved the new owner initiating a toy production competition within the workshop, pitting employees against one another to showcase their craftsmanship and speed. The top performers would receive a pay raise of 10 to 30%, while the underachievers would face a corresponding reduction. Furthermore, should the factory require overtime, priority would be given to the outstanding workers. The business department would implement a rigorous KPI assessment system, where sales personnel who failed to meet the basic sales targets would only receive 70% of their base salary. Only upon meeting the minimum sales threshold could they then earn the full base salary, with commissions calculated on a tiered basis. Under 50,000 would yield 0.5%, 510,000 would yield 1%, and 1 to 2 million would yield 2%. Each department would have its own set of new regulations, such as job rotations. However, Tang Zheng did not immediately enforce these policies. Instead, he instructed Jiang Xiaoxiao's fellow townsman, Qin Hong, to circulate these rumors within the factory to stabilize the good employees and instill an unprecedented sense of urgency in the opportunistic individuals. Tai's toy factory was now his domain, a means by which he intended to prosper, not a sanctuary for idleness. Chapter 28. I was utterly terrified at that moment. Ningzhou City's midday news featured Zhu Gu in an interview with the station's reporter. In the broadcast, Zhu Gu expressed his outrage, asserting his intention to hold online slanderers legally accountable, subtly criticizing those who failed to show gratitude and sought to tarnish his former employer's reputation. This promised to be quite the spectacle. It was not until the following day that Zhu Gu caught wind of the rumors circulating within the factory. Being astute, he immediately sensed that something was amiss. If Tang Zheng were to implement these new policies, it would undoubtedly benefit him significantly, a stark deviation from Zhu Ji's prior assumptions, and certainly not the outcome he wished to witness. He wished for all employees to depart, leaving Tang Zheng as the sole commander. Zhu Gu longed to quell these rumors immediately, yet time was not on his side. Shortly after his arrival at the office, a series of journalists began to trickle in, inquiring about the issues surrounding their summer interns. Thus, Zhu Gu spent an entire day entertaining these reporters. On the third day, his young wife, his fourth, tearfully confided that she might have been followed while out shopping. Consequently, Zhu Gu squandered yet another day. By the fourth day, Miss Jiang Xiaoxiao posted on the Tian forum. Unlike her previous post, this time she shared photographs, recordings, and videos that unveiled the truth. Jiang Xiaoxiao began by briefly explaining her reasons for joining the Mu Gu toy factory as a business order clerk, detailing her primary responsibilities and sharing images of her employee badge, onboarding documents, workshop, and office environment to substantiate her employment at the factory. She then shifted her focus to the events that transpired that night at the Wangchao Party KTV, meticulously recounting the time, location, the specific room, the individuals present, and her reasons for attending the departmental gathering. They poured several bottles of high-proof liquor into a glass basin filled with ice, mixing it with a beverage I had never tried before, which tasted rather peculiar. Normally, even a single beer would leave me feeling unwell for hours. After 2 small cups of this concoction, I found my head spinning. When urged to drink another, I declined and opted to sing instead. Then our factory manager entered, prompting everyone to toast. Our glasses were brimming with liquor. I felt overwhelmingly nauseated and discreetly left the room to wash my face with cold water. Upon exiting, I encountered our general manager, who informed me that there was an issue with the production task sheet I had assisted an employee with that morning. Fear enveloped me. I had never felt such despair before. Zhang Yun from the Daqin group, completing her tasks, had been keeping a close eye on the developments at the Tai Good Toy factory, waiting for Tang Zheng's downfall. It appeared that within 3 months, his fate would be sealed. Following this incident, the Tai Good Toy factory would undoubtedly lose a portion of its workforce, and the number of distributors would plummet. Should the entire sales department vacate, finding suitable replacements in the short term would be a challenge. With no orders, more employees would depart. It was a vicious cycle. Unless Tang Zheng still had millions in funds to sustain operations. Yet did he? Jiang Xiaoxiao had once been employed at the Taigu toy factory and had nearly fallen victim to a dire situation. Could Tang Zheng truly be the hero of this tale? The unfolding drama became increasingly captivating. Jiang Yun contemplated visiting Qin Yuru's office to share this matter, but reconsidered, deeming the dull woman unlikely to care for such gossip. However, this time Jiang Yun misjudged. Qin Yuru was indeed secretly monitoring the situation. Surprised to learn of the connection between Tang Zheng and Jiang Xiaoxiao. That night, Tang Zheng embraced the woman who entered the car, undoubtedly Jiang Xiaoxiao. Little did she anticipate that Jiang Xiaoxiao would be willing to emerge and expose Zhu Ji's transgressions of sexual harassment. Moreover, it was not just any form of harassment. It was perpetrated through exceptionally vile means. However, the evidence Jiang Xiaoxiao provided was merely corroborative, not conclusive. For instance, the problematic production task sheet. If she failed to present it, Zhu Ge could very well retaliate, accusing her of defamation and tarnishing his character. Could it be that Tang Zheng intended to exploit this woman to tarnish Zhu Ji's reputation for his own ulterior motives? Qin Yuru pondered. Yet, Tang Zheng did not exploit Jiang Xiaoxiao. Even if she were being used, it was with her full consent. Compared to her previous summer job post, Jiang Xiaoxiao's current announcement was far more sensational. The Ningzhou news station swiftly reported the incident, urging the relevant parties to unveil the truth. Consequently, the host of the station immediately connected via phone to Zhu Ge, the other party involved in the incident. After finally enjoying a moment of peace, Zhu Ge returned home. Feeling utterly vexed, this is slander, it is defamation. Where is the evidence? I ask you, where is the evidence? She must provide it at once. If Jiang Xiaoxiao does not clarify and apologize immediately, I will have my lawyer address this matter. The host, still in the studio, attempted to contact Jiang Xiaoxiao. They certainly had the means to acquire her number. However, the call was unsuccessful. They then reached out to her colleagues who had sung karaoke with her that night. But these individuals claimed ignorance, asserting they had not heard of the 300,000 item allegation. Nonetheless, Jiang Xiaoxiao had indeed drafted a production task sheet for 30,000 items on behalf of a colleague. The television station then connected with Jiang Xiaoxiao's fellow townsman, Qin Hong, who verified the authenticity of the situation. Qin Hong also divulged details about Jiang Xiaoxiao's family circumstances. This stirred quite the commotion. Comments from netizens erupted. How outrageous. 3 days of absenteeism. Yet 9 days of wages deducted. If one does not work a full 9 days, they withhold their phone and bag. Typically, 3 days of unexcused absence is considered voluntary resignation. Even if they withhold payment for a few days of work, why should they confiscate someone's phone? Perhaps the wage deduction was indeed valid. However, I find it hard to believe that the claim of a 300,000 item error was anything but a fabrication by the poster. I refuse to accept that such malevolence exists in the world. Not to mention, the method employed was far from clever. What if this woman reported the incident immediately afterward? Furthermore, it had been several days since the event occurred before she posted. Did she fabricate this story due to familial troubles, seeking to extort greater compensation? Many netizens not only questioned Jiang Xiaoxiao's post, but also her character. Upon seeing these comments, Tang Zheng decisively intervened. To those above, how old are you? When faced with such circumstances, how could a young woman, fresh to society, find the courage to speak out? If it weren't for the recent reports online about this being a black factory, without support, would she have dared to post? This case hinges on one crucial piece of evidence, that production task sheet. As long as the Tage Toy Factory can produce the production task sheet signed by the original owner, Jiang Xiaoxiao, it will be evident who is lying. The production task sheet is written in Arabic numerals, and adding a 0 after the 3 is an exceedingly simple task. However, we can seek authentication from the technical center. Regardless of how closely the handwriting may be imitated, the sequence of the time when the 0 was added can be definitively established through modern technological methods. If the factory personnel claim that they cannot find the production task sheet issued by Jiang Xiaoxiao, there is undoubtedly something amiss. Truthfully, this matter is not as complicated as it seems. As soon as the manufacturer provides this sheet, the truth will become self-evident. This lengthy comment was penned by a user named Village Just Electrified, who is also a pseudonym for Tang Zheng. He sat on the sofa in the living room with a notebook in hand, while Jiang Xiaoxiao sat beside him. Tang Zheng incisively pinpointed the issue at hand. The manufacturer must produce the production task sheet, that Jiang Xiaoxiao issued. Chapter 29. Convening a press conference. Tang Zheng is absolutely certain that this sheet has either been destroyed by Zhu Gu or hidden away. In any case, it is highly unlikely that anyone will ever see it again. Furthermore, someone has already fabricated a replacement for this production task sheet. The issue is that the host has just connected with a colleague of Jiang Xiaoxiao, who confirmed that Jiang Xiaoxiao indeed issued a production task sheet for 30,000 items. Jiang Xiaoxiao observed Tang Zheng's typing speed with amazement. He typed with remarkable speed, hardly pausing to think. Unconsciously, she rested her head on Tang Zheng's shoulder. Tang Zheng continued his commentary. I have always detested the victim-blaming mentality. A young girl, who has yet to receive her diploma, finds herself unemployed and penniless in a vast, unfamiliar city. Apart from her fellow villagers from the factory and the recent upheaval in her family, what options does she have? Often, it is the final straw that breaks the camel's back. At that time, she was inebriated and her mind was muddled. She could hardly think clearly. I imagine her thoughts were consumed with how to rectify her misstep. If, hypothetically, the factory manager had succeeded in his scheme, do you think these seasoned individuals would fear that the young girl would report him? Not at all. If, and I emphasize if, this individual is a repeat offender, he would certainly have prepared a DV camera. If you dared to report him, he would disseminate incriminating images online as a threat. Moreover, this girl was already in dire financial straits. He would not hesitate to offer her a sum of 100,000 or 80,000 to keep her silent. To a boss with over 500 employees, that amount is merely the cost of a fine bottle of red wine. If he had not succeeded, he would simply play dumb. Were you intoxicated? I never made such statements, nor did I show you any problematic documents. I believe that the netizens, like myself, are in urgent need of the truth. After commenting, Tang Zheng advised Jiang Xiaoxiao, wait until tomorrow to accept media interviews. When the time comes, be sure to appear more distressed and helpless. Netizens often express sympathy for the weak. You are not only a victim, but also a vulnerable individual. Zhu Gu is undoubtedly a habitual offender. Jiang Xiaoxiao remarked, what if I cannot cry? Or worse, I feel like laughing. Tang Zheng playfully pinched her small nose and suggested, just envision yourself carrying several children, hauling a load of slop to feed the pigs, shoveling their dung. Jiang Xiaoxiao lamented, oh no, now I can't cry even more. During my time back home, I did not shy away from such labor. However, the image of tending to others' children is too daunting for me to fathom. Jolina was also keeping an eye on the situation. Upon reading the villagers' comments about the newly established electricity, she realized Zhu Gu was in grave trouble. Jolina understood Zhu Ji's character better than anyone else. Her first job was as his assistant, during which she helped him deal with numerous unsavory matters. Deep down, she harbored a profound disdain for him, leading her to decide to remain indifferent to this affair. Zhu Gu consulted a lawyer he knew, who advised him to lay low and avoid answering any calls. Once the online uproar subsided, he could send Jiang Xiaoxiao a legal notice. The truth was, Zhu Gu was unable to produce the task order Jiang Xiaoxiao had submitted, as it had been torn up and discarded in the restroom of the Wangchao KTV during the party. The following day, he arranged for a new order to be issued, informing the relevant sales personnel that a client had called requesting a change. He blamed his failure to inform his colleagues, urging them to maintain a unified front by asserting that Jiang Xiaoxiao had never placed a production order. The audacity of that village, which had only just acquired electricity, was infuriating. The very name they chose reflected their backwardness. Zhu Gu seemed to possess an uncanny ability to read him. That night, despite his thwarted intentions, he acted as if nothing had transpired. Had he succeeded, he would have used the DV footage he prepared to intimidate Jiang Xiaoxiao into silence, offering her a substantial sum to keep the matter hushed. No worries, Jiang Xiaoxiao has no evidence. She cannot touch me. Besides, in just a few days, I'll be able to escape unscathed. He planned to flee abroad for a while, confident that no one could touch him. This individual remained disturbingly optimistic. He decided to check online forums, where users had unearthed Zhu Ji's background, revealing he had been married 3 times and had 4 spouses, with his current wife being a mere 19 years old. The netizens fervently demanded that Zhu Gu produce the production order. Once that document surfaced, all issues would be resolved. Yet, Tage Toy Factory remained utterly unresponsive. That evening, Ningzhou Evening News reported on the matter with the headline, "Is it truly so difficult to provide a production order? Perhaps there are deeper issues at play?" After a night of brewing speculation, by the next day, Millions across Ya country were aware of the situation. The fervor was unprecedented. The audacity of exploiting such despicable tactics to deceive a desperate young girl was a hot topic. Even Xia country's largest television station, XGTV1, featured the two incidents involving Tai's toy factory on their morning program Morning Views on the World. I hope the factory manager will come forward to clarify the truth for everyone. Zhu Gu was restless throughout the night, and upon awakening, he was alarmed to see numerous channels reporting on the incident. He realized that he could not hide for long, as relevant personnel would soon intervene in the investigation. How did this situation escalate to such severity? He had engaged in similar activities before without consequence. Clearly, someone was orchestrating events behind the scenes, guiding Jiang Xiaoxiao and exacerbating the situation. With her capabilities, such a feat was unattainable. Who could be behind her guidance? Perhaps a fellow townsman? Zhu Gu dismissed Qin Hong, a mere team leader, as lacking such prowess. Suddenly, an unsettling thought crossed his mind. Why had Guo Huai happened to find a USB drive containing toy designs? It seemed as though someone had deliberately set a trap for them. Furthermore, an unfamiliar foreign merchant had placed an order for 300,000 units. Was it possible that someone named Tang was manipulating the situation from behind the scenes? To Zhu Gu, Tang Zheng was simply a self-important fool who believed himself to be knowledgeable about everything. A few flattering words could easily inflate his ego. Could such a person possess the cunning needed for this? Lost in thought, Zhu Gu received a text message from Tang Zheng. Zhu, we must not act in such a despicable manner. I know you are avoiding my calls, so I shall notify you via text. I am withdrawing from the factory. Please return my funds immediately. Love it or leave it. I can barely keep myself afloat. Zhu Gu cursed under his breath as he read the message. He had no time to deal with Tang Zheng at that moment. Shortly thereafter, he received another message from Zhou Lina, requesting a meeting. Zhou Lina was not only concerned about Tang Zheng potentially breaching the contract, but also worried that Zhu Gu might falter. She specifically came to provide him with an analysis of the situation. Evidence. If the opposing party lacks evidence, there is nothing to fear. The only recourse was to hold a press conference. If they could clarify the matter, they would. If not, they would deny responsibility or shift the blame. For instance, he, as the general manager, was unaware of the issues concerning summer interns, which were indeed the actions of individual department heads colluding with intermediaries. Zhu Gu had little regard for the meager wages of summer interns. It was his relatives, the relevant supervisors, who were responsible. His fault lay in poor personnel decisions. The matter concerning Jiang Xiaoxiao was the true crux of the issue. Since the most critical document had been destroyed, what was there to fear from her? At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the press conference commenced. The local news station in Ning City and YouTube streamed the event simultaneously, and many viewers tuned in to the live broadcast. Jiang Xiaoxiao received a call and also attended. She did not dress up specially, appearing as she usually did. At that moment, surrounded by numerous media reporters, members of society, and some former colleagues from the factory, she felt incredibly anxious, longing for Tang Zheng to be by her side. However, Tang Zheng did not attend the site. He watched the live broadcast from home. He had already informed Zhu Gu that if he could not resolve these troublesome matters, he truly would withdraw from the factory. Xiao, I'm quite nervous as well. They will surely interview me soon, and I've never been on television before, Qin Hong said anxiously. Jiang Xiaoxiao remained silent. The situation had escalated to such proportions that her family, friends, and classmates were all aware of it. There's no turning back now. Regretting it at this point would be futile. She, the central figure in this affair, was indeed quite beautiful. Upon seeing Jiang Xiaoxiao and her companion, the media promptly directed their cameras towards them, and the reporters began their inquiries. The first question posed to Zhu Gu was pointed and incisive. Director Zhu, have you withheld Miss Zhang's wages? Zhu Gu answered candidly. According to our factory's regulations, an unexcused absence of 1 day results in a deduction of 3 days' wages. If one is absent for 4 days or more, it is treated as voluntary resignation. Unexpectedly, she returned to work on the 4th day. The reporter continued. We have learned that Miss Jiang returned to work because your factory refused to return her personal belongings. Miss Jiang, is this true? Jiang Xiaoxiao replied, yes. I initially intended to have a fellow villager retrieve them for me, but they insisted that I come back in person to collect them. Qin Hong added, exactly. The viewers watching the live broadcast began to sense something amiss. It was evident that the factory was deliberately making things difficult for her. Zhu Gu countered Jiang Xiaoxiao's statement. If you retrieved your belongings, why did you choose to stay and work? At this, Jiang Xiaoxiao calmly produced a voice recorder and played a recording. Xiao Jiang. According to our factory's regulations, you either need to work an additional 3 days or compensate us for 3 days' wages. Otherwise, we will take legal action against you. The individual who had spoken these words to Jiang Xiaoxiao was none other than sales director Guo Huaicai. The audience watching the live stream was taken aback. If Jiang Xiaoxiao's claims were false, it would indeed be a grave injustice. This was undoubtedly a factory that exploited even summer workers. Guo Huaicai, along with his entire sales department, was present at the scene, and the expression on his face was one of utter dismay. He stammered, "I was merely joking with Xiao Jiang, who knew she would take it seriously and record it. Was that a mere jest? That was blatant intimidation." Soon, the reporters posed the most critical question regarding the production task order Jiang Xiaoxiao had submitted. To everyone's surprise, a woman from the workshop immediately corroborated Jiang Xiaoxiao's account. "I saw that afternoon when Director Zhu came down to our 3rd floor and took that order." It turned out that the production manager's office was located on the 3rd floor of Tage Toy Factory, and an announcement board was set up outside to display production task orders. Coincidentally, Zhu Gu was spotted by this woman while he was retrieving the order. Just as Zhu Gu was about to defend himself, his lawyer intervened and asked the woman, "From how many meters away did you see this?" The woman, uncertain, replied, "Approximately 4 to 5 meters, perhaps closer. It was just a few meters, but I didn't measure." "All right, let's assume it was 4 meters, the lawyer said. "Director Zhu, please have someone fetch a production task order and a measuring tape." Just a moment. Zhu Gu quickly realized the purpose behind this lawyer's presence. He was indeed worth his weight in gold. The lawyer subsequently inquired of the elder sister, how many production task orders were displayed on the bulletin board at that time. The elder sister replied, "I cannot recall, but there were likely several." The lawyer then asked, "Are you familiar with Jiang Xiaoxiao's fellow townsfolk?" The elder sister responded, "We are from the same place." The lawyer nodded, refraining from pursuing the matter further. Onlookers appeared to have had a moment of realization. At that moment, someone presented a standard production task order along with a measuring tape. The lawyer measured 4 meters on the ground, holding the order, and addressed the elder sister. "Please stand there and take another look. Can you discern who issued this order in my possession?" The elder sister, evidently lacking in guile, shook her head. "It seems unclear who issued it." The lawyer pressed, "Then how can you be certain that the order taken by Director Zhu was indeed issued by Miss Jiang?" The elder sister simply replied, Silence enveloped the room, yet her testimony had already undermined the case. The lawyer posited, "Why has Miss Jiang's order vanished? And who has taken it?" This question we shall soon elucidate. A discerning mind might perceive the lawyer's intended implication. A thief crying "Stop thief." It is plausible that the documents issued by Jiang Xiaoxiao were pilfered by her associates, leaving no witnesses behind. Jiang Xiaoxiao had also gleaned this insight. If Tang Zheng were not behind the scenes, could she contend with such seasoned individuals? The lawyer queried the salesperson who had received the order. "Did you only realize the order was missing before issuing a replacement?" The salesperson, a woman in her 30s, shook her head. "No, it was the day after a karaoke session when the client called to amend specifications and models of certain products. Only then did I descend to consult the production manager. It was then that I discovered Jiang Xiaoxiao's production task order was missing, prompting me to issue a replacement. I have the phone records, as well as the call from that client that morning." Meanwhile, at Tang Zheng's residence, he was watching the live broadcast. The reason he had previously advised Jiang Xiaoxiao against pursuing that meager salary was now evident. They were all seasoned professionals, and dealing with the inexperienced Jiang Xiaoxiao was a trivial endeavor. One could only fear a rogue with education. In Qin Yuru's office, she and Zhang Yun were watching the live stream online. Zhang Yun held no strong feelings of either affection or disdain towards Jiang Xiaoxiao. Yet she chose to believe that what Jiang Xiaoxiao said was true. She had already deduced that the inebriated woman Tang Zheng had carried into the car that night was, in fact, Jiang Xiaoxiao. Regrettably, lacking in social experience, she was no match for these individuals. Zhang Yun sighed softly. Qin Yuru nodded. The crux remains that order. If she fails to provide it, this lawyer will undoubtedly suddenly. Qin Yuru straightened in her seat, her face displaying an expression of disbelief. "What is it?" Zhang Yun asked, puzzled. "Do you recognize this lawyer? I felt as though I had seen him somewhere before. He is a high school classmate of Tang Zheng. You must know that Tang Zheng has only 2 or 3 close friends. This man is one of them." Qin Yuru exclaimed in astonishment, having never before displayed such a lack of composure. When they had just married, Tang Zheng introduced his friend to her, but they subsequently lost all contact. Few are aware that this lawyer is a close acquaintance of Tang Zheng. What? Is that so? In that case, Jiang Yun's expression was one of disbelief. It seems there is quite a spectacle to behold. In front of the television, some viewers began to voice their doubts. Could it be that the young lady had her fellow townsmen steal that receipt for her? Then fabricate a story claiming that the factory manager had harassed her, thereby compelling him to compensate her handsomely. This would resolve her family's troubles, wouldn't it? Soon, the lawyer engaged by Zhu Gu began to steer Jiang Xiaoxiao in that direction. The lawyer queried, "Miss Jiang, you officially graduated this June, correct?" "Yes," Jiang Xiaoxiao affirmed. The lawyer continued, "You must have been searching for work in Ningzhou for a while now. According to your employment form, you studied early childhood education. Why did you choose to work as a sales clerk at a toy factory, given the similar remuneration of these positions?" Jiang Xiaoxiao replied candidly, "I had taken elective courses in graphic design at university. Thus, I initially sought employment in that field, but since it was not aligned with my major," the lawyer interjected. "You had no choice but to take the clerical position at Tage Toy Factory, correct?" "Yes," she conceded. "After a few days of work, your mother called to inform you that your brother had caused someone to become a vegetable due to a motorcycle accident, and that you would need to pay a considerable sum in compensation to the other party. Your mother wished for you to return home and marry a man who runs a pig farm, hoping to secure a substantial bride price. Is that accurate?" "Yes. I also heard that initially, they intended to offer your family a bride price of 100,000 yuan, which you refused. Later, it rose to 150,000 and then 160,000. As a clerk, your monthly salary is around 2,000 yuan, totaling 24,000 yuan annually. You would need to forego eating and drinking for 6 or 7 years to accumulate 160,000 yuan. So, are you merely biding your time for a better offer?" Jiang Xiaoxiao's palms began to sweat as she clutched the hem of her garment, uncertain how to respond to such an inquiry. The lawyer did not press her further, but turned to Tan Hong. "How long have you been working at Tage Toy Factory?" "Over 3 years," Tan Hong replied. "Do you believe Mr. Zhu is lecherous? Isn't it obvious? He has 4 wives, each younger than the last. Thus, you were already aware that Mr. Zhu is prone to the common faults of men and deliberately set a trap." Chapter 31. Who is the most pitiful? Tan Hong's neck flushed red with indignation, leaving her speechless for an extended moment. She could scarcely fathom that there existed such a person in this world who could so brazenly distort right and wrong. It seemed that they, rather than Zhu Gu, were the ones scheming against him, now portraying themselves as the true victims. The lawyer then turned back to Jiang Xiaoxiao. "When you returned to work at Tage Toy Factory, why did you have a recording pen? Was there some ulterior motive?" Jiang Xiaoxiao refrained from answering that question, instead asserting, "Whether my words are true or false can be verified by the events of that night at the Wanqiao Party KTV, where he first presented me with a receipt and later led me into a secluded room. I suspect that they had reserved 2 private rooms that night in advance." Upon hearing this, Zhuge felt a sense of pride, the corners of his mouth curling upwards. "You think you can compete with me, old Zhu?" That damning evidence was personally erased by him that night. Little did he know, the camera captured his subtle movements and provided a grand close-up. Viewers exclaimed, "MP, I almost believe this man was innocent. Just look at his smug grin. If he were truly innocent, that would be a stroke of bad luck." Without a doubt, the surveillance footage in the corridor had long been deleted. This KTV would undoubtedly claim that the cameras had malfunctioned. As expected, when the party leader received a call from the scene, they stated that Guo Huai had only reserved 1 room that night, and the corridor's surveillance had also been out of order for days, recently repaired. "Who holds the production task order?" The lawyer inquired of Jiang Xiaoxiao. "I don't know," Jiang Xiaoxiao suddenly shouted. After her outburst, she burst into tears, squatting on the ground with her hands clutching her head. Jiang Xiaoxiao was genuinely crying. She felt both wronged and terrified about what might have happened that night if it weren't for Tang Zheng. If she made a scene at the factory the following day, would she not face the same outcome? Without evidence, she was merely a madwoman awaiting a price. "You've won. Bullying us 2 little girls, you've won." Qin Hong cried out, throwing her factory badge to the ground with force. "I don't even want that meager salary anymore. Let me share an insider secret. The toys we are producing in our workshop are plagiarized. In about 10 days, they will be shipped. Once this batch is out, the new owner of this factory will take over. Any issues that arise afterward will be the new owner's responsibility." Qin Hong declared, helping Jiang Xiaoxiao to her feet. Xiaoxiao, let us go. Go ahead and sue us for defamation. We'd best be sentenced to life imprisonment. Not only Qin Hong, but also the elder sister who had just testified for them, threw down her badge. With that, several colleagues followed suit, tossing their badges as well. The cameras focused on Jiang Xiaoxiao and the others, fearing they might miss a single moment. Such fervor, such passion. A reporter immediately posed a question. Mr. Zhu, have you already transferred the factory? With the situation escalating like this, who would still be willing to be the scapegoat? Zhuge found himself at a loss. He was not an enforcer and had no authority to control the freedom of Jiang Xiaoxiao and her peers. Furthermore, these employees declaring they would forfeit their wages and resign made it difficult for him to intervene. With matters escalating to this extent, would the Tang family still be willing to take over the factory? Of course they would. Back at home, Tang Zheng was already posting daily in the forum, titled Heartbreaking. My friends, who is the most unfortunate in the Tage toy factory incident? The content was roughly as follows. Who is truly the most unfortunate? Is it Jiang Xiaoxiao? Is it Zhuge? Is it the employees who lost their jobs due to this incident? Clearly, it is none of them. Rather, it is the one who will take over. It is said that the individual stepping in is none other than Tang Zheng, the discarded husband of Qin Yuru, the beautiful general manager of the Daqin Group, who recently expelled him from the Qin family. The Daqin Group, valued at hundreds of billions, granted him a divorce settlement of 20 million, which he proceeded to invest entirely in acquiring this dubious factory. Now, he finds himself devoid of any liquid assets, with a significant number of workers having departed, and it is anticipated that the factory will collapse within a few months. At that point, will he be left with nothing, not even a scrap of clothing? One wonders if his ex-wife might extend a helping hand. This revelation ties into a high-profile divorce case and is bound to become a hot topic soon. 2 minutes later, Tang Zheng, using another alias, Pippi Shrimp, remarked that not only is she beautiful, but her ambitions are equally grand. According to reliable sources, the Tage toy factory was introduced to Tang Zheng for investment by a close female assistant of the general manager of Qinyang Real Estate. This assistant was previously Zhu Ji's aide. Given that Qinyang Real Estate is struggling to manage its own affairs, would they genuinely be inclined to introduce him to promising projects? It seems he may have been duped while naively counting other people's money. At the press conference, Jiang Xiaoxiao was brought to tears by questions, while Qin Hong and others threw down their work badges and staged a walkout. Qin Hong even disclosed shocking insider information about the Tage toy factory's blatant plagiarism of others' works. This escalated the situation to a critical point, making it the perfect moment to redirect public attention toward Qinyang Real Estate. Consequently, Tang Zheng posted online, marking his second objective. It is anticipated that reporters will soon reach out to him to confirm these developments. The cameras of Ningzhou City News have already shifted their focus to the production workshop, where Zhu Ge could not deter the interviewers, as it was initially agreed upon to allow for interviews and live broadcasts. Otherwise, what would be the purpose of a press conference? Soon, viewers were treated to an array of adorable toys. Were these designed by the Tage Toy Factory? Do their designers possess such skill? How delightful! I want to purchase them, regardless of any allegations of plagiarism. At the press conference, a reporter inquired of Zhu Ge. Mr. Zhu, an employee just claimed that these toys are replicas of others' creations. Is there any truth to this? Zhu Ge vehemently retorted, this is slander, and we must hold her legally accountable. Amidst the crowd, an indistinct voice murmured, I saw identical styles at an online store called Frozen Wonderland on Feizhou Mall, and they have already secured a patent. Coincidentally, a reporter overheard this and asked, Mr. Zhu, may I borrow a computer for a moment? Faster than the reporters. The online viewers watching the live stream quickly searched and indeed discovered a beautifully decorated online store featuring the same toys, which are currently available for pre-sale. This, in fact, serves as Tang Zheng's third objective, to drive traffic to his online store. Conservatively estimating, there will be at least 500,000 IP visits today. Based on his previous experience in e-commerce, with clicks valued at mere cents, he has saved over 1.5 million in advertising costs. If the conversion rate reaches 0.5, he would have accumulated 500 orders. After all, it is a new store, and the conversion rate is unlikely to be very high. In Qin Yuru's office, the two of them were still watching the news and promptly went to the Feizhou Mall to search for this store. Jiang Yun was utterly stunned, her lips trembling for quite a while. So, your ex-husband intentionally allowed Zhuge to plagiarize his work? It turns out that the world of Frozen is so beautiful. And Elsa and Anna are so adorable. Qin Yuru's heart was filled with mixed emotions. Her ex-husband truly knew how to surprise people. Of course, for others, it was merely a shock, especially for Zhuge, whose neck and ears felt as if they were being seared, his legs weak and nearly unable to support him. For instance, at Xingyang Real Estate, the executives were in a meeting when a junior public relations assistant bravely knocked on the conference room door. Finally, the journalist called Tang Zheng. Chapter 32. They are good people, Mr. Tang. I am a reporter from Ningzhou News Station. Is it convenient for you to take a call now? Well, it's somewhat convenient. I am in my bathroom at home. What is going on? Mr. Tang, have you been watching the live stream? Of course. I just spent my entire fortune to purchase the factory. How could I not pay attention? Now, encountering this situation, I plan to breach the contract. Breach of contract requires compensation for damages, doesn't it? Tang Zheng exclaimed anxiously. The employees have all left. What is the use of leaving an empty factory? The journalist replied. The decision of whether employees stay or leave is their own prerogative. No one transfers a factory together with its employees, right? Your agreement could not possibly include such a clause. Tang Zheng's voice trembled with fear. What should I do? The audience nearly fell into fits of laughter. It was no wonder that the stunning general manager of the Daqin Group, Qin Yuru, divorced you. Living with someone as foolish as you would eventually drive anyone to their wits' end. Ha. Zhang Yun was also laughing uncontrollably. This guy is too good at acting. If we hadn't uncovered his true nature, we might have been deceived too. A rare smile appeared on Qin Yuru's icy face. It seems that Xingyang Real Estate is about to thrive once again. After a while, the journalist who posed the question to Tang Zheng finally said, Mr. Tang, did you not thoroughly review the agreement before investing? Tang Zheng responded. It was introduced by an acquaintance. You know the general manager of Xingyang Real Estate, Sun Qingdong, right? He and his assistant are quite nice. Ever since I divorced my ex-wife. He continued, I'm not afraid of you laughing at me, now that I have returned to the Qin family. Even their old dog, which they have raised for decades, pretends not to recognize me. It used to wag its tail every time it saw me. How cold the world can be. Even the old dog pretends not to know me. The audience responded, Are you trying to make us laugh to death? Tang Zheng's metaphor was too brilliant. Having left the Qin family, even the old dog no longer welcomed him. It seemed that even his former acquaintances had likely deleted him from their contacts. Yet, one must wonder, does the Qin family even have an old dog that has been raised for decades? What breed of dog can live for so long? The Qin family does not keep dogs. Tang Zheng continued. People often say that it is easy to add flowers to a brocade, but difficult to send coal in the snow. Only those who have fallen from grace can truly recognize the people around them. Sun is the only one willing to assist me during my misfortunes. He and his assistant, already overwhelmed with their own dilapidated land, still find time to help me seek promising projects. They have introduced dozens of opportunities to me. I cannot believe they would deceive me. I implore you, do not sow discord between us, all right? Farewell. The reporter remarked, It seems this fellow is beyond redemption. After hanging up, Tang Zheng emerged from the restroom, tossing his phone aside to check the posts he had made. Over 100 replies awaited him, prompting him to quickly respond with a comment. Are you serious? Sending coal in the snow? Is it carbon monoxide or carbon dioxide? I'm nearly poisoned, and you're still speaking on their behalf. I suggest this, Mr. Tang promptly consult a neurologist. The village has just been electrified. The brain is a wonderful thing, but alas, he lacks one. Even I, who barely graduated from elementary school, can see that this pair of untrustworthy individuals harbors ulterior motives. Xingyang Real Estate is struggling to resolve issues with nearly 10,000 acres of problematic land. Do they genuinely have the capacity to help you find investors at this time? Moreover, I heard from someone in our village working at the Daqin Group that this scoundrel was expelled by Qin Yuro because he previously negotiated a partnership with Xingyang Real Estate, only to be nearly poisoned by Sun Qingdong's assistant, Jolina. He required a day and night of emergency care to survive. Qin Yuro must have felt utterly humiliated, leading to their divorce. Without further ado, here is the evidence. Pippi Xia commented, Qin Yuro is really kind, willing to give her ex-husband 20 million in divorce settlement. If it were me, I wouldn't give him even 2,000. Had Tang Zheng acquired over 4,000 acres of land at a quarter above the asking price, Daqin Group would likely have fallen into Xingyang Real Estate's trap. The people at Xingyang are not fools. They would never relinquish prime land to others. Now that the issues have surfaced, they seek to sell it to Daqin Group at a quarter of the bidding price. It's absurd. A wave of supporters for Tang Zheng is on the way. The last manager who brought the world's most distant distance to the homepage is also watching the forum and has sent help for Tang Zheng. The two individuals from Qingyang Real Estate are truly unscrupulous. A weasel wishing the chicken well is hardly sincere. The quality of Qingyang Real Estate's houses is problematic, with severe leaks. I bought a house from Qingyang, and in that community, there are constant renovations year-round, creating unbearable noise. The property management fees in Qingyang's community are exorbitant, 3 times higher than other communities. I will share photos to prevent accusations of slander. The housing prices of Qingyang Real Estate are artificially inflated. Personally, I believe that the divorce between Qin Euro and Tang Zheng is beneficial for both. An ill-fitting pair of shoes is uncomfortable to wear and prone to cause blisters. Qingyang Real Estate. As they stood there, drenched in disdain, the chairman, Sun Huayan, could no longer maintain his composure. In the presence of several senior executives, he delivered a resounding slap to his son, Sun Qingdong, and cast a furious glance at Zhou Lina. You two fools. Speak up. How do we resolve this matter? The previous video scandal remains unresolved, and this one is far more severe. Was Tang Zheng deceiving you? No, it is you who have been ensnared by him. He has bitten back fiercely, and the repercussions are palpable. Just look at the vitriol directed at you online. It is dire. Sun Qingdong hung his head in silence, contemplating how to dismantle Tang Zheng. Zhou Lina trembled, her voice quaking as she spoke. Chairman, we have evidence against Tang Zheng. The woman named Jiang Xiaoxiao is the one he brought into the car that night, indicating they had known each other for some time. A graduate of a prestigious university is unlikely to be foolish. Realizing this, Zhou Lina grasped that they had dug a pit for Tang Zheng, who had willingly leaped into it, but had recorded a video to expose that it was they who had set the trap, branding them as the villains. Sun Huayan commanded, "You must now redirect the current public sentiment towards the divorce between Tang Zheng and Qin Yuru, and establish that it was Tang Zheng and this female university student who orchestrated the scheme. Devise a concrete plan immediately. If you cannot present a solution within half an hour, all present will be demoted 1 rank and face a 30% salary reduction." Without a shred of compassion, he exited the office to make a phone call. Old Qin, quickly instruct your former son-in-law to back off. I will grant you an additional 20% discount on that land. Qin Shouqing, watching the live broadcast in the living room, discerned that Tang Zheng was taking on Qingyang Real Estate. The moment the words frozen appeared, he understood. What a myriad of tactics Tang Zheng had employed, layer upon layer. Brilliant. Qingyang Real Estate's reputation was once again tarnished. Who could have anticipated that this public relations debacle would escalate to involve Qingyang Real Estate? All right, I'll call him right away. Qin Shouqing had no intention of advising Tang Zheng. He was indifferent to the affair. Moreover, just as he spoke, a photo of Tang Zheng with a woman appeared on the television screen. Who could be responsible? It likely wasn't Sun Qingdong or Zhou Lina. As they were still deliberating. Chapter 33. I wish to express my current sentiments through a poem. Aru, what do you think of this decisive move I made? Well, it was Jiang Yun who orchestrated it. She provided 2 photos. One was sent to her by Zhou Lina, and the other was a clandestine shot taken at Tang Zheng's home, showing him in close proximity to Jiang Xiaoxiao. Qin Yuru rubbed her temples, about to speak when she realized someone was even more ruthless than Jiang Yun. That person was none other than Tang Zheng himself. Aware that only Qin Yuru and Jiang Yun could capture a photo of him and Jiang Xiaoxiao together, he decided to retaliate. Since you have chosen to disregard the situation, let us escalate matters by leaking a photo of Tang Zheng embracing Jiang Yun through another account. Time seemed to stand still. It turns out that Qin Yuro's ineffectual ex-husband leads such a chaotic private life. Xiaoxiao, is this the uncle you spoke of? Not particularly handsome, yet undeniably masculine. And he doesn't even appear to be over 30. Alas, this complicates matters. My mother and brother must be engrossed in their television now. Wang Lin, upon witnessing this disarray, was filled with indignation. Old Qin, open your eyes and pay attention. Who are these people? And Xiaoyan? How could I have treated her as if she were my own daughter? Qin Shouqing expressed his bewilderment. I am equally perplexed. Can anyone explain what is happening? When did Xiaodang and Xiaoyan become entwined? Did Euro and Xiaodang's separation stem from this? The audience and netizens erupted in a frenzy. Could there be a dramatic twist in this narrative? Perhaps there are shocking secrets yet to be unveiled? A scandal involving the affluent? The reporters contacted Tang Zheng. Mr. Tang, I believe many viewers are eagerly seeking the truth. Tang Zheng responded candidly. Please provide me with an email address. I will send over 2 video segments for your live broadcast. Moments later, they aired the video of Tang Zheng and Jiang Yun in the office, capturing their dialogue. The reality was far from what they had assumed. Jiang Yun nearly stumbled, prompting Tang Zheng to catch her. But why would someone online deliberately share such a misleading photo? Was it an attempt to divert attention from the fact that Tang Zheng was entangled with Qin Yuro's close friend? The second video provided clarity. On the night Jiang Xiaoxiao was nearly harassed, she indeed had been intoxicated, with Tang Zheng carrying her out and placing her in the vehicle. At that moment, Zhou Lina discreetly took photographs nearby, only for Sun Qingdong to appear afterward. After Tang Zheng drove away, Sun Qingdong made an inappropriate advance towards Zhou Lina. Evidently, this couple was unaware that the vicinity of the KTV was under surveillance. It was Zhou Lina's photographs that were intentionally shared to shift the audience's focus. The intent was clear to anyone with discerning eyes. However, this was not the most shocking revelation. The most astonishing moment came at the conclusion of the second video, where a segment of the highest quality film and a few clear seconds of footage were suddenly revealed. Zhu Ge believed he could finally relax, only to find himself not the target of the ensuing turmoil. "Did you mistakenly add an extra 0 on that production order?" the production manager exclaimed, failing to scrutinize closely before placing an order for 300,000 toy production materials with other suppliers. "Do you understand the magnitude of the losses your negligence has inflicted upon our factory?" In the final second of the video, Zhu Ge was confronted with an excruciatingly embarrassing scene involving Jiang Xiaoxiao. This brief footage had cost Tang Zheng 5 million points, purchased through a memory playback feature. It was crucial. It delivered a devastating blow to Zhu Ge. All his attempts at justification were rendered futile against this irrefutable evidence. Zhu Ge felt a surge of nausea and collapsed on the spot. He must be mad. Otherwise, why would he acquiesce to Zhou Lina's request to hold this press conference? Even if he refused her, Tang Zheng would undoubtedly employ every means at his disposal to compel him to host this event. According to the laws of Xia country, coercion, which involves the use of threats to achieve an unlawful objective, inflicts severe psychological pressure on others through intimidation or other methods. Those who forcibly violate or insult women through violence, coercion, or other means face imprisonment of up to 5 years or detention. Not to mention, there is irrefutable evidence of his infringement on others' copyrighted works, for which the law in Xia country mandates compensation of 3 times or more in fines. Should any further transgressions come to light, such as tax evasion, would Zhu Ge remain unperturbed? In the absence of incidents, no one investigates, but once trouble arises, it becomes an exhaustive inquiry. When the walls come tumbling down, everyone pushes. This time, Tang Zheng took the initiative to call the reporters present, calmly stating, "I now believe that Zhou Lina and Sun Qingdong have meticulously orchestrated this scheme to frame me. I express my vehement condemnation of these 2 individuals." Reporter: "Oh, Mr. Tang, is mere condemnation sufficient for the harm they have inflicted upon you?" Tang Zheng: "Can we send them to prison?" Reporter: "Yes, but only if you can prove their wrongdoing. However, they have not introduced you to a flawed project. It is akin to buying stocks. No one knows whether they will rise or fall. You are an adult and possess the capacity for judgment. Moreover, they did not coerce you into investing, did they?" Tang Zheng: "Indeed. Thus, aside from condemnation, I recall a poem that aptly articulates my current sentiments. May I recite it?" As the reporter noted, Sun Qingdong and Zhou Lina have committed no crime. Merely an act of immorality, which does not necessarily equate to illegality. Reporter: "Of course, no problem." The audience and netizens eagerly awaited Tang Zheng's poetic recitation, even beginning to speculate which poem from Xia country might convey a strong sense of condemnation. Qin Yuru and Jiang Yun also anticipated which poet Tang Zheng would invoke. Sun Qingdong and Zhou Lina, however, were not looking forward to this. They hoped to be left out of the conversation. They intended to provide the previously discussed photos but had yet to do so. They were careless. After all, there was surveillance footage. The audience's thoughts were, Zhou Lina intentionally employed such despicable tactics to divert the topic. Tang Zheng cleared his throat and inquired, "Are you ready?" Audience: "Hurry up. Why is this person so annoying?" With passion, Tang Zheng recited, "Despicableness is the passport of the vile, nobility the epitaph of the noble. Behold, in that gilded sky, float the twisted reflections of the deceased. I do not believe the sky is blue. I do not believe in the echo of thunder. I do not believe dreams are false. I do not believe in the absence of retribution. If the ocean is destined to overflow, let all the bitter waters flow into my heart. If the land is destined to rise, let humanity choose anew the pinnacle of existence. I kneel. Countless spectators are utterly awestruck, exclaiming, "Great One, please accept my kneeling." Some listeners, unable to contain themselves, recite, "Despicable acts serve as the passport for the vile. Nobility is merely the epitaph of the noble." This expression, simple yet profound, encapsulates the shameless actions of the unscrupulous Sun Qingdong and Zhou Lina with unparalleled clarity. A distinguished scholar of classical literature has commented that this paradoxical aphorism condemns the absurdity of a world turned upside down, revealing the facade of falsehood. It not only exposes the blurring of black and white, right and wrong, but also raises a fervent inquiry into a society fraught with contradictions and malevolence. Moreover, the poem employs a wealth of intricate symbolism, metaphors, and similes, rendering it both lucid and rich in depth, possessing a powerful impact. Once this poem emerges, it is destined to endure through the ages. Why have I never encountered this masterpiece before? Zhang Yun has knelt once more. "Aro, your ex-husband is simply too formidable for me to contend with. His level of invective is astonishingly high. Previously, he must have shown me some restraint." Qin Yuru did not respond, but instead searched online for the poem, only to find nothing. Could it be that Tang Zheng authored it himself? Of course, it was not written by Tang Zheng, but rather by the poet Bei Dao in his previous life, titled Response. This text only quotes a portion. Enraged, Sun Qingdong slammed the table. "I shall sue that Tang for defamation and slander." Chapter 34. The Standard of Entering a Wealthy Family. "You, Sun Qingdong, dare to accuse Tang Zheng of defamation and slander? How absurd." Tang Zheng merely recited a poem to express his current sentiments, without naming anyone. Not a single name appears in the poem, nor does it allude to your manipulation in leading him to invest in illicit enterprises. Can you guess the viewership ratings of Ningzhou News Station? It has surpassed 8. The live audience on YouTube has exceeded 30 million. What does this signify? Upon seeing the figures, the leaders of Ningzhou News Station hoped that the reporters on the ground would linger a while longer as their ratings soared, surpassing Jiang Xiaoxiao's recent tearful moment by a third. This individual seems to possess an innate talent for igniting discussions, and remarkably, he always manages to extricate himself unscathed. Observing his son's ineptitude, Sun Huayan had no choice but to take matters into his own hands. He contacted the editor-in-chief of a newspaper, which dispatched reporters to the scene today. He hoped that the reporter would challenge Tang Zheng and divert the topic. The poem Tang Zheng is currently reciting will likely evoke immediate associations with Qingyang real estate whenever the word despicable is mentioned. "Qin Shouqing, you old rascal. How could you not have stopped him?" Qi Yuanshan, general manager of Xingyu City Real Estate, previously had his assistant propel Tang Zheng's video into virality. This individual adeptly employs marketing strategies. Was it not you last time? The old Qin family's judgment seems to be deteriorating. This lad is undoubtedly a marketing genius, no? A prodigy. He has punished the likes of Zhu Gu and other wrongdoers. He has vindicated Jiang Xiaoxiao. He acquired a factory at a price far below market value. The factory not only pirated his patented design, but also produced a batch of products for him free of charge. It promoted his online store, driving traffic and enhancing its ranking, thereby saving a substantial amount in promotional expenses. Most alarmingly, Qingyang real estate has become utterly despicable. What infuriated Zhu Gu and Sun Jia, causing them to seethe with rage, was that this scoundrel, who was clearly the greatest beneficiary, had instead become a pitiable and innocent victim in the eyes of countless people. Qi Yuanshan, nearing 50, believed he had encountered many types of people, yet he had never before met someone so contemptible. The crux of the matter is that, following today, this wretched individual would undoubtedly amass countless admirers. Strangely, I feel as if I have seen this Jiang Xiaoxiao somewhere before, Qi Yuanshan murmured. The reporter called Tang Zheng again, this time with a different journalist. Tang Zheng, watching the live broadcast on television, noted the young man was dark and short. "Mr. Tang, we are all quite curious about the reasons behind your breakup with President Qin. Was it because she deemed you unworthy of her?" A provocateur had arrived. Tang Zheng sneered. "Initially, I intended to refuse to answer your question, but I believe many viewers are eager to know the truth. However, before I address your inquiry, may I pose a few questions to you?" "Certainly. May I know your surname?" "Song." "Hello, Mr. Song. May I inquire if your family possesses a mine?" "What kind of mine?" A grand gold mine, silver mine, or rare metal mine, for example? None. Tang Zheng continued. Does your family own several properties in the city center that are slated for demolition? Mr. Song then realized what Tang Zheng was driving at. My hometown is in the northwest, my parents are farmers, and I come from humble beginnings. How many siblings do you have? 3 brothers and 2 sisters. Does your monthly salary reach 30,000? Not at all. Have you purchased a house in one of the top 10 cities in Xia country? None, not at all. How many romantic relationships have you had? Mr. Tang, your questions delve into personal matters. Oh, is that so? Yet when you laid bare our wounds, you didn't seem to mind invading others' privacy. You truly embody the essence of double standards. Mr. Tang, you agreed to answer this question. I don't believe I forced you to do so. All right, then I can respond. If I am unworthy of Qin Euro, then you stand even less of a chance. Would you like to know why? The audience murmured. We seem to have figured out why. No family mine. Few properties in the city. Living parents, many siblings. A low salary, no house. Tang Zheng maintained a calm demeanor. What are the basic requirements for marrying into a wealthy family? You ask. Friends watching from home, quickly take notes. Firstly, both parents must be deceased, and one should have no siblings. Wealthy families dread Phoenix men. Secondly, one should not be overly handsome, as excessive charm may lead to infidelity. Yet, one should not be too unattractive either, as that could affect the offspring's appearance. Lastly, a prominent nose is essential, at the very least. Moreover, a well-rounded posterior is essential, resembling a dynamic motor, with a combat endurance of at least 40 minutes. Take Mr. Song, for instance. His flat rear offers no semblance of vitality. Countless individuals, collectively petrified. And Mr. Song, infuriated, promptly severed the call with Tang Zheng. Why did he acquiesce to the editor and confront this audacious man? Have you ever encountered such a sharp-tongued individual? Have you? Yet, have you considered that, before a national audience, questioning someone's worthiness of Qin Euro is merely exposing their vulnerabilities, subjecting them to embarrassment? Tang Zheng merely retaliated in kind. If Tang Zheng is deemed unworthy, then you are even less so. Furthermore, countless men across the nation are equally unqualified. Thus, refrain from ridiculing him. At this moment, one can only imagine how many viewers are laughing uncontrollably. In fact, one individual has already doubled over in laughter. Jiang Yun chuckled, biting her wrist to regain composure. Ro, does he possess it? How does his dynamic motor feel? Is it effective? Qin Euro did not laugh. She was the one most eager to wield 2 kitchen knives and chop Tang Zheng to pieces. From this day forth, she would become the subject of ridicule for all. Tang Zheng, you must be more considerate with your words. We are live streaming. At Qin Hong's home, she inquired of the blushing Jiang Xiao. Is it true that the uncle is that well endowed? Having entered the workforce early and experienced 2 relationships, she had tasted all that life had to offer. How could it be so grand? Unlike Jiang Xiao, who, to this day, has yet to embark on a romantic journey. Though many suitors have pursued her, she has turned them all away. Nevertheless, she has graduated from university and is not entirely naive. Some girls in their dormitory even indulge in certain films. Xiao, you must be more proactive. Qin Hong discerned that Jiang Xiao lacked experience. This uncle possesses vast knowledge, a sharp wit, and an admirable disposition, coupled with high emotional intelligence. Furthermore, he is said to be an excellent cook. You must devise a plan to win him over quickly. He is just divorced and is in a vulnerable state. This is the opportune moment to seize the chance. Once this opportunity passes, it may never return. Why not return to his home now, deliberately donning less attire like the cunning women on television? Pretending to be unsteady on your feet? Hello, Mom. Not only was Qin Hong encouraging, but Jiang Xiao's mother was also advising her. Having learned from her daughter that Tang Zheng had advanced her salary, Jiang Xiao's mother was already inclined to favor him simply for not taking advantage of her daughter's vulnerability, unlike the matchmaker's previous suggestion, which required a hefty dowry of 160,000 and a stipulation to limit contact with her family, allowing her to visit home only once a year, essentially selling her daughter. In conclusion, the man you, Qin Euro, deem unworthy is indeed valued by others. At the press conference, Gua Huai provided surveillance footage. Everyone can see that Jiang Xiao intentionally walked to the spot where I frequently park and pretended to accidentally drop the USB drive. From the very beginning, they set a trap to ensnare us. Chapter 35. He is merely a passerby in your life, Qin Euro. The reporter called Tang Zheng once more. The audience, initially about to leave, returned, captivated by the unfolding drama. With two incisive questions, Tang Zheng rendered Guo Huaicai speechless. Did she poison anyone? Did she commit an act endangering public safety? Guo Huaicai was at a loss for words. Tang Zheng pressed on. Was it truly intentional? Or did she merely carelessly misplace the USB drive? The video does not seem to clarify this, does it? Moreover, it is unlikely she would deliberately discard such an important item in the vicinity of your parked car. What if your vehicle accidentally crushed it? Guo Huaicai retorted. Stop evading the issue. You all intentionally discarded it. Who would place a furry little squirrel on a USB drive if not to ensure I would find it? You are correct. I did intend for you to find it. If you must place blame, direct it towards your own greed. Tang Zheng chuckled. Another classic case of victim blaming. Regardless of the tragic events that befall victims, there will always be those who accuse them of feigning pity and seeking sympathy. They never condemn the perpetrators, but rather shift the blame onto the victims. It's absurd. On the subway, a beautiful young woman, dressed somewhat provocatively, is harassed by a lecherous man who told her to wear so little. A young woman returning home alone after a late shift encounters a group of ruffians who advised her to walk home alone at such an hour. An elderly gentleman, having just withdrawn 300,000 yuan in cash from the bank, finds himself targeted by criminals who suggested he withdraw such a large sum. According to the laws of Xia country, one who finds another's belongings and fails to return them commits the crime of illegal occupation, illegally appropriating another's property, especially in significant amounts, and refusing to return it may result in imprisonment for less than 2 years, detention, or a fine. Surely, you attended kindergarten? Even a child understands the principle of returning lost items. Guo Huaicai felt an overwhelming urge to slap himself. Now he was entangled in this mess. Believing he could alleviate the pressure of public opinion, only to find it backfiring spectacularly. Netizens were in an uproar. Finding someone else's belongings and failing to return them is inherently wrong, yet you turn around and bite the hand that feeds you. Moreover, this Tang Zheng is far from foolish. On the contrary, he is exceedingly clever. What is even more alarming is his utter lack of shame. A person devoid of dignity becomes invincible. Guo Huaicai, recognizing the hopelessness of the situation, disregarded all caution and pressed Tang Zheng. Why does Jiang Xiaoxiao, merely a clerk, possess your design? Furthermore, your design is titled Frozen, whereas the one I found is named Snowland Paradise. Tang Zheng replied. Xiaoxiao has recently been learning design from me. And as for the renaming to Snowland Paradise, you must understand this better than anyone. I had already begun applying for a design patent for Frozen long ago. Guo Huaicai, still unwilling to relent, insisted. This factory has already been transferred to you. Producing your own creations does not constitute infringement, does it? Tang Zheng responded. Have you heard of marital coercion? Moreover, this factory will officially transfer to my name in about 10 days. If it weren't for a brave young lady who boldly revealed the truth, no one would have known that you had stumbled upon my creation and proceeded to clandestinely produce and sell it. If any quality issues arise with this batch of toys, will I not be the one to bear the blame? Whether I am willing to take over this factory depends on the outcome of my lawyer's deliberations. If anyone wishes to know about the subsequent developments, you may follow my account on Weibo, Iron Will. Thus, the press conference has come to a close. However, there is one person, that lawyer, who is nearly bursting with laughter. He truly can't contain himself. He hurriedly dashed to the restroom, laughing heartily. During the event, he almost succumbed to laughter on several occasions. Yet, the occasion and his position did not permit such levity. How has old Tang changed so much? Has he been unable to cope with the blow of his divorce from Qin Yuru, resulting in such a drastic alteration in temperament? He dares to wager that in just a few days, when the audience reflects on today's events, the only thing they will remember is the 18 centimeters. The electric motor, and whether Tang's ex-wife, Qin Yuru, will be driven to madness. Ro, shall we go to his home for dinner after work? I suddenly have a strong craving for his cooking. Not just suddenly, but I've always longed for it. No, we cannot go. Qin Yuru is still upset. And the gossip reporters are watching us. Fine, then I shall check on Iron Will. Oh, why can't I find it? It turns out it's this Xinjing. Jiang Yun suddenly exclaimed. Ro, come quickly. Just after finishing a call, your ex-husband has disclosed the reason for your divorce. It seems he has used a poem. Many viewers, just like Jiang Yun, who have Weibo accounts, immediately search for it. I have traversed Jiangnan, where the countenance waiting in the season resembles the blooming and fading of the lotus. When the east wind does not blow, the willow catkins of March do not drift. Your heart is like a small, lonely city, just as the bluestone street approaches dusk. The footsteps are silent. The spring drapery of March remains undrawn. Your heart is a small window, tightly shut. The sound of my galloping hooves is a beautiful mistake. I am not a returee, merely a passerby. This is a poem by Tang Zheng, inspired by the poet Zheng Qiuyu from his previous life. He certainly did not write it solely for Qin Yuru. He wrote it for the countless netizens out there. However, upon reading the entire poem, Qin Yuru found herself in tears. This was her first time crying since her divorce from Tang Zheng. Well, she had cried once before the divorce too. This modern poem is exquisite. With classical imagery and a profound essence, Jiangnan, countenance, lotus, east wind, willow catkins, and bluestone evoke a rich literary flavor. Your heart is like a small, lonely city. Yet my galloping hooves are but a beautiful mistake. I am not a returee, merely a passerby. Once more, she experienced the torment of having traversed countless sails, realizing that none were truly hers. It was as if one could see this woman longing, swiftly rising from her seat, attentively listening, reminiscent of a lotus blooming. Yet, the sound of hooves ultimately faded away. Through this poem, Tang Zheng conveys to everyone that he is not the person Qin Yuru has been waiting for in her heart. Rather, he is merely a transient figure in her life. Thus, their marriage was fundamentally a mistake from the outset, and there was no need to perpetuate this error. Consequently, they have divorced, regardless of who is right or wrong. The number of fans of the resolute Tang Zheng has surged exponentially with each refresh, now reaching impressive figures of 700, 1,500, 3,100, and 7,000. Supportive fans have already begun to cheer him on, presumably male admirers. Go, Tang Zheng. We have the formidable 18-inch steel fire package. Who is afraid? Female fans chime in. Please, share more photos. What kind of woman could possibly overlook such a talented man? How many men in Ning City possess a fortune exceeding 100 billion? Perhaps she should just draw her ideal man. Comments and shares abound. Zhang Yun has also taken note of Tang Zheng, and, upon seeing the poem, asks the teary-eyed Qin Yuru, should I go confront him? I seriously suspect he has paid someone to be popular. Otherwise, how could someone so shameless pen such exquisite poetry? Zhang Xiaoxiao, too, has become captivated by Tang Zheng after reading his poem. Qin Yuru, you may not appreciate an older man, but I certainly do. 3 days later, this incident gradually subsided. The Tage toy factory was shut down for investigation, and employees were granted leave. Zhu Gu and several high-ranking officials have been detained for inquiry. Many aggrieved employees have secretly provided evidence and testimonies to the Inspection Bureau. Investigators have uncovered that Zhu Gu employed such unscrupulous tactics to deceive 3 women, with Zhang Xiaoxiao being the 4th. This suggests that Zhu Gu may face a prison sentence exceeding 20 years due to serious tax evasion and other issues. In comparison, exploiting summer workers seems trivial. Tang Zheng's 2 poems have garnered immense popularity, with his Weibo followers surpassing 100,000, a figure that reportedly breaks records since the inception of the platform. With Weibo still relatively novel, this number is astonishing. In recent days, Weibo has registered over 100,000 new users, clearly drawn in by Tang Zheng's influence. Simultaneously, traffic to Tang Zheng's online store has skyrocketed, exceeding 1 million visitors, a figure that doubles his expectations. The number of inquiries has surpassed 50,000, with 10,000 placing orders, achieving a conversion rate of 1. In his previous life, Tang Zheng achieved conversion rates as high as 8 or even more. In the e-commerce sector, a rate of 5 is considered excellent. Tang Zheng did not respond to each inquiry individually. Instead, he said in automatic reply, "Dear customer, our customer service representatives are currently hiring, and our products are on pre-sale, with specific launch dates yet to be determined. Much love." Some buyers commented, "This boss is too capricious." Others inquired, "Can't we sell the toys produced in the factory? Haven't they already been made?" Until a resolution is reached, Tang Zheng will refrain from selling, lest he be perceived as overly greedy. Why rush? It is not too late to take action once the results are in. He has already amassed a genuine following of 100,000. So there is no concern regarding traffic. To maintain his fan base, Tang Zheng updates with a question each day. For instance, on the first day, he inquires, "What should one do if brushing one's teeth in the morning induces nausea?" He invites his followers to respond first. The next day, at a similar hour, He replies, "Don't look in the mirror while brushing." On the third day, he poses another question. What is deeper than a woman's heart? This query is not difficult. And soon a fan responds, "A needle in the sea." Because a woman's heart is like a needle in the sea. Tang Zheng acknowledges this answer and informs everyone that another question will be posed at the same time the following day. During these 3 days, Jiang Xiaoxiao stayed at her hometown to avoid the limelight. Others also refrained from disturbing Tang Zheng. On the 4th morning, after updating his Weibo, Tang Zheng asks, "Why do I always feel more attractive after showering?" This time, no one could provide the correct answer. The answer is, because water has gotten into your head. That day, a guest arrived at Tang Zheng's home, his lawyer friend, Yuan Ping, standing nearly 6 feet tall. Neither too thin nor too stout, with a spirited hairstyle, his features, though not striking, harmonized well together. He has been doing quite well for himself, having purchased 2 apartments in Ning City through his own efforts. Unlike Tang Zheng, who is often jested about his status, it's said that one either marries well or does well in life. My 2 apartments combined are not worth as much as yours, Yuan Ping quipped upon entering. The two had previously spoken over the phone, when Zhu Gu intended to transfer the toy factory to Tang Zheng. It was Yuan Ping who assisted in drafting the contract. Seeing Tang Zheng's name on the contract prompted him to reach out privately. Thus, Tang Zheng was fully aware of Zhu Ji's covert actions. Naturally, he paid it no mind, even requesting Yuan Ping to escalate the situation. "Would you like something to drink?" Tang Zheng inquired, not responding directly to his banter. "I'll get it myself," Yuan Ping replied, unreserved. His ability to establish himself in Ning City was largely thanks to Tang Zheng, who had introduced him to various resources since marrying into the Qin family. Yuan Ping grabbed a bottle of chilled soda, saying, "It seems the weather is becoming increasingly sultry. Have you not turned on the air conditioning?" Tang Zheng explained, "I'll turn it on by noon. It's not hot in the morning, so it's best to air out the place first." He dislikes being under air conditioning all day, finding it uncomfortable. "Are you truly planning to venture into the toy industry?" Yuan Ping queried, a point he could never quite grasp, given that the toy market is already saturated. "I've seen the Frozen series. The design is commendable, but it won't last long." Tang Zheng is steadfast in his decisions. He is not one to be swayed by trends or popular opinion. After chatting for a while, more guests arrived at the house, Qin Yuru and Jiang Yun. Qin Baobao could not come as she had classes, with his daughter absent. Tang Zheng hardly engaged with the 2 young ladies, allowing Yuan Ping and them to converse. The atmosphere was exceedingly awkward. Jiang Yun made several attempts to strike up a conversation with Tang Zheng, all of which ended in failure. It is essential to understand that Tang Zheng, hailing from another world, does not even consider them friends. Moreover, he is certainly not of a servile nature by birth. The sole purpose for these 2 individuals to come here was to sponge off a meal. Ultimately, it was Tang Zheng who could no longer contain himself and spoke first. "Pray tell, esteemed guests, what brings you here?" "Esteemed guests?" Qin Yuru felt a wave of discomfort wash over her. Indeed, she was merely a guest at present. The proud woman mustered a great deal of courage to accompany Jiang Yun to this place. Jiang Yun retorted, "We happened to pass by your home and thought we might drop in for a bite. Is that unwelcome?" Tang Zheng nodded. "Sure, why not? Tomorrow I shall grace your abode for a meal." He continued, "What you do not wish for yourself, do not impose upon others. Henceforth, we shall occasionally visit your home for meals, much to your chagrin. You may have a thick skin, but ours is even thicker." Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Yun declared, "All right, I am not nearly as petty as you." Tang Zheng replied, "Very well, I shall demonstrate to you what pettiness truly entails." The 2 women, one maintaining a frosty demeanor and the other ever eager to stir trouble, even went so far as to publish his photographs with Jiang Xiaoxiao online. Did they truly believe he had no temper? "Old Yuan, are you hungry? Shall we order takeout?" Tang Zheng inquired, also asking the 2 women, "What would you like to eat?" "What? Takeout." Jiang Yun was about to voice her thoughts when Qin Yuru pulled her away. As they reached the door and opened it, they were greeted by the sight of Jiang Xiaoxiao and Qin Hong, standing at the entrance with several bags in hand, while Jiang Xiaoxiao was poised to unlock the door. For a fleeting moment, Qin Yuru felt a pang of bitterness. Jiang Xiaoxiao even possessed a key to his home, while she, his ex-wife, was only worthy of takeout. It became evident that it was simply inconvenient. Jiang Yun, with a hint of sarcasm, remarked, "Well, I suppose I won't be leaving today. Old Yuan, do you believe that education equates to refinement? Wealth certainly does not equate to virtue." Tang Zheng stated, "Some matters I shall now lay bare." I trust my poetry has conveyed this clearly. I am not the person you seek, nor can I offer you any happiness. These past few years together have brought me shame, not just to myself, but to your family as well. You grew weary and sought a divorce, to which I acquiesced. The custody of our child shall remain with you, and I agree to that as well. If you feel that the $20 million in divorce settlement is excessive, very well. Return the custody of our daughter to me, and I shall refund you the money. Otherwise, I kindly ask that you refrain from disrupting my life in the future. You are weary, and so am I. The man who once fervently loved you has perished. I implore you to maintain your dignity. Indeed, the former Tang Zheng had truly met his end. He was a Tang Zheng from another realm, indifferent to Qin Yuru. Having divorced, there should be no reason for her to return to him. This is clearly stated in the divorce agreement, in black and white. Ex-wife, I urge you to uphold your dignity. Tang Zheng could no longer tolerate the petulant behavior of these two young ladies. Each visit left him feeling increasingly uncomfortable. Thus, he resolved to cut through the chaos decisively. Qin Yuru was full of disdain for Tang Zheng in the past, leaving him without a second thought. Now, she perceives him as an intriguing soul and wishes to return. Does she? Apologies, but I shall not oblige. Chapter 37. Anxiety. Qin Yuru could not recall how she departed from Tang Zheng's residence. The words he spoke were piercing. Did she not have any self-respect? Zhang Yun was still somewhat bewildered. The once submissive and respectful Tang Zheng seemed to have vanished completely. The reason she brought Qin Yuru to Tang Zheng's home for a meal was rooted in her belief that he would not dare to confront them. Ultimately, they had never regarded Tang Zheng as their equal. After all, he was merely a son-in-law, was he not? Yuru, are you returning to work this afternoon? To drink. It was said that later Qin Yuru went out to drink, becoming utterly inebriated, and subsequently fell gravely ill. Of course, Tang Zheng would not concern himself with such matters. Even if Qin Yuru were to remarry, it bore no relevance to him. Due to his lack of mood, Tang Zheng delegated the cooking duties to Jiang Xiaoxiao and Qin Hong, engaging in conversation with Yuan Ping instead. Long ago, Yuan Ping had advised Tang Zheng to divorce swiftly, urging him to relinquish any lingering fantasies about Qin Yuru. As an observer, Yuan Ping clearly discerned that Qin Yuru was a heartless woman. She could never truly love Tang Zheng throughout her life. Such a woman was akin to the moon in the sky. Yuan Ping genuinely worried that one day Tang Zheng might lose hope or succumb to lifelong depression. Yet, he could not fathom why old Master Qin had initially invited Tang Zheng to be their family's son-in-law. Tang Zheng was neither particularly handsome nor exceptionally capable. He was somewhat extreme. Could it be that Tang Zheng was the son of some influential figure, and old Master Qin had uncovered it? Old Tang, have you ever considered searching for your biological parents? They have already passed away. How do you know? You were adopted by an orphanage when you were just a few months old. Tang Zheng preferred not to discuss this matter. As for the toy factory, I've taken over without any complications, correct? Indeed, there are complications, such as the issue of employee retention. If they wish to leave, you cannot stop them. If they wish to stay, you must accommodate them. Otherwise, it will be treated as unemployment. Am I to assume that batch of toys was acquired for nothing? Just then, Tan Hong overheard Tang Zheng's question and replied with a smile on behalf of Yuan Ping. That batch of goods was almost entirely ruined by Zhu Guo's people. The toys were destroyed before being sold to anyone, never entering the market or infringing upon Tang Zheng's interests. Aside from returning the corresponding deposits and penalties to the purchasers, it would be difficult for Tang Zheng to claim infringement against Zhu Guo. Even the wisest can falter. And it had indeed slipped Tang Zheng's mind that such unscrupulous behavior could arise from a black factory. Thus, Tang Zheng decided to refrain from addressing the issue for the time being. He would only take charge when the time was ripe. They didn't damage the machinery, did they? Qin Hong, while preparing vegetables, replied, not at all, as most of the machinery in the factory is quite old and practically due for retirement. If they were to damage it, they would have to compensate for new ones, which would drive them mad, regardless of the circumstances. Zhuge and several others have been taken in, leaving behind a group of petty minions. Yet Tang Zheng is unperturbed by the prospect of their future disruptions. Jiang Xiaoxiao is tasked with cooking. Although she remains silent, her expression reveals the profound joy within her heart. She mistakenly believes that Tang Zheng's recent words to his ex-wife pertain to her. Having divorced, do not disturb my life. I hope you can maintain your dignity. It was Qin Yuru who initiated the divorce, yet she repeatedly seeks excuses to visit her ex-husband, which is truly perplexing. Jiang Xiaoxiao feels that Brother Zheng's actions are justified. If he were to relent and rekindle old flames with this woman, it would ultimately be him who suffers when she inevitably grows weary of the relationship. At 3:30 in the afternoon, Jiang Yun supports the inebriated Qin Yuro as they return to the Qin family's villa. Wang Lin, seated in the shade of a tree, savoring her afternoon tea, is startled to see her daughter in such a drunken state during daylight, nearly spilling her tea in alarm. Wang Lin hurriedly approaches Jiang Yun, asking, "What happened to Yuro? Has she encountered some misfortune?" In response, Jiang Yun is filled with indignation. It's all because of that insufferable Tang Zheng. Earlier today, we were hoping to join him for lunch, and I recounted the entire sequence of events. Upon hearing this, Wang Lin's anger escalates. He is nothing but a crude ingrate. And you too. Why must you go to his home and endure his scorn? By midnight, Qin Yuro suddenly develops a high fever, experiencing severe nausea and dizziness. Fortunately, just before losing consciousness, she manages to call out for help from her small suite. Had she been discovered the following day, the consequences could have been dire. Wang Lin, unable to sleep due to her concern for her daughter, hears her cries for help and urges her husband to rise immediately. Soon, the entire Qin household is in disarray, with Qin Baobao, awakened by the commotion, crying out in fear, believing her mother to be gone. Tang Zheng receives a call from a family member at the Qin residence and rushes over in the dead of night to be with his daughter. He, too, has been unable to sleep, likely due to the weight of his own words from earlier that day. A woman like Qin Yuro, raised in a sheltered environment, may struggle to bear the brunt of his remarks. 2 hours later, in Director Kong's office at the Upper East Hospital, anxiety disorder, Wang Lin has certainly heard of this condition and understands it to be a psychological ailment. However, she cannot fathom why her eldest daughter would be afflicted by such a malady. Director Kong, your medical expertise is well recognized. Yet my daughter does not seem like someone who would suffer from this illness. She is composed, intelligent, and emotionally astute, though she tends to be reserved and rarely smiles. Wang Lin refuses to believe that her daughter could be suffering from anxiety disorder. Director Kong remains silent, presenting the diagnostic records and medication prescriptions to Qin Shouqing and his wife. Yuro has been on medication for over 3 years now. Qin Shouqing inhales sharply, deeply concerned. Director Kong, does this mean that Yuro's condition is now quite serious? Director Kong pondered for a moment before candidly revealing to the two. Miss Qin had previously confided in me about having thoughts of suicide and impulses to harm others. This signifies the most severe level of anxiety. Why, I wonder? Yuru is such a fine individual, and Wang Lin was left in tears. Director Kong sighed softly and inquired of Qin Shouqing. Chairman Qin, your daughter graduated from university, married, and began managing the company, starting as an associate director, correct? Qin Shouqing nodded. Director Kong continued. After 2 years, she ascended to the position of vice president, and 3 years later, she became the general manager. While her connections with you played a part, Miss Qin predominantly relied on her own capabilities to demonstrate her competence. Can you fathom the immense pressure she endured throughout this journey? Miss Qin told me that her sole hobby is attending a concert every fortnight. Beyond that, she scarcely engages in physical exercise, has no interest in shopping or makeup, and spends her free time either attending training sessions or reading. She averages 11 hours of work each day, rarely allowing herself a day off, leaving no time even to accompany her daughter. It is worth noting that she is merely in her 20s. I doubt you could withstand such pressure either. Of course, the greatest burden arises from Miss Qin's partner, which has become her most significant emotional strain. Wang Lin interjected, but they are already divorced. Director Kong replied, human emotions are incredibly intricate. If you wish to thoroughly alleviate Miss Qin's anxiety, it may well depend on Tang Zheng. Perhaps he can assist her in resolving this mental knot. 2 words, letting go. If Miss Qin can truly release this burden, everything else will fall into place. The issue is, she appears unable to do so. Wang Lin, for the sake of her daughter, was willing to go to any lengths. Couldn't he just disappear completely? I could send him abroad, never to return. Or perhaps I could introduce her to a better man. Director Kong responded. That is a negative approach, suitable for healing from a heartbreak, not for treating anxiety. So, does that mean the Qin family remains shackled by that ineffectual son-in-law? Wang Lin harbored serious doubts, suspecting that Director Kong was sent by Tang Zheng. Chapter 38. Making Zongzi as dawn broke, Tang Zheng arose to wash up. After completing his morning routine, he descended to the kitchen in search of something to eat. Normally, at this hour, An aunt would have risen to prepare breakfast. However, today, no one seemed to be up to make a meal. He first retrieved a bottle of milk from the refrigerator. After several more minutes, still no one appeared to prepare breakfast. It seemed intentional to deprive him of a meal. With no other option, Tang Zheng resolved to make breakfast himself, unwilling to let his daughter wake up hungry before heading to the hospital. He cooked a small pot of congee with greens and lean meat, and once it was ready, he set aside 2 bowls before calling for his daughter to wake up. Unbeknownst to him, Bauer had already risen and completed her morning routine. "Daddy, this meat congee is so delicious. Can I take some to the hospital for Mommy?" Bauer inquired, enjoying her meal. "Look at how understanding she is." Tang Zheng affectionately ruffled her little head and replied, "All right, Daddy will prepare it." Upon arriving at the hospital, Qin Shouqing and his wife were absent, while Qin Yuru lay asleep on the hospital bed. Judging by her complexion, she seemed to be out of danger. Last night, she had suffered from severe acute gastroenteritis. Tang Zheng refrained from entering, allowing Bauer to bring in the congee. As soon as Bauer entered, Qin Yuru awakened. "Mom, I was so worried about you," she exclaimed. "I'm fine, just had a little trouble with my stomach." "Bauer, remember not to eat indiscriminately." Seeing her daughter carrying the congee, Qin Yuru's heart instantly softened. She knew Tang Zheng had also arrived. "Mom, please have some congee. It was made by Aunt Lu," Bauer said, a phrase her father had taught her. "Can I come up?" "Of course. Just take off your shoes." Qin Yuru gently lifted her daughter onto the bed. After that, she opened the lid and immediately recognized that it was definitely not Aunt Lu's handiwork. After tasting a spoonful, she understood who had prepared it. Tang Zheng. "Humph, at least you still have a modicum of conscience." The congee was thick, yet not greasy, with tender pork that did not stick to the teeth, offering an exquisite taste. Moreover, it contained no seasoning or MSG, unlike Aunt Lu, who preferred to enhance the flavor with these additives, claiming they preserved the taste and freshness. Not long after Qin Yuru finished the congee, Qin Shouqing and his wife returned with breakfast. Upon seeing Tang Zheng outside, Wang Lin couldn't help but let out a cold snort. Qin Shouqing did not follow them inside, and instead engaged in conversation with Tang Zheng. Learning that Qin Yuru was suffering from severe anxiety, Tang Zheng felt a pang of discomfort. Qin Yuru had been maintaining a tense demeanor all day long, without a means to express her feelings. He certainly hoped she was all right. If something were to happen to her, he could only imagine how heartbroken Bauer would be. "Chairman Qin, I sincerely wish to assist with this matter, but I am not a psychologist. Furthermore, she tends to get irritable at the sight of me. I understand. However, that is indeed what the doctor has informed us. Young Tang, I have heard that you have recently been involved with a woman named Jiang Xiaoxiao. Of course, now that you and Yuru are divorced, it is your prerogative with whom you choose to associate. But might I kindly request that you wait a year or at least 6 months before embarking on a new relationship? Otherwise, I might consider going abroad." Tang Zheng suspected that Qin Yuru's condition was not merely anxiety. It was akin to a spoiled child who, upon discarding a toy they no longer desired, would become furious if another child picked it up. "Young Tang, ask yourself sincerely, has our Qin family ever treated you poorly? During your marriage to Yuru, she even gave you 20 million when you divorced." All right. I agree. Is that not enough? For the next 6 months, I shall refrain from dating and will also help guide her. Next month, on the 6th day of the 6th lunar month, we will celebrate the Zhenyang festival." Tang Zheng contemplated this and subsequently acquiesced to Qin Shouqing's request. The Zhenyang festival in the Summer Kingdom is, in fact, the Dragon Boat Festival, occurring on the 6th day of the 6th lunar month rather than the 5th day of the 5th lunar month. While dragon boat racing is not customary here, there are still traditions of eating zongzi and drinking Xionghuang wine. Unbeknownst to him, Tang Zheng had already spent a month in this realm. "Very well. I shall take Bauer out for some fun during the Zhenyang festival, and perhaps her mother could use a change of scenery as well," he declared. The Zhenyang festival in the Summer Kingdom grants a 3-day holiday, supplemented by the weekend, totaling 5 days. Jiang Xiaoxiao had returned to her hometown by train alongside Qin Hong. Their hometown lies in the southwest, over 1,700 kilometers away from Ningzhou City. Tang Zheng plans to pick lychees, and approximately 400 kilometers northwest of Ningzhou City, there exists a century-old lychee ancient town. Accompanying him are Qin Bauer, Qin Yuru, Jiang Yun, Wu Kersen, and Yuan Ping. The number of visitors to this dilapidated ancient town is quite sparse, and its scenery pales in comparison to the millennium-old towns in other parts of Xiaogua. Consequently, upon arrival, Some individuals expressed strong dissatisfaction. This town is too small. I even brought my DSLR. Jiangyan scoffed. Tang, where are we staying later? If you dislike it, why come along? Tang Zheng was left speechless. You can stay wherever you wish. It's your personal freedom. We are neither your husband nor your father. So why should we care where you stay? Ro, shall we head back? What is there to enjoy in this wretched place? Qin Yuru remained silent, quietly handing her the car keys. Noticing the awkward atmosphere, Yuan Ping chuckled. Old Tang, why don't we grab a bite first? The kids are probably hungry. Tang Zheng nodded. They should be prepared. He then led everyone to a small farmhouse that he had reserved in advance. Upon their arrival, the host, Old Jean, promptly came out to greet them. The ordinary farmhouse was impeccably clean, and a mother duck wandered around the yard with her dozen ducklings. Qin Bauer and Wu Kersen, seeing the adorable ducklings, hurried over, eager to catch them. To their surprise, the mother duck was fiercely protective and immediately charged at them. Let us eat first, Tang Zheng said helplessly. Dad, can we play with the ducklings after we finish eating? Sure. However, after they had their fill, the mother duck led her ducklings away from the yard, avoiding the potential threat posed by the two children. Old Jean, in his 50s, appeared to be a simple and honest man, living with only his wife. Their home was a 3-story building, with the first floor designated for storage and the living quarters on the second and third floors. The rooms were arranged one after another, with the restroom located by the stairs. Old Jean and his wife had 2 children, but neither returned home for the holiday. So the elderly couple did not make rice dumplings. Instead, neighbors brought them a few large dumplings. Tang Zheng and the others shared a dumpling, which left them feeling quite full. Let's make dumplings later, Tang Zheng suggested, suddenly yearning for the triangular dumplings his parents used to prepare for him in his previous life, which were entirely different from the ones Old Jean provided. You can make them yourself. Jiang Yun immediately rejected the idea, as she believed all dumplings tasted the same and saw no reason to waste time on them. Old Yuan? Tang Zheng inquired. Yuan Ping also shook his head, expressing, I want to go pick lychees. Tang Zheng then asked the 2 children, what about you? Without hesitation, Wu Kersen replied, of course, I want to pick lychees. I don't like dumplings. Ultimately, only Old Jean and his wife were willing to assist Tang Zheng, since the dumplings he intended to make required special ingredients and intricate steps. He wouldn't be able to accomplish it alone today. The Jean couple could assist him with other tasks. It is now 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and Tang Zheng ventures into the wilderness near the ancient town to gather 2 essential materials, holding his digital camera in hand. Upon his return, he intends to share his findings on Weibo. The first material is known as Le Gu Zi, also referred to as Le Gu or Ma Lo, belonging to the family of Rhamnaceae. The leaves of Le Gu possess thorns along both edges and the central part, which are removed prior to use as zongzi leaves. They must be cut and then dried in sunlight to soften before being wrapped and boiled. Only after boiling can they be utilized for wrapping zongzi. Zongzi wrapped in Le Gu leaves offer a distinct flavor compared to those wrapped in ordinary leaves. They are not only uniquely delicious, but also more aromatic and appetizing, with the added benefit of reducing greasiness. The second material is the Ha Luo Yi, also known as Ha Luo or Jia Luo. Its leaves are green and shaped like the heart of a playing card. When used to wrap zongzi with fatty pork as the filling, Ha Luo leaves help eliminate the greasiness of the meat and counteract the damp heat of glutinous rice, detoxifying in the process. Additionally, Ha Luo leaves can be used to stir-fry field snails or make beef pancakes, resulting in delightful flavors. Tang Zheng is confident he will find both of these ingredients. However, Lao Jin is puzzled, as their ancestors have never used Le Gu and Ha Luo leaves for wrapping zongzi. He wonders if they pose any toxicity. Can a child from the city truly understand these matters? Chapter 39. Yet another hidden hand. Good-hearted Lao Jin cannot help but remind Tang Zheng. Young Tang, did you read about this in a book, or have you actually tried it? Tang Zheng explains, I have eaten it many times. It is not toxic. In a certain part of the southwest, they enjoy using these materials for wrapping zongzi. It tastes fantastic. Once everything is prepared, evening approaches. Qin Yiru and her companions return, each carrying a bounty of lychees. Dad, eat some lychees. They are so sweet. All right, thank you, dear. This daughter is worth every bit of effort. The lychee flesh is thick, with small seeds, sweeter than sugar, and the texture is exceptional. As Tang Zheng savors the fruit, he cannot resist taking a few more photographs. Bao Bao, Kersen, stand together. Let me take a couple of pictures. Wu Kersen declines. Uncle Tang, I don't want to be photographed. I'm too fat. Tang Zheng reassures her. It's fine. I'll edit the photos to make you look slimmer. The 8-year-old girl, not understanding the concept of photo editing, responds, I'd rather not. I don't want to see how ugly I looked when I grow up. Let me use my DSLR. She insists, dismissing his modest digital camera as incapable of capturing quality images. As Jiang Yun playfully disrupts, Tang Zheng decides to abandon the photo session and prepares to wrap the zongzi. This time, Yuan Ping also joins to assist Tang Zheng, and like Lao Jin and his wife, he is equally perplexed. Aren't zongzi always wrapped in zongzi leaves? What about these heart-shaped green leaves? That flavor seems strange. Can we eat it? You'll find out once you try. After a while of wrapping, Qin Yiru and her friends come over to help, albeit causing some mischief. Qin Yiru is quick to learn, while Jiang Yun struggles with patience. Her skills not matching those of the two children, resulting in less than attractive zongzi. It is worth noting that this is Qin Yiru's first attempt at wrapping zongzi. Throughout her life, the number of times she has entered the kitchen could be counted on one hand. Today marked her first true experience of the joy of labor. As night fell, the zongzi were wrapped and began to simmer, destined to be cooked until the following morning. Naturally, Tang Zheng undertook this task himself, wishing to avoid troubling the old Jean couple. Old Jean, not in a hurry to sleep, engaged in light conversation with Tang Zheng in the kitchen. He could not fathom why Tang Zheng was with Qin Yiru. They appeared quite compatible. Had they divorced? Why? If they could not coexist, why separate? Tang Zheng preferred not to elaborate. Do you have any 3 yellow chickens at home? He inquired. Yes, we do. I'll buy 2. I won't be sleeping tonight anyway. I'll prepare salt-baked chicken. What is salt-baked chicken? Old Jean was astonished that the locals were unfamiliar with the renowned dish. Tang Zheng explained, chickens baked with salt. Isn't that too salty? The process involved slaughtering the chickens, plucking their feathers, cleaning their innards, salting and marinating, then steaming them. Tang Zheng and Old Jean toiled until the early hours of the morning. Old Jean, ever the good-hearted soul, assisted throughout, and when the dish was ready, Tang Zheng sliced one chicken in half, and they shared a meal accompanied by half a bowl of local rice wine. The chicken glistened golden, firm yet tender, its aroma rich and inviting. Old Jean exclaimed, Young Tang, were you once a chef in a restaurant? No. I simply watched numerous culinary tutorials on Douyin, he chuckled. 2 grown men could hardly be satisfied with half a chicken, prompting Old Jean to ponder the other half. Let us prepare 2 more tomorrow night. We shall indulge tonight. They feasted until 2:30 in the morning, after which Old Jean retired for the night. Tang Zheng persevered until dawn. The raw zongzi he crafted required 6 hours of boiling, during which he could not stray far, needing to periodically add water to keep them submerged, ensuring the zongzi emerged soft and glutinous. Commercially sold zongzi, in a bid to cut costs, are typically boiled for only 2 to 3 hours, leaving the glutinous rice intact. In contrast, Tang Zheng willingly invested this considerable time to ensure his daughter would enjoy her meal. As dawn broke, Qin Bauer awoke, and Tang Zheng promptly prepared a zongzi for her. The little girl, just roused from sleep, was initially sluggish, but after Tang Zheng fed her a bite, she quickly finished the remainder. It was evident that Qin Bauer relished the zongzi prepared by Tang Zheng. Daddy has something special for you, he exclaimed, tearing off a piece of salt-baked chicken leg for her. Before long, Wu Kersen also arose, requesting a chicken leg of her own. Subsequently, each little girl asked for a chicken wing, followed by chicken breast. By the time Qin Yiru and the others descended, the delectable portions of the salt-baked chicken would be gone. Jiang Yun, typically discerning in her eating habits, curiously sampled a small piece before finding herself unable to resist, devouring even the chicken neck. Old Tang, were you 2 up all night preparing this chicken? Why didn't you make more? Yuan Ping asked, sucking on his fingers. Old Jean prepared 2. We polished off 1. Let us eat zongzi. Let us eat zongzi. Tang Zheng did not claim responsibility for the delightful feast. Observing the joy with which the others indulged, he thought it prudent to refrain from complicating matters for himself later. Yuan Ping, who also harbored no fondness for zongzi, reluctantly sampled 1 at Tang Zheng's enthusiastic insistence. Wow, this zongzi is incredibly fragrant. The glutinous rice and beans are perfectly cooked, and the pork, wrapped in those leaves, is simply delightful. It's surprisingly not greasy at all. However, it seems a tad small, doesn't it? I finished it in just a few bites. Don't you feel embarrassed? Jiang Yun scoffed. This is mere forced flattery of friendship. Meanwhile, Qin Yiru, who had been quietly observing, finished 2 zongzi and remarked to Jiang Yun, you'll understand once you taste it. This might just be the most exquisite zongzi I've ever had. Who would have thought her ex-husband had such culinary prowess? The most voracious among them was undoubtedly Wu Kersin, the plump girl who, despite having already devoured a chicken leg, a wing, and some breast meat, was now on her fourth zongzi. Seeing everyone so joyfully indulging without any signs of distress, Jiang Yun finally dared to join in. However, after her first bite, her expression transformed. I never expected this zongzi to be so smooth and tender, soft yet sticky, fragrant without being overly rich. Especially those unique aromas, one reminiscent of reed, and the other. Tangzhong. Didn't he adamantly refuse to eat these? Truly, she was a woman of fickle tastes. Tangzhong, sensing her surprise, teased, with your extroverted constitution, indulging in zongzi might lead to weight gain. The calories in these are 5 times that of ordinary zongzi. Unexpectedly, it was Wu Kersin who appeared most unsettled by this revelation, suddenly finding her zongzi less appetizing. Humph, that's just a scare tactic for children, Jiang Yun dismissed, grabbing another to eat. Tangzhong then noticed several children gathering by the entrance of the courtyard and instructed Bao and Wu Kersin to take a few zongzi outside to share. One for each child. Bao however, hesitated, saying, "But Dad, I want to take some back to share with my classmates, even though they don't know them." "There are plenty more," Tangzhong reassured her, having prepared dozens of small zongzi. Qin Yuru observed the scene intently. In this regard, she could not compete with Tangzhong. She had never developed a sense of sharing. It seemed that post-divorce, Tangzhong had become more adept at educating their child. Just as Qin Yuru was lost in thought, 2 unexpected guests arrived, Shi Ming and Wang Boluan. It was evident that Wang Lin had deliberately disclosed their whereabouts to these 2, indicating their intentions were less than friendly. Tangzhong held firm to his principle. "If you do not provoke me, I shall regard you as invisible. If you choose to provoke me, I will respond in kind." Wang Boluan, with his Mediterranean hairstyle, arrived with a sarcastic remark. "Some men are truly pathetic, being kicked out of their homes, yet acting like a stray dog." "Old Jean, do you have a dog?" Tangzhong ignored Wang Boluan and called out loudly to Old Jean inside the house. Old Jean replied, "No, I don't keep dogs." Tangzhong, puzzled, asked, "Then why are there dogs in your yard? Or perhaps 2 large male dogs?" Old Jean hurried out of the house, wielding a long iron shovel. Where? Don't worry, I'll chase them away. They must belong to someone else." Haha. Jiang Yun could hardly contain her laughter as 2 large dogs entered, which could only be a reference to Wang Bailuan and Xiang Qiming, particularly Wang Bailuan, who upon entering, uttered such unrefined remarks that Jiang Yun dismissed them as mere barking. Qin Yuru also chuckled, finding Tangzhong's antics amusing. Yuan Ping, however, refrained from laughing. He knew both Wang Bailuan and Xiang Qiming to be formidable figures he could not provoke. Wu Kersin pointed at the 2 men, exclaiming her disdain for Wang Bailuan. At the tender age of 8, she had become discerning enough to realize that Wang Bailuan was disparaging Uncle Tang, a man of great virtue who deserved no such scorn. Old Jean awkwardly set down his shovel and inquired of Tangzhong, "Do you know them?" To which Tangzhong gestured towards Qin Yuru. "She knows them. They are here to seek her." He continued, "So, Old Jean, do you understand why I chose to divorce?" Old Jean seemed to grasp the implication and placed a comforting hand on Tangzhong's shoulder, letting out a heavy sigh. Qin Yuru, with a stoic expression, nodded. Yet her heart was coldly questioning Tangzhong. "What do you take me for?" Tangzhong added, "Old Jean, if we were to have 2 more adults in the house, wouldn't that complicate matters?" He winked at Old Jean. Unfortunately, Old Jean was a straightforward man, lacking Tangzhong's cunning, and was about to say it was merely a matter of adding 2 more sets of utensils. Jiang Yun, quick-witted as ever, seized upon Tangzhong's comment, "Of course. It's a hassle. We originally came with 6 people. With you and your wife, that makes 8, and now we have 2 more towering figures. There is hardly enough room." Without hesitation, Wang Bailuan pulled out his wallet and extracted 2,000 yuan, boasting, "Is this sufficient?" Tangzhong scoffed. "What is the point of acting like a big shot without real funds? For a day's stay, excluding meals, it's already 500, including meals. With the salted chicken worth over 1,000 and zongzi at 100 each, it will surely exceed 1,000 for the day. In Shuexiang, a standard room alone costs 1,500, and one can even pick lychees for free in such fresh air." Jiang Yun derided Wang Bailuan. "Xiang Qiming, is this your lackey? You should definitely find a replacement. He is too stingy." Wang Bailuan inwardly cursed, thinking that for such a shabby place, 1,000 yuan a day was outrageous. Xiang Qiming, with a warm demeanor, declared, I happen to have 20,000 in cash. Let me cover the expenses for everyone. He then retrieved a backpack from his vehicle, producing the cash. The sight of 20,000 nearly made old Jin falter, as he had already collected 1,000 yuan deposit from Tang Zheng. He glanced at Tang Zheng, who nodded affirmatively, allowing old Jin to accept Xiang Qiming's funds with newfound enthusiasm. Tang Zheng had initially intended to give old Jin 35,000. But with such a naive yet affluent individual present, who better to take advantage of? Xiang Qiming was fully aware he was being taken for a ride. Yet he felt compelled to leap at the opportunity. He had to present himself with grace and decorum in front of Qin Yuru, mindful not to appear miserly. Wang Bailuan, however, had a different stance. We will not be covering their expenses, referring to Tang Zheng and Yuan Ping. I'm sorry, but we've already settled that. Tang Zheng said as he picked up Bao. Come, Bao, let us gather our things. It's time to feast. Laughter erupted, filling the air with a sense of camaraderie. Despite Qin Yuro's icy demeanor, she couldn't help but laugh. Tang Zheng, how is it that I had not realized before how amusing you are? Look at the expressions on Xiang Qiming and Wang Buluan's faces, as if they had just swallowed a fly. They traveled a great distance without even a drop of water to drink, and he still handed them 20,000 yuan. You two grown men can amuse yourselves. I shall take my leave in respect. Qin Bao had no inclination to entertain Xiang Qiming and the others, exclaiming her distaste. Yuan Ping questioned whether this was still the Tang he knew, while Wu Kersen chuckled, finding Uncle Tang utterly delightful. Xiang Qiming remarked that they would not intrude any longer. Jiang Yun winked at the duo. Xiang Qiming, maintaining his composure, stated that they were educated individuals with refined manners. Wang Buluan, however, could no longer contain himself and began to curse. Whom are you cursing? Tang Zheng set his daughter down and approached him. I am cursing you, what of it? With astonishing swiftness, Tang Zheng delivered a resounding slap to him. Wang Buluan could scarcely believe that Tang Zheng would dare strike him. You bastard! How dare you? Tang Zheng slapped him again. At this point, Wang Buluan could no longer endure it and lunged forward. However, Tang Zheng suddenly kicked him, striking his left knee, causing him to lose his balance and fall painfully to the ground. As Xiang Qiming prepared to assist Wang Buluan, Jiang Yun, with keen eyes, positioned herself in front of him, advising Xiang Qiming, let the two men settle their duel in peace. What duel is this? It is clear that Tang Zheng is employing unscrupulous tactics to utterly dominate Wang Buluan. Since their last outdoor barbecue, Tang Zheng had been practicing self-defense techniques that had gained popularity in short videos. Now, he was more than capable of dealing with an unprepared Wang Buluan. You dare to strike me, you dog? Wang Buluan shouted as he struggled to rise, picking up a brick from the ground. Enough, cousin, Qin Yuro shouted. Do not make me lose respect for you. Her words had an effect, and Wang Buluan tossed the brick aside, glaring at Tang Zheng with intense animosity. Let us have a duel. Tang Zheng provocatively raised two middle fingers at him, suggesting, how about a fair fight in a month? Bring it on. I'm not afraid of you. Wang Buluan had never taken Tang Zheng seriously before and certainly would not do so now. Likewise, Tang Zheng regarded Wang Buluan as a person unable to control his emotions, lacking in emotional intelligence. Dealing with such a person required certain strategies. For now, he would let Wang Buluan simmer down for a month, after which he would send him off elsewhere. Thus, Tang Zheng intended to gather evidence of Wang Buluan's misdeeds during this time. Additionally, he had no intention of sparing a certain distasteful older woman. The only one wishing to sabotage their fun was Wang Lin, as few knew of their presence here. What of the former mother-in-law? If you won't learn your lesson, this will never end, will it? Bauer, Ku Xin, and Lao Yuan, let us return. You all may continue, Tang Zheng stated resolutely, for this time. He genuinely intended to tidy things up. TCH, who wants to play with them? Jiang Yun remarked with evident disdain. Aru, let us also return and pack our belongings. Such a pleasant holiday has been so thoroughly squandered. Before departing, Tang Zheng seized a hen, a large castrated rooster, 3 yellow chickens, and 2 hefty drakes from old Jin's household. Additionally, he procured over 30 pounds of pork belly from the town's meat market. The chickens and ducks belonged to old Jin, indicating that he felt embarrassed to ask for money from Tang Zheng any further. As for the pork belly, it came from local farmers who raised their pigs without feed, resulting in exceptionally fine meat. Wang Buluan, observing Tang Zheng's windfall, was nearly seething with rage. Meanwhile, Xiang Qiming maintained a warm smile. but dark thoughts brewed within. You, Tang, should not rejoice too soon. There will come a time for your tears. Today, you have caused me a loss of 20,000. Tomorrow, I shall ensure your loss amounts to 20 million. Your pathetic toy factory will be out of business within 3 months. Chapter 41. The dark former mother-in-law. Upon seeing the bounty Tang Zheng brought home, the others were determined to visit his residence, except for Xiang Qiming and his companion. By 4 in the afternoon, Tang Zheng and company returned home. Immediately, Tang Zheng set about preparing white-cut chicken from the large rooster and salt-baked chicken, the 3 yellow chickens. Aside from the 2 children, the remaining 3 were enlisted to assist. As Jiang Yin put it, in all my years, this is the first time I have plucked chicken feathers. Qin Yuru also joined in the feather plucking, while Qin Baoer sat beside her, causing mischief. Only Wu Kersin lounged on the sofa, indulging in snacks while watching cartoons. Tang Zheng refrained from plucking feathers. Instead, he sliced several pounds of pork belly to make crispy roasted pork for everyone. The remainder of the pork belly he intended to prepare as braised pork and freeze for later use. Engaging in the cooking process made the meal feel entirely different. Although they toiled from 4 o'clock until 8:30 in the evening, the food was immensely satisfying. Jiang Yun, reclining languidly on the sofa, remarked that despite being a wealthy young lady accustomed to all manner of delicacies, she found herself salivating over these seemingly ordinary dishes. Whether it was the crispy roasted pork, salt-baked chicken, or white-cut chicken, all were delicious, a flavor she had never encountered before. Only Wu Kersin wore a worried expression. I feel like I'm going to gain 2 or 3 pounds. Oh well, let me just gain weight to my heart's content. After a brief rest, they all departed from Tang Zheng's home, including Qin Baoer. Tang Zheng hoped that Qin Yuru would take advantage of the holiday to spend more time with her daughter, despite his wish for her to stay. However, upon returning to the Qin household, Qin Yuru was furious. It turned out that Wang Buluan had been stirring trouble in front of her mother. Enraged, Qin Yuru called out Wang Lin's name. Wang Lin, I hope this is the last time. After my divorce from Tang Zheng, I shall not marry anyone else. If you find my presence, along with Baoer, to be an eyesore, we shall move out tomorrow. Did Qin Yuru not have her own temper? Despite having an enjoyable holiday, you insist on allowing a few unworthy individuals to wreak havoc. And you witnessed this, did you not? All of this was instigated by Tang Zheng, leading to my cousin's current predicament. Wang Lin, clearly startled by her daughter, urged her to refrain from further comments and suggested she return home, as she needed to quickly counsel her daughter. Little did she know, from that moment onward, Qin Yuru had entered a cold war with her. During these days of silence, Qin Yuru uttered but a single statement to Wang Lin. Investigate how many women have terminated pregnancies for Xiang Qiming. Some matters. Though Xiang Qiming may deceive others and elude journalists, she believed she could uncover the truth. After all, Qin Yuru was the general manager of a conglomerate worth hundreds of billions. She possessed the requisite skills. Wang Lin, skeptical, sought counsel from Qin Shouqing, who was even more ruthless, providing her with a photograph of Xiang Qiming that left her utterly flabbergasted. It turned out Xiang Qiming had participated in a group activity of a rather unsavory nature. What a beast masquerading as a human, Wang Lin exclaimed in outrage. Her maternal instincts were strong. Her intention was to introduce her daughter to someone better, which is why she had favored the dashing and affluent Xiang Qiming. Who would have thought he was so depraved? If they were to unite in the future, what if he transmitted a disease to Yuru? Tang Zheng, at least before their divorce, had been a man of proper conduct. Ah, so you finally recognize your former son-in-law's virtues? Alas, it is too late. In recent days, Tang Zheng had discreetly followed Wang Lin. Knowing this older woman maintained a fitness regimen and employed several personal trainers, both male and female. He chose several ideal angles to clandestinely record videos and captured some photographs. On a particular midday, would he once again impersonate a troll at the internet cafe? No, that would be far too trivial. He intended to infiltrate the computer of an employee at Qingyang Real Estate, a technical challenge indeed. First, he needed to ascertain the target's IP address. With that, everything would fall into place. Activating the memory playback function, acquiring the first IP address required 1 million points. The second necessitated 10 million, and the third, a staggering 100 million points. But who cared? After all, this former mother-in-law was insufferable, persistently causing him trouble. Though they were divorced, it was her prerogative to introduce as many suitors to her daughter as she wished, but she should refrain from dragging him into her schemes. Would it not be preferable to simply enjoy her role as the chairwoman? Why must she create discord? The first incident occurred during Bao'er's birthday. The second disrupted their holiday, and what was the third? Moreover, he had confronted Wang Buluan, whose superior was Wang Lin. If Wang Lin found herself in a precarious position, she could hardly attend to Wang Buluan. Indeed, it was time to show her a lesson. Most employees at the Qingyang real estate office left their computers on during lunch, merely shutting off their monitors. With the IP address provided by the memory playback function, Tang Zheng effectively gained remote control over the other party's computer. Perhaps it was sheer luck that this individual, who boasted several hundred followers, was an avid user of Weibo. Due to frequent logins, there was no need to enter a password. He was directly taken to the logged-in interface. Tang Zheng first quoted a poem from his past life, Yuan Buji by the Southern Song Dynasty poet Yi Shaoing. The verses read, "One should pity the marks left by clogs on the green moss. The small door is knocked upon, yet remains unopened for long. The spring hues fill the garden, yet cannot be contained. A branch of red apricot emerges beyond the wall." Following this, he introduced the subject. This woman, nearing 50, is the wife of the chairman of the Daqin Group. Accompanying this were 3 images. At noon, a time when Weibo was particularly bustling, this account with several hundred followers garnered dozens of shares and comments from fans who first shared the post before thoroughly reading it. There was a train derailment in the Summer Kingdom, yet the metaphor of a red apricot emerging beyond the wall was notably absent. Upon seeing this, netizens remarked, "It seems that reading more books is indeed beneficial." Who knew that the phrase red apricot out of the wall could describe a woman's infidelity? Moreover, it was strikingly vivid and unforgettable. The implications were overwhelming. The woman appeared to be just over 40, hardly nearing 50. A woman in her 40s is as fierce as a tiger. How could the chairman of the Qin family, an elderly man, possibly satisfy her desires? Naturally, it must be a fitness instructor. Cough, cough. Am I exaggerating? This information apparently originated from an employee of Qingyang Real Estate. Upon reviewing his previous posts, I discovered their company's annual meeting. Qingyang Real Estate, that explains everything. The despicable is indeed the passport of the despicable. Now, Qingyang Real Estate has become a laughingstock in the industry, closely tied to the Qin family. Once a weakness of the Qin family is seized, it will not be overlooked. The employee, dining out, received a call from a colleague and hurried back. I did not post this content. At this moment, I was dining out, and besides, the office has surveillance. A colleague replied nonchalantly, "Weibo allows for automated posting." The employee was thoroughly vexed. "But I cannot compose ancient poetry?" The colleague retorted, "It could have been copied. And those photos weren't taken by me. Who knows? Do not hold me back. Let me stand on the table and jump off. Let me perish." Jiang Yun, upon seeing this, immediately sought out Qin Yuru. The latter, upon reading the Weibo content, nearly toppled from her chair. "Who is maligning my mother? A branch of red apricot out of the wall." Jiang Yun remarked, "Aru, have you never doubted that your mother could truly stray? Furthermore, the poetry is splendidly composed, isn't it? It flows with a delightful rhythm, evoking the essence of classical poetry." Qin Yuru snapped, "Be quiet." Chapter 42. Tang Keek's Toy Factory. The viral sharing of this post drew the attention of 2 or 3 influential users who aided in its dissemination, which was remarkable. The topic of women straying inherently held value, especially when coupled with 2 trending hashtags, aristocracy and over 50. This rendered it exceedingly newsworthy. The editor of Weibo noticed a significant surge in the click-through and comment counts of a particular post. Upon reviewing the content, he was astounded to discover that the wife of the chairman of the Daqin Group had allegedly been unfaithful. Quietly, he propelled the post onto the trending list. Before long, it climbed from the 20th to the 15th, then the 12th, and eventually the 9th position. Qin Yuru promptly convened a meeting with her public relations team and informed her father. Following that, she attempted to notify her mother, but was unable to reach her. By the time Wang Lin became aware of the situation, it was already 4 p.m., and the post had firmly secured the top position on the trending list. It is said that upon seeing the content and comments, Wang Lin was so enraged that she fainted on the spot. Upon regaining consciousness, she declared, "I don't care who this person is. I will sue them." However, first, she needed to ascertain who was responsible. Next, she had to clarify the basis of her lawsuit. This poem does not contain any insults. It truly does not. In spring, when visiting a friend, after knocking for a considerable time without a response, she noticed a pink apricot blossom extending beyond the wall. The accompanying images and text merely introduced the woman's identity, depicting her exercising with a fitness coach. There exists no defamation. It is merely a misinterpretation on your part. However, in another realm, where the connotation of apricots blooming outside the wall is widely understood, the implications would be entirely different. This nuance was expertly captured by Tang Zheng. Consequently, the public relations department and senior executives of the Daqin Group would find themselves quite occupied. They would need to swiftly prove that this idle woman, seemingly without purpose, had not engaged in infidelity. Upon learning that her mother had been sent to the hospital due to her distress, Qin Yuru had no choice but to set aside her work and visit her. Naturally, Jiang Yun would accompany her for such an amusing incident. "Aro, have you ever suspected that this might be the doing of your ex-husband?" she inquired. The last time, he had treated her in a similar manner. Fortunately, Tang Zheng had refrained from taking serious action against her, or else she would have gained notoriety. He was not a hacker and lacked the capacity for such acts. While employees of Qingyang Real Estate claimed that a hacker was to blame, Qin Yuru had also contemplated the possibility of Tang Zheng being responsible, but upon reflection, she dismissed the idea, reasoning that he neither had the capability nor the motivation to do so. If Tang Zheng were indeed the culprit, he had three potential avenues: bribing an employee of Qingyang Real Estate, infiltrating their office, or hacking into the computers of their staff. Each of these options appeared quite challenging to execute. In any case, Wang Lin had now become a laughingstock among the citizens of Xia, and Chairman Qin Shouqing was even more so. Who could have imagined that the typically refined and cultured wife of Chairman Qin would be embroiled in such scandalous behavior? It seemed that Tang Zheng had no limits to his machinations, even targeting his former mother-in-law. Some may perceive Tang Zheng as overly sinister, but he remains indifferent to their opinions. He is now a transformed version of himself, emerging from a world where he was once merely a victim of circumstance. If he is considered sinister, then what about someone like Wang Lin, a mother-in-law who, despite her daughter's divorce, exhausts every effort to humiliate her ex-son-in-law? Is she not even more shadowy? If she ceased to provoke Tang Zheng, he would hardly pay her any mind. Even if Wang Lin truly associates with a group of fitness instructors, it is of no concern to him. Since returning from the Zhengyang Festival, Tang Zheng has been diligently attending to his toy factory, which has been renamed Tikoko Toy Factory. Initially, Tang Zheng's plan was to retain half of the competent employees while the other half would depart. However, the dynamics of the situation proved to be unpredictable. Through the connections of Qin Hong, he could only manage to keep a little over 70 employees, less than half of his original intention. Moreover, among these 70 employees, half are aged between 36 and 50. At the former Tage Toy Factory, employees over 50 were systematically removed. Zhang Xiaoxiao and Tan Hong have returned from their hometown. And according to Tan Hong, others are genuinely reluctant to continue working at the toy factory. The reasons are all too practical. The factory lacks prospects and the wages are meager. With no one left, Tang Zheng had no choice but to recruit on his own. He first hired 2 HR personnel, followed by a production manager, a financial manager, and an e-commerce manager to establish the foundational framework, which he then entrusted to these individuals to oversee their respective hiring processes. When hiring, Tang Zheng prioritizes character over capability. For instance, while interviewing production managers, he met 7 or 8 candidates, but ultimately chose a modestly dressed man in his 40s, somewhat rigid and serious, a man of few words. Among the applicants, he was at a distinct disadvantage, yet Tang Zheng specifically selected him, leaving the HR manager perplexed. Tang Zheng felt no need to explain his reasoning. Every employer has their own methods of selection. He believes that a production manager does not need to be excessively charming or diplomatic. He simply needs to ensure the workshop's 6S management and meet production targets in terms of time, quantity, and quality. After several busy days, the workforce has expanded from over 70 to more than 150. For now, this number suffices as Tang Zheng intends to assess the market performance of the Frozen series toys before proceeding further. He still laments the last surge in traffic that was squandered. Fortunately, he has amassed over 100,000 followers on Weibo, with numbers growing daily. Oh, just yesterday, he posted a Weibo update asking why an ex would still be covertly watching your updates. This morning, he revealed the answer. Knowing you are not doing well brings them some comfort. Tang Zheng engages with his followers using these amusing phrases, ensuring their loyalty. Despite having only around 100,000 followers, They are predominantly genuine and active, as Weibo in Xia country is still in its nascent stage, fostering strong follower loyalty without the prevalence of underhanded tactics. Unlike certain major celebrities in his past life, who boasted tens of millions of fans and garnered merely a few thousand replies to their Weibo posts, Tang Zheng managed to receive thousands, sometimes even tens of thousands of responses to his own updates. His recent tutorial on making zongzi for the Dragon Boat Festival elicited a response from tens of thousands of followers. The fans were genuinely curious about whether the zongzi crafted by Tang Zheng were delectable. While they appeared appetizing, they had yet to sample them. Although his current workforce was not extensive, the necessity to purchase production materials was becoming a burden, leaving Tang Zheng in a precarious financial situation. He had already spent over 10 million on a house and an additional 7 million on a factory. His earnings from selling tiramisu amounted to a mere couple of 100,000, and now that parents were no longer purchasing from him, he contemplated selling the recipe instead. However, he needed to familiarize himself with the market before determining to whom and at what price he might sell it. Since this was not an urgent matter, he chose to set it aside for the time being. Days passed, and the first batch of toys was produced and passed the relevant quality inspections, marking them as compliant products. Tang Zheng hurried to announce this on Weibo, engaging his followers with a question: how might one tactfully suggest that someone is overweight without causing offense? The fans who provided exceptional answers would win a toy from the Frozen series. Almost immediately, one fan inquired about the source of his ring, expressing a desire for a bracelet. Ironbone Zheng promptly replied, congratulating the fan and directing them to visit the Frozen online store to select a delightful gift. Chapter 43. A successful first battle. It was evident that many fans were fond of this toy series, as various responses poured in, including humorous remarks about overloaded elevators and sagging sofas. However, Tang Zheng was disappointed not to discover more truly astonishing phrases. He had hoped to attract his fans' support in boosting his store's sales through this engagement, finding their genuine enthusiasm far more valuable than artificial transactions. To his astonishment, 3 hours later, his store had achieved 326 orders. These were spontaneous purchases made by his Weibo followers. With a fan base exceeding 100,000, the conversion rate stood at an impressive 0.2. Considering it was just the beginning, this rate was quite satisfactory. Some orders consisted of a single item, others 2 or 3, while some customers purchased entire collections. This level of sales was commendable, truly remarkable. The toys, priced at over 30 yuan wholesale, were being sold online for 129 yuan each. Although Tang Zheng was reluctant to charge such a high price, the nascent e-commerce landscape in Xia country had few logistics companies, leading to exorbitant shipping costs. To ensure a profit, he had no choice but to maintain these elevated prices. The Frozen series of toys was available in 3 sizes: medium toys priced at 129 yuan, small toys at 79 yuan, and large toys at 199 yuan. Purchasing the entire set yielded a discount of 15, making it a more appealing option. Zhang Xiaoxiao is responsible for customer service, given her current design skills. She is not yet capable of managing the entire aesthetic of the online store. Tang Zheng has not hired a designer either, believing that there is no immediate necessity for one, as any potential hire may not match his own level of expertise. He is currently in charge of the store's operations, design, and promotion. Additionally, Tang Zheng plans to recruit a deputy factory manager to assist him with other daily affairs, though he has not yet initiated the hiring process. Recently, a client left a message online inquiring whether they could wholesale our toys. Zhang Xiaoxiao approached Tang Zheng, noting that her colleagues at the factory now regard her as the future proprietress. Yes, we can wholesale. Have them leave their contact information and inform them that a dedicated salesperson will follow up shortly, Tang Zheng instructed. Previously, he had asked Qin Hong to spread a rumor within the factory that sales personnel would be subject to a sales KPI assessment, requiring a monthly sales target to secure a base salary of 70. This frightened the staff, causing them to flee without a backward glance. Consequently, there are currently no salespeople in the factory. Tang Zheng holds great optimism for the online sector. For the offline aspect, he intends to hire 3 or 4 salespeople to broaden their sales channels, which is not a bad idea. In recent days, the HR department has interviewed several candidates for sales positions, but either they were unqualified or looked down upon the factory. As Jiang Yun rightly speculated, if Tang Zheng lacks a sales avenue, he is destined to falter. However, she underestimated him. Tang Zheng is not only adept at e-commerce, but also skilled in leveraging influencer and fan economies. Tang Zheng then advised Jiang Xiaoxiao, "Please remind the other colleagues to be cautious when encountering such clients in the future. They should not divulge too much information. Instead, have them leave their contact details and assure them that a dedicated salesperson will reach out to them shortly." Understood. Jiang Xiaoxiao nodded and cheerfully departed from Tang Zheng's office. Had he not promised his former father-in-law to refrain from embarking on a new romantic endeavor within 6 months, Tang Zheng would have kept Jiang Xiaoxiao around for other tasks, such as pouring his tea. Tang Zheng refreshed the back-end system, witnessing an increase from 326 to 351 orders. A triumphant debut. These fans are quite promising. Weibo is a novel platform, primarily frequented by the youth. They purchase toys either for themselves or as gifts for others, such as for little friends at home. At 2:30 in the afternoon, Tang Zheng first posted a response: how to politely comment on someone's weight. Is it not you that the famous opera Carmen from a certain country refers to, as you have become quite Carmen yourself? Although the fans may not be familiar with the opera, they can easily imagine how one might get stuck in a door due to excess weight. Shortly after, Tang Zheng pinned another message: "You truly are a sight to behold." A few minutes later, he added, "Long time no see. Have you noticed you've gained enough weight for two?" He followed this with yet another post: "I just took a picture of you with my phone, but it turns out my memory is full." Afterward, another amusing message appeared: "Apologies, but you are obstructing my Wi-Fi signal." Each sentence was particularly humorous, provoking quiet laughter. Yet, what if it fell into the hands of those who are overweight? Among Tang Zheng's fans, there are indeed some who are on the heavier side, expressing sentiments like, "It feels as though this world harbors ill will towards us." In response, Tang Zheng promptly tweeted, "Dear friends, there is absolutely no malice intended. Every individual possesses untapped potential. As I approach middle age, I too have begun to gain weight, and I worry about the day when I might obstruct someone else's Wi-Fi signal." Fans are encouraged to leave comments for those heavier individuals. If you are teased for your weight, how would you elegantly counter such remarks? The most liked responses, the top 20, will receive a complimentary set of Frozen-themed toys. Unexpectedly, the editor of a trending Weibo account noticed the discussion initiated by Ironbone Zheng's tweet. This resulted in a significant surge in Tang Zheng's followers, jumping from a mere 100,000 to 200,000, with numbers continuing to rise. By the time Tang Zheng finished work, the replies had astonishingly exceeded 5,000. Jiang Yun, in her leisure, found herself frequently checking Weibo for updates on Ironbone Zheng. Of course, she refrained from commenting. She noticed that every tweet from Tang Zheng was delightfully amusing. For instance, a few days prior, he tweeted, "Why does your ex still secretly check your Weibo? Because knowing you're not doing well brings them comfort." How curious it was that she had never before recognized Tang Zheng's talent. He cooks deliciously, plays the piano, and sings beautifully. Tang Zheng quipped, "Talent? It's merely plagiarism." Haha. Now that work was over, he decided to visit A Row. Since the Qingming festival, they hadn't had the chance to dine at Tang Zheng's place. On 2 occasions, Jiang Yun had called him, only to be rebuffed with excuses of being busy. Coupled with the scandal surrounding Wang Lin, they truly had no time to visit. How was Tang Zheng's former mother-in-law Wang Lin? The Qing group had already held a press conference to clarify the situation. However, for Wang Lin, it seemed to have little effect. Her circle of friends continued to mock her about it. Wang Lin vowed that if she discovered who was responsible, she would make them pay dearly. She had not dared to step outside for quite some time, avoiding news and the internet, and was nearing a state of anxiety, fantasizing about taking a kitchen knife to unleash her frustration. Qin Yuru was indeed secretly following Tang Zheng's Weibo updates. She even created a secondary account to keep tabs on him. She increasingly found that Tang Zheng seemed like a transformed individual, witty, humorous, multifaceted, and unapologetically himself. Reflecting on the past month spent with him, she felt an overwhelming sense of ease. Yes, it was precisely that ease. Every culinary creation by Tang Zheng possesses the power to soothe her stomach. Each sentence he utters invariably brings a smile to her face. Previously, she harbored a desire for Tang Zheng to falter, yet now, for reasons unknown, she finds herself yearning to delve into the depths of this man she had long overlooked. Had he exhibited such charm from the outset, perhaps she would not have faced the dissolution of her marriage. This thought ignites a spark of anger within Qin Yuru. She feels profoundly deceived by Tang Zheng. "What should I do if I suddenly wish for your bankruptcy, Tang Zheng?" for it is only when I witness your misfortune that I can find solace. Chapter 44. The Great Opportunity That Fell from the Sky. The topic, having fermented overnight, bore fruit by the following morning. Upon awakening, Tang Zheng was utterly astounded to find his Weibo account boasting 410,000 followers. In just one night, the number of his fans had astonishingly doubled, a turn of events he had not anticipated. Upon examining the discussion surrounding the topic, it had surpassed 500,000. The array of responses was vast and varied. Did I gain weight from eating your rice? You slimmed down to hide your flaws. I have no such pretense. I'm merely enjoying being chubby, unlike your serious ugliness. These comments garnered numerous likes. In a splendid mood, Tang Zheng, neglecting to brush his teeth, updated his Weibo. Adult. Little friend, you're so plump, and you still dare to eat ice cream? Little friend, do you know why my great-grandmother lived to be 103? Adult. Is it because she frequently indulged in ice cream? Little friend. No, it's because she never meddled in others' affairs. Tang Zheng added, indeed. One could be more direct. Beautiful exteriors are a dime a dozen, while interesting souls are truly rare, especially when your emaciated frame suggests your spirit is nearly escaping. He followed up with another quip. When one's mind is burdened with too many national concerns, it's hard to feel good or thin. If this had been on a mobile Weibo, many would have refreshed their feeds upon waking. Alas, it was on a computer, and only about 1,000 of his fans witnessed his updates. Despite the modest number, those who did could not resist commenting. For instance, on a subway, a young gentleman, after checking Weibo before heading out, posed to his companion, do you know why my great-grandmother lived to be 103? Because she never meddled in others' affairs. This would bring him joy for the entire day. The popularity of Douyin stems from its entertainment value, providing a delightful escape. And Tang Zheng's anecdotes were inspired by what he had once seen on that platform. He recalled another instance. I am writing the Tao Te Ching. It was nearly 10 o'clock when Tang Zheng finally arrived at the office. The journey was lengthy, taking over 2 hours just to drive. Had he relocated to the coastal suburb where he had purchased a home, it would have been far more convenient, with only a 40-minute commute. Currently, Jiang Xiaoxiao resided with a fellow countryman due to the considerable distance from Tang Zheng's home. The previous day, his online store had received a total of 397 orders. And by this morning, the figure had surged to 512. This level of sales was genuinely commendable. If each order, after deducting all expenses, leaves Tang Zheng with a profit of 60 yuan, he would ultimately accumulate over 30,000. Previously, Tang Zheng earned as much as 30,000 in a single day selling his overpriced tiramisu, but unfortunately, such fortunes do not last. Presently, there are no wealthy parents willing to purchase cakes from him anymore. Good news cannot be concealed. It seems that all the employees at the factory are already aware of the sales figures from the online store, and they are all quite exhilarated. It would be difficult for employees not to know, as there must be colleagues dispatching the goods. Some had previously fretted over whether Tang Zheng could pay salaries, especially after he had publicly stated in the news that his assets were minimal. But now, there is no need for concern. Perhaps due to a brief surge in online popularity, shortly after Tang Zheng arrived at the factory, several owners from Toy City personally approached him for collaboration. Tang Zheng, wishing not to waste much time with them, directly informed them of their purchasing terms, a minimum order of 100 pieces, with a wholesale price of 60% off for orders between 100 and 500, 55% off for orders between 500 and 1,000, 50% off for orders over 1,000, and 45% off for orders of 10,000 or more. These discounts are exclusive of taxes. Consequently, each of these owners took away 100 pieces, with a ratio of small, medium, and large specifications being 1, 3, 6. After sending these clients off, Tang Zheng decided to inspect the production conditions in the workshop. The production manager, Chang Chunhua, whom Tang Zheng referred to as Old Chang, appeared to be quite a serious individual. The 5 newly arrived owners collectively acquired 500 pieces from Tang Zheng, and including online orders. A total of 2,320 pieces could be dispatched today. Mr. Tang, I believe the order quantity is still insufficient. We have over 150 people here, and there is still ample space available. Perhaps we should consider renting 2 floors? Suggested Chang Chunhua. Renting 2 floors could ease their financial pressure. Let us wait a while. Tang Zheng began to respond, but before he could finish, Qin Hong came running over, visibly excited. Mr. Tang, a customer just wanted to place an order for 20,000 toys online and inquired if we have that much in stock. Tang Zheng maintained his composure. 20,000? Does he want retail or wholesale prices? I haven't asked that yet, Qin Hong admitted, feeling a bit embarrassed for rushing over without gathering all the details. She had been too exhilarated and hurried to check if they had that much stock available. Let me take a look. If this was indeed a genuine customer, it would certainly be a cause for celebration, though Tang Zheng feared it might be a scam. In his previous experiences in e-commerce, he had encountered numerous such fraudsters. Tang Zheng took a seat at Qin Hong's desk and began conversing with the individual. He typed, "Dear customer, I am the operator of our online store. I just heard from our customer service representative that you wish to place an order for 20,000 pieces of stock. Is that correct? Oh, do you have that much in stock?" Upon checking the person's information, Tang Zheng saw that they were a 4-star buyer. However, their address, visit history, and purchase records were all set to privacy mode and concealed. Tang Zheng replied, "Unfortunately, we do not have that. Dear customer, it would need to be customized. Now, how many days will it take for the order to be shipped? Are you certain about this, dear? However, 20,000 pieces are quite challenging to allocate. How about this? If you order 10,000 pieces of each size, large, medium, and small, I can offer you free shipping." "Well, all right then. So, you want 30,000 pieces. How do I place the order?" "I must inform you in advance that due to the nature of custom products, our factory does not support returns or exchanges without reason. The same policy applies to Feijumal. Are you able to accept this?" "Yes, I can. Please hold on. I will modify a link for a custom series of products to send to you. The price for each size, large, medium, and small, is $199, $129, and $79 respectively, totaling $4.07 million, correct? Seeing your strong support, I will speak on behalf of the boss and waive the extra amount, charging you $4 million instead. The shipping date will be 10 days later. Is that acceptable?" "Yes." Zhang Xiaoxiao, Qin Hong, and others are watching, finding it somewhat unbelievable that such a substantial order of $4 million was secured so easily. However, Tang Zheng chuckled, stating it was 100% certainty that payment would not be made. Yet, he was mistaken this time. A minute later, the other party surprisingly made the payment. Tang Zheng, in disbelief, refreshed the page several times, only to find that $4 million had indeed been added to their account. How does this feel so surreal? This is an enormous order that has seemingly fallen from the sky. Having spent many years in e-commerce, Tang Zheng had never encountered such a forthright and affluent client before. A person willing to spend $4 million on 30,000 toys is typically a wholesaler. If they were a genuine wholesaler, they would certainly call the factory to request a wholesale price rather than accepting the retail price. This mysterious buyer's order quantity is not insignificant. The other party made the payment almost without hesitation. Either this person has ulterior motives or is simply a fool. The likelihood of them being a fool is less than 10%. Therefore, Tang Zheng was convinced that the other party was deliberate. He had yet to uncover their true intent. Earlier in their conversation, he had mentioned that this was a custom product, which does not support returns or exchanges without reason unless there is a quality issue. This scene was reminiscent of when Tang Zheng had a friend in foreign trade pose as a client and place an order for 300,000 toys with Zhuge. Someone behind the scenes must be secretly enjoying the spectacle, right? In a while, I will leave work an hour early. I'll treat everyone to dinner to celebrate. Who is hoping for his downfall? One is Sun Qingdong, and the other is Wang Buoluan. Let us indulge you in this performance, and in the end, not only will the $4 million not be refunded, but you will also reap what you have sown. Chapter 45. Nothing comes easy. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Wang Buoluan has always despised Sun Qingdong for one reason alone. Sun Qingdong is superior to him. He should, in fact, hold even greater disdain for Xiang Qiming, who is even more accomplished than Sun Qingdong and comes from a more distinguished background. Wang Buoluan is eager to curry favor with Xiang Qiming. The person Wang Buoluan loathes the most is undoubtedly Tang Zheng, the toad. Over the years, he had certainly refrained from provoking Tang Zheng. Yet just days ago, he audaciously allowed this toad to slap him twice, only to be kicked to the ground, utterly humiliated before a crowd. How could he possibly endure such an affront? Thus, he sought out Sun Qingdong and Zhou Lina, and together they devised a malicious scheme to deal with Tang Zheng. Wang Buoluan was acutely aware that both Sun Qingdong and Zhou Lina harbored ambitions to see Tang Zheng brought to ruin. With your ineptitude, do you truly believe you can engage in a duel with me in a month's time? Certainly. But the question remains, by then, Your online store and toy factory will be shut down, your house lost, and will you still possess the inclination to confront me? The mere thought of Tang Zheng's impending bankruptcy, reduced to a miserable wretch, filled Wang Buluan with an exquisite sense of delight. Indeed, it was he who orchestrated the substantial order worth 4 million. Wang Buluan had instructed one of his trusted subordinates to place the order, with the delivery address set to the capital of Xia Country, Yanbei City. The specifics of how to ensnare Tang Zheng would be determined in due course. This cunning idea was proposed by Zhou Lina. Initially, Wang Buluan contemplated ordering hundreds of thousands of toys from Tang Zheng's online store, only to later claim that the merchandise was substandard and demand a return, thereby toying with him. However, Sun Qingdong and Zhou Lina collectively dismissed this plan as ineffectual, believing it would not sufficiently incapacitate Tang Zheng. If they were to engage, they ought to go all out, with a single maneuver. They could not only ensure Tang Zheng's financial ruin and public disgrace, but also see him incarcerated alongside Zhu Ge. The only distinction this time was that Sun Qingdong and his companion had learned from past mistakes. They would merely offer suggestions while leaving the execution to the foolish Wang Buluan, thereby avoiding the label of being the most despicable individuals. Lina, do you think Wang Buluan will succeed this time? Why don't we directly sabotage the production process? Sun Qingdong inquired. Mr. Sun, we previously underestimated this surname Tang, allowing him to turn the tables on us. If we tamper with the production, he would easily detect the irregularities, Zhou Lina replied, lamenting the ridicule they had faced, including being called the most despicable people. She even speculated that the most distant distance in the world was Tang Zheng's machinations behind the scenes. Presently, some netizens remarked, "Would you dare inhabit a house built by such a malevolent person?" Sun Qingdong nodded, his face twisted with resentment. Indeed, we have greatly underestimated this scoundrel, allowing him to turn the tables and humiliate me in front of so many, becoming the laughingstock of the company. This time, Tang Zheng, I shall see you evade this calamity. His satisfaction would not last long. At most, within a month, he would find himself without a grave. What wicked stratagem awaited? We shall wait and see. Having received such a colossal order, Tang Zheng not only treated all his employees to a feast, but also took several photos to post on Weibo, celebrating his success with great fanfare. This thespian of a man even employed a particularly classic couplet to express his sentiments. Where there is a will, there is a way, burning one's boats. The Qin Pass shall ultimately belong to Chu. Those who toil with dedication will not be forsaken. Enduring hardship, 3,000 Yu warriors can devour Wu. In his previous life, during his senior year of high school, the school had hung this striking couplet in the teaching building to inspire them. Tang Zheng then appended a brief statement. In the world of adults, where is there anything easy? If there is anything, it is the propensity to gain weight, to experience financial hardship, and to feel melancholic. Having accepted a small order, I could not resist inviting everyone for a couple of drinks. Upon seeing this, some fans cheered for Tang Zheng, others merely passed by, and some, with unwavering resolve, expressed their desire for a drink. Little did anyone anticipate that this topic would once again trend on social media, ultimately securing the 14th position on the trending list. Fans pondered the complexities of adulthood, where the notion of ease seems non-existent, sparking fervent discussions among netizens. It is not merely about the ease of gaining weight, facing poverty, or feeling sad. There is also the ease of becoming unattractive, aging, feeling fatigued, experiencing hair loss, and even the ease of becoming single. Upon seeing Tang Zheng's latest Weibo post, Qin Euro immediately searched for the couplet online, only to find nothing. The couplet, which describes historical figures, leaves one wondering who they could be. Tonight, the seldom working Jiang Yun came over to jest. Indeed, there is no such thing as ease. If it weren't for the chairman convening a shareholders' meeting this afternoon, I would have been oblivious to the grave crisis our group faces. Speaking of which, how substantial is the order your ex-husband has taken that warrants such a celebration? Qin Euro shook her head, indicating she was unaware. Let us not concern ourselves with him. Our group requires a significant project. Otherwise, the year-end figures will not be favorable. Jiang Yin responded. The smartphone project I previously proposed is quite promising. Smartphones are undoubtedly the future of the mobile market. Do you believe it? I do. However, just a few years ago, many companies in the country were developing smartphones, and now only 3 or 4 remain. The market operates on a survival of the fittest principle. The reason Xiang Qiming is so wealthy is that he reaped substantial profits from mobile phones. Let us not delve into that further. One thing I find particularly perplexing is why your father remains so fixated on that parcel of land from Qingyang Real Estate. I've heard even the Sun family is considering withdrawing their bid. The consequences of withdrawing a bid typically involve forfeiting the entire deposit, and in severe cases, compensating a percentage of the losses, along with being barred from participating in local bidding activities for several years, not to mention being publicly announced on television and websites. Furthermore, transferring the bid is illegal. This means the Sun family has three options concerning this land: to develop it independently, seek a partnership for development, or withdraw their bid. The repercussions of withdrawing are quite severe, especially given the project's enormity. Unless absolutely necessary, Qingyang Real Estate would not choose this path. Developing it independently is not feasible due to insufficient funds. The most crucial point is that they have yet to devise a flawless development plan. And after the debacle caused by that scoundrel Tang Zheng, how many investors are willing to collaborate with them? Only Qin Shouqing remains steadfastly loyal. Qin Yuro shrugged at Jiang Yuan. Hence, in the realm of adults, there is also the ease of bankruptcy. After toiling for a lifetime, one project can ensnare you, leaving you unable to escape. It is not easy for anyone. Jiang Yuan chuckled. Aro, I feel that your expressions have become increasingly animated lately. How about we go to your ex-husband's house this weekend for some salt-baked chicken? As I ponder, I find myself salivating, continuously keeping an eye on Tang Zheng's Weibo, as well as those of Wang Boluan, Sun Qingdong, and others. They choose not to comment, but rather disdainfully think. Enjoy yourselves while you can, for such opportunities are fleeting. Sun Qingdong and his companions, wary of Tang Zheng potentially turning the tables on them, have resorted to bribing an employee from Tang Keek's toy factory to relay information back to them at any moment. A contract worth 4 million is no trifling matter. Tang Zheng, being as shrewd as he is, should be on high alert. Not to mention Tang Zheng, even Zhang Xiaoxiao senses something amiss. Brother Shan Zheng, I can't shake the feeling that there is something wrong with this deal. It has come too easily. Just earlier, while dining, Tang Zheng was deliberating whether to escalate the matter further to a marketing event or simply digest this order quietly. Surely, there would be no issues. The payment has already been made, and provided our product meets quality standards, they have no grounds for a return. In the ensuing 10 days, Tang Zheng's online store experienced fluctuating fortunes. Some days, he would secure 200 to 300 orders, while other days barely saw 70 to 80. He has also initiated a direct traffic campaign, with a daily budget ranging from 300 to 500. The funds deplete quickly. He must invest this capital, as paying players tend to receive favorable treatment from the platform. After a few days of expenditure, the results were remarkable. His rankings soared like a rocket. During this period, he began receiving real reviews and photos from buyers who had received their orders, all genuine feedback. With the novelty of anecdotes and motivational quotes wearing thin, Tang Zheng plans to adapt the story of Frozen into a dubbed film format and upload it online. Given his current capabilities, producing a 3D film seems impractical. Moreover, Qin Yuru would not indulge him in such frivolities. He must utilize the memory playback function to transcribe the complete script, which would cost him a considerable amount of points. In recent days, Tang Zheng has approached several dessert chain brands, setting his sights on one called Sweet Sister Desserts. He intends to carve out some time to discuss collaboration regarding their tiramisu recipe. Sweet Sister Desserts was established 5 years ago, starting with only 2 small shops, and has now expanded to over 100 outlets nationwide. This number is genuinely modest. In contrast, the cocoa milk tea chain from Tang Zheng's previous life boasted thousands of locations. Upon visiting several local Sweet Sister dessert shops, Tang Zheng noted their business was rather lackluster. The poorer their performance, the more advantageous it is for him. At the headquarters of Sweet Sister Desserts, General Manager Yu remarked, yesterday, 3 franchisees indicated they would not renew their contracts once the term expires. Oh, Xiaozhong, could you compile how many franchisees currently have no intention of renewing with us? I have already gathered the data. Excluding 5 directly operated stores, we have a total of 124 franchisees, of which 17 have explicitly stated they will not renew, while 32 remain undecided. What exactly is the issue? Is it that the desserts lack flavor? Aren't most desserts in the market rather similar? Advertisements have been plentiful. At this moment, the receptionist knocked on the door. Mr. Yu, a Mr. Tang wishes to discuss a collaboration with you. Mr. Yu replied, please have him come to my office. Xiaozhong, You may return to your duties for now. Yu Mei, the general manager of Sweet Sister Sweets, in her early 30s, possessed a striking beauty that exuded mature charm. She had assumed that the visitor sought her for collaboration, only to discover it was this man, someone she had heard of as the former son-in-law of the Qin family. She felt an aversion towards him, even a hint of disgust. Did he truly revel in humiliating the Sun family at the press conference, feeling triumphant and vindicated? Little did he realize the formidable enemy he had created for himself. Without the Qin family as his support, how long could he continue to boast? Such a reckless and immature man. He appeared to be around 30, yet he still posted on Weibo about how his ex secretly followed him, finding solace in her misfortunes. The Qin Yurua she knew was certainly not of such a character. Even after their divorce, he shamelessly exploited his ex-wife's name, making crass remarks on television about 18 centimeters and electric motors. How despicable. It was disheartening to witness so many misguided fans supporting him. Nonetheless, as the guest, Yu Mei concealed her disdain for Tang Zheng, presenting a professional smile instead. Mr. Tang, what a rare visitor. What brings you here? Do you know me? Tang Zheng inquired while entering with a box of tiramisu, beginning to scrutinize Yu Mei. He noticed a flicker of disdain on her face and realized that she was familiar with him. Thus, the chances of a successful discussion were likely below 50%. Yu Mei not only recognized Tang Zheng, but also surmised his intentions upon seeing the contents of the box. Was it not the tiramisu priced at $5,888 per serving? Apologies. But she found such peculiar flavors unappealing. She had once tasted this somewhat bitter and strange dessert at a friend's house and had nearly vomited. In essence, she had no fondness for that flavor. I presume there is no one in the Summer Nation who does not know you, Yu Mei jested. You have indeed appeared on television news. And may I know your surname? Tang Zheng asked. I am of the Yu family. Please, have a seat. Tang Zheng, having ascended to the position of marketing director, was quite adept at reading the room. She did not invite him to sit, but rather commanded him to do so, and there was no suggestion of offering him tea. Mr. Yu, I shall be direct, he began. Yu Mei interrupted. You wish to discuss a collaboration, correct? Indeed. It seems Mr. Yu is quite straightforward. Yu Mei smiled. However, our Sweet Sister Sweets caters to ordinary citizens. Implicitly, they cannot afford a serving of tiramisu at $5,888. They even find our ice cream at $28 too pricey. Therefore, if you intend to sell your tiramisu through Sweet Sister Sweets, I must kindly decline. Tang Zheng understood her implication. Just as he had placed the tiramisu box down and was about to take a seat, he lifted it again, smiling. My apologies for the intrusion. Take care, Mr. Tang. Do visit again for tea. As Tang Zheng exited her office, she called for the cleaning lady to come and mop the floor. In truth, Tang Zheng had not ventured far. She simply disliked the idea of her flooring being sullied. Upon reaching the front desk, she presented a box of tiramisu, proclaiming, This exquisite tiramisu is priced at 5,888 yuan per portion, and I am gifting it to you. The receptionist, momentarily taken aback, responded, Oh, thank you. Once Tang Zheng had distanced herself, the receptionist eagerly opened the box and indulged in the delicacy, exclaiming, Wow, this dessert is absolutely divine. It surpasses our own pastries 100-fold, or even 1,000-fold. Observing the ample portion, she decided to bring it into the office to share with her colleagues. Soon, everyone gathered around, savoring the tiramisu and offering praises, even attracting the attention of Yu Mei. Yu Mei pondered, could it truly be that delicious? Was I too hasty in my judgment? Why not try it for myself? With skepticism, Yu Mei approached and tasted a bite, only to be astounded by the stark contrast in flavor compared to the tiramisu she had previously sampled. She promptly called a friend, inquiring what? The last tiramisu was a mere imitation of Tang Zheng's creation? It wasn't the authentic version? It turned out that the tiramisu she had previously enjoyed was not crafted by Tang Zheng, but rather replicated by her friend, who, discontent with Tang Zheng's pricing, had attempted to recreate it using similar ingredients. Unfortunately, the proportions were askew, resulting in a bitter and astringent dessert. Yu Mei thought to herself, I hope I didn't offend her just now. Surely, we can still discuss collaboration. Meanwhile, as Tang Zheng drove back, she contemplated the necessity of securing the 4 million yuan profit before addressing the dessert matter. With an order of 30,000 toys, the volume was considerable. Tang Zheng was astute enough to avoid using express delivery and instead opted for logistics. He decided to send a trusted employee along with the truck to prevent any unforeseen incidents. ensuring that the buyer would verify the shipment before signing for it, and requested that his employee record a video of the receipt. Tang Zheng understood the peculiar nature of this order and the importance of exercising utmost caution. After accepting this substantial order, he consulted Yuan Ping to analyze potential pitfalls in the process. Yuan Ping identified two critical areas: procurement of materials and the possibility of tampering upon receipt. Given that these toys were intended for children, the implications of any mishap were serious. Chapter 47. A major crisis unfolds. This Tang Zheng is quite vigilant. He even sent someone to accompany the delivery, ensuring a personal signature and recording the entire process on video. One can see that he found this order too easy to secure. Unfortunately for him, his opponent is me. Compared to me, he is still inexperienced. Upon learning of these developments, Wang Buluan scoffed, still perceiving Tang Zheng as a fool, oblivious to the fact that he himself was the true simpleton, being manipulated without awareness. In a typical transaction, the buyer, a compassionate entrepreneur in Yanbei City, made a standard payment for the order. This batch of toys was delivered to the individual's warehouse, and being a philanthropist, he naturally intended to distribute the toys free of charge to the children. If a child were to play with this batch of toys and subsequently suffer from allergies or poisoning, wouldn't it lead to catastrophic consequences for you, Tang Zheng? This entrepreneur did not promptly distribute the toys upon receipt. Instead, he allowed some time to pass. During this interval, they contemplated various actions, which were all too easy to execute. Tang Zheng was also concerned about this matter. Unable to intervene directly, he enlisted Yuan Ping to monitor the situation in Yanbei City. However, Yuan Ping encountered difficulties. The warehouse belonging to the adversary was situated on the outskirts of Yanbei City, in a remote and concealed location, where even a long-lens camera could not capture the interior conditions. 6 individuals took turns guarding the warehouse, and they were not inviting. Moreover, they kept 3 feral dogs. It was unrealistic to attempt to infiltrate their operations. In summary, should they decide to tamper with the toys, it would be impossible for you to be aware of it. Nevertheless, you might begin to be wary of your employees. If they were to meddle with the toys, they would inevitably need to tamper with the materials used in toy production, as this would appear more authentic. Lawyers tend to possess a discerning perspective, and Tang Zheng heeded Yuan Ping's advice, though he was perplexed by one point. Let us consider an analogy. If our toys are certified safe, devoid of excessive formaldehyde, would they not be detectable if they were to soak our toys in formaldehyde? After all, there is a sequence to consider. Yuan Ping sighed, stating that theoretically it could be detected, but practically it would be undetectable due to the brief time frame. If, at that moment, similar substances were found in your production workshop, you might as well leap into the ocean, for you would be unable to clear your name. I have previously engaged in 2 similar lawsuits. Some individuals, when lacking in shame to a certain extent, are capable of any wrongdoing. In truth, you should have declined this order. Who receives a 4 million order just days after opening a store? It is evident that they are laying a trap for you. However, as long as we possess irrefutable evidence, they shall ultimately face significant losses. Tang Zheng did not wish to overly rely on the memory playback function. It was, after all, a rather unreliable feature, and invoking it now would require a substantial deduction of points. Hadn't he just received a 4 million order? Ultimately, only 1 million would reach Tang Zheng. Thus, he would only accrue 1 million points. Originally, Tang Zheng had 20 million points, but after investigating Qin Yiru for infidelity, he lost 10 million, and further expenses arose from assisting Jiang Xiaoxiao in retrieving scenes from Frozen, among other expenditures. Now, with the addition of this 1 million, Tang Zheng's points had dwindled to merely 3 million. If he were unable to purchase video evidence, would he not be in dire straits? Thus, at such a crucial moment, he would need to rely on himself. If Yuan Ping's suspicions were correct, the likelihood of the issue resting with the procurement team would be substantial. The Tang Kiki toy factory currently employed only 2 purchasers, 1 male and 1 female. The male was not yet 30, while the female was in her 40s. Tang Zheng had interacted with both, finding them to be quite articulate, yet he knew little of their character. He resolved to first follow the male purchaser. 2 procurement officers, responsible for different materials, submitted their purchase orders, allowing Tang Zheng to ascertain the primary raw material suppliers they frequented. After a day of surveillance, he found no discrepancies with the male officer. The following day, he shadowed the female officer, only to encounter the same lack of evidence. Perhaps the warehouse manager was involved? The factory was equipped with surveillance cameras, Yet there remained blind spots that eluded their coverage. Tang Zheng pondered that such aimless monitoring would yield no fruitful results, and thus resolved to adopt a more steadfast approach. Finally, on the 6th day following the receipt of goods, June 26th, a significant incident unfolded. It turned out that the entrepreneur had gradually donated a portion of toys to 7 orphanages in Yanbei City. It must be noted that the Frozen series of toys was immensely adored by the children, who particularly cherished the snowman and reindeer, insisting on sleeping with the toys. Consequently, within just a couple of days, several children exhibited symptoms such as dizziness, tinnitus, vomiting, and allergic reactions, with some even succumbing to shock. This is XGTV 13, your news channel. Interrupting for a breaking news update from Donghai City's Broadcasting Network, Zhonghu City's Live News Desk, and Northwest City's Noon News. I am a reporter from Ningzhou News Station, currently stationed in front of the Tang Kiki toy factory, which has recently been embroiled in controversy. Reports indicate that a total of 32 children have suffered allergic reactions, with 13 experiencing moderate poisoning, for falling into a coma, and 2 being admitted to intensive care. Not only television and radio, but also social media platforms have erupted with this news. Forums, Weibo, and the homepage of YouTube are all inundated with reports. If there were no orchestrators behind the scenes, it would be quite extraordinary. Otherwise, the news would not have spread so rapidly. In Yanbei City, the capital, the orphanages signify that the likelihood of this situation being downplayed is nearly non-existent. With so many prominent figures observing, the plight of these vulnerable orphans cannot be overlooked. In a nutshell, if Tang Zheng cannot prove his innocence, losing the ensuing legal battle could lead to severe consequences, including factory shutdowns and hefty fines. Half an hour after the news aired, the Frozen online store was seized by Feizhou Mall, allowing buyers to browse but preventing any purchases. Within the same half hour, local reporters had already arrived at the Tang Kiki toy factory. In approximately 20 minutes, officials arrived with a search and arrest warrant. This response time was exponentially swifter than the previous investigation into Zhuge. Tang Zheng, the relevant person in charge, was quickly apprehended. The Tang Kiki toy factory was immediately shut down. Most employees, oblivious to the news, were left bewildered by the sudden influx of individuals. What had transpired? Why had so many people arrived all at once? Still in the office, a colleague with access to a computer came across an online news article and clarified for everyone. A few days ago, the batch of toys we dispatched was found to be toxic, causing great concern for the children at the orphanage, particularly for Jiang Xiaoxiao. Judging by her demeanor, she appeared even more anxious than before. She knew this order was fraught with peril. How could these toys possibly be toxic? Our quality control had meticulously inspected them numerous times. Qin Hong, too, was utterly baffled. Upon learning of the situation, Qin Yuru's immediate response was to call Tang Zheng, but she could not reach him. She promptly summoned the group's legal team to convene and strategize a resolution. One lawyer expressed confusion. "President Qin, you are divorced from him." Qin Yuru calmly replied, "Surely my daughter would not wish for me to stand idly by in his time of need." Ultimately, her desire was to assist Tang Zheng, as she could not bear to witness him in distress. Chapter 48. The hidden hand preliminary testing revealed that some toys produced and sold by Tang Kiki's toy factory had formaldehyde levels exceeding 0.7 mg m. It is well known that when formaldehyde levels surpass 0.1 mg m, a faint odor becomes detectable. Among those exposed, children and pregnant women are particularly sensitive to formaldehyde, thus facing greater risks. Mild symptoms may include coughing, sneezing, and reduced immunity. More severe reactions can manifest as skin allergies, redness, or rashes. In even graver cases, symptoms may escalate to conjunctival hemorrhage, nosebleeds, and gastrointestinal distress. The most alarming outcome involved several orphans from multiple orphanages in Yanbei City, who experienced coma and shock. Further examination indicated that the toxic toys produced by Tang Kiki's factory not only had dangerously high formaldehyde levels, but also contained heavy metals such as lead and chromium. Host, thank you, Xiaoli, for the latest report. Can you now interview the head of Tang Kiki's toy factory? Xiaoli, the individual in question is currently refusing any media interviews. Host, understood. Thank you, Xiaoli. We will now connect with the compassionate philanthropist, Mr. Lei. Hello, Mr. Lei. Mr. Lei, hello, host. Host, there are many online users expressing skepticism regarding your purchase of 30,000 toys at retail price for 4 million. Why not negotiate a wholesale price directly with the manufacturer? Mr. Lei, to be candid, I am also a devoted fan of Tai Guozheng's Weibo. I find him quite talented and decided to support him through his online store. Our company has a long-standing commitment to philanthropy, investing millions annually. I thought this would not only aid Tai Guozheng, but also bring joy to the children. Little did I know, the situation would escalate further. And Tang Zheng's silence only exacerbates the gravity of the matter. Not to mention, public opinion is overwhelmingly critical. His Weibo following has declined by tens of thousands. He faces relentless condemnation, with many questioning why he, an orphan himself, would harm other orphans. The vitriol extends even to his daughter, who, despite being born with a silver spoon, is criticized for her perceived lack of compassion. A handful of loyal supporters, showcasing photos of toys, and speaking in defense of Tang Zheng, have all been labeled as his accomplices. Currently, Tang Zheng is unable to access the internet, with even his communication tools being held by others. He has chosen to remain silent, offering no response to any inquiries. Despite the gravity of the situation, Tang Zheng maintains an air of calm, as though the turmoil does not involve him. As time passes, relevant authorities discover several bottles of unfinished inferior formaldehyde and other hazardous chemicals in Tang Zheng's factory. With evidence mounting against him, a man sternly urges, "You should confess." To which Tang Zheng finally utters a response, "My lawyer has yet to arrive." Very well. Change your location and ponder this carefully. The evidence is irrefutable. When your lawyer arrives, it will be too late to salvage the situation. Why persist in denial? Thus, Tang Zheng is taken away. For several consecutive days, he remains mute until the trial commences. Due to the heinous nature of the case, it has been classified by higher authorities as akin to food safety violations, swiftly initiated, examined, enforced, and concluded. The directive is clear: do not keep the public waiting. A prompt resolution for the children is imperative. On July 2nd, the trial is set to begin, and Tang Zheng contemplates the multitude of influential figures involved. I dare not speculate further. Otherwise, this case would not have escalated to such an extent without completing certain procedures. He recalls the incident of a man who collapsed and died from heavy drinking in a hospital, a stark reminder of the formidable forces at play, far surpassing even the Dechin group. Perhaps individuals like Sun Qingdong and Wang Boluan are merely insignificant jesters in this grand scheme. As for the billionaire heir, Xiang Qiming, after the national news concludes this evening, XGTV1's investigative program, The First Scene, will feature this incident as a special report. Employees from the factory, including Jiang Xiaoxiao, Qin Hong, and Chang Chunhua, gather to watch this broadcast. In light of this, Tan Hong expresses her outrage. These individuals are relentless. With so many illicit factories in Ningzhou, why must they fixate on us? Jiang Xiaoxiao, however, wears a worried expression. I wonder how Shan Zheng is faring. I only hope that Tang Zheng is safe. I cannot dwell on anything else. Qin Yuru and her daughter sit in the living room watching television, accompanied by Jiang Yun. Qin Bauer has already learned of her father's predicament and has cried several times over it. Despite her efforts to leverage various connections, Qin Yuru finds herself powerless, as larger figures loom behind the scenes, rendering even the Dechin group powerless. Should Tang Zheng fail to prove his innocence in this matter, it is likely he will face a lengthy prison sentence. Aru, I have contemplated much in these past few days. This is far removed from your ex-husband's recent modus operandi. His choice to remain silent surely indicates he has a plan, Jiang Yun remarks. Let us hope for the best. The host of The First Scene begins with a brief video recap of the toxic toy incident from days prior. As one of the highest-rated programs in the Summer Nation, The First Scene attracts tens of millions of viewers each episode, occasionally surpassing 100 million. Tonight, it indeed exceeded that milestone. The interview with Tang Zheng remains conducted via telephone. Should a camera be used, it would necessitate pixelation. Regardless of the circumstances, Tang Zheng has yet to face trial and is therefore not convicted. In the confines of a small room devoid of a television, Tang Zheng is only aware that the host is female. Upon her questioning, she seems to dig a pit for him. Hello, Mr. Tang. We understand that your Tang Kiki toy factory currently employs 153 individuals, with half of them being newly hired. Is that correct? Tang Zheng replies affirmatively. The host inquires further. Are these employees experienced in toy production? Sensing the hostility in her tone, Tang Zheng responds cautiously. They are adequate. As anticipated, the host's subsequent inquiries delve into critical issues. Out of the 153 employees, excluding those in finance, human resources, e-commerce, and clerical roles. Only around 120 are involved in actual toy production, given that you have taken on additional orders. With an average of over 30 toys per employee to be produced each day within just 10 days, isn't that rather rushed? The implication being that this rush could lead to shortcuts and the use of inferior glue. Upon hearing this, Tang Zheng chuckles, maintaining a composed demeanor as he retorts, I remain blissfully ignorant of external affairs, devoted solely to scholarly pursuits. I gather you have never worked in a toy factory, have you? Yet, I commend your mathematical skills. The host, slightly taken aback, responds, no. Are you mocking me? Nevertheless, she has indeed viewed videos of their factory's workshop. Tang Zheng continues, thus, I shall extend my forgiveness this time. A professional host would not pose such questions devoid of basic knowledge. Firstly, every toy produced by Tang Kiki is the result of division of labor. Much like your television production, which involves directors, videographers, makeup artists, and so forth. Do you grasp the essence of what I am conveying? Collaboration in specialized roles naturally accelerates the process. The host maintains a smile. So your assertion is that having each employee produce 30 toys daily is not excessive? Tang Zheng elaborates. This leads me to my second point. A real estate magnate by the surname of Sun once remarked to me that an employee who cannot generate value exceeding 8 times their salary is not a worthwhile asset. This statement harks back to Tang Zheng's previous life as Shuyuzhu. Originally phrased as, an employee who cannot create value at least 3 times their salary is not a good employee. Now, he deliberately attributes the quote to a real estate magnate, deftly steering the conversation towards Sun Qingdong. 8-fold value. Indeed, this employer is quite ruthless. Meanwhile, Sun Qingdong watches television at home, incensed to the point of nearly throwing his remote. Damn it, when did I ever say that? If you have the guts, just admit that it was me, Sun Qingdong, who said it. Just wait and see if I don't sue you for defamation. Chapter 49. A clash of experts. Tang Zheng continues. Host, do you believe our Tang Kiki produced Frozen series toys are expensive? The host replies, indeed, they are pricey. Tang Zheng remarks, even you find them costly? Host, the price of our toys exceeds that of similar materials in the market by more than double. Tang Zheng, this raises a pertinent question. May I inquire why the toys produced by Tang Kiki are priced significantly higher than those available on the market? Who has bestowed upon us such audacity? The host mused. Who is this individual daring to pose a high school economics question on air? Is it due to the superior materials you utilize? Tang Zheng, there was an artist who painted 7 pieces in a day, yet none sold for 7 days. Eventually, someone advised him to dedicate 7 days to creating a single masterpiece, which he sold in just 1 day. I wish to convey that the Thai Good Toy Factory has pirated the characters from my year-long design of the Frozen series. At that time, they employed around 500 individuals, including dozens of clerical staff, several salespeople, and numerous finance and HR personnel. In essence, only about 400 of them were genuinely involved in toy production. Astonishingly, they managed to manufacture 350,000 toys of the same series in merely 10 days. Given your mathematical prowess, can you calculate how many toys each of their employees produced on average per day? The value of a product reflects the abstract labor embodied within it. Although the productivity of our Tang Kiki factory may be modest, we believe in the philosophy of craftsmanship. Moreover, the intellectual property rights and copyrights we attach to our toys far exceed millions. Our future ambition is to cultivate a grand intellectual property. This IP is not merely digital, but represents invaluable knowledge rights. Many viewers at home could not resist reaching for their calculators. My goodness. I didn't realize until I calculated. The Taiga Factory's employees produce an average of over 80 toys each day, while Tang Kiki's only manage 30. If Tang Kiki cannot keep up, must we compromise on quality? Does this not imply that Taiga is operating at an extraordinary pace? Truly a dubious factory. Another viewer remarked, the exquisite work that took Tang Zheng a year to design embodies immense dedication. Given his fanbase, it seems implausible that he would engage in self-sabotage. The design rights alone must be worth millions, no? Jiang Yin chuckled. See, your ex-husband certainly has a trick up his sleeve. Qin Yuru also exhaled in relief. Leaning against her thigh, Qin Bao gazed up with wide eyes. Mommy, is Daddy all right? Yes, your father will be fine. The host found himself momentarily at a loss for words. If that is the case, why did you send personnel to escort this shipment, requiring the buyer to sign for it in person and record a video as proof? Did you not anticipate issues with this shipment, hence the precaution? Tang Zheng, not at all. Had we anticipated problems with this shipment, we would not have dispatched it. This would not only be illegal, but also akin to digging our own grave. We have no reason to act in such a manner. Our decision to send personnel and record video was solely for the purpose of promoting it on my blog for additional exposure. Gold cups and silver cups pale in comparison to the reputation of buyers. The host posed a question that many were eager to ask. Do you imply that someone is deliberately framing you? And do you have any evidence? Tang Zheng retorted. Are you familiar with How to Dine and Dash? Haha, this fellow is quite amusing. The viewership of this program has surged significantly, thanks to Tang Zheng. Without keeping them in suspense, Tang Zheng promptly explained. One selects a restaurant devoid of surveillance and prepares a fly in advance. When the meal is nearly finished, one discreetly tosses the fly into the food. The host, both bewildered and amused, responded. This is illegal and profoundly unethical. Tang Zheng continued. Our toy factory is currently grappling with this very issue. Our products have passed the relevant inspections by the Ningzhou municipal authorities. Yet after a few days in the opponent's warehouse, they are branded as toxic toys. If such occurrences are not met with stringent measures from the state, who would dare to engage in e-commerce? This concern extends beyond e-commerce. It pertains to all industries, especially the food sector. Today, I purchased 2 pounds of beef from the market, and if I were to add harmful substances to it, not consuming it myself, but rather giving it to others, resulting in someone's demise, then those selling beef, raising cattle, and the cattle traders would all face ruin. The host's eyes widened. Mr. Tang, is your talent for distorting right and wrong an innate gift? Now, we seek the truth. Why did that batch of toys exceed the limits for formaldehyde and heavy metals? This is the truth that the national audience desperately needs to know. Tang Zheng asserted. There is only one truth. I did not do it. The host, frustrated, exclaimed. I feel like striking someone. After so many episodes, I have never encountered such a person. You are quite the fabricator. The host pressed on. However, relevant personnel discovered several bottles of substandard formaldehyde in your factory. How do you explain this? Even if you did not use it, your employees did. And your mismanagement is a fact, is it not? Tang Zheng responded. I now seriously question your station's employment standards. If an individual, gloved and armed with a dagger, stabbed someone and then discreetly discarded the dagger in your yard, would not every member of your household be suspected of murder? The host asserted. I believe the law will unveil the truth. No matter how eloquently you speak, you cannot evade the ironclad evidence. This hardly resembles a program interview. No other interviewee has displayed such audacity as Tang Zheng. Aware that the host was nearing a boiling point, Tang Zheng hastily shifted the topic. May I pose a question to you, host? Go ahead. Regarding last year's shocking case of the toxic spicy strips in Hushi County, Qinghai Province, which tragically resulted in the deaths of a pair of 7-year-old twins, it took several months to resolve, did it not? Over 5 months. The Thai Good Toy Factory, established for over a decade, colluded with unscrupulous intermediaries, exploiting thousands of summer workers, with the factory director employing despicable means to deceive several girls of their innocence. If not for the bravery of a courageous young woman, who risked everything to expose this scoundrel's heinous acts, this villain might still be perpetrating his atrocious deeds. Why is it that no one seems to care about these matters? Yet, the moment I encounter a predicament, it appears as though every media outlet in the country, from television stations to newspapers and websites, possesses an uncanny foresight. Instantly aware that Tang Zheng is destined for misfortune, within a mere 20 minutes, everyone arrives. Shortly thereafter, I find myself utterly deprived of personal freedom. Host, what is your perspective on these events? Why did Tang Zheng initially choose silence? It was due to the despicable tactics employed by the adversary. The moment he speaks, the tide can turn. Any audience member with a modicum of intelligence can deduce that this is a case of framing. However, the crux of the issue lies in proving who has ensnared whom. Without proof, all of Tang Zheng's assertions are rendered meaningless. Tang Zheng, host, I believe our people must now possess a pivotal piece of evidence. I suspect that the formaldehyde discovered in our factory and that detected in the toys from Yinbei City do not originate from the same manufacturer. To my surprise, the host responds, perhaps you purchased 2 brands of inferior formaldehyde. That possibility cannot be dismissed, can it, General Tang? A battle of wits, indeed. Both Tang Zheng and the host exhibit remarkable intelligence and emotional acuity. I invite you to continue this engaging exchange. Chapter 50. The world pressed the pause button. Goodness. This host possesses considerable intellect, approaching the issue from a novel angle with piercing clarity. Ah Rua, your ex-husband indeed presented a compelling piece of evidence, but unfortunately, he encountered a formidable opponent who dismantled his argument with a single remark. Jiang Yun was correct. The evidence Tang Zheng mentioned is indeed substantial. Their toys did arrive in Yinbei City and were tampered with upon entering the adversary's warehouse. These individuals utilized substandard formaldehyde. It cannot be assumed they left half to be sent back to Ningzhou City for the factory's mole to use in framing them, can it? After all, toxic substances are generally not permitted for air transport, and even express delivery between the two locations would take a couple of days. Alternatively, they could have driven the materials themselves. Tang Zheng likely did not consider this possibility at the time, as it seemed overly complicated, leading them to simply procure a few bottles of inferior formaldehyde in Ningzhou City. Yet, the host's incisive observations reveal, you purchased 2 brands of inferior formaldehyde. This neatly addresses Tang Zheng's concerns. After all, no one could possibly know how many types of substandard formaldehyde were employed in your Tang Kiki toy factory. So, who could the mole be? The factory is under surveillance, yet there are blind spots, making it highly probable that a former employee is the traitor. Identifying the mole would likely solve this case, as they must have been bribed. Who would be foolish enough to do that? Qin Yuru playfully inquires of Jiang Yun, simultaneously feeling a sense of relief. Frankly, the framing tactics employed this time are quite rudimentary. I suspect that your ex-husband, fully aware that someone intentionally placed this significant order, decided to play along, swallowing the order while simultaneously dealing with the foolish individuals behind it. If I am not mistaken, the host of the first scene will soon connect with Mr. Lei. Jiang Yun chuckled, having accurately predicted the next move. The director of the first scene is no fool. Since they have connected with Tang Zheng, it is only natural to also connect with Mr. Lei, lest we only hear Tang Zheng's one-sided narrative. Host, hello Mr. Lei. Did you happen to watch our program? Mr. Tang made several points. What is your perspective on them? Mr. Lei's connection was not merely a phone call, but a video link. In the video, Mr. Lei appeared to be nearing 50, with a rosy complexion and a slight paunch. His expression hinted at anger. I have learned an utterly shameless tactic. If one wishes to dine and dash, simply prepare a fly and place it in the meal. If I had not heard it with my own ears, I would not believe there are individuals in this world devoid of integrity and morals. He even spoke of a murderer tossing a dagger into another's yard to frame them. What darkness must reside in such a person's heart? This Mr. Tang, I believe, is not unfamiliar to everyone. He was the one who used foul language at the last press conference. I have only just learned why Mr. Qin of the Daqin Group divorced him, and his recent infidelity was a deliberate attempt to tarnish the reputation of his former mother-in-law. For those who do not believe me, I possess a video in which this man secretly follows his former mother-in-law, capturing several controversial angles, and even composed a poem. Why does he have footage of Tang Zheng stalking and secretly filming Wang Lin? That is of little consequence. What truly matters is that the viewers across the nation are utterly astonished. Have you ever encountered such a ruthless individual? Even his former mother-in-law is not spared. Truly, he embodies a dark and vengeful spirit. Coincidentally, these past few days, Qin Shouqing accompanied Wang Lin abroad for a retreat, leaving him oblivious to the program. Qin Yuru and Jiang Yun exchanged glances, their expressions a mix of disbelief and amusement. Oh my, that person is exceedingly shameless. Pu Qin Hong, upon witnessing the scene, burst into tears of laughter. Xiao, why not let me pursue that uncle? A man like that is hard not to love. Jiang Xiao, equally amused, playfully assumed a serious demeanor. What are you thinking? That uncle is mine, she said, her cheeks flushing as she spoke. Oh dear, I was just joking. Look at how anxious you are. After revealing these shocking details, Mr. Lei continued, I have also just learned that Mr. Tang is an orphan. Throughout high school and university, he was supported by Chairman Qin. After graduation, Chairman Qin, disregarding the objections of friends and family, took him in as a son-in-law, marrying him to his eldest daughter. Who could have anticipated that he would turn around and commit such acts? Moreover, throughout the phone interview, he displayed not a shred of remorse or guilt regarding these matters. The innocent orphans he has harmed. He himself is an orphan. He should have a profound understanding of the plight of orphans. The host timely interjected, Mr. Lei, it is said that you are quite passionate about charitable endeavors. Could you share with us what has moved you the most during your years of philanthropy? Mr. Lei responded, since the age of 28, Once I had the means, I dedicated myself to charitable causes. I have donated hundreds of thousands of Braille books for blind children, built schools for impoverished children in mountainous regions, and witnessed countless human joys and sorrows, as well as the bitterness and helplessness of life. Mr. Lay recounted his philanthropic efforts with great pride. In this comparison, the audience had already made their judgments about who is virtuous and who is malicious. In a remarkably short span, Mr. Tang's fan base had plummeted by 70 to 80,000. The vitriol from fans was resoundingly harsh, hurling insults such as a detestable scourge of society and expressing fears of karmic retribution befalling his daughter. Fortunately, at that moment, Tang Zheng was unable to access the internet, watch television, or communicate with the outside world. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly be seething with rage. "Huh, look at this," exclaimed Wang Buoluan, leaping with excitement. "Tang Zheng, let us see how you can wriggle out of this one. Tomorrow's court session will undoubtedly seal your fate. You, a pathetic coward, dare to challenge me." Similarly elated were Sun Qingdong and Zhou Lina. The tide of public opinion had shifted overwhelmingly against Tang Zheng. Without compelling evidence in his favor, it would be exceedingly difficult for him to redeem himself. Goodness, these individuals online are truly revolting. Do you even know Tang Zheng? What gives you the right to berate him? The number of those standing up for Tang Zheng was dwindling, with Yuan Ping being one of the few. Upon witnessing the online comments, he furiously collected screenshots as evidence. As a lawyer, there were certain things that Yuan Ping was already well aware of without needing Tang Zheng's reminders. The more evidence he gathered, the greater the potential for claiming substantial damages in court. And regarding the question of Tang Zheng's innocence, Yuan Ping was more aware than anyone. "Master, wake up. The situation is extremely unfavorable for you." The beleaguered Tang Zheng was currently asleep, having become quite the slumbering deity these past few days. The memory playback function promptly activated, automatically showcasing two brief videos. The first depicted Mr. Lay manipulating Tang Zheng's toys alongside two employees. The second showed Mr. Lay ushering a deaf-mute girl into a small dark room. Tang Zheng was immediately incensed. How many points are required? The first video requires 10 million points. The second, 13 million. What if I lack sufficient points? During exceptional circumstances, you may draw in advance, but you must replenish within 30 days. Otherwise, this function will cease to exist. Clearly, the first video was highly advantageous for Tang Zheng, yet he was utterly repulsed by the second video featuring the corpulent man. A hypocritical beast unworthy of comparison to even the lowest of creatures. Without hesitation, Tang Zheng chose the second option. The host of the program announced, "This episode concludes here. Tomorrow at the same time, we will continue to follow the case." As the screen displayed the list of relevant staff, an unexpectedly high-definition video suddenly appeared. "Darling, look at the lovely toy Uncle has brought you. Do you like it? Just be good for a moment." In an instant, the entire world seemed to be paused. Everyone was rendered speechless. Chapter 51. The tsunami. The director of the segment was nearly brought to the ground by shock as the signal was abruptly cut off. "It's gone. Just a few seconds." One staff member finally reacted, but the video had already ended. Too short. Far too short. Such a disappointment. A strong condemnation of the hacker who infiltrated the television station is in order. How could it be so brief? Moreover, there exists a hacker of such incredible prowess in this world. From where did this individual obtain that snippet of video? Was it recorded in advance by Mr. Lay, only to be hacked? Could it have been Tang Zheng? No, it couldn't be Tang Zheng. He is locked away in a small room. Was it one of his friends? The audience before their screens was likely bombarded with countless questions. Where was I just now? What did I see? Oh, my eyes feel as though they've been poisoned. It seemed that the seemingly benevolent Mr. Lay had deceived a young girl. Whether she was mute or deaf was unknown to the viewers, into a small dark room. One could imagine a scene reminiscent of the film The Crucible. No amount of words can rival those fleeting seconds of video. "Mr. Lay, does your face hurt?" Who truly embodies the essence of a worthless human? Can anyone still believe the words of a devilish creature with a human visage? A tsunami has struck, akin to a cataclysmic earthquake, obliterating all in its path. What has transpired? Are you all possessed? The host, while conducting the program, was oblivious to the recent television footage. Noticing the peculiar expressions on everyone's faces, she could not help but inquire. "There has been an earthquake. A tsunami," a colleague exclaimed, still in shock. The director had already received a call from the station chief, who instructed the host that the program would be extended. In Yinbei City, many prominent figures were watching the show, Some immediately dispatched individuals to secure Mr. Lei, fearing he might destroy evidence. After the interview concluded, what was Mr. Lei doing? He was in the bathroom, washing himself clean. Wang Buluan and others bombarded his phone with calls. The world was unraveling, and he was still preoccupied with cleansing himself. The question remains, can he truly wash away his sins? This video transcended the boundaries of scientific explanation. The largest channel in Xiaohua could not possibly have made such a fundamental error. It must have been a hacker breaching their backend. After her initial shock, Jiang Yun analyzed the situation. Could it be that your ex-husband hired someone to do this? Or was it a righteous individual unable to tolerate his actions who struck back? Qin Yuro was more perceptive than Jiang Yun. The video was dated April 14, 2004, at 2:24 p.m. It seemed that the individual surnamed Lei had recorded the video himself. Suddenly, Qin Yuro's expression changed dramatically. It appeared she had made a significant discovery. Jiang Yun straightened up, inquiring, "What is it?" "The person surnamed Lei appears to be a longtime client of my cousin. My cousin is currently managing the small appliance company that went bankrupt prior to Tangzhong, and much of the merchandise is supplied to this Lei. I've only seen this person once, so my impression isn't vivid." "Are you suggesting that everything is orchestrated by Wang Buluan behind the scenes?" "That explains everything. On the day of the Xinjiang festival, Wang Buluan was slapped twice by your ex-husband. Given Wang Buluan's vindictive nature, he certainly would not let Tang Zheng off the hook. What a fool. This spells trouble for our Qin group as well." Qin Yuro promptly called her father, only to have him call her back immediately. Someone must have informed Qin Shouqing ahead of her. On the phone, Qin Shouqing urgently urged, "This is serious. Hurry and persuade Xiao Tang to show mercy. Wang Buluan can do as he pleases, but let him spare your mother. She truly knows nothing about this. She hasn't been involved. We'll buy tickets to return shortly." Qin Yuro expressed her doubts. Does she genuinely not know, or is she feigning ignorance? "Don't you find this behavior despicable?" Qin Shouqing was on speakerphone, and Wang Lin, who was nearby, exclaimed angrily, "I truly do not know. If mother were aware of such a vile act, would she not try to stop your cousin? My dear daughter, just tell Tang Zheng that I will no longer trouble him. All right, I will give it a try." Qin Yuro ended the call, carried her daughter, who had unknowingly fallen asleep, back to her room, and then stepped outside. Meanwhile, Wang Buluan was in a state of frantic agitation, akin to an ant on a hot pot. He could never have imagined that old Lei would collapse so swiftly in the face of such video evidence. All words were rendered powerless. No one would trust the words of a devil. Wang Buluan's first contact was General Lei, but he was unreachable. His second attempt was to reach his aunt, but again, he found himself unable to connect. He dared not contact his uncle, for Qin Shouqing was a cunning old fox. In light of such events, it was unlikely that Qin Shouqing would offer him support. Rather, it was likely he would throw him under the bus. His uncle had long harbored disdain for him, and were it not for his aunt, his third attempt was with Sun Qingdong, only to discover the line was disconnected. "Calm down. Stay composed. It hasn't escalated to that point yet. As long as old Lei doesn't expose me, everything will be manageable," Wang Buluan muttered to himself, dialing Lei again, but still, he could not get through. Soon, communication became impossible altogether. Within just a few minutes, the nearest patrol to General Lei's residence arrived with unprecedented speed and apprehended him. "President Sun, what should we do? Will Wang Buluan claim that we incited him to act?" Zhou was filled with dread, truly terrified. The situation had spiraled out of control. Sun Qingdong's hands trembled as he realized that, given the current trajectory, not only would they fail to apprehend Tang Zheng, but should Wang Buluan divulge their involvement, the blame would inevitably fall upon them. The most damning evidence lay in Tang Zheng's recent interview, where he had made scathing remarks about the toxic bar incident and the years of clandestine operations, resolving the case in a mere half hour. Countless media outlets seemed to possess an uncanny foresight. Sun Qingdong was acutely aware of the author of this scheme, for only that individual possessed such formidable influence. However, if Tang Zheng could not identify this person, then the mud would be flung in his direction. Thus, the pivotal figure of this incident, Tang Zheng, ought to have been released, and indeed he had been. Yet, he refused to leave. It was much easier to summon a deity than to send one away. Numerous dignitaries from the Inspection Bureau had come to persuade him, but to no avail. It was not until Yuan Ping arrived with 2 reporters that Tang Zheng finally uttered a few words, yet he remained obstinately rooted in place, determined to stay until the morrow when he would be taken for interrogation. Once the reporters disclosed Tang Zheng's current predicament, A wave of fervent discussion ensued. Despite his haggard appearance, he maintained an air of dignity that belied any darkness within his heart. Tonight, it seemed, not a single soul across the vast expanse of Xia country could find repose. The Weibo backend nearly collapsed under the weight of activity. Though Tang Zheng's fanbase had halved, a significant portion remained. With over 200,000 followers, even a single supportive post from each would amount to a staggering number. Their previous silence had been a result of awaiting the outcome, and it was now nearly conclusive that Tang Zheng was innocent. Half an hour later, Qin Yuru arrived. Tang Zheng shared a few whispered words with her, confirming her inquiry with a nod. Good. Stay safe. I must take my leave. It appeared that Qin Yuru, too, possessed a caring side. Chapter 52. I raised my voice for the children that evening. An informant from Tang Keek's toy factory proactively contacted the production manager, Chang Chunhua, to recount her involvement in the incident. No one would have suspected that the informant was the forthright sister who had previously defended Jiang Xiaoxiao. This sister had accepted 200,000 from an individual to carry out two tasks. 1. To promptly report on the internal conditions of Tang Keek's toy factory and Tang Zheng's stance on the matter. The other, to secretly place a few leftover bottles of inferior formaldehyde in the workshop, framing the factory for the wrongdoing. As a veteran employee with 4 to 5 years of service, she was well aware of the areas in the workshop that were not under surveillance. The diligent Chang Chunhua had been driven to distress by the recent events, relying solely on his instincts. He believed that Tang Zheng was not the sort to cut corners for trivial gains. Furthermore, he had monitored the entire production process and was confident that their toys could not possibly have any quality issues. If their toys had such a dangerously high level of formaldehyde, it was inconceivable that their colleagues in the workshop would not have suffered dire consequences. Moreover, their toys were not produced using formaldehyde at all. Just now, Mr. Tang did not mention that they utilized the most environmentally friendly production materials for their adhesive, which naturally raises costs. However, Chang Chunhua truly did not expect that this honest and just elder sister would turn out to be a traitor. The one who bribed her must have put in considerable effort. No wonder Mr. Tang and his associates gained nothing. From the outset, they misidentified the suspect among their ranks. Unable to contact Mr. Tang, Chang Chunhua sought out Yuan Ping instead. Yuan Ping had been assisting them in gathering evidence, and, of course, he was well acquainted with the matter. Just at that moment, Yuan Ping had not yet returned, and he passed the call to Mr. Tang. Old Tang, how do you intend to handle this traitor? Her willingness to confess indicates that her conscience is not entirely corrupt. Leniency would be appropriate. Tomorrow, let us not be too harsh on her. It would be reasonable to suggest that she was manipulated by others, thus deserving of understanding. The true villains are those behind the scenes, who exploit the goodwill of others. Tomorrow's trial proceeded surprisingly smoothly. Not only did Mr. Tang obtain the testimony from this elder sister, but the two employees of Mr. Lei were also cowardly. Upon witnessing Mr. Lei's incident last night, they voluntarily reported to the local inspection bureau early the next morning. They recounted in detail how Mr. Lei had led them to mix inferior formaldehyde into a portion of the toys. Before long, Mr. Tang was acquitted in court. In a remarkable turn of events, he transformed from the defendant into the plaintiff. He intended to sue those who had framed him for damages to his finances, reputation, and mental well-being. A throng of reporters surrounded Mr. Tang, eager to interview him. Yet, Mr. Tang simply stated, to learn of future developments, please follow my Weibo account, Tai Gu Zheng Zheng. Thank you. Jiang Xiaoxiao also arrived with Chang Chunhua and Qin Hong. She wished to rush forward and embrace Shan Zhenggu, but Qin Hong restrained her, saying, you will get entangled in this. They will think you have disrupted Mr. Tang's marriage. But I was already on the news last time, she replied. Anyway, now that Shan Zhenggu and the toy factory are fine, we will have plenty of time to interact in the future. There is no need to rush. Mr. Tang approached Jiang Xiaoxiao and the others, saying, apologies for causing everyone concern. Old Chang, Xiao Su, the HR manager, please expedite hiring, procure materials, and produce more toys. Additionally, in the coming days, I plan to launch 2 or 3 new toy lines. He needed to seize the moment to generate revenue, as he aimed to earn 10 million within the next 30 days. Otherwise, the remarkable memory playback feature would vanish. Such an extraordinary and impressive function. How could Mr. Tang bear to let it disappear? Yuan Ping, standing by, commented in exasperation. At this time, you should be preparing us some salt-baked chicken to celebrate. And when was the last time you had a proper shower? You've caused me to eat poorly and lose sleep these past few days. Mr. Tang sighed heavily and proclaimed, surviving is already a blessing. Do you still expect to shower properly? He intended his words for the reporters. Had he not reminded them, no one would have noticed that Mr. Tang indeed appeared somewhat haggard. Qin Yuro did not come. She had called Wang Buluan to join her in searching for Sun Qingdong. An hour later, after returning home alone, Tang Zheng took a shower, had a meal, and promptly opened his computer to design a plush toy of a giant panda, a Winnie the Pooh, and a brown bear. These three bears were immensely popular toys from Tang Zheng's previous life, far surpassing the sales of the frozen merchandise by numerous times, and they remained timeless classics. Tang Zheng decided not to apply for a patent for the panda toy, but he felt it imperative to secure patents for both the Winnie the Pooh and the brown bear. He worked diligently until 8 in the evening, completing the designs and sending them to Laochong overnight. Following this, Tang Zheng prepared dinner and took another shower, finally calling Qin Yuru around 9:30. I have nearly finished my end. Wang Buluan has also informed me that it was Zhou Lina who suggested the dubious idea. Initially, he merely intended to order your goods and then return them without reason. You may proceed as you wish, just ensure that the entire Deqin group is not implicated. Furthermore, my mother is unaware of this matter. I will send you the recording of our earlier conversation to your email. Rest assured, I have my own discretion. And thank you. You're welcome, Qin Yuru replied, secretly enjoying this kind of scheming. After spending over 20 years as the obedient daughter, she felt justified in employing some underhanded tactics. Not that they were truly devious, but rather necessary measures to deal with unscrupulous individuals. Today, she had enlisted Wang Buluan to confront Sun Qingdong and Zhou Lina, extracting information while discreetly recording their conversation to gain their trust. She even staged a scene where Tang Zheng supposedly spread rumors to tarnish her mother's reputation, which genuinely angered her. However, how they dealt with Tang Zheng was their affair. She urged them not to involve the Deqin group, or else they would face her wrath. Qin Yuru also advised her cousin to turn himself in to seek leniency. Whether Wang Buluan would heed her advice was of no concern to her. She had never been fond of him. The former Tang Zheng, though lacking in capability, was upright. Her cousin, on the other hand, was both inept and of poor character. Had it not been for her mother's protection, she would have long wished to expel him from the Deqin group. Qin Yuru was astute, aware that her cousin had hidden backing. Otherwise, with Sun Qingdong's abilities, he could not rally so many media outlets. Only the heirs of vast conglomerates had such influence. Unfortunately, that individual remained shrouded in secrecy, impervious to any slander. I shall see who is truly more shameless, Tang Zheng or Xiang Qiming, Qin Yuru mused. She realized she hadn't felt this joyful in quite some time. Upon listening to the recording, Tang Zheng found himself viewing his ex-wife in a new light. He had not anticipated that this typically frosty individual could be so adept at laying traps, especially given her portrayal as an ethereal CEO. Others would naturally lower their guard around her. Subsequently, Tang Zheng updated his Weibo. I, Hu Hansen, have returned. Seeing my fans criticize me brings me peace. If I were truly that worthless, your scorn would be warranted, which precisely illustrates your sound moral compass. To those steadfast individuals who remain unwaveringly loyal, I believe you, like me, belong to the same kind of people. The darkness has endowed me with black eyes, yet I seek the light through them. Tang Zheng does not ridicule those fans who abandon him at the first sign of trouble. Rather, he affirms their actions as morally sound. For the fans who have consistently stood by him, he has employed the poignant lines from the poet Gu Cheng's A Generation to extol their virtues. Although the poem consists of merely 2 lines, it has transcended its brevity to become a classic, embodying the ideals and aspirations of a generation, a tenacious yearning for light after enduring the night. Tang Zheng continues to post on Weibo when the truth remains undisclosed. The majority of media platforms mercilessly attack the fallen. Despite this, Weibo has not suspended my account, nor has Feizhu Mall closed my online store. They have merely paused transactions, awaiting the outcome. For this, Tang Zheng expresses profound gratitude. Presently, many online criticize me, accusing me of ingratitude, with even my former mother-in-law joining in the disparagement. To this, I can only respond with a wry smile. Every consequence has its cause. Even a rabbit may bite when cornered. If I were to disregard past affections, I would also face scorn. Why should an orphan harm another orphan? Throughout this ordeal, my composure has been unervingly steadfast. Why? Am I devoid of emotion? As a seasoned orphan who has lived nearly 30 years, the scars I bear are numerous, and the only life left for me to tread upon is this worthless existence. Some individuals expend every ounce of energy merely to survive. Others may give their all, yet still not endure. There exists but one form of heroism in this world: the ability to perceive the harsh truths of life, yet continue to cherish it. I am Tang Zheng. I raise my voice for the children. Chapter 53. The resolution. Tang Zheng's retaliation has officially commenced. He has provided numerous clarifications, articulating his stance. Had he not been mindful of past affections, there would likely have been more revelations. He is certainly not devoid of compassion. Rather, he is someone who, after recognizing the truths of existence, continues to embrace life. Those innocent orphans who are harmed may expend their utmost efforts, yet still struggle to survive. This sharply satirizes individuals like Mr. Lei, who, in their attempts to ensnare him, will stop at nothing. Moreover, his lengthy Weibo post effectively serves as a significant favor to both Weibo and Feijumal. Those with wisdom should know the appropriate course of action. In a swift turn of events, the official Weibo accounts of both Weibo and Feijumal shared Tang Zheng's post, publicly affirming their support for him and his advocacy for the children. Following this, numerous writers, scholars, internet personalities, and stars from the film industry promptly retweeted Tang Zheng's Weibo, voicing their support for the children. Within a single evening, the topic garnered over 30 million views, shattering the records established since Weibo's inception. Tang Zheng's fan base has astonishingly surpassed 100,000, a remarkable feat. Unbelievable. His account, after all, has been registered for less than 2 months. In the realm of the Xia Nation, an ordinary second-tier celebrity has amassed a considerable following, with the number of comments soaring into the hundreds of thousands, shattering multiple records on the Wangwang Weibo platform. Overnight, nearly 500,000 new users registered on Wangwang Weibo. The following morning at 8 a.m., on the subway line 3 in a certain city, a young woman remarked, "I registered for a Weibo account last night." "Really? Didn't you say you despised Weibo?" came the incredulous reply. "I did so to follow Tai Gu Zheng. You have no idea." The words he penned last night were profoundly meaningful and utterly heart-stirring. There exists but one form of heroism in this world, which is to love life even after recognizing the harsh truths it holds. Indeed, his words are truly classic. Some individuals expend every ounce of their strength merely to exist, while others, despite their utmost efforts, may not even survive. That beast named Lei, over the years, has committed countless heinous acts under the guise of charity. The most nauseating part is that this demon dares to claim innocence on television, showcasing a level of hypocrisy that is astounding. And what of the media? Lacking any sense of conscience, they relentlessly attack the innocent Tai Gu Zheng and the weak, helpless children. Where are their reports advocating for them? The subway is rife with discussions about this matter, not limited to just these 2 young women, but many others too. What kind of malevolent individual could perpetrate such a vile act? Purchasing toys, poisoning them, and gifting them to children in orphanages, do they not fear divine retribution? Moreover, these mainstream media outlets act as accomplices. Regardless of whether they are being manipulated, is it truly acceptable to take sides before the truth has been uncovered? Tang Zheng has consequently lost his personal freedom entirely. To assert that there are no hidden agendas at play would be incredulous. Look, the heavens have been pierced by the actions of your ex-husband. Upon arriving at the office, Jiang Yun remarked to Qin Yuru, "That fool Wang Buluan thinks he is clever, yet he remains oblivious to being used." The scheme that ensnared Tang Zheng is riddled with errors. Whether it is Tang Zheng or Wang Buluan who faces misfortune, the individuals orchestrating this remain unscathed. By the way, Wang Buluan has turned himself in, hasn't he? Qin Yuru replied. He had no choice in the matter. If he chose to evade responsibility now, he would face severe sentencing, and none could assist him. Wang Buluan may be somewhat foolish, but he is not beyond redemption. Early that morning, he went to confess, detailing the entire course of events, including the bribery of a certain woman. One surprising twist is that Zhou Lina also turned herself in, claiming it was her suggestion, not incitement, for Wang Buluan to act in such a manner. And she has since resigned from Qingyang Real Estate. To preserve the reputation of Qingyang Real Estate, Zhou Lina had to make sacrifices. Otherwise, Tang Zheng's character would have ensured the company faced utter disgrace. The most unfortunate of all is General Lei, who has committed numerous atrocious acts over the years, yet has concealed them well. Had it not been for his agreement with Wang Buoluan, he would have lost everything in one misstep. General Lei now faces the grim prospect of life imprisonment. Specifically, how much economic and psychological compensation will be given to Tang Zheng? Yuan Ping is calculating this. Yesterday, Tang Zheng's online store resumed normal operations, and to date, over 800 orders have been placed. Additionally, numerous wholesalers have flocked to the factory to place orders, totaling over 10,000 toys. From these orders, Tang Zheng stands to earn 500,000. However, he remains far from his target of 10 million. He understands that the current volume of orders is solely supported by the prevailing hype. Tang Zheng perceives this as a marketing event. In all marketing endeavors, when the excitement reaches its zenith, sales are at their peak. Subsequently, sales will begin to decline. This implies that tomorrow, their sales may only reach 300,000, followed by 100,000 the day after, dwindling to mere thousands each subsequent day. Under such circumstances, it is absolutely impossible for Tang Zheng to earn 10 million within a month. If a recipe for a dessert sells for several million, creating a few desserts seems unrealistic. He faced setbacks the last time he attempted this. The Qiqiao Festival is approaching. The Qiqiao Festival in Xiagua is particularly grand. Perhaps he should host a livestream sales event? Unfortunately, it appears that Wang Weibo currently does not support livestream selling. Today is July 3rd, and with only a few days until July 7th, the significance of any discounts on the online store has diminished. What Tang Zheng needs are substantial orders, large orders of tens of thousands of toys. Only with such orders can he salvage the memory playback function. Memory playback function. How shameless. Who asked you to save it? Clearly, you fear losing this baby. Just then, a program director from Ningzhou City Satellite Television called him. A poetry reading on air? Tang Zheng is not fond of appearing on shows. However, if the appearance fee is decent, he is open to it. He inquires about the fee for reading a poem. The director replies, 50,000. 50,000? Tang Zheng exclaims in surprise. Does he think this is too generous? The director wonders. Not going. Just 50,000? I wouldn't embarrass myself for that. Now that we are so popular, how can you only offer 50,000? Tang Zheng, appearing on the program would be of great benefit to you, with no drawbacks. It would not only enhance the visibility of your toy factory, which is currently thriving, but I also do not need this 50,000. My followers on Wang Weibo have reached 1 million. Typically, even second-tier celebrities do not have as many followers as I do. 80,000. Goodbye. The director, frustrated, hung up the phone, exclaiming in anger, "You are merely a minor internet celebrity. Were it not for your recent popularity, even 5,000 would be too much. Some singers would forego their appearance fees just to be on our Ningzhou satellite television. Who do you think you are? And those poems, did you write them? They must be in high demand, right?" Shortly after hanging up, someone from Donghai satellite television called him. This time, Tang Zheng was exceedingly direct. 500,000. I do not recite poetry. Rather, I sing. Allow me to serenade you with a few lines. I shall swiftly make my way over. Chapter 54. The Wolf in Sheep's Clothing. On July 5th, Tang Zheng embarked on his journey to Donghai City. Before his departure, he shared a poem on Weibo. Upon the king's city flies the surrender flag. In the depths of the palace, how could I know? 14,000 men lay down their armor, yet not a single one remains a true man. Dear friends, the first 10 among you who can identify the historical figure referenced in this poem will receive the entire collection of frozen toys as a complimentary gift. This poem was penned by Tang Zheng in his past life as Lady Huorue of the later Shu, lamenting the fall of her kingdom. This 7-character quatrain not only showcases her exceptional talent, but also expresses a profound sorrow for her lost nation. Laced with a tinge of mockery and contempt for the ineffectual men, the line 14,000 men lay down their armor conveys the sentiment that the defenders of the capital, 14,000 strong, have cast aside their gleaming armor, revealing their cowardice. Why did Tang Zheng choose to compose this poem? Whom did he intend to satirize? In light of his recent entrapment, it is evident that someone had forewarned the media, allowing them to arrive with alacrity. Though he now finds himself unscathed, the media's interest in the matter has waned. Mr. Lei has been apprehended, and Wang Bailuan has surrendered. Both have received their just desserts, which brings Tang Zheng a measure of satisfaction. However, the puppeteer behind Wang Bailuan's actions has merely dispatched a minor assistant, Jolina, to take the fall. Yet, Zhou Lina denies any wrongdoing, claiming only to have made a suggestion. The recording Qin Yuru provided him corroborates her defense. If she were indeed inciting him, Zhou Lina would be unequivocally guilty. A suggestion, however, is a different matter altogether. Advising someone to consume poison is not the same as encouraging them to do so. Were it not for the pursuit of profit, Tang Zheng would not have limited himself to crafting a satirical poem. In the event of a scandal, a real estate company readily sacrifices a female assistant as a scapegoat. How brazen! Netizens are well aware that Sun Qingdong and Zhou Lina conspired against Tang Zheng. Now, they assert that it was merely Zhou Lina who suggested Wang Beluan frame Tang Zheng, while Sun Qingdong played no part. But will the online community accept this narrative? If Sun Qingdong had no involvement, why would Tang Zheng release a poem insinuating that Sun Qingdong lacks masculinity? In the aftermath of this incident, Tang Zheng's supporters have rallied around him with even greater fervor. The poem has ascended to the trending charts on Weibo. Only a handful of history enthusiasts ponder the identity of the historical figure depicted in the poem, wondering why it eludes online searches. At Yanbei University, a distinguished professor of traditional culture was caught off guard by his granddaughter's inquiry. "Grandfather, you don't know which dynasty this poem references?" To which he replied, "Dear girl, I am not omniscient. How could I know everything? However, this resolute poet possesses a unique style. How can one person exhibit such a multitude of styles? It is indeed a mystery." Due to his granddaughter, this venerable scholar, now in his 70s, clandestinely registered an account on a social media platform, secretly following a poet named Tang Zheng. He perused every tweet shared by this individual. To his astonishment, this old man found himself enamored with the phrase, "The sound of my galloping horse's hooves is a beautiful mistake," which encapsulated a profound artistic essence, such as the allure of words. What perplexed the esteemed professor was that this person hardly appeared to embody the spirit of a poet. In the vernacular of the youth, he seemed rather unrefined. The professor had seen photographs of Tang Zheng, a man nearing 30, slightly plump, neither handsome nor unattractive, devoid of any artistic flair. As Tang Zheng embarked for Donghai City, he disclosed nothing of his intentions to anyone, merely stating he would return after the Qixi festival. He entrusted the various matters of the factory to Lao Chong for the time being. Whether he would participate in the Qixi festival gala remained uncertain, as he demanded a staggering appearance fee of 500,000 yuan, which was exorbitantly high. Donghai Television had not yet acquiesced, needing to witness his performance firsthand before agreeing. Consequently, they refrained from publicizing his potential appearance. Typically, when a station finalizes its guest list, it engages in prior promotion to attract a larger audience and secure viewership for their programming. In Xia country, television shows for festivals such as Qixi, Mid-Autumn, and Spring Festival are broadcast live rather than pre-recorded. In the quest for higher ratings, an array of tactics emerges. Initially, Donghai Television intended to invite Tang Zheng to recite poetry, offering him a fee of 50,000 yuan while covering his travel expenses. However, after Tang Zheng sang a few lines over the phone, Yin Haoran, the chief director of the Donghai Television Qixi Gala, personally welcomed him. To be candid, upon meeting Tang Zheng, Yin felt a tinge of disappointment. He was neither handsome nor unattractive, lacking distinctiveness. Perhaps he was an individual of inner refinement. After a brief introduction, Tang Zheng promptly addressed the matter at hand. "Hello, Director Yin. I would like to test the sound immediately. A simple vocal warm-up will suffice." "Very well, let us proceed. If it works, splendid. If not, we shall part ways," Yin responded. "Please, this way." He guided Tang Zheng to a recording studio, where to his surprise, the current sensation, the young diva Duan Qianru, was also rehearsing. Upon seeing her, Yin smiled broadly. "Qianru, the ratings for this event hinge on your performance." "Director Yin, please do not put me in a difficult position." Duan Qianru chuckled, casting a glance at Tang Zheng, standing behind Yin. "Where did you unearth this gem?" Hearing this, Duan Qianru, unfamiliar with Tang Zheng, the social media figure, inquired. "Director, let us commence." "I do not wish to squander your time," Tang Zheng interjected. His overt expression of not wanting to waste the other's time was, in truth, a subtle concern for his own time. A flicker of displeasure crossed Yin Haoran's eyes as he thought, "Duan Qianru is indeed worth 500,000 yuan for a single song. How dare you request the same?" Moreover, even his ex-wife, Qin Yuru, would not have dared to be so disrespectful in his presence. The recording studio was populated by Duan Qianru's manager, several musicians, and a sound engineer. They could not help but feel a twinge of curiosity about this individual. Who could he possibly be? Could he be the illustrious Tai Guzhengzheng? Someone seemed to have recognized Tang Zheng. Who is Tai Guzhengzheng? Don't you browse the internet? Tang Zheng, indifferent to the others, stepped into the recording studio and began to sing. I cautiously approached, fearing that you might awaken from your dreams. Today, allow me to demonstrate to you what it means to kneel upon opening one's mouth. Yan Haoran and the others did not kneel. Instead, they wore expressions of sheer astonishment. The singing skill, the voice, the charisma. If he were not a major star, he was undoubtedly a seasoned vocalist. Moreover, this was merely an a cappella performance. Duan Qianru, filled with curiosity, inquired, Director Yan, who is Tai Guzhengzheng? Why does that name seem so familiar? Yan Haoran replied, a few days ago, he was at the center of the nationwide scandal concerning toxic toys. He saw Tang Zheng emerge from the recording studio, even more enthusiastic than he had been with Duan Qianru. Mr. Tang, what is the title of this song? Tang Zheng sang only a portion, The Wolf in Sheep's Clothing. Huh. Tang Zheng is singing The Wolf in Sheep's Clothing. Isn't that a blatant satire directed at Lei and his ilk? No. The content of the lyrics expressed the sentiments of a humble lover. This was indeed a song written by Dao Lang for Principal Tan, and later, Dao Lang also performed a version. Just now, Tang Zheng had sung Dao Lang's rendition. Can we discuss this? Tang Zheng appeared remarkably composed. He truly had not anticipated that in another realm, his voice would be so exquisite. When he showered, he had secretly sung this song, finding it even more moving than the last time he performed the theme song of Frozen. Sign him up immediately. Chapter 55. The program is rescheduled on July 6th. Have you seen the preview for Donghai TV's Qixi Festival program? It seems they have invited a mysterious guest to sing The Wolf in Sheep's Clothing. Uft. Haha. Who are they trying to satirize? Initially, I was only looking forward to Duan Qianru from their channel, but now I am suddenly quite eager for this mysterious guest. So, when is this mysterious guest expected to appear? You know Donghai TV's tendency. Since it is a mysterious guest, they will certainly not disclose the specific time of appearance. Indeed, I personally prefer Ningzhou TV. I detest channels that keep viewers in suspense. The Summer Kingdom places great importance on traditional festivals. During the last Jingyan Festival, there was a 5-day holiday, and this time, the Qiqiao Festival also enjoyed a 5-day break. It is said that during the Mid-Autumn Festival, there will also be a 5-day holiday. The abundance of holidays is simply outrageous. Companies that keep pace with benefits, such as the Dechin Group, will also grant 5 days off. Aro, are you really not planning to go out anywhere for the Qixi Festival? I will be at home with the child. Isn't that boring? Boring is your situation, all right? Yun, truly, you should find a man. There are no good men in this world, especially not your ex-husband. On Qixi Festival, he wouldn't be gallivanting somewhere with that Jiang Xiao, would he? Ignoring our daughter. Qin Yuru could not help but reminisce about last year's Qixi Festival when Tang Zheng had made elaborate plans to cheer her up, booking a fine dining restaurant and preparing 99 white roses. She had indeed gone to the appointment, but they had ended up parting on unpleasant terms. The reason lies in Tang Zheng's clumsiness towards her. Now, upon hearing Zhang Yun mention that Tang Zheng took Jiang Xiao out for the Qixi Festival, she cannot help but feel a tinge of bitterness. I believe you merely wish to savor his culinary creations. Qin Yuru deftly shifted the topic. Do you not desire a taste? This fellow has not prepared a meal for us since the Zhengyang Festival, incessantly proclaiming his busyness. What is so demanding about a mere toy factory? Our group has factories far larger than his. I fail to comprehend why he would be so occupied, she continued. Is it truly necessary to speak of him in such a manner? He is, after all, the owner of a factory, and with the recent events, it is only natural for him to be preoccupied. Oh my, how rare it is for you to speak in his defense. The Tang Kiki Toy Factory will observe a 3-day holiday starting today. Tang Zheng wishes for a 5-day break. After all, these are extraordinary times. Xiao, do you truly not know why President Tang has gone to Donghai City? He hasn't disclosed anything. You are quite naive. What if he is meeting another woman? You are well aware of the significance of the Qixi Festival. After all this time, why have you not secured his affection? Happiness must be pursued. You must be more proactive. Qin Hong spoke earnestly to Jiang Xiao. President Tang is an orphan, and orphans yearn for what? Love and belonging. Moreover, a complete family. A man like President Tang, having experienced a failed marriage, understands the value of tenderness even more. He possesses the means to provide. However, the more Qin Hong spoke, the more anxious Jiang Xiaoxiao became. With the recent turmoil facing Shanzheng, she felt helpless, wondering if she was unworthy. Xiaoxiao, do you not have the key to President Tang's home? At this moment, he is alone there. If he permits you to stay, it speaks volumes of your significance in his life. Do not hesitate. You must call him without delay. Meanwhile, Tang Zheng was occupied with observing the rehearsal, specifically supervising the accompaniment. He was well acquainted with the song, yet the others, being new to it, produced a somewhat inferior accompaniment that required further practice. Duan Qianru and her manager observed from the side. After returning home yesterday, Duan Qianru made a point to search online. So this person is indeed exceptionally talented. She also discovered that he was the ex-husband of Qin Yuru from the Daqin group, a man who seemed to be a topic in himself. Despite being dubbed a little diva by the public, her fame was largely a product of her management company's marketing strategies. If she could engage him in conversation, her notoriety would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. Duan Qianru discerned that Tang Jing's willingness to participate in the program was not motivated by the appearance fee, but by a desire for recognition. He aspired to achieve greater fame. As a seasoned marketing director, Tang Zheng was not oblivious to her intentions. She sought to leverage him for her own publicity, which was out of the question. President Tang, after the rehearsal, may I treat you to a meal? Would you do me the honor? I am truly sorry, but I must video chat with my daughter shortly. It has been several days since I last saw her, and I find myself missing her dearly. Tang Zheng declined Duan Qianru's invitation. Please continue your practice. I have matters to attend to, and I shall see you on set tomorrow. The rehearsing participants grew anxious. Mr. Tang, we are still not proficient. Tang Zheng offered them a reassuring smile. I'm afraid I cannot assist you with that. July 7th, the Qixi Festival arrived as anticipated. At 7 p.m., a grand live broadcast commenced across the top 10 television stations, lasting for 3,540 minutes. Currently, the highest ratings were held by XGTV1, Tsinghua Satellite TV, Jiangdong Satellite TV, and Ningzhou Satellite TV, with Donghai Satellite TV trailing in 5th place. XGTV1 boasted a rating of 36, while Donghai Satellite TV struggled with a rating of 0.89, failing to break the 1 mark, which was rather dismal. At Tang Jing's home, Jiang Xiaoxiao and Qin Hong occupied the space, tuning into Tsinghua Satellite TV, which featured their favorite youthful idols. Unable to withstand her family's incessant chatter, Jiang Yun had gone to the Qin household, where they watched the more traditional XGTV1. In the Donghai Satellite TV headquarters, the station director personally oversaw the operations that evening. Upon observing the ratings, he turned to Yin Haoran. Xiao Yin, these figures are rather unappealing, as Donghai City is one of the nation's most economically developed cities. Weren't you optimistic about Tang Zheng? Did you plan to schedule him an hour later? Since he is a mysterious guest, why not have him perform forth? He certainly knows how to spark a conversation. With some buzz, the ratings will surely rise. After his performance, ensure the host engages with him more. This way, our average ratings won't be too embarrassing. Yin Haoran appeared somewhat troubled. Director, we had already agreed upon this arrangement. The director insisted. It's settled then. It's a trivial matter. A trivial matter? How domineering. When Tang Zheng learned that his performance had been moved up, his expression remained impassive. Yet internally, he mused that next time they would have to carry him in a grand sedan chair. He understood that when he sang his upcoming piece, it would carry significant weight, so he sent a text to Qin Yuru. Prepare yourself mentally. I mean no offense, please do not take it amiss. I will be performing at Donghai Satellite TV shortly. Next, he messaged Jiang Xiaoxiao. Sister, quickly tune into Donghai Satellite TV. My program will air soon. He then sent a note to Yuan Ping, who was currently occupied in a presidential suite and did not see the message. Jiang Xiaoxiao, upon receiving the news, couldn't contain her excitement. Change the channel. Change the channel. Qin Hong, however, wore a skeptical expression. Is Mr. Tang really going to be on television and live no less? Is he going to recite poetry? Qin Yuru had left her phone in her room and did not see Tang Zheng's message, but someone had already informed Jiang Yun. Arrow, a colleague just texted me, saying your ex-husband, the formidable Tang Zheng, is about to sing the wolf in sheep's clothing. No, wait, it's the sheep in wolf's clothing. Surely he does not intend to cast shade on someone again? Chapter 56. A Mother's Wrath. Is there a song that, upon hearing just a few notes, brings one to tears? Indeed. For instance, the very piece Tang Zheng is about to perform. The director of Donghai Television, in an effort to captivate a larger audience, has dispensed with any suspense and revealed via a scrolling subtitle at the bottom of the screen the imminent appearance of Tang Zheng. Known for his resilient spirit and artistic moniker, Ironbone Zheng, Tang Zheng, maintaining an air of nonchalance, stands in stark contrast to the visibly anxious musicians accompanying him. Why can't the background music be pre-recorded? Tang Zheng disagrees, asserting that such an approach would lack authenticity. Since this is a live broadcast, it should all unfold in real time. The effects of the two methods are entirely distinct. He had initially contemplated wearing a mask, drawing inspiration from Masked Singer, inviting the audience to guess his identity. However, Yin Haoran informed him that the television had already announced his forthcoming performance, rendering the idea unnecessary. The live hall of Donghai Television can accommodate several thousand spectators, comprising both paying attendees and those who enter without charge. The paying audience includes sponsors and regular viewers, while complimentary tickets are typically reserved for distinguished individuals in various fields and their families, most of whom are invited by the station. Director Yin, why has Ironbone Zheng's show been moved up unexpectedly? One nervous accompanist inquired, can we bring the sheet music on stage? Yin Haoran felt a similar tension, yet masked it well. With your abilities, what is there to fear? His foremost concern, however, was Tang Zheng. He had witnessed numerous performers who appeared calm off stage, only to succumb to anxiety once under the spotlight, resulting in subpar performances. Why hasn't your ex-husband's segment begun? This station is so slow. Jiang Yun remarked impatiently at home. Qin Yuru smiled but remained silent, while beside her, Qin Bauer fixated on the television, eagerly awaiting her father's appearance. At that moment, anyone daring to change the channel would likely provoke the little girl's ire. Qin Shouqing and his wife remained silent, also anticipating their former son-in-law's debut. They were equally curious, having seen Tang Zheng showcase his talent during Bauer's birthday celebration, where his impromptu performance barely hinted at his true prowess. President Tang is about to take the stage. Qin Hong anxiously tugged at Jiang Xiaoxiao's sleeve. The latter, exuding a sense of resignation, thought to herself, why are you more anxious than I am? Indeed, at that moment, all stage lights extinguished, plunging the venue into darkness. Soon after, a hauntingly beautiful melody, imbued with a sense of melancholy and desolation, wafted through the air, accompanied by the crisp strumming of a guitar. The stage lights had yet to illuminate, as a deep, magnetic voice, laced with a tinge of sorrow, sang, I approach you cautiously, fearing you might awaken from your dreams. I merely wish to kiss you softly. Do not worry. I understand that being with you is not an easy endeavor. We hail from different heavens and earths. Yet you always feel that being with me is an endless, chilling dread. The song commenced with a notably high pitch, nearly every line featuring soaring notes, which could be described as haunting. After just a few lines, the audience erupted in thunderous applause. In the backstage, the performers, including Duan Xinrua, were nearly brought to their knees by this individual, who maintained a substantial level during rehearsal. Others sharing this sentiment were the musicians accompanying Tang Zheng. Yin Haoran's primary concern was the viewership ratings. It had surpassed 3. Another exclamation of astonishment followed. The followers of Tai Guozheng on Weibo had their eyes fixed on Donghai TV. Could it be that this Tai Guozheng is an imposter? His singing was simply too enchanting. Finally, the stage lights illuminated, revealing Tai Guozheng's true identity. The audience was taken aback to see him clad in a sky blue t-shirt and black casual pants. However, there was no doubt regarding his vocal authenticity. Tai Guozheng was already in tears. Tang Zheng remarked, how could one not shed tears? As he sang this song, memories of his former love for Qin Yuruo flooded back. He felt as insignificant as an ant. To win over Qin Yuruo, Tang Zheng sacrificed so much, even relinquishing the dignity that every man holds dear. Yet, what he received in return was Qin Yuruo's boundless, chilling fear and disdain. Perhaps the most profound wounds are not inflicted by venomous words or fists, but rather by Qin Yuruo's emotional cruelty. Initially, the current Tang Zheng could not comprehend why his former self was so subservient. Recently, he began to understand that the orphan Tang Zheng yearned for a complete family and longed to provide Bauer with one as well. In the household, thoughts of last year's Qixi festival haunted Qin Yuruo, realizing that she had already caused deep wounds. Could they ever be mended? Suddenly, a suffocating pain gripped her chest. In the living room, silence reigned, the atmosphere oppressive. Only Qin Bauer, her eyes reddened, at such a tender age, sensed her father's profound sorrow. Her mother did not love her father, her grandmother despised him, and even the housekeepers looked down on him. She could feel it all. On stage, Tang Zheng continued to sing. I am willing to change myself, willing to bear the weight of a sheep's skin for you, just to be near you, to love you, to snuggle together. I am certain I am that wolf cloaked in sheep's wool, and you are my prey, the lamb in my mouth. I forsake my companions and wander alone. This song, crafted by the talented Dao Lang, employs straightforward lyrics and deep emotions to articulate the voices and determination of men, encapsulating the vastness and desolation of the Gobi Desert, roughness and grandeur. Tender yet strong, Tang Zheng's timbre could not rival that of Dao Lang, but in this world, he was the original artist. Moreover, he poured all his emotions into the performance, creating a deeply moving and evocative experience. As the lyrics express, we come from different skies and lands. Is it not indicative of the disparity between him and Qin Yurua? In the words of Qin Shouqing, it is like the difference between pickled vegetables and shark fin. Backstage, Yin Haoran continued to monitor the ratings, while the station director was also present. It had surpassed 5. Meanwhile, at the Ningzhou television headquarters, the staff member who had invited Tang Zheng nearly choked upon witnessing Donghai TV's viewership ratings. How could this be so high? He expressed his utter confusion. Just then, one of his superiors, who was nearby, remarked, "Is this truly so strange? This fellow gained over 1 million followers on Weibo in less than 2 months. Not long ago, he even confronted that despicable Lei with a fierce rebuttal. Just the title of his song, The Wolf in Sheep's Clothing, is enough to captivate countless listeners." Surprisingly, the song narrates the love story between him and his ex-wife, filled with both strength and tenderness, deeply moving. Old Chang's family, consisting of 5 members, just like many colleagues from the toy factory, were watching Tang Zheng's performance. In fact, before securing his current job, Old Chang had been unemployed for over half a year. While he is quite capable at work, his overly upright demeanor and inability to adapt led several previous employers to ultimately let him go. Now in his 40s, having just made a down payment on a house at the beginning of last year and with 3 children to support, being jobless is truly challenging. The adult world offers no easy answers. Old Chang still cannot comprehend why Tang Zheng would be willing to accept his help. The only way he feels he can repay Tang Zheng's kindness is through his high-quality work. Old Chang, do you believe it? Soon, your General Tang's ex-wife will regret her decision. Where else can she find such a devoted man? Old Chang's partner chuckled. Let her regret. I am currently optimistic about General Tang and the young lady from the factory, Xiao Jiang, in the home of Old Jean. His partner similarly expressed her bewilderment. I truly cannot understand today's youth. How could such a wonderful young man like Xiao Tang have his marriage end? I bet she's regretting it now. Sun Qingdong, Zhou Lina, and others exclaimed. Is this truly the Tang Zheng we know? Former subordinates from the Daqing group remarked. This good-for-nothing must have been possessed by something. Otherwise, when did he become a singer? And not just any singer. His singing is exceptional. Qin Hong could not resist teasing Jiang Xiaoxiao. Xiaoxiao, let me have him. Jiang Xiaoxiao feigned anger. I do not know you. In the Qin household's living room, Wang Lin sighed as she observed the scene before retreating to her room. Qin Shouqing followed suit. Jiang Yun had been secretly observing Qin Yuru's expression, wanting to laugh, yet holding back. If one wishes to witness the chilling aura emanating from someone's face, they need only look at Qin Yuru's expression now. Tang Zheng, how could you sing with such indifference? Qin Bauer exclaimed, Daddy, please stop singing. Mommy looks so terrifying. It seems she might want to hit someone. Chapter 57. The deceit of a man's words. Tang Zheng concluded his song, wholly unaware that Qin Yuru was so infuriated she wished to shatter his heart. Following a thunderous round of applause, a male and female host quickly took to the stage, fearing Tang Zheng might slip away. The host cheerfully announced, let us once again extend our warm applause to our iron-boned Zheng. Tang Zheng cooperatively bowed deeply to the audience below. The male host humorously inquired, Iron-boned Zheng, it has been 2 months since your divorce, hasn't he? Now that you are singing such a heartfelt song, do you not fear that your ex-wife might misunderstand? Are you still reluctant to part with this relationship? Tang Zheng admitted that he indeed had a tendency to exploit Qin Yurua this time. Thus, he sent her a message in advance to prepare her psychologically. There were several songs he could sing, such as Eason Chan's 10 Years or Zheng Zhihua's Sailor, but he ultimately chose Dao Lang's The Wolf in Sheep's Clothing. This particular song was more provocative and entertaining. He needed to fervently attract fans and rapidly enhance the visibility of the Tang Kiki toy factory. Not long ago, he had insisted that Qin Yuruo maintain her dignity and not seek him out after their divorce, treating it merely as a favor owed to her. It is no surprise that everyone had such doubts. Thus, Tang Zheng remarked, falling in love with someone may only take a few seconds. However, forgetting someone might take a lifetime. I am strong-willed, yet I am not devoid of emotions. His implication was clear. Humans are not inanimate objects. Who can truly be heartless? Is it possible to simply forget someone? The male host then inquired. So you admit that you are still unable to let go of this emotion? Do you have any words for your ex-wife at this moment? We believe she is watching the program on television. Facing the camera, Tang Zheng sincerely expressed, there is a love called letting go. My ex-wife is a wonderful woman. She has been responsible for earning a living, maintaining her beauty, and nurturing our offspring. While I have often been a disappointment, as the Buddha said, 500 gazes in a past life can lead to a brief encounter in this life. Although we could not finish the latter half of our lives together, I do not regret the over 2,000 days spent with you. In the days to come, if you are well, then it will be a sunny day. As he concluded this heartfelt statement, the audience erupted in enthusiastic applause. This fellow managed to weave together the inspirational quotes he had seen in his social circle into an even more poignant narrative. Just listen to how beautifully he articulated it. Men's words are deceitful, Jiang Yun at home scoffed. Ruo, I feel like calling the studio to expose him. What does he mean by if you are well? Then it will be a sunny day, when he previously drove you away? Qin Yuruo understood why Tang Zheng made such remarks. Otherwise, his more than 1 million fans would surely berate her. The eloquence of Tang Zheng's words was astonishing. Was this still the same ex-husband who would tremble with nerves when speaking on stage? The male host seemed to deliberately challenge Tang Zheng, iron-willed Zheng. Today is the Qixi festival. Can you compose a poem for us on the spot? You expect me to write on command? That would be rather embarrassing. Tang Zheng retorted. He then asked, did you ever win an award for your elementary school essays? The host was momentarily taken aback. Coincidentally, I did win one. The first prize in our county. Tang Zheng glanced at the audience and engaged them. Which of you here has won an award for your elementary school essays? Please raise your hand. The number of hands raised was less than 1/3 of the audience. Tang Zheng chuckled. We all underwent the same 9-year compulsory education. Why are you all so exceptional? In my previous attempts at essay writing, I have never received any accolades, a source of great embarrassment for me. The male host, oblivious to the predicament he has landed himself in, inquired. Oh, where did you source those poems you posted on Weibo? We are all quite curious. Tang Zheng replied. Some things are meant to remain private. Given your remarkable achievements, having won awards for your elementary school compositions, why don't you grace us with a poem yourself? The implication in Tang Zheng's words was clear. Why should it matter where I found my inspiration? If you are indeed more talented, why not compose a poem for us? The audience, both in the studio and at home, were captivated by this exchange. The host's intention to challenge Tang Zheng backfired. After all, writing a poem is not as simple as it appears, unless Tang Zheng had prepared in advance. He recalled numerous verses celebrating the Qixi festival, yet he was unwilling to recite them now. His contract stipulated that he was to sing a song, and this newly introduced interactive segment must have been sanctioned by someone. Finally, the female host attempted to interject. Poetry requires time to craft. I happen to have a few couplets about Qixi. However, Tang Zheng rudely interrupted her. I apologize. But I thought you were merely an audience member. There would be no chance for her to provide a response. The audience erupted in applause. Even the previously tearful Jiang Xiaoxiao could not suppress a giggle. Miss, you've been silent beside me. I assumed you were just a spectator. Why not continue to enjoy the show quietly? Tang Zheng realized that a prominent figure from the station must have orchestrated this interaction to boost the ratings upon his arrival. Strike first, or suffer the consequences. Tang Zheng playfully asked the male host. Did anyone ever tell you that you were quite handsome as a child? The host, with an ordinary appearance, clearly not one to rely on looks for success, feigned surprise. Oh, how did you know? Typically, one might respond with, just a guess. Unfortunately, Tang Zheng was not typical. It seems you have lived a life shrouded in deception since childhood. Laughter erupted among the audience, who applauded Tang Zheng's wit. The male host, in exasperation, urged the director to issue a command to conclude this segment. Please, this person is anything but ordinary. His improvisational skills are exceptional. The director, laughing heartily, replied, not a chance. Our ratings have soared past 6, Hold on tight. It was evident that the audience relished this interactive segment, akin to witnessing an unscripted comedic performance. The female host interjected once more, Iron-willed Zheng. May I pose a question? Please do. Do you think Brother Zhou is not handsome? Oh, the male host's surname is Zhou. Tang Zheng, having glanced at the program list, seemed to have forgotten. He redirected the question to the audience. This is something you should inquire of those present. Our tastes should not differ greatly, right, my friends? Absolutely, roared the crowd in agreement. Behold, the audience below responded eagerly to Tang Zheng. He proclaimed, seeing everyone so spirited, I shall present a riddle for you all to guess. He gestured towards the two hosts. He stands beside her. What character is that? Instantly, a remarkable individual rose from the crowd, a young lady, fervently waving her hand. I know. It's the character for girl. Laughter erupted, reminiscent of a pig's snort. Tang Zheng praised. Look at this young lady, much like myself, clearly capable of thriving on beauty, yet she chooses to rely on her intellect. It is said that after Tang Zheng departed the stage, the ratings gradually declined, but the 10 minutes he commanded the audience eclipsed all concurrent programs on other channels. Not to mention that song. Tang Zheng's performance was exceptional. His ability to adapt on stage made him unmatched by the two leading hosts. The female host remarked, I thought you were merely an audience member, completely unremarkable. The male host, not particularly handsome, stood beside her and declared girl. Meanwhile, on the internet, especially on Weibo, Tang Zheng's fans commented fervently. Only after 500 lifetimes of glances in the past can one exchange for a mere brush past in this life. He could easily thrive on looks, but chooses to rely on talent. How can he so casually utter such a classic phrase? In a luxurious manner on the outskirts of Yanbei City, in a living room, a high school-aged girl curiously inquired, Third uncle, is this fellow your illegitimate son? He resembles you so closely. Perhaps this was precisely why Qin Shouqing defied public opinion to take Tang Zheng as a son-in-law. Chapter 58. Major client. After leaving Donghai Satellite TV, Tang Zheng visited a nearby shop to purchase a mask and a baseball cap. Were it not for the need to earn 10 million within a month, he would not be exerting himself so. Tang Zheng truly did not wish to achieve fame. Being a behind-the-scenes internet celebrity, occasionally promoting products, would suffice. In the past, he recorded short videos, often covering others' songs, yet he never gained notoriety. Now, however, he inadvertently became the original artist. To Tang Zheng's astonishment, even the pharmacy staff recognized him while he bought his mask and asked for his autograph. Upon returning to the hotel, he immediately checked out and moved to a small inn. In truth, there was a late-night flight back to Ningzhou City. However, Tang Zheng preferred not to rush and intended to explore the claw machine market in Donghai City before returning in a couple of days. Before taking the stage, Tang Zheng turned off his phone, only switching it back on after arriving at the small inn. He soon discovered dozens of missed calls. He chose not to return any of them. Before long, another call came in. It was his ex-wife's number. This one he had to answer. I need an explanation. Qin Yiru, upon returning to her room, saw that Tang Zheng had sent her a message before his performance, and her anger dissipated instantly. For Tang Zheng still cared about her feelings. Did you not see my message? I truly meant no offense. Tang Zheng explained. What does that mean? This is a snare. If you claim it lacks significance, she will argue with you. Tang Zheng would never be foolish enough to inquire, what do you wish for? He certainly wouldn't dig his own grave. You may issue a statement, or I could post one on my Weibo. I have no intention of exploiting you. Call me. Jiang Yun remarked. Mr. Tang, you clearly told A Ro that after the divorce, she should not seek you out. What is your behavior tonight? Are you aware that by singing such songs, people may perceive your ex-wife in a negative light? Might they think she is a heartless woman? Tang Zheng, reflect on your conscience. How has A Ro treated you? Over the years, what have you offered to the group? Tang Zheng placed the phone on the bedside table, allowing Jiang Yun to continue her tirade. Knowing full well that he wouldn't listen. Tang Zheng, are you even paying attention to what I'm saying? You'd better not return. To Jiang Yun. Tang Zheng felt nothing but irritation. This woman was infuriating. Day after day, she sought out trouble. After spending a day in Donghai City, Tang Zheng returned home. During that time, Yan Haoran had called to arrange a meeting, but Tang Zheng declined. His relocation was precisely to avoid complications. From then on, apart from Weibo, Tang Zheng would remain out of the public eye. In due course, his notoriety would naturally wane, much like a fleeting bloom. Around noon, Tang Zheng overheard Lao Chong mentioning that a major client had arrived at the factory, seemingly intending to place a substantial order worth over 100,000. However, the pricing had yet to be negotiated, and the client needed to discuss matters further with him, the factory manager. In the past few days, the online store had sold over 8,000 orders, each yielding a profit of 60 yuan for Tang Zheng, equating to a total of 500,000 yuan. Adding in the 500,000 yuan appearance fee, his income was nearing 1 million. If he could secure this major client, earning an additional 20 yuan per order could potentially net him 3 million. To be honest, Tang Zheng felt he was already quite prosperous. The annual goal he had set to purchase a home was nearly achieved. However, he needed to earn 10 million within this month. With over 1.5 million fans, if each were to contribute 7 yuan, it would be a delightful fantasy. If that were the case, his conversion rate wouldn't be so dismally low. Tang Zheng's flight was at 5:30 p.m., including waiting time. It took him over 3 hours to return to Ningzhou City. Following that, he took a taxi for over an hour, stopping at a noodle shop downstairs for a quick bowl of soup before ascending to his apartment. By now, it was already 10 p.m. The house seemed deserted. Jiang Xiaoxiao and the others must have returned to the factory for work. Tang Zheng's routine upon returning from a business trip was to take a shower and then sleep. Being alone at home, he didn't bother with formality, simply donning a short garment to dry his hair. Subsequently, he returned to his room to sleep, only to be startled by the presence of someone in his room, Jiang Xiaoxiao. She knew he would return at night, so why was she sleeping here, clad only in a white long t-shirt? As soon as Tang Zheng opened the door, Jiang Xiaoxiao was aware of his arrival. How could she possibly sleep? It was Qin Hong who suggested that their factory would only be closed for 3 days, with work resuming tomorrow. Concerned about the rush in the morning, Qin Hong decided to leave early. She strongly urged Jiang Xiaoxiao to seize this opportunity. Jiang Xiaoxiao's heart raced as she quietly closed her eyes, feigning sleep. Yet, the voice of Shan Zheng echoed in her ears. I know you are not asleep. If after half a year, you are still willing, I am willing. Almost instinctively, she blurted out a response, only to spring up like a startled rabbit and flee. Tang Zheng thought to himself, is this truly me? Acting like a saint? Is it because I promised Qin Shouqing or for some other reason? Regardless of the cause, the most agonizing predicament was knowing that someone who admired him lived just next door but remained out of reach. Jiang Xiaoxiao pondered. Shan Zheng did not lie during the last press conference. For some inexplicable reason, she suddenly recalled the warmth of the village's great bull. The following morning, Jiang Xiaoxiao woke up early to prepare breakfast, soon joined by Tang Zheng. Both shared a tacit understanding, choosing not to mention the events of the previous night. Yet their glances seemed to betray everything. Qin Yuruo, if you do not act soon, your ex-husband will. After finishing breakfast, they headed back to the factory together. The journey was filled with a half hour of silence, broken by Jiang Xiaoxiao. Shan Zheng, do you think I am shameless? You are quite adorable. Tang Zheng replied, one hand on the wheel while the other reached out. If she were a girl who had experienced love, she would comprehend his intent to hold hands. Unfortunately, Jiang Xiaoxiao did not understand at first, and it took her a while to realize, at which point her face lit up with joy as she extended her left hand. Often, a simple gesture can evoke an immense sense of reassurance. Thus, they held hands for over 10 minutes until they reached a busier stretch of road, where they finally let go. The major client from yesterday arrived at the factory by 10:30. His surname was Xiao, with a single character for his first name, Jun. He appeared to be in his late 30s, neither overweight nor slim. Xiao Jun operated thousands of claw machines in Ningzhou City, and if each machine cost several thousand yuan, the figures were indeed staggering. Tang Zheng had heard that the claw machine business was highly profitable, at least in another realm. Consequently, the number of manufacturers producing claw machines continued to rise. Claw machines could be found in KTV halls, supermarkets, and cinemas, wherever crowds gathered. However, the money spent on the machines was merely a fraction of the operational costs. Assuming each toy cost around 330 yuan, with 25 to 35 toys in each machine, the average toy price being 8 yuan, the cost per machine would amount to 200 yuan. If the monthly rental for each machine was 600 yuan, along with electricity and maintenance, the total expenses could exceed 800 yuan per machine. Of course, this was merely Tang Zheng's estimation. He was unaware of the precise figures. He needed to have a clear understanding to negotiate a partnership effectively. Xiao Jun appeared to be a fan of Tang Zheng, eagerly requesting an autograph before they began discussing collaboration. However, regardless of his idol status, This individual exhibits remarkable acumen in business, unhesitatingly negotiating prices to the fullest extent. He candidly presented two conditions to Tang Zheng. Mr. Tang, you must endorse our products, engaging in advertising such as roll-up banners. Additionally, I intend to place an order for 150,000 units at a 38% discount. Had it been anyone else, Tang Zheng would likely have dismissed them with a curt, "Leave now, turn left, and do not return." Yet this man possesses an extraordinary talent for commerce. Tang Zheng chuckled, "Let us enjoy some tea." Xiao Jun pressed on, "Mr. Tang, a simple answer, will it be feasible or not?" Tang Zheng replied, "I recently performed a song at Donghai Satellite TV, and my appearance fee was 500,000. Chapter 59 reveals a rather pedestrian truth. Considering this order, not only would the profit margins be razor thin, but I would also be offering you an endorsement worth hundreds of thousands without charge. Why should I not aim for the stars? Previously, Tang Zheng established a wholesale price of a 45% discount for orders of 10,000 units or more, and you propose a 38% discount right off the bat. The toys Tang Zheng currently sells are of superior craftsmanship, requiring extensive time and the finest materials available on the market. Moreover, two significant expenses were not factored into the cost: marketing and promotional expenditures, along with design costs. Were it not for Tang Zheng's unfair advantage, these costs would surpass labor and material expenses by at least double. Given his current genuine fan base of millions in a previous life, even zombie accounts would fetch a few cents each. Thus, he would never acquiesce to such terms. Xiao Jun quickly revised his offer. 40. Tang Zheng feigned a glance at his watch. "I apologize, Mr. Xiao, but there's a reporter from the television station arriving shortly." Indeed, several reporters had come, as the front desk informed him. In front of Xiao Jun, Tang Zheng instructed the front desk, "Please escort them to the conference room. I shall join them in half an hour." Xiao Jun, initially believing Tang Zheng wished to continue their discussion, felt a surge of optimism. Little did he know, Tang Zheng was preparing to issue an eviction notice. "Mr. Xiao, I regret to inform you that I am quite busy at the moment. Perhaps we can dine together another time?" He had left the television reporters waiting, and what was Xiao Jun to him, who negotiates in such a manner? Even without the endorsement, Tang Zheng would not entertain that offer. Then, to everyone's surprise, Tang Zheng proceeded to water his succulent plants. Xiao Jun, still eager to voice his thoughts, found Tang Zheng summoning the front desk staff to escort him out through another exit. The reporters, oblivious to Tang Zheng's deliberate disregard, indeed waited for half an hour. Would Tang Zheng feel any remorse? Absolutely not. On the contrary, he aimed to instill a sense of guilt within them. "My apologies, everyone. A major client just arrived, seeking over 100,000 sets of toys. I appreciate your patience." It is essential to note that it was over 100,000 sets, not merely units, as everyone understood that the toys from the Frozen series are sold in sets containing several items. Due to their presence, they inadvertently disrupted his substantial order worth millions. Thus, not only did they wait in vain, but they also left with a sense of guilt. Let us diligently compose several press releases for him. The fundamental distinction between the marketing director and the sales director lies in the fact that if the marketing director wishes to successfully implement a promotional campaign, he must not only persuade the owner to offer unwavering support, but also ensure that the technical department, sales department, and production team across the organization collaborate effectively to execute the initiative. Externally, he must negotiate with advertisers regarding the channels of promotion and the corresponding budget, among other details. In essence, Tang Zheng's remarkable ability to persuade is derived from such experiences. "Apologies, Mr. Tang," a male journalist expressed with a tone of contrition. "We were unaware of your client meeting." "Not a problem at all," Tang Zheng replied amiably. "If they are our clients, they will always remain our clients. Would you care for some refreshments? Tea or coffee?" On this occasion, Tang Zheng refrained from confrontation. Previously, he had been compelled into opposition against the majority of the media, a cardinal sin in marketing. Of course, this did not imply that he was intimidated by the media that spread rumors. Should they provoke him, he would not hesitate to respond in kind. The interview proceeded smoothly and concluded shortly after 12:30, with Tang Zheng treating them to a simple working lunch. Subsequently, he made a request to review the article prior to publication, a common practice among interviewees. By 3 in the afternoon, Tang Zheng sent a text to Jiang Xiaoxiao, indicating his need to return home early and inquiring if she would like to accompany him. Upon reading the message, Jiang Xiaoxiao felt a desire to leave, but hesitated to express it outright, opting instead to mention that she would be visiting a fellow townsman after work. However, Tang Zheng did not head straight home. Rather, he chose to investigate the claw machine market in Ningzhou City to ascertain the viability of Xiao Jun's business. The outcome left him speechless. It was truly astonishing. The reality was that very few individuals were engaging with Xiao Jun's claw machines. Tang Zheng selected 4 locations, each featuring 4 machines, and observed them for approximately 30 minutes. He conducted a rough tally and noted that only 24 customers had attempted to win prizes. The majority were elementary and middle school students, comprising roughly 70% of the clientele. Even assuming each customer played 5 times, inserting 2 1 yuan coins each time, the total revenue would merely amount to 240 yuan. In just 30 minutes, the average earnings for each machine were a mere 15 yuan. Given that it was not only summer vacation but also the final day of the Qixi festival, even if the sample period was flawed, the data was disheartening. Oh, Xiao Jun. Tang Zheng sighed, shaking his head in disbelief. Had it been anyone else, they might have fallen for the ruse. With over 100,000 toys at stake, who could resist accepting such an order? Regrettably, the person they encountered was Tang Zheng. Although he was eager to generate profit, he remained steadfast in adhering to his principles. He had no intention of engaging in low-cost manufacturing, where each toy yielded only a few dimes in profit. He even took the initiative to visit the manufacturer of the claw machines, promptly making a phone call in hopes of uncovering some of the information he sought. Hello, I am a client introduced by Mr. Xiao, the one with thousands of claw machines in Ningzhou. Is your general manager or sales director available to take a call? It is nearly closing time, and this is a call from Tang Zheng, originating from a 400 number, which will be directed to customer service. Soon, the customer service transferred the call to the sales manager of the factory. The other party seemed somewhat cautious. Did Mr. Xiao not provide you with my contact information? A friend of Mr. Xiao needs to consult customer service? Perhaps they thought I was a fraud. However, Tang Zheng swiftly dispelled their doubts. He referred me. I just wanted to be sure. His implication was clear. Who knows if a familiar face might take advantage of another? After all, Douyin offers up to 36 yuan in rewards for inviting a new user. What if Mr. Xiao receives a referral fee? Furthermore, Tang Zheng's words carried another layer of meaning. I am quite familiar with Mr. Xiao. If your prices are unfair, there is nothing to discuss. May I ask how to address you, sir? Tang Zheng replied, Tang. Mr. Tang, are you quite close with Mr. Xiao? Fairly so. He intends to resell a few claw machines to me, but I feel that the machines you sold to Mr. Xiao lack allure. They must be outdated models from several years ago, lacking in appearance and consumer experience. Have you recently launched a new series of products? Of course. Tang Zheng was aware of when the machines were produced, as the body bore a nameplate. Mr. Tang, there seems to be a misunderstanding. Our machines were only released last April, and Mr. Xiao placed a bulk order of several thousand units. The truth slipped out. This was precisely the information Tang Zheng sought to hear. However, the machines look as though they have been in use for several years, and some are even malfunctioning. The sales director, now somewhat anxious, remarked, Mr. Tang, you may not be aware, but Mr. Xiao is reluctant to invest in maintenance. It's akin to our vehicles. Without proper upkeep, they age rapidly. May I ask what price Mr. Xiao intends to sell you a second-hand claw machine? Not much. He offered me a 32 discount. Approximately 3,000 each. Mr. Tang, new machines are only slightly over 4,000. Why don't we schedule a time to meet? Sounds good. I will reach out to you in a few days. Thus, Tang Zheng skillfully unraveled Mr. Xiao's situation. Earlier, Mr. Xiao appeared so composed. But now it seems he is struggling with his clientele. Having purchased thousands of claw machines just last year, he is likely not turning a significant profit and is hesitant to hire sufficient maintenance personnel. With inadequate upkeep, the machines are naturally prone to issues. And who do they turn to for repairs? To the manufacturer, of course. Thus, the sales director is well aware of Mr. Xiao's predicament. In truth, Mr. Xiao is on the brink of bankruptcy. His drastic price cuts are a desperate measure. He genuinely wishes to sell the machines, whether at 3,000 or even 1,000 each. He is willing to part with all of them. The crucial point is whether there are buyers. Chapter 60. Please restrain your disgusting gaze. How did the discussion go today? I suspect it fell apart, sighed Xiao Jun, lamenting his own folly for initially treating them as fools. After all, how could one possibly deceive someone who can confront 2 hosts on television? Xiao Jun's partner produced a savings book, her tone tinged with exasperation and a hint of reproach. We only have enough funds to last for another 6 months. You should not have invested such a substantial amount all at once. Thousands of claw machines are continuously incurring losses, a burden too heavy to bear. Returning the machines to the manufacturer would be out of the question, and selling them as scrap metal yields little profit. Second-hand machines? No one wants those. Everyone claimed this project would be lucrative, and the bulk purchase of machines was supposedly a bargain. Last year was indeed a deal, but what about this year? One can acquire a new machine for 2/3 of last year's price now. The domestic claw machine market has long since reached saturation. Upon hearing the term bargain, Xiao Jun's partner became irate. Furthermore, how can one negotiate a partnership like this, expecting free endorsements while simultaneously driving down prices? Moreover, do you even have the funds to procure over 100,000 worth of goods? Isn't this deceitful? All right then, I'll take a shower first. Xiao Jun replied with evident resignation. Meanwhile, Tang Zheng was oblivious to the substantial troubles Xiao Jun faced. Otherwise, he would certainly have been speechless, nearly deceived by him. At that moment, he was driving to the Qin residence. Bauer had just called, claiming there was something important to discuss. What could a 4-year-old possibly want? Surely someone had instructed her to say that. Before 7 p.m., Tang Zheng arrived at the Qin household. Upon entering the courtyard, he noticed several people barbecuing, a mouth-watering aroma wafting through the air. Why is it, Jiang Yun asked with a cheerful grin upon seeing Tang Zheng, that with the same ingredients and charcoal? Our barbecue is not as delicious as yours. Tang Zheng, disinterested in responding, instead inquired, where is Bauer? Qin Yuru huffed in response, I don't know. Surely. This woman was still upset over the singing incident, despite having already been explained. Bauer, Tang Zheng called out loudly. After a few shouts, Qin Bauer joyfully emerged from inside. Running toward him, Tang Zheng squatted down, lifting her into his arms and spinning her around. Did you miss me? I did. How much did you miss me? A lot. A lot. Moi? Tang Zheng adored this little one. Every encounter with her inexplicably brightened his mood. Now, tell me, what do you want from Daddy? The little girl shyly lowered her head and said, Daddy, I want to eat barbecue. But the meat they grilled tastes strange and is hard to eat. And the salt-baked chicken they made is bitter. Tang Zheng immediately understood the reason behind this. It was most likely Jiang Yun's idea. Bauer, Daddy has a question for you. And you must answer honestly. Qin Bauer nodded vigorously. Tang Zheng continued, who do you think is more beautiful, Mommy or Aunt Jiang? Aunt. At such a tender age, children possess no guile. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Bauer exclaimed, Mother is beautiful. Tang Zheng, pleased, affectionately patted his daughter's small head and remarked, indeed, as women. Why do some appear so unappealing? He responded to Jiang Yun's earlier query regarding the varying outcomes of grilling. Qin Yuro turned her face aside, stifling a chuckle. Humph, don't think this will earn you my forgiveness. Jiang Yun seized a pair of fire tongs, retrieving a glowing piece of charcoal and directed a fierce glare at Tang Zheng, saying, You, Tang, immediately retract your previous statement. Am I ugly? No one claimed you were. Tang Zheng countered. What I said was, as women, why do some look so unattractive? Do you believe yourself to be unsightly? Your words are so unbelievable that even ghosts wouldn't by them. It's strange. Have you been on medication lately? You've transformed from a humble person into one with a silver tongue. Jiang Yun scrutinized Tang Zheng, as though trying to see through him. Kindly retract your filthy gaze. Tang Zheng retorted. The onlookers were taken aback. Jiang Yun bared her teeth menacingly, brandishing the charcoal to intimidate Tang Zheng. Do I concede, then? Speak. Why does our barbecue and salt-baked chicken taste off? Upon observing the meat they were grilling, Tang Zheng quickly deduced the issue. Firstly, the chicken wings and lamb you purchased were not marinated with the appropriate ingredients. Of course, they lack flavor. Secondly, your barbecue seasoning was bought from the supermarket. Wasn't it? My last barbecue seasoning was prepared from scratch. Oh, is that so? Jiang Yun said, slightly embarrassed as she scratched her head. Then hurry back home and fetch your seasoning. Sister, it takes over 2 hours round trip. However, we can send the driver to the nearest market to procure the necessary ingredients, and I will prepare it immediately. After all, marinating the meat requires time, Tang Zheng explained. Jiang Yun promptly instructed the busy driver nearby. Hurry up. What should I buy? The driver inquired. Wait a moment, I'll text you the list, saving us time. Jiang Yun replied. Indeed, a true foodie. After Tang Zheng compiled the list of ingredients, he entered the kitchen to inspect their salt-baked chicken. The little girl had just mentioned that the chicken tasted bitter, Could it be that too much salt was added? He then asked Jiang Yun. Don't tell me you used fine salt for the baking? Jiang Yun frowned. What is wrong with that? You are truly something. Tang Zheng sighed helplessly. Have you ever seen him prepare salt-baked chicken himself? He didn't even use fine salt. The first season, episode 6 of A Bite of China, showcases the authentic method for preparing salt-baked chicken, which utilizes coarse sea salt. The granular structure of coarse sea salt not only securely locks in the food's aroma, but also absorbs the moisture released by the chicken. If fine salt is used, the meat will absorb an excess of salt, resulting in a decidedly bitter flavor. He. Qin Bauer couldn't help but laugh. Aunt Jiang, you're so silly. You can't even manage the simplest of tasks. What do you mean by that, Bao? Jiang Yun playfully pinched Qin Bauer's little face, feigning anger. After marinating the chicken wings and such, Qin Shouqing brought 2 guests home. One was known to Tang Zheng. He was Jiang Yun's father, Jiang Mingwei, a robust man with a carefree demeanor. The other was a familiar face from television, the district chief of a certain area in the city, named Guohanyang. In his 40s, he possessed a dignified appearance. Upon their arrival, Tang Zheng nodded in acknowledgement. Unexpectedly, Jiang Mingwei boisterously exclaimed, "Oh, isn't this our big star? Big star. Why not sing us a song?" Jiang Yun's annoying demeanor was not without reason. Tang Zheng disliked such jests. Indeed, since we're all bored, why don't you sing for us, Tang Zheng? Or perhaps play the piano? Jiang Yun chimed in. Tang Zheng responded with a chuckle, "Sure. As long as the payment is satisfactory. I can sing, or even dance, if you prefer. Just tell me how much, 3,000 or 5,000. Jiang Yun declared with bravado. That's your level. I demand more than that. Chapter 61. A consultation from the former father-in-law Lu Jie. Is that person still here? No, he has not. Madam, this is your home. Why are you hiding from him? The one who should be hiding is he. Wang Lin, now quite fearful of Tang Zheng, indeed felt fear. With just a few photographs or a poem, he could easily turn her into the laughingstock of the nation. Despite her several attempts to clarify the situation, it was futile. The netizens continued to criticize and ridicule her. Moreover, having worked in the corporation for many years, Tang Zheng likely possessed compromising information that could tarnish the company's reputation, which could be revealed online at any moment. Although Wang Lin still loathed and despised Tang Zheng, her fear of him had taken precedence. Thus, out of sight, out of mind, she preferred to hide away in her room. Upon hearing Lu Jie's remark, "Indeed, this is my home. He should be the one to leave," she decided to descend the stairs. What she encountered was astonishing, a throng of people surrounding Tang Zheng. Was it truly necessary to gather so extravagantly for barbecue? Yet, the aroma of the skewers wafted enticingly, awakening her appetite. As a cultured and refined woman, she had never indulged in such street food, nor was she willing to lower her standards. However, the thoughtful little Bauer, holding 2 skewers of lamb, offered one to her, saying, "Grandma, please have some. It's delicious." "You eat, Bauer. Grandma's not hungry," she replied, finding it hard to resist such an endearing child. "Just eat it. It's not poisonous," Qin Shouqing encouraged. Wang Lin vowed that had she known how delectable this food was, she would have gladly tried it sooner. Currently, there were 4 individuals tending to the grill, Tang Zheng, the previous driver, and 2 aunties. Curiously, everyone eagerly awaited the skewers in Tang Zheng's hands, as his culinary skills were unmatched. Despite using the same ingredients and barbecue seasonings, the flavors differ remarkably when prepared by various individuals. Guohanyang is a notable figure, yet he finds himself receiving inadequate treatment here. Every time Tang Zheng finishes grilling, he first serves his daughter, then his ex-wife, and only afterward does Jiang Yun attempt to snatch her share, leaving Guohanyang last in line. Curious, Guohanyang inquires of Tang Zheng, "Little Tang, with such culinary skills, why have you not showcased them to us before?" It is evident that Qin Shouqing and the others have never experienced his barbecue. Had they, their expressions would betray a different sentiment. "I was too preoccupied with work. One project left me utterly bewildered. Managing a small toy factory with just over 100 employees feels somewhat overwhelming," Tang Zheng explains, implying a lack of time. Jiang Yun interjects, "You should consider becoming a singer. A casual performance could earn you hundreds of thousands, couldn't it? Imagine hosting a concert with 10,000 attendees, each paying 100, far more lucrative than your toy factory." Tang Zheng replies, "I'll check on the salt-baked chicken." Once the chicken is ready, he slices it and tells his daughter, "Bauer, Daddy is heading home now. I will come to pick you up this weekend." "All right." Qin Bauer immediately stands up, calling out, "Goodbye, Daddy." At some point, Qin Yuru also rises, seemingly wanting to say something, but ultimately refrains. Instead, it is Qin Shouqing who calls out to Tang Zheng, "Little Tang. Wait a moment, I need to discuss something with you in my study." Qin Shouqing seeks Tang Zheng's counsel regarding the land issue. Ironically, he is the one most eager to acquire the plot. For reasons unknown, Qin Shouqing harbors the belief that Tang Zheng possesses the means to resolve the flooding challenges of that land. Indeed, Tang Zheng is well aware of how to address the issue of waterlogging. He once worked in a location where a nearby park was established specifically to combat urban flooding. However, that land belongs to the Sun family, with whom he has irreparably severed ties. Sun Qingdong should be able to comprehend that the greatest distance in the world is the result of his own actions. Unfortunately, without evidence, they cannot hold him accountable. Even if there were evidence, he has not spread any malicious rumors, leaving them powerless against him. Long ago, Tang Zheng devised a solution. But Sun Qingdong's unpleasantness prompted him to quietly observe how Qingyang Real Estate would develop the land. If they arrived at his proposed solution independently, he would remain silent. However, if their plan diverged significantly from his, he would reveal the correct solution online once their project neared completion, ensuring they would regret their missteps. Qin Shouqing's study is expansive, filled with various books. Accompanying him are Guohanyang and Jiang Mingwei, each holding a salt-baked chicken wing, seemingly disregarding their image. "Little Tang, I wonder if you have heard that Qingyang Real Estate intends to withdraw from the bidding," Qin Shouqing states directly, observing the shift in Tang Zheng's expression. After all, Qingyang Real Estate's acquisition of this land has elicited envy from many. As a result, a super typhoon altered their fates. Flooding events are often met with a fleeting sense of amusement, but the real issue lies with Sun Qingdong, who, amidst his own turmoil, deceitfully lured Tang Zheng into investing in a nefarious factory. Investing is one thing, but he then incited Wang Buluan to employ such unscrupulous methods to entrap Tang Zheng. Poisoning the toys Tang Zheng created to harm innocent children is an unconscionable act. When the situation deteriorated, they scapegoated a young female assistant, leaving no man to take responsibility. To make matters worse, Sun's family's arch-rival in the real estate sector secretly fanned the flames of this scandal. How could the Sun family's reputation not be tarnished? Sun Huayan, who had aspirations of going public this year or the next, will likely face delays of a year or two. Whether their abandonment is genuine or feigned, the Sun father and son are quite cunning. They pretend to relinquish their claims, waiting for a throng of eager followers, only to leverage this for their own advantage. Claiming the land remains highly valuable, Tang Zheng remarked incisively, until the Sun family truly relinquishes their claim. It is prudent for others to ignore them and allow them to continue their theatrical performance. "Have you thought of any clever solutions for the flooding issue?" Qin Shouqing inquired. "If I had a solution, would I be selling cheap toys?" Tang Zheng retorted, addressing the esteemed businessman. "It's getting late. If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. I have a morning meeting at the factory." After Tang Zheng departed, Jiang Mingwei shook his head and remarked, "This fellow is not being entirely truthful. Even you can see through him, let alone Qin Shouqing, that old fox." Qin Shouqing suddenly felt he could not fully grasp his former son-in-law. Guohanyang nodded. "Indeed, unless the Sun family truly relinquishes this bid, this fellow will remain tight-lipped. To be candid, gentlemen, Sun Huayan has caused quite a stir at our place several times, claiming the data we provided initially was flawed and accusing us of deception. Old Sun has always been so unscrupulous," Qin Shouqing chuckled. "However, Director Gua, if they genuinely intend to abandon the bid, our Qin group would not mind stepping in as the buyer." The term buyer is a pseudonym for Tang Zheng, a popular expression in Xia country nowadays. "Very well. I shall stoke the flames further," Guohanyang sighed. "This land must be developed immediately. Otherwise, its proximity to the city center severely impacts the overall aesthetics of Ning City. The city has failed to be recognized as one of the nation's top 10 clean cities for several consecutive years, largely due to this plot." How to stoke the flames further remained unspoken. Fortunately, Tang Zheng had just reminded him to delineate another piece of land, diverting the attention of all local real estate developers. "Mr. Sun, carry on with your solo performance. Day in and day out, causing such ruckus that he is summoned for a chat by the higher-ups. Oh, by the way, old Qin, is there any of that salt-baked chicken left? I'd love to take one home. It truly gets more delectable with every bite." Guohanyang suddenly exclaimed. "Well, I suspect there are only bones left." Chapter 62. Orchestrating a marketing campaign that will stir the entire city the following morning at 10 a.m., Xiao Jun returned, appearing considerably more haggard than the day before. "Mr. Tang, I have a batch of claw machines, 80% new. I wonder if you might be interested. Yesterday, you were keen on acquiring goods, and today you wish to sell claw machines?" Xiao Jun remarked, "Times change, don't they? Please, let us enjoy some tea." Tang Zheng awaited him to continue, though internally he mused that, indeed, Xiao Jun's business was in dire straits. The notion that the machines were nearly new seemed to Tang Zheng a feeble attempt at deception. Xiao Jun had already consumed several cups of tea, his interest in food and drink waning as his sole desire became to sell off half of the claw machines for survival. "Mr. Tang, if the toys from your factory could populate over 1,000 claw machines, it would undoubtedly accelerate and considerably enhance your brand's recognition and influence. In truth, I personally prefer retail. Why should I share the profits when I could retain them all for myself?" Xiao Jun continued, "To be frank, since you left yesterday, our online store has sold over 3,000 orders. In the toy category on Feizhou Mall, our store has ascended into the top 10 in terms of popularity and rankings." Tang Zheng refrained from mentioning that the previous day they had sold over 8,000 orders. This dramatic decline was naturally linked to the current dip in interest. Tomorrow's sales were anticipated to fall to just over 1,000, and the day after would yield merely a few hundred. Why can't we attract a genuinely significant client to place a single order of 100,000 toys, even if it only yields a 10 yuan profit per item? Xiao Jun comprehended the implications of Tang Zheng's words. He was clearly uninterested in wholesale dealings, let alone purchasing his inferior machines. It appeared that yesterday, Xiao Jun had hoped to acquire over 100,000 toys without paying the final balance and intended to use the machines as collateral. Were it not for his dire predicament, he would have prudently withdrawn. Yet, he found himself unable to leave, ensnared by the pressing issue of poor performance and substantial losses. Tang Zheng's marketing prowess was well acknowledged by all, while for the Daqing Group, Tang Zheng's efforts might seem trivial. For many, the profit generated by Tang Zheng's online store in a single day could rival an average person's annual salary. "Mr. Tang, I must admit, I feel somewhat ashamed. Given my current capabilities, I cannot deceive you, and it would be better to be straightforward." Indeed, Tang Zheng had discerned that Xiao Jun's business was struggling. Though he had not anticipated the severity of the situation, Tang Zheng had no intention of belittling him. "Even if you were to order our toys, there would not be a significant change. I have conducted a rough analysis of the claw machine market in 2 first-tier cities, in both Donghai City and Ningzhou City. The majority of those engaging with the claw machines are elementary and middle school students, who might part with a few coins from their pocket money for a fleeting thrill. The true consumer demographic remains untapped." Tang Zheng continued, "The audience I engage with on Weibo constitutes the largest segment of consumers. Many of them are university students, and the majority are young individuals under 30, possessing significant purchasing power. Currently, the toys they purchase are predominantly intended for the younger members of their families. However, if they were to retain the toys for their own enjoyment, the consumer demographic would expand exponentially." Mr. Xiao nodded, pondering, "But they are grown adults. Is it appropriate for them to play with toys? This encapsulates your marketing misconception. You have misidentified your target audience. Toys are not solely meant for children. In an alternate realm, boyfriends delight their girlfriends by engaging in claw machine games, which have become an essential skill in courtship. Moreover, playing these games can evoke an unparalleled sense of achievement, joy, relaxation, and self-expression, catering to social needs. Therefore, individuals of all ages, from the 80s, 90s, to the aughts, and even the post-10s, find joy in claw machines. In his previous life, Tang Zheng employed this very tactic in his pursuits, and his skills were quite exceptional. Mr. Xiao shared much with Tang Zheng, revealing that since early last year, he had been surveying the claw machine market across major cities in the country. Many had informed him that this is a highly lucrative industry. Furthermore, he was offered a compelling deal. If he were to purchase 500 machines at once, they would provide a 55% discount per unit, while a bulk order of 1,000 machines would receive a 40% discount. Enchanted by the sales director's proposal, he made the decision to acquire such a substantial quantity, distributing them across cinemas, supermarkets, and subway stations in Ning City and its 2 satellite cities, placing approximately 25 machines in each location based on practical considerations. The monthly rent for the 2 satellite cities was merely 300, with additional expenses amounting to around 400. However, The number of claw machines deployed was relatively modest. In Ning City alone, Mr. Xiao invested approximately 700 machines, excluding costs related to toy purchases, rent, and maintenance, averaging around 850 per machine monthly. In the first half of the year, the expenditure in Ning City alone totaled nearly 14 million, including the 2 satellite cities. The total reached 16 million. As of now, the revenue has only surpassed 9 million, not accounting for the costs of the toys purchased. Mr. Xiao found himself confiding in Tang Zheng, seemingly treating him as a close friend, pouring out his frustrations. It was quite peculiar. Mr. Xiao realized that after a lifetime of hard work alongside his spouse, if they failed to find any turning point, they would face dire consequences. With thousands of machines at 800 each, he was willing to sell them all, hoping merely to survive. If he continued to burn through cash for another 6 months, he might very well lose his sanity. They were not affluent like the Qin family, who could easily absorb losses in the billions. Tang Zheng, needing to generate swift profits, had recently hired several salespeople, each achieving commendable results, yet collectively they had only sold 2,000 to 3,000 toys. Coupled with the low wholesale profit margins, this was insufficient to make a significant impact. Perhaps it would be prudent to orchestrate a grand marketing event that seamlessly integrates both online and offline strategies. He is currently in need of offline sales channels, and instead of wasting a day or two negotiating with others in the claw machine business, it would be more efficient to collaborate with Xiao Jun. It is not a matter of Tang Zheng's benevolence, but rather the urgency of time that leads him to choose Xiao Jun. Mr. Xiao, let us join forces for a grand marketing event. The detailed plan will be devised by our Tang Kiki toy factory, and I will inform you of the areas where your cooperation will be required. What do you think? Ah, that sounds wonderful, Xiao Jun exclaimed, overjoyed. He immediately stood up and grasped Tang Zheng's right hand firmly. Mr. Tang, please carry on with your work. I shall await your good news. The event Tang Zheng envisioned was not merely to create a sensation in Ningzhou City, but to resonate across the nation. If only there were social media, it would undoubtedly ignite a frenzy of shares. Considering cost-effectiveness, Tang Zheng sought out Lao Chong to arrange the production of a batch of all the toys he designed, with costs kept at around 2 to 3 yuan each for a mini version, roughly the size of a bowl. They could even be slightly larger depending on the actual situation. The Tang Kiki toy factory has already recruited over 400 employees, and their production speed is commendable. Producing over 10,000 toys a day is quite feasible. Lao Chong seemed quite concerned about whether Tang Zheng had secured this significant client. Mr. Tang, how many orders does Mr. Xiao intend to place? Tang Zheng pondered for a moment and replied, let us start with 10,000 pieces. Is that all? Lao Chong expressed his disappointment. Tang Zheng merely smiled and did not elaborate further, returning instead to draft the marketing plan. He needed an event that would create a sensation throughout the city, propelling Tang Kiki toys to its zenith. Chapter 63. Marketing Preparations Row. I find myself craving the salt-baked chicken made by your ex-husband. How about we visit him this weekend and have him prepare a dozen? Then we can freeze the cooked chicken. It shouldn't spoil. Qin Yuru also desired chicken, but presently, there were matters of greater importance. She handed Jiang Yun the financial report for the first half of the year. Jiang Yun briefly glanced over the key figures and was taken aback, exclaiming, is it possible that nearly 3/5 of our Group's enterprises incurred losses in the first half of the year? How can it be so severe? What went wrong? Although Qin Yuru had previously mentioned this issue, she hadn't taken it to heart until now, seeing the data laid out before her. Furthermore, it was likely that the financial directors of the various companies under the group had concealed the true figures from them. This meant that the actual situation could be even graver than what they were currently observing in the financial statements. Thus, there is a major project ahead that requires our utmost effort. You ought to refocus and channel your energy into work, Qin Yuru stated with a serious expression. Stop thinking about food all day. What major project? Jiang Yun frowned. Qin Yuru opened a certain official website. In 3 months, there will be a bid for a prime piece of land spanning 1,000 acres. Registration for submissions will begin next Monday. Jiang Yun found herself perplexed. 1,000 acres of land, neither excessively vast nor insignificantly small. Why would they commence registration 3 months in advance? Wasn't that rather premature? Qin Yuru, however, remained silent with a smile, fully aware of the underlying reasons, which were, in fact, intertwined with her ex-husband. Whether Qingyang Real Estate genuinely intended to abandon the bid remained uncertain, Yet the rumors they deliberately circulated had indeed stirred restlessness among several competitors. The greater the interest from rival firms in this parcel of land, the more it signified its intrinsic value. With Sun Huayan's methods, a few well-crafted articles could once again bolster the confidence of prospective buyers. Just then, Guahanyang thrust a prime piece of land into the spotlight, diverting everyone's attention. One could only imagine the reaction of Sun Qingdong and his son upon learning of this development. Surely, they were livid. Had they sold that portion of land directly to Tang Zheng, would they be facing the current predicament? Sun Huayan unleashed a torrent of harsh rebuke upon his son. This time more severely. Is Xiang Qiming your father? Did he raise you and appoint you as general manager? Have you become so foolish that there's no remedy? Why heed his words and conspire against Tang Zheng? I had intended for us to go public by the end of this year. Do you truly believe that's still feasible? Even if Qingyang Real Estate successfully lists, will there be any fools willing to purchase our shares? And now look where we are. I've even offended Guahanyang. Initially, there was nothing amiss. Why are you so obedient to Xiang Qiming's words? At such a low price, why would he want a piece of land? Isn't he your master? To this day, do you still regard Tang Zheng as a fool? Were it not for Wang Buluan leading the charge, your fate would likely be no better. If my words offend you, feel free to ignore them. You could even leave Qingyang Real Estate and seek refuge with the Xiang family. Let's see if they value you. Perhaps, in their eyes, you're even less than a foolish dog. Each word from Sun Huayan struck at his son's heart. Only because he was his flesh and blood did he express such sentiments. Had it been anyone else, he would have simply told them to leave. Sun Qingdong lowered his head, silent. In recent days, he had come to discern the true nature of Xiang Qiming, an indifferent bystander in times of need. Regardless of Qingyang Real Estate's current tarnished reputation, once their land development was completed, it would take 2 or 3 years. After laying low for a few years, who would recall these events? He had offered a portion of land to Xiang Qiming, who rejected it. When seeking a loan, he was rebuffed. Despite having assisted in numerous unethical endeavors, he turned his back without recognition. I know what to do, Sun Qingdong declared. He harbored animosity towards Tang Zheng. But now he loathed Xiang Qiming even more, the hypocrite who stood by in silence. The toxic toy incident and the media bribery were believed to be orchestrated by him and Zhou, yet they had evaded the consequences they deserved. Should Qingyang Real Estate become entangled in this significant project, forget about going public. Bankruptcy could be a real possibility. Over 9,000 acres of land at stake. They dared not take the risk. It is said that later, Sun Huayan and his son, despite the potential for incurring substantial penalties for breach of contract, abandoned their bid. They discreetly established a new company, for abandoning a bid not only necessitates paying hefty penalties or forfeiting deposits, but also leads to being blacklisted for several years, prohibiting them from participating in similar bids. Subsequently, the father and son learned that Tang Zheng had been appointed as the planning consultant for the area. And with a remarkably straightforward proposal, he completely resolved the flooding issues of the region, nearly sending him to the hospital. Of course, all these events were yet to unfold. At present, Tang Zheng had already drafted the marketing plan for this campaign. While written content is relatively easy to produce, execution proves to be far more challenging. Tang Zheng's plan required the mobilization of every individual in the factory. He was already convening a meeting with supervisors and above in the conference room. Frankly speaking, Tang Zheng had not yet acquainted himself with many people at the factory. To him, they were almost all unfamiliar faces. Thus, he requested everyone to introduce themselves one by one. Fortunately, the number was not large, and Tang Zheng could remember over half of the faces after a single round. Old Chang inquired, General Tang, has the event date been set? How should our production department cooperate? Tang Zheng replied, well, the specific date will be announced by Human Resources when the time comes. The primary purpose of this meeting is to ensure everyone is informed. He did not elaborate further on the timing. He had 2 particularly important tasks to complete. First, the matter of the claw machine must be entrusted to Xiao Jun. Tang Zheng did not believe he had reached a point of desperation. It was impossible to reap benefits without any effort. The second task was to find a reputable music studio to record a catchy electronic song. Once the song was recorded, he could teach the children to dance the infectious choreography. Thus, Tang Zheng needed to create 2 irresistibly adorable toys. As the bears and Elsa were not suitable for that dance, he needed to expedite production in the workshop so that the children could dance dressed in the charming costumes. How about letting Bauer and Wu Kersen join in the fun? During the summer vacation, he hardly had time to take his daughter on a trip. Teaching her to dance would be splendid. First, he needed to locate a music studio and get the song recorded. Typically, recording a song at a music studio, without accompaniment or vocals, could be accomplished for a few hundred yuan. However, if accompaniment and backing vocals were required, the price would multiply tenfold. Now that Tang Zheng was quite popular, he could release albums, participate in shows, and be a guest at concerts. Earning a substantial sum within 20 days should not pose a problem. The issue was that he did not aspire to become a celebrity in the entertainment industry, as that would mean being followed by paparazzi wherever he went. 2 days later, the catchy electronic song was recorded. Frankly, Tang Zheng was not particularly satisfied, as it had only reached about 80% of the original team's quality, but it was likely catchy enough. Having completed these tasks, Tang Zheng began the next step of teaching the children to dance. Bauer invited 10 of her good friends, and Wu Kersen also summoned 10 of her good friends. It seems that both individuals possess considerable charisma in their class, albeit in different educational stages, one in kindergarten and the other in the 3rd grade of primary school. Tang Zheng has successfully obtained the consent of their respective parents, who are eagerly supportive. Once the little darlings are on summer break, they can be quite challenging to manage. It would be ideal for Tang Zheng to take them dancing, which could last for half a month without incurring any training fees. Upon learning of this arrangement, some individuals were particularly speechless, such as Jiang Yun, who remarked, "Aru, are you not concerned? Your ex-husband is planning to teach a group of children to dance, exploiting them to promote his trivial toys." Qin Yuru, smiling, retorted, "Do you know why my great-grandmother lived to be 103? Jiang Yun, bemused, replied, "Are you saying you secretly follow your ex-husband's Weibo? How else would you know this reference? Is that illegal?" Chapter 64. The event begins 3 days later. At 9:10 a.m., in the People's Square of Ning City, a crowd of 400 to 500 had already gathered to observe. It was summer, and the weather in Ning City was quite hot. In the city center, the square remained relatively empty during midday and afternoon, but it would be bustling in the evening. However, the insufficient lighting was not conducive for live streaming. Thus, Tang Zheng opted to conduct the event in the morning. In half an hour, the event would officially commence. 2 days prior, Tang Zheng had begun promoting his event on Weibo. How to make your girlfriend happy. If you're handsome, a strong kiss. If you're not, you can only delve into your wallet. Oh, you can also take her to play claw machines. There is no problem that a claw machine cannot solve. If there is, just play a few more times. On July 15th, not during the Ghost Festival, at 10 a.m., a real-life claw machine event would be held in Ning City's People's Square. The competition is divided into 4 categories: couples, parent-child, sisters, and brothers. Each team may send only 2 participants to operate the claw machine, with 1 member responsible for managing the controls. Within the allotted time, the group that collects the highest total value of toys wins. The top 5 teams from each category will receive cash prizes of 49,999, 40,000, 30,000, 20,000, and 10,000 respectively. Note: in summer country, promotional events with prizes cannot exceed 50,000. All participating teams must pay a registration fee of 50 yuan, and regardless of whether they win a prize, they may keep the toys they catch. Additionally, there will be special performances, and YouTube will concurrently broadcast the event. Not to mention Tang Zheng's current popularity, this event is brimming with sincerity. With a total prize pool of 150,000 for the 4 groups, totaling 600,000, along with other promotional expenses, it is likely to surpass 1 million. Among all toy promotional entrepreneurs in summer country, who can rival his extravagance? This expense will be shared equally between Tang Zheng and Xiao Jun. Thus, once the event was announced on Weibo, discussions among Tang Zheng's fans surged into the tens of thousands. Regardless of whether the event is enjoyable, the allure of the prizes is undeniably enticing. Teams are hastily forming. Consequently, among the 500 individuals present, nearly all are ardent fans of Tang Zheng, with local admirers constituting 2/3 of the gathering, while the remainder comprises fans from distant locales. A few enthusiasts even flew in to witness the event. "I yearn for a photograph with him and an autograph," exclaimed one. "So do I. But where is he? He probably hasn't arrived yet." "Did you purchase Tang Zheng's merchandise?" "Indeed. The children at home adore it." "Yes. The toys from their factory are designed so charmingly." The speakers were a pair of young ladies from a neighboring city, who had formed a small group and already registered. Currently, the most numerous registration group is composed of couples, followed by sisterly duos. Conversely, the brotherly group boasts the least participants, 2 grown men attempting to win plush toys together? Not a chance. Since the day before yesterday, Tang Keek's toys have been made available in the numerous claw machines operated by Xiao Jun, alongside the eye-catching promotional banners personally designed and funded by Tang Zheng. Xiao Jun's claw machines are strategically located in bustling areas, and with thousands of machines, Tang Zheng undoubtedly gains substantial exposure. He is bound to profit. Starting yesterday morning, Tang Zheng arranged for individuals to distribute flyers in populous locations throughout Ning City, promoting the event. Despite only 400 to 500 attendees at around 10:10 a.m., the numbers doubled by 10:20 a.m. and continued to swell. Zhang Xiaoxiao and Qin Hong were responsible for registering contestants, while Lao Chong and other staff instructed attendees on how to operate the claw machines. As the concept of real-life claw machines was still novel in Xia Nation, Tang Zheng vaguely recalled that real claw machines emerged around 2015 or 2016, but certainly not before 2010. Particularly after the rise of Douyin in early 2018, the popularity of real claw machines surged immensely. Xiao Jun, along with his partner and some employees, were also present. His partner was both excited and anxious. Lao Xiao, do you think our event will be successful? Indeed, this question had echoed in Xiao Jun's mind countless times. He encouraged himself and the team. Success is determined by our efforts. Let us go. Meanwhile, where could Tang Zheng be? Naturally, in the makeshift backstage tent, he was on the verge of tears. This was due to the fact that the little ones were expressing their fear of performing in front of a crowd and were contemplating withdrawing from the show. Tang Zheng, with earnest persuasion, implored them, "Dear ones, this isn't fair. Haven't I trained you for several days? It's just like a kindergarten performance. With simple moves, what is there to be anxious about? But Uncle Tang, we are indeed nervous. You never mentioned we would perform in front of so many strangers." A 5-year-old boy pouted. Yuan Ping, standing nearby, mischievously remarked, "Old Tang, one must not be too unkind in dealings with others. Just like you sneaked off to perform at the television station during the Qixi festival, keeping even a brother as good as me in the dark." Qin Yuru and Zhang Yun also arrived. Zhang Yun is the type of person who cannot swallow a meal without ridiculing Tang Zheng a couple of times. "Fortunately, my brother is merely a heartless scoundrel. How could he deceive so many children into performing for him for free? Tang Zheng, doesn't your conscience feel uneasy? Tang Zheng, why don't you ask yourself, doesn't your conscience ache?" Just as the children's parents or grandparents were present, Zhang Yun inquired, "How much did everyone pay for that overpriced tiramisu he served? It is hardly worth more than 200 or 300 at most. Yet he dares to charge 58.88 for a portion." Among them, Wu Kersen's grandmother has the most authority to speak, as her granddaughter has indulged in Tang Zheng's tiramisu the most. Initially priced at 58.88 a portion, it was later reduced to 38.88. "Little Tang, it's not that your aunt is criticizing you, but in this sweltering heat, the children have to wear those thick costumes to dance. I want to even mention how arduous that is. Shouldn't you show some consideration?" Wu Kersen's grandmother jested. Other parents chimed in, "Old Tang, we've heard that your salt-baked chicken is absolutely delicious. And you can make zongzi too. Your barbecue is also particularly commendable. As the saying goes, what goes around comes around." Previously, when Tang Zheng sold them the tiramisu for 58.88, they weren't short on money. But they certainly weren't naive fools either. They truly felt like striking him at that moment. After all, they were all acquaintances, yet you, Tang Zheng, only took advantage of those familiar faces. With no other option, Tang Zheng had to declare, "Once today's event concludes, I shall treat everyone to a feast." "Uncle Tang, you mustn't go back on your word." Wu Kersen, ever clever, urged her grandmother to quickly take out her phone to record. "Uncle Tang is the most forgetful," Zhang Yun remarked. "Someone is quite the trickster. Isn't that right, Aru?" Qin Yuru replied, "Why do you involve me again?" Chapter 65. The Little Yellow Duck Gets Excited. Additional update. Welcome to the live broadcast of the Reality Claw Machine Competition, brought to you by Lang Lang Weibo and YouTube. I am your host, Yaya. We have just 20 minutes left until the show begins. Yaya believes that viewers present here and those watching the live stream on their computers may have a significant question. This reality claw machine is essentially a magnified version of the claw machines we usually see. Is it sturdy? Could accidents occur? How is it operated? Fortunately, today, the person in charge of the manufacturing company is also present. Before the program kicks off, Yaya will take a moment to interview him. The manufacturer of the claw machines has arrived? Yes, it is indeed the same one that sold thousands of machines to Xiao Jun. When business is poor for someone like Xiao Jun, naturally, the business for these equipment manufacturers won't fare well either. Thus, Tang Zheng offered them a splendid opportunity to showcase themselves by providing several sets of reality claw machines for our live broadcast, free of charge. The general manager, Mr. Fei, along with the sales director, Gahong, who was deceived by Tang Zheng, and their technical director, are all present at the scene. During an interview with the host, General Manager Fei elaborated on the company's life-sized claw machine, which has undergone numerous technical assessments and practical tests by our technical department, ensuring its stable safety performance. Aside from its larger dimensions, the life-size claw machine shares similarities with its smaller counterparts. Players are attired in safety garments and secured with safety ropes, which gently elevate them into the toy pool. Once the safety rope descends, the players extend their arms to grasp a multitude of plush toys, holding them tightly. The safety rope then ascends, lifting the players back out of the toy pool. Notably, the operator may be either a friend of the player or a member of our staff. Each session is time-limited, allowing 2 minutes per individual. Initially, Lang Weibo and YouTube intended to charge Tang Zheng for the live streaming fees, yet he adeptly convinced them of the allure of millions of free views. This event served as an invaluable opportunity for both platforms, offering them free advertising to enhance brand influence and foster greater engagement among fans. Consequently, Lang Weibo featured the event on its homepage and initiated a discussion topic, while YouTube similarly showcased it prominently. Currently, the live stream on YouTube has attracted over 800,000 viewers, with a significant portion coming from Lang Weibo. A minute later, refreshing the page revealed that the viewership had surged past 1 million. The executives of both platforms appeared astonished by this figure. Tang Zheng remarked on the unprecedented nature of the situation, recalling an oily e-commerce male host whose live stream peaked at 3.9 million concurrent viewers and amassed over 48 million total views, with donations reaching an astonishing 3.6 million. Of course, the veracity of such figures remains uncertain. Some impatient netizens could not help but comment, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's been such a long wait. Ironbone Zheng, why haven't you emerged yet? I long to hear you sing The Wolf in Sheep's Clothing. 1. I want to hear it too. Ironbone Zheng is so willful. Why hasn't he released an album? This song is nowhere to be found online. Only Donghai TV occasionally airs it. Amidst the fervent calls of the audience, Tang Zheng emerged from a temporarily erected tent, accompanied by a troupe of adorable little sprites. At this moment, the crowd had swelled to over 2,000 attendees, with more onlookers gathering. People of all ages were present. A young boy exclaimed, "Mom, what kind of animal is that? It has a tail that looks like lightning. And that duck looks so silly and adorable." To which the mother responded, "Oh dear. Another expense. I can't comprehend why children are so enamored with toys. They can't be eaten." An excited boy suggested, "Let us form a brotherhood to compete. What if we accidentally win?" The boy nearby callously rejected her, exclaiming, "Get lost." He then added with even greater disdain, "Being in a group with you would diminish my abilities. With so few participants in the brotherhood group, wouldn't the chances of winning increase?" Indeed, many share this sentiment. The host, Yaya, promptly approached, intending to interview Tang Zheng, but he waved her off, signaling her to hold off on the interview. Despite the children donning playful costumes, they still felt nervous. It was imperative to have them perform immediately to prevent them from forgetting the rhythm and movements later on. In the square, there was a small stage. Rather than taking the stage himself, Tang Zheng remained below, directing the children. He called out, "Are you ready, little ones? Music!" The large speakers behind the stage erupted with a captivating electronic beat that could ignite excitement in a bar. "Turn it up. Somebody save your soul, cause you've been sinning in this city, I know. Too many troubles." All these lovers. Tang Zheng's purpose was to amuse everyone, ensuring that this moment would be etched in their memories, prompting them to recall what seemed to be an event orchestrated by the Tang Kiki Toy Factory. "Oh, I have heard that their toys are rather commendable. Marketing, after all, must leave a lasting impression. Now, let the most humorous performance commence." As the song concluded and the dance came to an end, the little sprites gathered at the front of the stage, standing in a row to bow in gratitude to the audience. However, one little duckling fell behind, lost in the joy of dancing. At that moment, another duckling, seeing its companion reluctant to leave, playfully swung a large duck paw, knocking the head of the bewildered Psyduck to the ground. Chapter 66. Your friend Pikachu is now online. Huh. Is this meant to amuse me to the point of tears? Goodness. This scene is simply too hilarious. Surely it was meticulously planned. Yet, it is genuinely amusing. Am I the only one who finds this rather eye-watering? Regardless of whether they were present in the audience or watching the live stream, everyone erupted in laughter. Even Jiang Yun, who had witnessed the rehearsals multiple times, couldn't help but laugh until she was in tears. Qin Yuru also found it impossible to contain her laughter. Tang Zheng, you are truly remarkable. Wu Kersen's grandmother, along with other parents, recorded the event while chuckling at the children, saying, "When you grow up and look back at how your Uncle Tang tricked you into performing such childish acts, it will surely be a fond memory." Lao Chong, typically a serious individual, was laughing so hard that he nearly cramped his face, likely due to the rarity of his laughter. Along with Yuan Ping, Xiao Jun, and others, Ye finally seized the opportunity. The host hurriedly approached Tang Zheng for an interview, saying, "Hello, Ironbone Zheng. Would you kindly introduce us to these two adorable sprites? Frankly, my inner youth has been thoroughly charmed." Facing the camera, Tang Zheng smiled and said, "Hello, dear friends at the venue and in front of your screens. Your friend Pikachu is now online. Let us indulge in an impromptu performance. Imagine a certain someone's father returning home from work, only to find you engrossed in the television. He sternly inquires, 'Have you finished your summer homework?' Just as you realize you haven't done any. Now let us see an angry Pikachu." Wu Kersen stepped forward. "I finished it ages ago. You've asked 8 times. Is it annoying?" Tang Zheng, a spoiled Pikachu. Another little friend chimed in, "Daddy, I don't want to do homework today. Can I do it tomorrow?" Tang Zheng, a lying Pikachu. "What homework? I have no idea." Tang Zheng, a cheeky Pikachu. "I've decided not to eat dinner tonight, so I don't want to do homework." Tang Zheng, a sorrowful Pikachu. "I'm feeling very sad today, so I forgot to do my homework." Tang Zheng, a detached Pikachu. Oh, the reason Tang Zheng incorporated such relatable scenarios was to deepen everyone's impression of Pikachu. After all, for the people of the Summer Kingdom, the anime and films featuring Pikachu are a novel variety of toys. The audience below is thoroughly engrossed. Suddenly, Jiang Yun challenged Tang Zheng. "Is this how you educate your children? An assignment is either completed or it is not. There should be no excuses." Ineffectual as it was, Tang Zheng's quick wit turned the tide, swiftly betraying the children. "Parents, should you encounter such situations, allow me to offer a piece of advice, my dear child. In my youth, I too faced similar circumstances. If you do not apply yourself to your studies now, in the future, you may end up like that uncle on stage, selling toys on the street." To his surprise, a child in the front row earnestly replied, "But I like selling toys." How cold. Subsequently, at precisely 10:20, the live claw machine competition commenced. Each participant is allowed 1 turn, with a duration of 2 minutes. Family teams may compete 3 times, limited to 8 minutes, while the remaining 3 groups may only participate twice, each limited to 6 minutes, regardless of whether they are ready. If a group does not play within the allotted 6 minutes, they cannot receive a refund, not even for 0 attempts. The total suggested retail price of the toys captured, as indicated on their tags, constitutes each team's score. Tang Zheng, for toys costing merely 2 or 3 yuan, would assert a suggested retail price of 5, 6, or 7 yuan, with a minimum price of 5 yuan and a maximum capped at 30 yuan. To ensure fairness, for every toy captured by a group, relevant staff will promptly replenish the corresponding toys. After their recent dance performance, many children and parents in the audience eagerly took photographs with them. Approximately 10 minutes later, Qin Bauer, Wu Kersen, and others finally removed their toy costumes. Although the costumes were hot and uncomfortable, these sweat-drenched children seemed to forget the heat, their excitement palpable. "Bauer, are you tired? Would you like to return with your cousins?" Tang Zheng inquired, wiping his daughter's brow. "Uncle Tang, I never said I wanted to go back. I still want to play with the claw machine." Wu Kersen promptly replied. Was it even possible to send the children home now? With so many people and so much fun, they were not interested in Tang Zheng gifting them toys. They wished to capture them themselves. That was what made it enjoyable. There were a total of 6 live claw machines, with 4 designated for competition and the remaining 2 available for free consumer experiences. Since it was complimentary, any captured dolls must be returned. However, those who desired to keep them could purchase them at retail prices. For a formal play session, It was set at 15 yuan. As the wage levels in 2007 were still relatively low, Tang Zheng did not price it at 20 yuan. Competing as a team required a fee of 50 yuan. Yet, none of this truly reflected Tang Zheng's intentions. With 4 groups, each taking 6 minutes, assuming an average of 1 hour, 40 groups could compete, yielding a revenue of only 2,000 yuan. In 2 hours, that barely amounted to 4,000 yuan. If Tang Zheng intends to profit from this venture, it would be nothing short of miraculous if he does not incur substantial losses. What truly captivates Tang Zheng is the brand propagation and expansion of Tang Kiki. Should a wealthy client happen upon his event and place an order for tens of thousands of items, and given the marketing strategy devised today, Tang Kiki toys could potentially enjoy a surge in popularity for at least a week. Indeed, there is a wealthy client, one who happens to be a familiar acquaintance of Tang Zheng, the parent of his classmate Bauer, Su Hanqing, who operates a large chain of supermarkets with over 200 locations nationwide. Old Tang, do you think we could implement something similar in our supermarkets to attract more customers? Su Hanqing inquired, giving Tang Zheng a friendly pat on the shoulder. Tang Zheng refrained from providing a direct answer, opting instead to echo a phrase he had previously encountered. When the wind rises, even pigs can soar. When the wind subsides, it is the pigs that fall. Reflect on that, he advised. Su Hanqing silently mulled over Tang Zheng's words, struck by the transformation in him. The Tang Zheng of today seemed a world apart from the one before his divorce. Take this event as an example. It was executed brilliantly. If it had been organized by their supermarket chain, the impact would have been monumental. Su Hanqing perceived that Tang Zheng's grandiose approach to this event was somewhat extravagant. A toy factory with a few hundred employees, no matter how popular, cannot keep pace with customer orders. Short-term expansion is unrealistic. With 2 major internet platforms assisting in the live streaming and the recent catchy electronic music, all of it comes at a cost, along with the 60,000 yuan prize. In his previous endeavors, he never dared to take such bold risks. Old Tang, do you have any suggestions on how to utilize the claw machine to boost supermarket foot traffic? It's quite simple. For every 100 yuan spent by customers in your supermarket, they should receive a complimentary opportunity to engage in the claw machine. Brilliant. How did I not think of that? Tang Zheng remarked, in my previous life, merchants in that region exploited such marketing tactics to the point of saturation. Of course, you find it ingenious. Subsequently, Tang Zheng introduced Su Hanqing to General Fei. Cautious by nature, Su Hanqing was not like Xiao Jun, who would invest heavily in one go. He decided to order 20 machines, distributing them across 20 stores, and would only proceed with a full rollout if they proved effective. Nevertheless, with over 200 supermarkets, stocking each with 200 toys was hardly a challenge, especially since Tang Kiki toys were currently in high demand. Acquiring more would pose no issue. Perhaps their supermarkets could even benefit from the buzz surrounding Tang Kiki. Thus, Su Hanqing ultimately placed an order for 100,000 items with Tang Zheng. At last, a substantial order had arrived. This order alone could net Tang Zheng over 1,000,000 yuan. If Xiao Jun's business were to flourish, supplying each claw machine with 10 toys would also yield a significant profit. Adding in online store orders in the coming days, if he failed to meet his targets, Tang Zheng would find himself in a quandary. Perhaps marketing is indeed an enigmatic science. Suddenly, a young man exclaimed loudly, "What a ridiculous piece of junk! In just a few minutes, I wasted 50 yuan and only managed to grab 2 worthless dolls, which together probably cost less than 5 yuan. This is utterly outrageous." Chapter 67. Treating her as the sacred 3 saints. If he truly spent 50 yuan to purchase 2 toys with a mere cost of 5 yuan, it would indeed be a significant loss. However, the reality was different. The 50 yuan was shared between at least 2 players, meaning each spent only 25 yuan. With just 25 yuan, one could secure a chance to win a grand prize. Whom can they blame for their lack of skill? Tang Zheng happened to notice the host nearby and discreetly gestured to her. She understood immediately and approached the young man for an interview. "Excuse me, sir. Do you have any dissatisfaction with this event?" The reasons behind the young man's strong objections, perhaps only he could fathom. It was the first time everyone encountered such an activity. None had prior experience. Yaya interjected, "But it seems everyone is in a similar situation, sir. How did your family fare today? Are you planning to head home?" The host quickly shifted her focus to another interviewee. This family of 3 remained quite excited. We've gathered a total of 5 small dolls. It seems the grand prize is out of reach since the other families worked so well together. but that's all right. It's been a long time since we've had such a joyful day. We're heading home now because the sun is a bit too strong for the child. It turned out that each group was continuously breaking records. The father, realizing they had no chance of winning, decided to leave with his family. Currently, the highest record belonged to a brother pair who worked in perfect harmony to grab dolls worth a retail price of 257 yuan, far ahead of the competition. A few participants, seeing no hope of winning, left early. Yet, almost no one shared the young man's sentiment of feeling cheated. The majority waited with umbrellas in hand, eager for their turn to play. Laughter and cheerful voices punctuated the atmosphere, reminiscent of the lively spirit during a high school sports day. Although Tang Zhang's small segment had long concluded, the number of viewers watching the live stream on YouTube had already surpassed 6 million. Online commenters eagerly chimed in. Coordinates: Donghai City. When will we have such a real-life doll-grabbing event here? It looks like so much fun. Coordinates: Northwest City. Must I travel 1,000 miles to Ningzhou just to experience a real-life doll grab? That guy earlier truly disgusted me. He seems to be only after the prizes. In reality, none of us had played this before, which makes it fair. Indeed, I agree with the previous comment. Blaming others for one's lack of skill? Look at his companions. They have long vanished. Perhaps they couldn't bear the embarrassment? Those two young ladies displayed such excellent teamwork. The sister duo should certainly rank among the top 5. The audience at the scene had already swelled to 4,000 or 5,000, creating a bustling atmosphere that was not merely layered 3 deep, but 10 deep both inside and outside. What a lively spectacle it was. Just moments ago, Su Hanqing had placed an order with Tang Zhang for a claw machine, with every family forming a team to engage in a friendly competition to see who could collect the most toys. Jiang Yun playfully inquired of Qin Bauer, "Would you like to participate?" Of course. Qin Bauer instinctively glanced at Qin Yurao, noting her father's absence and her mother's apparent lack of skill. Jiang Yun urged, "Hurry and fetch your father. Your mother wishes to join in." Qin Yurao shot Jiang Yun a fierce glare, exclaiming, "You are such a nuisance." At that moment, Tang Zhang was discussing matters with Lao Chong, intending for him to return to the factory to ramp up production. The number of personnel from their factory was merely a few dozen today, as the majority were busy fulfilling orders. "Lao Chong, can we recruit an additional 150 employees? We still have the capacity at our factory, right?" Lao Chong vigorously nodded. "Of course, our factory is spacious, currently housing only over 400 individuals. However, we need to address the accommodation issue. Not long ago, Lao Chong had considered subletting 2 floors of the factory. Leave the accommodation problem to the HR department." Tang Zhang instructed. "All right, I will head back immediately. Thank you for your hard work, Lao Chong. Once this busy period is over, I will treat everyone to a meal. If we successfully earn 10 million this month, I won't mind distributing an extra half-month's base salary to everyone." Just as Lao Chong departed, Qin Bauer approached, urging him to join the claw machine game. "Is your mother willing? Does Qin Yurao know how to play such things?" Tang Zhang queried. Qin Bauer nodded affirmatively. Upon joining, Tang Zhang soon realized that it was Jiang Yun orchestrating the excitement. Coincidentally, he spotted Wu Kersin standing forlornly beside her grandmother and asked, "Little Kersin, would you like to play?" Wu Kersin looked down, pouting, "My grandmother doesn't know how to play." Wu Kersin's parents had divorced 3 years prior, each forming new families and having children of their own. She now lived with her grandparents. Despite her cheerful demeanor, the little girl could not escape feelings of disappointment. Tang Zhang turned to Su Hanqing. "Old Su, can 2 adults and 1 child be considered a team?" Su Hanqing nodded. "Of course, we have no strict rules." Tang Zhang's gaze drifted towards Jiang Yun. "Sister Saint, are you aware that you exude a certain benevolent maternal aura akin to that of Wu Kersin?" Jiang Yun, oblivious to the term saint, misinterpreted it as an insult. She retorted disdainfully, "Calling me Saint Grandma won't help." At a critical moment, Qin Yurua's words proved effective. "Are you afraid of losing?" This woman, with her bluntness, had a way of silencing others with just a few words. Tang Zhang couldn't help but chuckle. In truth, it wasn't that Qin Yurao lacked social skills. One had to witness her in project discussions to see her transformation. She was well aware of Jiang Yun's personality and had deliberately employed a provocation technique. "But it's just the 2 of us," Jiang Yun pouted. "Arrow, you actually defended him." Tang Zhang, "It's not that difficult, Lao Yuan." "What's the matter?" Yuan Ping, hearing Tang Zhang call him from a short distance away, quickly squeezed over. Upon learning that he was to be partnered with Jiang Yun, he refused, for he harbored a distinct aversion towards her sharp tongue. It's not as if you're being forced to be with her. You could treat her as a revered goddess. Tang Zheng earnestly persuaded Yuan Ping until the latter finally acquiesced. Much to Zhang's annoyance, as if she would ever cherish being in a team with him. There were a total of 20 families participating. But due to a few children being accompanied by their grandparents, they could not take part. Tang Zheng chose to be the last to go on stage, stating that once he appeared, the others would have no chance to play. Families could consist of all members, with some bringing along 7 or 8 toys, while others had 3 or 4. Currently, the highest record was set by Su Hanqing's family, who managed to collect 21 toys. Finally, it was the turn of the second-to-last group, Jiang Yun, Wu Kersen, and Yuan Ping. Wu Kersen went first, while Jiang Yun was in charge of the operation. Then it was Yuan Ping's turn. Just as Yuan Ping was on the brink of success, clutching a large handful of toys that were slowly rising, he suddenly lost his balance, causing all the toys to plummet. The outcome was predictable. None were held. Jiang Yun, rolling up her sleeves, had dressed in long sleeves for the outdoor event to avoid sunburn. What a waste. I'll deal with you later. She glared at Yuan Ping, insisting that he must operate correctly. Then, Yuan Ping, that rascal, managed to botch things up again. This was clearly intentional. This resulted in Jiang Yun exceeding her time limit. Their team only managed to grab 5 toys, thanks to Wu Kersen. Yuan, are you itching for trouble? Yuan Ping quickly defended himself. You can't blame me. You're just too heavy. However, Yuan Ping was not the most troublesome. That title belonged to the soon-to-be participant, Qin Yuruo. Chapter 68. The inept teammate Qin Yuruo. Bonus update. Xiao Xiao, it seems that Tang and the others are playing. Oh. Jiang Xiao had noticed long ago, but pretended not to see it, trusting in Shanjinga. Sigh. Qin Hong sighed lightly, continuing her busy work. When it was time for Tang Zheng's group, it was almost noon, around 1 p.m. Tang Zheng announced that after this round, the event would officially conclude. Xiao Jun, President Fei, and others had gathered to watch. Before the event commenced, Tang Zheng had instructed Ye not to include his family in any photographs. However, Ye couldn't help herself. She could refrain from photographing Qin Bauer, but surely Tang Zheng and Qin Yuruo could be captured by the staff, right? After all, Tang Zheng was practically a public figure. And there was no need to mention Qin Yuruo, who frequently attended various meetings, graced magazine covers, and participated in televised interviews, 2 figures naturally brimming with topics of conversation. It was about to begin. Tang Zheng was teaching Qin Yuruo how to operate the game, believing that a woman as intelligent as her would grasp it after just one demonstration. After all, what could a general manager of such a large corporation possibly not know? Of course, there were things, such as her usual aversion to exercise. During her school days, she had never been fond of physical education classes. Each time a sports examination approached, she became exceedingly anxious. Qin Yuru's athletic prowess is virtually non-existent. In other words, this woman possesses remarkably poor manual dexterity. She can maintain her composure in front of numerous high-ranking executives, yet she may struggle to even operate a claw machine. Bauer, you go first. After personally securing the apparatus for his daughter, Tang Zheng, feeling uneasy about Qin Yuru's capabilities, instructed her to let Bauer take control while he provided guidance. He needed to ascertain whether Qin Yuru truly possessed any skill. All right, Qin Bauer exclaimed, pointing excitedly at a toy. Daddy, I want that Pikachu. Signifying her desire to obtain the plushie. Certainly. Let us begin. Tang Zheng pressed the on button. It was then Qin Yuru's turn to take over, but to everyone's surprise, she exerted too much force, sending Bauer far off target. Daddy, that's too far. Suspended above. Qin Bauer could not discern who was operating the machine and assumed it was her father. Just pull it back a little. Tang Zheng advised Qin Yuru. Oh, she nodded. But when she attempted to adjust again, she slid it too far back once more. Hurry, Daddy. What are you doing? Bauer shouted in distress. A burst of laughter erupted from Jiang Yun, who remarked, Tang Zheng, you are undoubtedly losing the most spectacularly. She added, when it's your turn, it will just be Aru helping you. Previously, she had invited Aru to play badminton, only for the latter to spend the entire time retrieving the shuttlecocks, leading to her reluctance to invite her again. Wu Kersen thought to herself, Aunt Yuru's hands are so clumsy. You take over. Qin Yuru decisively relinquished control to Tang Zheng. What will I do when it's my turn? He countered. Qin Yuru replied nonchalantly, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. With no other option, Tang Zheng took matters into his own hands, fearing that time was slipping away. When he stepped up, he executed the task with precision and ease, deftly maneuvering to position Bauer in front of a sizable Pikachu toy, gently setting her down, and once she was steady, promptly retrieving her. Yuan Ping raised an eyebrow. Old Tang, have you secretly practiced this multiple times? More than just a few, Jiang Yun interjected sharply. He probably often sneaks off with girls to play the claw machine. Tang Zheng dismissed their banter and switched places with Qin Yuru. The mother-daughter duo appeared particularly fond of Pikachu. Tang Zheng, I want those 2 Pikachus, Qin Yuru declared. Upon seeing the distance between the 2 toys, Tang Zheng remained unfazed. All right. While others might have faltered with time constraints, Tang Zheng approached the task with the finesse of an expert excavator operator. Finally, it was Tang Zheng's turn again, and he instructed Qin Yuru, position it right in the middle, lower it down, lift it back up, and retrieve it. Just 4 simple steps. A bead of sweat formed in Qin Yuru's palm. Suddenly, I feel so nervous. Will Tang Zheng criticize my lack of skill? Oddly enough, she had never felt this anxious while negotiating significant projects in the past. To the onlookers, Tang Zheng's group appeared likely to score lower than Jiang Yan's. Ye remarked, I expected something entertaining, but this is so dull. Tang Zheng had already taken his place. Yes, just like that, set me down. Oh, in a moment of haste. Qin Yuru hastily pressed the slider, perhaps too forcefully, causing the descent to occur at an alarming speed. Haha. Jiang Yun erupted in laughter, exclaiming, "Aro, you did the right thing. Plummet that useless Tang." Tang Zheng pondered. Could this woman be biding her time for revenge? After a brief interval, Tang Zheng, clutching a multitude of toys, declared loudly, "All right, pull me up." Suddenly, the crowd froze in disbelief. How did he manage that? Just look at the impressive array of toys Tang Zheng held. At least 20. No wonder he insisted on waiting until the end to make his appearance. Tang Zheng's approach diverged remarkably from the norm. His legs and abdomen formed a perpendicular angle, creating a large encirclement with his arms, allowing him to secure numerous toys, all while maintaining a stable posture. Xiao Jun and Su Hanqing couldn't help but think, if everyone played like Tang Zheng, wouldn't they be at a considerable disadvantage? The recently eliminated contestants lamented, "You should have shared this strategy with us earlier. How unfair." As Tang Zheng slowly began to ascend, he urged, "Pull me back." Oh no. Qin Yuru, astonished, inadvertently pressed the wrong direction. Hey, why are we veering to the left? Wu Kersen inquired. Indeed, Qin Yuru had inadvertently sent Tang Zheng off to the left. The distance to return grew even greater. In an attempt to rectify her mistake, Qin Yuru quickly pressed another button, and astonishingly, she propelled Tang Zheng even further ahead. Tang Zheng exclaimed, "Qin Yuru, how can you be so foolish? Can't you differentiate between directions? Didn't you learn to drive?" Uffed. Ha. Jiang Yun could hardly contain herself, clutching her belly in laughter. Qin Baobao quickly covered her eyes with her hands, sobbing, "Mama is so foolish. How embarrassing, especially in front of these kindergarten classmates." Just then, one of the toys Tang Zheng had been holding suddenly fell, followed by the entire collection tumbling down. He resigned himself, thinking, "Oh well, may a kind soul return me safely. Thank you." No need. Qin Yuru feigned composure. Yet, remarkably, her subsequent maneuver successfully brought Tang Zheng back. The crowd collectively felt a pang of sympathy for him for 3 seconds. Was that woman being deliberate? After Tang Zheng touched down, Ye approached to interview him. "Ironbone Zheng, how do you feel right now?" Tang Zheng replied, "My greatest sentiment at this moment is the absence of any feelings. Thank you." How could he admit before everyone that his ex-wife was a liability? Could he express his utter despair? He was rendered speechless. That woman was undoubtedly intentional. How else could she be so utterly disoriented? Subsequently, Tang Zheng, alongside Xiao Jun and Fei Zong, presented awards to the victorious players and took photographs. After 3:30, Tang Zheng returned to the Tang Kiki toy factory. First, he updated his Weibo and then launched several new toys, including Pikachu, which had already been uploaded to the Feizhu Mall backend. He also added the catchy tune hand clap as background music for their online store, so that visitors could hear the song upon entering the shop, provided there was sound equipment available. Currently, Feizhu Mall does not support video playback, though Tang Zheng was unaware of the specific reasons behind this limitation. After completing these tasks, Tang Zheng not only increased the number of keyword advertising slots by over a dozen, but also placed their advertisements on the homepage of Feizhu Mall, a decision made in collaboration with relevant staff just 2 days prior. Tang Zheng planned to run the advertisements for 2 consecutive days to assess the conversion rate, with no discounts or promotions. However, he did organize a special offer, a reduction of 20 for every 100 spent in the store, limited to 2 days. Chapter 69. 2 terrifying women. By the time Tang Zheng finished all these tasks, it was already past 8 in the evening. He checked on the production workshop, briefed Lao Chong on some work matters, and then drove home. The factory needed to work overtime until 9. At home, he had access to a computer, allowing him to monitor the online store's backend at any time. To his astonishment, the incident of him and Qin Euro playing the claw machine had unexpectedly topped the trending list on Weibo. How could this be? It was utterly baffling. The netizens must be incredibly bored. In their words, Qin Euro is beautiful, comes from a distinguished family, possesses a high education, and has remarkable abilities. Yet this ethereal female CEO couldn't even master the claw machine. Even if she did it on purpose, it only showcases a charming side of her. This delightful contrast sparked fervent discussions among countless netizens. The second trending topic was naturally the viral dance of the little yellow duck, getting everyone hyped. Although everyone knew the final scene had been meticulously planned by Tang Zheng, they couldn't help but laugh. The viewership for the live stream on YouTube ultimately did not surpass 10 million. After the broadcast, their website featured related video clips on the homepage. By the time Tang Zheng returned home from work, the total views on these videos had already exceeded 5 million. Tomorrow, the view count would undoubtedly double. It was nearly 11 when Qin Euro finally took a shower. While bathing, she reminisced about the day's events, finding them increasingly amusing. Tang Zheng must have been infuriated at that moment, right? The most profound feeling she had was the absence of any feeling. When she took the stage, it was not intentional. She had merely been a bit nervous, though she couldn't quite articulate why. She was simply nervous, her hands trembling. Furthermore, it was her first time playing the claw machine. Unlike you, Tang Zheng, who must have played with other women before, right? How else could you be so proficient? While onlookers enjoy the spectacle, those in the know understand the nuances. Qin Euro mused, Tang Zheng, it seems you have secretly honed your marketing skills over the years. Sabotaging others is merely your side gig. Marketing and planning are truly your forte. The previous incident involving toxic toys, although it stirred nationwide attention, pales in comparison to the amusement of today's event. From this day forth, anyone who hears the hypnotic electronic music and captivating dance of the day will inevitably recall your Tang Kiki toys. The fusion of electronic music with childlike dance is indeed a delightful combination. It is typically the youth who revel in electronic music, yet they often dismiss such childish dances. The merger of the two manages to entertain people of all ages. Moreover, why include sister and brother groups? Are you attempting to tap into this customer base? Indeed, their purchasing power far surpasses that of children. Coupled with the genuinely appealing price of 600,000, the brand's positive image has been firmly established. Qin Euro was astonished by more than just this. She harbored serious doubts regarding whether the livestream from Langlang Weibo and YouTube was indeed complimentary, facilitating a mutually beneficial arrangement. If it weren't free, the cost must be exorbitant. Additionally, the manufacturers of the claw machines likely provided equipment to Tang Zheng at no charge, while Tang Zheng in turn promoted them, resembling sponsorships often seen in variety shows. It can be said that today's event had virtually no losers. Firstly, the participants had an enjoyable time. Only a handful of particularly frugal players lamented the expenditure of a few dozen yuan. Secondly, both Langlang Weibo and YouTube gained substantial publicity, enhancing user engagement on their platforms. Furthermore, Xiao Jun and the claw machine manufacturers also received significant exposure. Even the music studio that recorded the song for Tang Zheng was acknowledged with a grand gesture, as Tang Zheng credited them with the composition, effectively advertising for them without charge. Not to mention, the current popularity of Tang Kiki toys and the expansion of their brand influence and recognition is remarkable. For instance, Su Hanqing audaciously pledged a verbal order of 100,000 toys to Tang Zheng on the spot. One aspect that Qin Euro could not comprehend was how Tang Zheng discerned which songs would become hits. Where did these songs originate? Could it be that Tang Zheng has secretly cultivated a creative team behind the scenes, producing hits such as Let It Be for Bauer's birthday and The Wolf in Sheep's Clothing for the Qixi Festival, as if he possesses prophetic abilities? Oh, Tang Zheng, you have concealed your depths well over the years. How could the former you marshal such resources? Additionally, Do not think I am oblivious. Your event today seems rather hastily organized, with many elements inadequately prepared. Do you truly intend to amass 30 million in the shortest time possible, and then breach the contract? How naive. If I discover that you have deceived me, I shall be furious. She is indeed a formidable woman, with an astute eye. How could she even perceive that Tang Zheng's event was hastily arranged? Tang Zheng remarked, when it comes to clawing toys, why do you not exhibit such prowess? Fresh from her shower, Qin Yuru received a flurry of messages from Jiang Yun, which conveyed the following. Ro, this man has deceived you for 5 long years. The nature of a person is challenging to alter. Thus, a significant transformation in one's character is improbable. It is equally unlikely for someone to suddenly possess a myriad of skills. I now harbor grave doubts about Tang Zatz's intentions in marrying into your family. He is acutely aware of your temperament and understands that, inevitably, you will part ways. Upon divorce, he stands to gain an exorbitant sum in alimony. Subsequently, he could showcase his business acumen, effortlessly earning a fortune each year, sufficient to sustain a lavish life alongside someone like Jiang Xiaoxiao. Your unfavorable disposition and volatile temper are surely evident to him. Though I shall refrain from specifics, you can ascertain the implications. Of course, should you desire my assistance, do not hesitate to reach out. Your loyal friend is available around the clock. Indeed, Jiang Yun's inference bears some merit. Otherwise, one could only speculate that Tang Zheng has undergone a complete metamorphosis. Such formidable women they are. Within the Qin household, it seems someone may struggle to find slumber tonight. Wang Lin, although she did not attend the live performance of Bauer, watched the broadcast from home. What began as a heartwarming experience soon turned to tears as she observed her eldest daughter battling severe anxiety, while her youngest had severed ties with the family 2 years prior, leaving no trace behind. What could be the cause of such turmoil? Might her parenting approach be flawed? From a young age, she aspired to cultivate her daughters into refined ladies. Evidently, the eldest has achieved that goal. Old Qin, are you asleep? She inquired. Not yet, he replied. It seems that within the Qin family, only Qin Bauer has succumbed to exhaustion from the day's events. Qin Shouqing sat at the bedside, illuminating the room with a lamp, his brow furrowed with concern. This year, our group may need to close 35 branches and lay off at least 8,000 employees. Wang Lin typically refrains from involving herself in the matters of the group, and Qin Shouqing usually spares her the burden, unless circumstances, such as the current predicament, drive him to seek solace in her company. Has something significant transpired within the company? Or is it the repercussions of the Byron incident affecting our business? That matter has long since passed, hasn't it? Wang Lin queried anxiously. Qin Shouqing shook his head and sighed. It is the contraction and chaos in the manufacturing market. Allow me to explain. We own a company that produces small appliances. For instance, we manufacture a rice cooker sold at a market price of $299. Other smaller appliance companies offer similar rice cookers at merely $199. Consequently, a majority of consumers gravitate towards the cheaper option. As a large corporation, our costs for research and development and employee salaries are inherently higher. Thus, we cannot easily reduce our product prices. The benefits and treatment afforded to employees in a large corporation are superior, and the technology employed yields high-value products with significant costs. Over the years, the number of similar small companies and factories in Ningzhou has proliferated, and their technology has matured. As long as there is profit to be made, they can freely lower prices. As a result, the products manufactured by our esteemed Qin Group are progressively losing their competitive edge. Wang Lin expressed her confusion. The toys that Tang Zheng sells are made of different materials, yet he charges twice the price, and still many people want them? Qin Shouqing replied. What he offers is not merely toys, but rather a culture, a symbol, something you wouldn't comprehend. Go to sleep, Wang Lin retorted. How can she not understand? That remark is quite hurtful. You, get up and sleep in the study. Chapter 70. Pig Stomach Chicken 2 days later. The promotional event for Tang Zheng's online store officially concluded. During the event, the number of visitors attracted by advertisements reached an astonishing 1.2 million. Additionally, nearly 3 million natural visitors came through searches for keywords like Tang Kiki. The overall conversion rate was approximately 12, resulting in an order quantity of 5.05 million. It is no exaggeration to say that Tang Zheng has rewritten the history of e-commerce sellers in Xia country. Thanks to a promotion of 20 off for every 100 spent, he found himself earning less than 60 yuan per order, though a profit of around 40 yuan per order was still feasible. This means that during the 2-day event, Tang Zheng earned over 2 million yuan. Coupled with prior orders, his total earnings in online retail thus far exceeded 3 million yuan. 2 days ago, Su Hanxing placed an order for 100,000 toys, later increasing it to 300,000. He also ordered several hundred sets of adult-sized toy costumes, intending for his employees to wear them for street promotions to advertise his supermarket. Xiao Jun ordered 100,000 pieces, and after the event concluded, the foot traffic to his claw machine increased by approximately 30 compared to the same period last year. Xiao Jun also introduced 2 acquaintances to Tang Zheng, who collectively ordered 50,000 pieces. Other sales personnel received nearly 200,000 orders. In total, 650,000 toys were ordered. But this time Tang Zheng may earn less than 10 yuan per piece, as more than half of the wholesale toys were priced at just a few yuan. However, this was of little concern. Today is July 18th, with 12 days remaining until the deadline. The online store is receiving 1,000 to 2,000 orders daily. And with the additional orders from other sales personnel, Tang Zheng should still be able to earn around 10 million yuan. Unfortunately, his employees are facing a tough month, with only 1 day off per week, and they must work an extra 3 hours every day to fulfill orders. Tang Zheng is currently analyzing why the conversion rate was only 12. To be honest, he is not particularly satisfied with this figure. The primary reason may be that the visitor demographic was not precise enough. Most visitors likely entered the store out of mere curiosity to satisfy their inquisitiveness. Moreover, 420 visitors is not a large number. During the previous promotion for Zhuge, the visitor count exceeded 1 million. This time, with over 1 billion people nationwide, at least 50 million must have been aware of this event. Therefore, the proportion of visitors who knew about the event and were genuinely interested is only 85. Furthermore, over the past 2 days, Tang Zheng spent a total of 250,000 on promotional expenses. With 1.2 million clicks, the average cost per click was merely 0.2 yuan. This price is honestly quite reasonable, yet it also indicates that the traffic on Feizhou Mall is lacking. The primary reason likely stems from the late emergence and insufficient maturity of the e-commerce sector in Xia country. However, reflecting on Tang Zheng's previous life, a mere few yuan per click would accumulate to 200,000, with an estimated click count of only about 60,000. Thus, those engaged in e-commerce must exhaust every possible strategy to enhance their conversion rates. Previously, Tang Zheng had ventured into the drone market, achieving a peak conversion rate of 8. With sales nearing 100 million during the shopping festival that lasted 24 hours. One unexpected aspect, which Tang Zheng considered a misstep, was the name of his online store, Frozen Wonderland. Initially, he intended to primarily promote this series, at a time when the Tang Kiki toy factory had yet to be established. Now, it has become essential to alter the name of the online store. Moving forward, he will focus on promoting the Tang Kiki, T-Coco brand. In recent days, Tang Zheng observed his colleagues working overtime, so he joined them, returning home only after 8:30 each night. This routine persisted for 4 days. A salesperson at the factory secured an order for 200,000 pieces of foreign trade, thereby fulfilling Tang Zheng's task. Thanks to the memory playback feature, his mind effortlessly calculated the income. What exhilarating news! This period has been exhausting, yet every effort has proven worthwhile. On the 6th day, Tang Zheng could finally relax and repay the children's kindness by preparing a feast for them, notifying them a day in advance. To his delight, the number of children and parents doubled, with over 100 attendees. Even Guohanyang, who visited last time, brought his partner and 2 children to the Qin family. Jiang Yun and her entire family also attended, while Wu Kersen arrived with her grandparents. Su Hanxing was the most excessive, bringing along his wife, son, parents, and in-laws. Tang Zheng thought to himself, oh, the burdens of a parent. Fortunately, he had contacted old Jean in advance to assist him in preparing various ingredients, such as materials for making zongzi, local pork, pig intestines, free-range chickens and ducks, beef, and rural vegetables and fruits. Although Ningzhou City offers local pigs and chickens, the authenticity is questionable, but with old Jin's help in sourcing from the village, the quality would undoubtedly be assured. Today, Tang Zheng planned to prepare a new dish, pig stomach chicken. Much like salt-baked chicken, pig stomach chicken is a renowned Hakka dish believed to have originated in the Qing dynasty. Its main ingredients include pig stomach, chicken, glutinous rice, shiitake mushrooms, scallions, ginger, and pepper. During the preparation, the raw chicken is encased in the fresh pig stomach, secured with straw or toothpicks, and then simmered in a specially crafted broth until cooked. It is worth noting that while the people of Xia country may have never tasted pig stomach chicken, they have certainly never even seen it. A few individuals may not favor pig stomach or intestines, and Tang Zheng did not insist. He made a total of 5 pig stomach chickens. Throughout the process, he also captured photographs with his digital camera, intending to update his Weibo later that evening. With so many people present, everyone eagerly assisted Tang Zheng, including Qin Yuro and Jiang Yun. Jiang Yun had been anticipating this day for many days, as ever since Tang Zheng took over that dilapidated toy factory. He had constantly mentioned how busy he was. Ming Wei mused, "Is this still our daughter?" Jiang Yun's mother, upon discovering her daughter making zongzi, teased, "Well, if the food isn't delectable, who could persuade her to lend a hand?" Jiang Mingwei chuckled in response. Zhang's mother then inquired with a smile, "Where do you suppose Xiao Tang learned such peculiar culinary skills? I've never seen anyone wrap raw chicken in a pig's stomach before." Jiang Mingwei explained, "What is so strange about that? Last time, he used an enormous amount of salt to bake a chicken. At first, we thought it would be overly salty, but it turned out otherwise. The chicken was incredibly fragrant and delightfully chewy." Zhang's father also found it puzzling. He had inquired at several 5-star hotels about Tang Zheng's salt-baked chicken and found nothing. A search online yielded no results either. After the meal was delivered, Lao Jin initially intended to leave, but Tang Zheng insisted he stay and eat before departing, especially since he hadn't yet given Lao Jin any money. "Xiao Tang, is your toy factory still hiring?" Lao Jin asked Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng replied with a smile, "Oh, Uncle Lao Jin, are you considering joining my workforce?" Lao Jin chuckled. "Indeed, I am contemplating it. My eldest son wishes to purchase a home in Ningzhou, but our combined finances fall short of the down payment. I'm also concerned that if I assist my eldest, my youngest will want a house as well." The tone of Lao Jin's voice betrayed a hint of worry. He and his wife had scarcely any income in recent years. When the small town was bustling, they ran a little shop that brought in 2,000 to 3,000 a month. Now, with few residents left, most had moved away. Efforts to promote tourism in the ancient town had faltered. Tang Zheng inquired, "Do they have jobs?" Lao Jin replied, "Some do. My eldest, having pursued higher education, works in an office. My youngest didn't finish high school and is currently a courier. Neither has started a family." There was a hint of melancholy in Lao Jin's voice, perhaps stemming from the stark contrast between his life and others. Tang Zheng contemplated, "You could certainly consider it, but your pace may be slower than others." He refrained from directly stating, "Uncle Lao Jin, at your age, how many more years can you work?" Even if he earned 3,000 a month at Tang Zheng's toy factory, working for another 5 or 6 years would still not suffice for a home. However, Tang Zheng could assist Lao Jin in earning some extra money. Chapter 71. Is she starting to regret it? The pig's stomach chicken soup was prepared. Its broth rich yet clear, exuding an enticing aroma of medicinal herbs and pepper, instantly stimulating the appetite. This is precisely one of the charms of pig's stomach chicken. It is appetizing and aids digestion. Guohanyang served a bowl to his wife and each of their 2 children. He was aware that his wife had lacked appetite for the past 2 years, leading to a decline in her health. "How is it?" His wife expressed astonishment. "This soup has a remarkably unique flavor. The native chicken lends a pure essence to the broth. However, with the addition of dried vegetables and shiitake mushrooms, it absorbs the meat's flavor, transforming the soup into something sweet and rich in herbal notes." She continued to sip eagerly. Wu Kersen's grandmother also praised the soup, exclaiming, after one bowl, "I crave a second. It seems particularly appetizing." Her husband chimed in, "The pig's stomach is exceptionally tender, and the chicken is fresh and delectable without being stuck in the teeth." As they conversed, Wu Kersen had already consumed 2 bowls of soup and was now tearing apart a chicken leg. At some point, Jiang Yun, neglecting her task of wrapping zongzi and failing to wash her hands, hurried over to fill several bowls, fearing that the chicken soup might soon be depleted. In contrast, Qin Yuru, exhibiting a more refined demeanor, washed her hands thoroughly before taking her time to approach. Qin Bauer, of course, would not be deprived of her share. Tang Zheng had reserved the best for her, a whole chicken leg. It seemed that someone had realized the situation. Jiang Mingwei remarked to Tang Zheng, "Xiao Tang, Bauer won't be able to eat much of that, will she?" Qin Shouqing was nearby, but had not seen Wang Lin, who, it was rumored, had gone out to deliberately avoid Tang Zheng. Should we save some for her? By 4 o'clock in the afternoon, most of the food had been consumed, save for the zongzi still boiling in the pot. Wu Kerson's grandmother suggested, Xiao Tang, how about we have such gatherings once a week in the future? Jiang Yun and her father immediately raised their hands in agreement, exclaiming, absolutely. What were they thinking? Once a week? These individuals were merely keen on his culinary skills, hoping to have him work for free. Tang Zheng, ever averse to inconvenience, would never agree. If it weren't for the promise made to the children, he would prefer to be lounging comfortably at home, enjoying the air conditioning and a peaceful nap. A man ought to pursue his own career. With a smile, Tang Zheng declined, saying, our toy factory is currently overwhelmed with work. A plethora of tasks awaits my attention. We haven't even shipped out old Su's order yet. Little did he know, Su Hanqing was a rather unyielding man. My order isn't urgent, so you can take your time. Zhang Yun laughed, exactly. It's just a few trivial toys, yet it's always on your lips. Tang Zheng chuckled in response. This is all the skill I possess. Unlike you, who casually sets a modest goal of earning $1 billion. If my toy factory were to go under, would you support me? Everyone felt that Tang Zheng had undergone a remarkable transformation. The once timid individual had now become quite audacious. Moreover, his reasoning was sound. When he was still the son-in-law of the Qin family, he needed to work diligently. Now that he had established his own path, he must work even harder, for who would support him if he faltered? Tang Zheng then inquired of everyone, did you all enjoy the meal today? I must confess, I initially intended to merely purchase some random ingredients from the local market. However, upon reflection, I realized that wouldn't suffice. So I enlisted old Jean to make a special trip. I cannot guarantee that you would find authentic local produce at the market, but if you seek old Jin's assistance, you will undoubtedly acquire the genuine article. It turned out that Tang Zheng intended to help old Jean attract business. These people, who could afford a tiramisu priced at 5,888 per portion, would certainly not be concerned about such trivial expenses. Mrs. Gu smiled at Gu Hanyang, saying, Xiao Tang is quite a decent fellow. Gu Hanyang nodded in agreement and took the lead. Old Jean, could you help me procure 20 pounds of fried local pork? And 10 pounds each of sweet potatoes and taro? I can pay you in advance. Old Jean saw Gu Hanyang on television and immediately felt a rush of excitement. Fully aware of Gua's significant stature. Of course. The money can come later, he replied eagerly. Jiang Mingwei interjected, I want in too. Su Hanqing remarked, Old Jean, aren't you currently drying longan? See if you can secure a reasonable price, and then we can sell it in our supermarket, splitting the profits. What is networking? This is networking. But the key is having someone willing to lend you a hand. Individuals like Gu Hanyang and Su Hanqing genuinely lacked for nothing financially. They employed aides who specialized in procuring local produce. Strangely, every time they purchased farm-fresh goods, the flavors varied, never quite matching the authenticity that old Jean provided. Qin Yuru observed the scene intently. Tang Zheng was becoming increasingly adept at social interactions. Although he had only spoken a few words on old Jin's behalf, he had indeed presented him with a lucrative opportunity. In the future, old Jean could act as a middleman, earning an average of 1 to 200 yuan daily, far superior to working in a factory. After chatting with everyone for a while, Tang Zheng approached Bauer to inform her of his departure. The little girl seemed reluctant to let him go, only relenting when he promised to take her out for fun once he finished his tasks. Suddenly, Qin Yuru pondered, perhaps a life for Tang Zheng at home. Taking care of the child, cooking, and doing laundry was quite commendable. Why had she never allowed him the chance to showcase himself before? Perhaps Tang Zheng was indeed more suited to being a homemaker while she focused on earning. Oh, how she longed for delicious food, wondering when she might enjoy it again. And how were the ants at home faring in their learning? When a woman begins to harbor such thoughts, it indicates a sense of regret has settled in. Yet she was unwilling to acknowledge it. Qin Yuru, it has not even been 3 months since your divorce from Tang Zheng. The speed of this regret is rather alarming, isn't it? Meanwhile, in a private club by the seaside in Ningzhou City, a relaxed Xiang Qiming, reclining on a lounge chair with an expensive cigar in his mouth, casually remarked, Oh, you say Tang Zheng has been getting quite close to Gu Hanyang and Su Hanqing lately, dining together? Beside him sat Sun Qingdong. Ever since that day when his father had scolded him thoroughly, he had become more astute. If Xiang Qiming ever instructed him again to engage in any unscrupulous activities, he would ensure to gather evidence beforehand, such as recordings. Indeed, this brat has been playing the fool, leading us in circles, Sun Qingdong lamented. The one who has been deceived by Tang Zheng is you all, not me, Xiang Qiming thought to himself. Yet, on the flip side, if Tang Zheng isn't a fool, it becomes all the more intriguing, doesn't it? Once this little ant painstakingly builds his house, he'll find himself in for a rude awakening. With this in mind, Xiang Qiming advised, for the time being, I suggest you refrain from causing trouble for Tang Zheng. Wait until his toy factory expands and stabilizes. The higher he stands, the harder he will fall. Xiang Qiming's phone was equipped with a sensor, and he was already aware that Sun Qingdong was discreetly carrying a recording device. Thus, he spoke with particular caution. Right, let's proceed as President Xiang suggests, Sun Qingdong subtly coaxed. Little did he know that the other party was a cunning fox. I have no grievances with Tang Zheng, yet is your Qingyang real estate truly planning to abandon the bid? Indeed, this piece of land presents too many issues. It is blatantly obvious. Its proximity to the city center severely detracts from the urban aesthetics, and it is not conducive to development. To put it bluntly, Guohanyang and his associates are merely seeking a fool to take the bait. Our company has resolved to relinquish it. Let Qin Shouqing take on that role of the fool. Qin Shouqing would not dare to accept it, Su Qiming remarked. Oh, why is that? Su Qiming suddenly leaned in to whisper into Sun Qingdong's ear. This year, they plan to eliminate 35 subsidiaries and lay off at least 8,000 employees. Sun Qingdong was taken aback. How do you know this? Such matters are undoubtedly top secrets of the Daqing Group. Su Qiming merely smiled without speaking. How else could he know? Naturally, the Daqing Group has its informants. Chapter 72. The Dark Heart of Su Qiming. After conversing with Su Qiming for a while longer, Sun Qingdong found an excuse to take his leave. On his way back, he pondered whether or not to divulge this confidential information about the Daqing Group to his father. Sun Qingdong was well aware that Su Qiming deliberately shared this secret with him, intending to manipulate him against the Daqing Group. However, he set aside concerns of manipulation this time. Ultimately, this matter stemmed from Tang Zheng, and behind Tang Zheng stands the Daqing Group. Despite their divorce, they still maintain a close connection. Qin Shouqing, should you dare to seize this land, I shall ensure you find it impossible to extricate yourself from the consequences. Laying off 8,000 employees to cut operational costs merely to vie for a worthless parcel of land. I am eager to witness how the public will judge you, and whether they will condemn you mercilessly. Any enterprise may lay off employees as long as they adhere to labor laws. In times of poor management, layoffs can indeed serve as a solution. Yet, if the Daqing Group sacrifices 8,000 individuals solely for a worthless piece of land, how will others perceive this situation? After much contemplation, Sun Qingdong decided against informing his father of this matter. At this juncture, his father would likely prefer not to create more adversaries. What if he were to inform Qin Shouqing? Furthermore, he would have to persuade his father to abandon the bid promptly, thus compelling Qin Shouqing to assume the role of the buyer. This would prevent Qin Shouqing from daring to proceed with layoffs. Should he do so, countless media outlets would be poised to cover the story. If anything were to unfold, the Daqing Group's reputation would suffer greatly. Just as Tang Zheng once tarnished our image, we shall return the favor in kind, ensnaring the Daqing Group in this futile project, unable to escape. Not long after Sun Qingdong departed, an unexpected woman emerged from the clubhouse, Zhou Lina. It turned out that Zhou Lina had found a new benefactor, one far more formidable than Sun Qingdong. Initially, Zhou Lina was Zhu Jiyi's assistant, later becoming Sun Qingdong's assistant, climbing her way up through her romantic liaisons to her current position. Originally, she had presumed that Xiang Qiming would be the same. However, to her dismay, he regarded her with disdain for being unclean. Xiang Qiming has always been exceptionally selective when it comes to women. He would not even consider touching anyone who is not pristine, nor does he wish to. The sole exception to this rule is Qin Yuruo. Does he truly harbor affection, or perhaps even love, for Qin Yuruo to an uncontrollable extent? No. He loves no one but himself. Qin Yuruo, a frigid and haughty young lady, is certainly not the type of woman he would ever consider marrying and worshipping like a goddess. Even if he were to marry Qin Yuruo, it would not be long before he relegated her to the cold palace. What a joke. A man of his stature could have an abundance of young, beautiful women at his disposal, could he not? His sole desire is to conquer Qin Yuruo, solely because she inadvertently bruised his pride 3 years ago. It was on a certain day when he visited the Qin Group to see Qin Yuruo, and at that time, Jiang Yun jestingly remarked to Qin Yuruo, that Xiang Qiming was 1,000 times better than her husband. Qin Yurua's retort was a dismissive, "I would rather remain a widow." At that moment, it was merely a jest, and Xiang Qiming did not take it to heart. Subsequently, under the pretext of collaboration, he arranged several meetings with Qin Yurua. He soon discovered that this woman not only conducted covert investigations into him, but also displayed a certain disdain towards him inadvertently. "Qin Yurua, you merely married a good-for-nothing. What are you so proud of?" he thought. "Do you believe I could not make you pregnant and then force you to have an abortion? I could even publish your scandalous photos online to ruin your reputation. Let us see how long you can maintain your facade of superiority." Ruining Qin Yurua's reputation is his first step. The second is to usurp the Qin group. If he cannot swallow it whole, he will destroy it. Xiang Qiming is a man of many commendable traits, yet he is petty, harboring some dark secrets within. Regrettably, this fellow conceals himself too well. At least, it is difficult to discern his true nature with women like Tang Zhang's former mother-in-law. Had it not been for that photograph of Qin Shoqing, Wang Lin would likely still regard him as the ideal son-in-law. "Please return." Xiang Qiming dismissed Zhou Lina and bent his body towards the suite in the club. Within the suite, 3 lovely university students aged 19 to 20, blindfolded, awaited his arrival. As for whether Zhou Lina carries some unsavory disease, he could not guarantee. He merely utilizes the evidence she possesses to manipulate Sun Qingdong. Next, another round of debauchery awaits. The Qin group has numerous subsidiaries. When one side falters, another shines. This year, a few of these companies have reported losses while others have made gains. Overall, the group's profits continue to rise annually. With some subsidiaries losing while others earn, this is quite normal. However, if a company suffers consecutive losses for several years, it becomes imperative to eliminate it to prevent it from dragging down the overall performance. In the first half of this year, over half of the enterprises within the Qin group experienced losses. Of course, as long as these enterprises recover in the second half of the year, it suffices. The issue lies in the fact that at least 5 companies have faced consecutive losses for 3 years. Let us not digress. Let us focus on the 8,000 employees of these 5 companies. Regardless of their ranks, with an average monthly salary of 3,500 each, the total expenditure amounts to an astounding 33.6 billion. Over 3 years, this figure exceeds 10 billion. This does not even account for other production costs, such as factory expenses, electricity, and property management. In short, Qin Shoqing and the senior executives of the group are contemplating layoffs. Whether or not they take over the land abandoned by the Sun family, layoffs are inevitable. However, it must be deferred until next year, or the public will perceive their actions as a cost-saving measure for the sake of developing that land, disregarding the livelihoods of 8,000 employees, driven solely by profit and devoid of social responsibility. In Qin Shoqing's study, he, along with his daughter, Jiang Mingwei, and her father, as well as the 3rd and 4th largest shareholders of the group, including Guohanyang, are deliberating on the matter of this land. It is Qin Shoqing who speaks. "Director Guo, to be candid, I find myself in a precarious position. Had we not dispatched the Group's inspection team to investigate these companies, we would have remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation. These individuals, including the financial director, have misreported performance metrics over the past 2 years, deceiving our headquarters executives. We desire this land, yet layoffs are imperative. This is the consensus among the 80 of shareholders." Guohanyang expresses his bewilderment. "Old Qin, your conglomerate is vast. Surely, you can endure for another year or 2 without issue. These are extraordinary times. And if even you are considering layoffs, it feels as though I am being toyed with." Jiang Yun, being rather impetuous, interjects. "Are there not more than just these 5 enterprises suffering losses? Our layoffs are also a means to set an example. Businesses aim for profit, not to function as charitable organizations." Qin Yuru immediately shot her a warning glare, cautioning her to refrain from further comments. Guohanyang's stance is rooted in the welfare of the city's citizens. Naturally, he is reluctant to witness the sudden unemployment of over 8,000 individuals. Moreover, behind these 8,000 are families, and among them, some may be the sole breadwinners of their households. If these companies withdraw, will the original suppliers and distributors of the Qin Group be adversely affected? Should the situation worsen, witnessing such a significant entity like the Qin Group resorting to layoffs might prompt other companies to follow suit, especially given the soaring operational costs in recent years. Qin Yuru perceives the issue with greater depth than Jiang Yun, though she chooses to keep her thoughts unvoiced. Each individual possesses their own perspective, with differing standpoints. Their interpretations of the matter will naturally vary. She now stands in solidarity with those facing layoffs, while Jiang Yun aligns with the interests of the entire group. It is not a matter of right or wrong, but rather one of vested interests. Qin Shouqing and the others are undoubtedly aware that Jiang Yun should not express such sentiments in front of Guohanyang. Yet, they do not intervene. Allowing a junior to speak is preferable to them voicing it themselves. Jiang Yun continues, "Our entire Daqin group is akin to a colossal vessel. The burdens have become exceedingly heavy. Providing them with small boats to return home may allow everyone to coexist peacefully. Should inaction persist, this grand vessel may eventually sink, leaving us all to face the dire consequences together." Jiang Mingwei suddenly sighed, remarking that the modest toy factory of Xiaotang had the advantage of agility with its smaller vessel. Guohanyang expressed a sudden realization that the day's meals had lost their appeal. If this plot, which detracts from the city's aesthetics, fails to find a successor, his prosperous days are likely numbered. Chapter 73. A major incident. Upon returning home, Tang Jing contemplated that if he could prepare delicious meals for so many outsiders, he might as well treat his employees as well. A satisfied workforce is essential for productivity. Presently, the budget for meals is not a concern. Furthermore, he planned to promote Old Chang to the position of deputy factory manager. It became evident that Tang Zheng had an eye for talent. Old Chang's capabilities in production management were indeed exceptional. In contrast, had it been anyone else faced with a sudden surge in orders, they would have been overwhelmed. Yet Old Chang maintained an organized approach. Tang Zheng had encountered similar situations before, when they operated B-store, dealing with end customers. Delays of even 10 days could severely impact not just the customer service representatives, but also the production managers, who often sought various excuses. Placing the right person in the right position is crucial. Old Chang excelled in production, so even with the title of deputy factory manager, he continued to oversee production. In essence, the Tang Kiki toy factory primarily focuses on two tasks: manufacturing toys and selling them. Old Chang was not suited for the market aspect. Thus, Tang Zheng needed to recruit a deputy factory manager to handle marketing. Tang Zheng was not one to harbor grand ambitions. He had never aspired to be a trillionaire. He was quite content with his current modest lifestyle and saw no need to exhaust himself like Qin Yuru. The following day, Tang Zheng not only publicly announced Old Chang's appointment at the factory, but also instructed human resources to issue a notice that, in addition to the basic salary and overtime pay, employees would receive an additional half-month's base salary this month. This extra half-month's salary would be calculated based on the length of employment. Only those who had been with the company for over a month would receive the full amount, while newer employees would receive a proportionate share. It is noteworthy that their overtime pay surpasses that of all toy factories in Ningzhou. The customer service representatives of the online store also receive commissions, albeit only half of what the sales staff earned, as the latter handled their own orders while the former processed orders through the platform. Self-placed orders without inquiries did not count towards commissions. Despite this, Jiang Xiaoxiao, Qin Hong, and others had commissions this month that incited envy among their peers. While the amount was modest, merely a few hundred for the half-month's salary, it was sufficient to bring joy for several days. 3 days later, on July 26th, Qingyang Real Estate publicly announced that they had relinquished their claim on 9,000 acres and were willing to bear all associated losses, extending their apologies to everyone. Subsequently, the office of Guohanyang issued a statement. Incredibly, this news garnered little attention. Tang Zheng understood the reason for the scarcity of reports. If this event mirrored his past life, such a significant occurrence would have prompted countless media outlets to cover it, making it nearly impossible to overlook. He felt no inclination to engage in any disputes this time. On July 27th, both the office of Guohanyang and the Daqin Group simultaneously announced that the rights to use and develop the land belonged to the Daqin Group. Remarkably, this news also attracted minimal attention. The day passed in tranquility until the evening of the 28th, when a major incident unfolded. Prior to the upheaval, Jiang Yun was planning for the upcoming Mid-Autumn Festival. Ruo, with just over 10 days until the festival, are you truly not considering a trip? Are you merely going to observe the crowds or endure the discomfort of others' body odors? Qin Yuru retorted, expressing her disdain for bustling places. We could, as last time, visit less crowded attractions. Your ex-husband excels in the realm of leisure and entertainment. We could cleverly enlist him under the guise of Little Bao's interests. Qin Yuru chuckled. Ah Yun, weren't you previously dismissive of smaller attractions as uninteresting? Additionally, I have news. In a couple of days, Tang Zheng plans to drive Little Bao out for an outing, returning before school starts. If he neglects that dilapidated factory, I intend to join him. Qin Yuru shot her a glare. What purpose do you have in going? Aren't you supposed to be working? Moreover, is it appropriate for you to accompany him? Especially now? Considering the group has recently acquired such a vast piece of land, should anything arise, there would be no time for leisure. It has been too serene around here. As if a storm is brewing. Jiang Yun returned her glare. Will he not be taking Jiang Xiaoxiao along? Aren't you concerned about potential mishaps? In my opinion, the one truly worried about incidents involving my ex-husband is you. Qin Yuru deliberately emphasized the term ex-husband. Meanwhile, Qin Shouqing called Tang Zheng to inquire about the resolution of the flooding issues. Over the past few days, Qin Shouqing felt an unsettling sense of calm, mirroring his daughter's concerns. Since the land had already belonged to his former father-in-law, Tang Zheng saw no reason to conceal his plans any longer. He responded to Qin Shouqing. I intend to develop it into a comprehensive park themed around lotus flowers, featuring water activities. The area will encompass at least 1,000 acres. What? Qin Shouqing's voice was filled with overwhelming excitement. Was he truly endorsing Tang Zheng's proposal? No, not at all. Whether due to difficulty in breathing or some other reason. His voice trembled with agitation. Years ago, experts at the City Planning Bureau proposed this very plan, and it was unanimously rejected. Is this your only proposal? Well then, we might as well dig a 1,000-acre fish pond for aquaculture. It would save even more on development costs compared to establishing a comprehensive park. Upon finishing his statement, Qin Shouqing, infuriated, abruptly hung up the phone. Wang Lin, where are my stress relief medications? He had previously seen Tang Zheng brimming with confidence, believing that this young man had already devised a brilliant strategy. Little did he know that he was merely proposing a dilapidated park themed around lotus flowers. And not just any park, but one sprawling across 1,000 acres. 1,000 acres translates to 666,000 square meters, at a mere 5,000 yuan per square meter. That amounts to a staggering 3 billion yuan. Moreover, countless resources, manpower, and finances would need to be invested to construct this absurd park. And further expenses would arise for its maintenance. Were it not for the peculiar nature of this land, which hampers its development, the price per square meter would likely soar into the heavens. Qin Shouqing felt as if he were on the brink of madness, realizing that he had placed too much trust in this unreliable youth. This was yet another grave misjudgment on his part. The first was marrying his daughter to him. Wang Lin was engrossed in local news, her mood quite dismal these days. Don't you have hands and feet? Can't you fetch it yourself? I'm not your servant, Lao Qin. Come here quickly. What is it? I need to take my medicine. Our group has a factory making headlines. What news? It seemed Qin Shouqing had not yet been fully overwhelmed with anger, as he was still able to watch television. The news anchor reported, a technician at a certain electrical factory under the Deqin Group, who has worked there for over 10 years, was brutally beaten by his supervisor and subsequently dismissed for mistakenly using the wrong screw. Their workshop had surveillance cameras, and the television station had obtained footage of the altercation between employees. Yet, they remained completely unaware of this, which indicated what? This time, Qin Shouqing truly felt the heat rising to his head, his vision darkening. He realized that this news, capable of igniting a nationwide media frenzy, was merely the beginning. A spark. Soon, the group's plans for layoffs would be fully exposed. They had intended to officially commence layoffs only by the beginning of next year. Lao Qin, don't scare me. Someone call an ambulance. Chapter 74. The master. Had Qin Shouqing never encountered the grand stage of life? Was he truly so easily stirred to fury over such trivial matters? Was this still considered a trivial matter? If this spark was not extinguished, who could predict the ultimate explosion it would cause? One could only say that the puppet masters behind this were exceedingly malicious, employing such a vile and simplistic tactic to incite controversy. They did not reveal the insider information regarding the Deqin Group's layoffs. Instead, they resorted to such inhumane methods to indirectly expel an employee. Why the indirect approach? Because the headquarters intended to shut down this factory, lay off workers, and save more funds to invest in other projects. Thus, They employed this underhanded tactic to facilitate the layoffs without justification. This veteran technician was merely the first. Soon, others would follow. Such negative news would not only affect the newly acquired land by the Dechin Group, but also tarnish the performance of other companies. It would not be long before this escalated into a severe public relations crisis for the Dechin Group. Qin Shouqing's greatest concern lies in the possibility that someone might seize the opportunity to write that the Dechin Group, in its pursuit to develop a neglected piece of land, disregards the livelihoods of its 8,000 employees. Despite the group's annual charitable endeavors, it would be deemed hypocritical to shatter the means of sustenance for these individuals. At the very moment Qin Shouqing was being taken to the hospital, online forums buzzed with malicious commentary. It's not that retribution is absent. The time has simply not arrived. Has a certain consortium finally encountered its downfall? In our village, there is a girl who worked at their factory and inexplicably descended into madness at a notorious subsidiary of that conglomerate, which not only refused to compensate her, but also issued a statement claiming she had a hereditary history of mental illness, something I was utterly unaware of. The factory under this major consortium is riddled with strict regulations and draconian discipline, rendering its environment unbearably oppressive. Even a minor misstep results in severe financial penalties that make one question their very existence. The lack of personal freedom is staggering. One is even followed to the restroom. Truly, the power of this conglomerate is astounding. Is it believable that no negative news circulates online? Even the last incident involving Tai Guozheng being unceremoniously cast out by a certain woman, which stirred considerable public attention, was silenced. No reports appeared on television, newspapers, or the internet, all suppressed by their influence. It is said that during the time Tai Guozheng was dedicated to a project for their group, he consumed copious amounts of alcohol, nearly leading to a fatal incident that required several days of hospitalization for recovery. Once he precariously evaded death, the woman promptly initiated divorce proceedings, offering him a mere 20 million in divorce settlement from hundreds of billions in assets, alongside excessively stringent conditions, including the unconditional forfeiture of custody of their daughter. Furthermore, Tai Guozheng is prohibited from engaging in romantic relationships or marrying before their daughter completes elementary school, with a penalty of 30 million should he breach this condition. This predicament elucidates why Tai Guozheng is driven to earn money with such fervor. Why did Tai Guozheng confront his ex-mother-in-law so vehemently? He remarked that even a cornered rabbit may bite. In truth, the Qin family has never regarded him as one of their own. He holds no standing within their ranks, to the extent that even the cleaning staff could afford him disdain. This sentiment is palpable in the song A Wolf in Sheep's Clothing that Tai Guozheng performed. In my view, it is the Qin family that embodies the essence of a wolf in sheep's clothing, being both hypocritical and repugnant. Their seemingly splendid external image is merely a facade crafted through financial clout. Meanwhile, Tang Zheng, engrossed in his online activities, had not only become aware of the turmoil surrounding the Qin family, but also stumbled upon these discussions, particularly the lengthy comment that showcased remarkable expertise. This is truly an impressive display. Previously, Tang Zheng had remarked to Jiang Xiaoxiao that internet users tend to sympathize with the weak. In contrast to the Qin family, Tang Zheng is not merely a victim. He has endured inhumane treatment and has suffered greatly. His plight, culminating in being cast out by his unfeeling ex-wife after risking his life for the group's project, reflects a bitter reality. Even the servants dare to show him disdain. In a moment of emotional catharsis, Tang Zheng took the stage and sang a profoundly sorrowful song. Most of the revelations above can indeed be considered true, yet they are far from the severity suggested by the poster, who is deliberately provoking a discussion. The individual who posted not only exploits opportunities, but also cunningly leverages Tang Zheng's popularity to incite his millions of followers to attack Qin Yuru and the Qin family. It appears there may be a mole beside Qin Yuru. Could it be Zhang Yun? Otherwise, apart from Zhang Yun, it seems improbable that Qin Yuru would disclose the contents of the divorce agreement to anyone else. Tang Zheng chuckled to himself. He is not oblivious to the fact that someone is intentionally seeking to tarnish the reputation of the Dechin Group. He needs no guesswork to know who it is. Sun Qingdong, I hope you and your master can escape unscathed this time. Tang Zheng decided to tacitly allow this matter to unfold, regardless of how his Weibo followers react. He simply would not respond. Since he had promised Bauer to take her out, why not embark on that excursion tomorrow? It would also provide a respite from the turmoil. Sun Qingdong and his superior would not seek retribution against him in the near future. That superior must be Xiang Qiming, a foe even more formidable than the Qin family, with whom I have a past grievance. I have yet to experience the downfall of a trillion-yuan conglomerate. If Tang Zheng cannot discern who wishes him harm by now, then he has truly lived in vain. In his previous life, he had indeed ruined several competitors' online stores. However, it was not entirely his fault. He was compelled into it. Some individuals, envious of the booming business of their online stores, sought to diminish their ranking by orchestrating malicious negative reviews, only to find Tang Zheng retaliating 100-fold. Before long, Qin Yuru's phone rang. My father is in the hospital, fighting for his life. All right, I will head over immediately. It was essential to check on his father-in-law, but he could forego visiting his mother-in-law. Qin Shouqing was not in grave danger. He had merely struggled to catch his breath. Upon arrival, Tang Zheng stated, "We three have matters to discuss. Everyone else, please step outside." He indicated for himself and the father-daughter duo to remain, while others discreetly withdrew, particularly Jiang Yun. Once they were alone, Tang Zheng addressed Qin Yuru. "Before coming to the hospital, I noticed someone had posted online, even disclosing certain parts of our divorce agreement. I am 100% certain that I have never shared any details of that agreement with anyone. Could you have mentioned it to Jiang Yun?" Qin Yuru's face paled in shock as she recalled a recent incident during Bao'er's birthday, where a child had mentioned her and Tang Zheng's divorce. Could it have been Jiang Yun? The contents of the divorce agreement were known only to Tang Zheng and Qin Yuru, with Jiang Yun being the sole other person privy to some details. Yet, Qin Yuru could not fathom the motive behind such actions, furrowing her brow as she pondered, what benefit could this bring her? Qin Shouqing, however, was inclined to trust Jiang Yun. "Perhaps your conversations were overheard. It's possible. Xiao Yun does have quite the loud voice. A mole must be investigated. But more pressing is how to resolve this crisis. What do you think, Xiao Tang?" "Tang Zheng, let it create chaos. The greater the turmoil, the better. Later, we can frighten everyone by claiming that the group has incurred losses amounting to billions due to this incident and will have to lay off several employees." Qin Shouqing exchanged a glance with his daughter. "This fellow is ruthless. If we follow Tang Zheng's approach, layoffs will be inevitable, even if they are not necessary. He intends to thoroughly muddle the waters." Chapter 75. The ship meets headwinds again. Additional update. After Tang Zheng departed, Qin Yuru inquired with a smile, "Dad, should we heed Tang Zheng's advice in addressing this matter?" Qin Shouqing, intent on nurturing his daughter, countered with a question, "What do you think?" Qin Yuru pondered. "The risks are too substantial." Qin Shouqing nodded. "He is allowing the situation to deteriorate, completely disregarding the fundamental principles of crisis management that necessitate swift action. You have entrusted this matter to the group's public relations department, correct?" "Indeed. They are currently formulating a solution. However, Dad, how did the contents of our divorce agreement with Tang Zheng leak?" Qin Yuru found it hard to dismiss the possibility of Jiang Yun being involved. Aside from Tang Zheng, she was the only one privy to the agreement's details. Tang Zheng just claimed he did not leak it, and he has no motive to do so. Qin Yuru had also discerned Tang Zheng's temperament. "If you don't provoke him, there will be peace." Qin Shouqing chuckled. "Little Yun is not the one. You should be well aware of her character. It may be your assistant or someone within the company who has installed listening devices in your office. Do not act rashly. You can use this to your advantage and test the waters to uncover the truth." "Understood." This time, the father and daughter did not adopt Tang Zheng's suggestion, but instead opted for a conventional approach, hoping to swiftly quell the situation. However, the notion of calming the incident was futile. Those behind the scenes, intent on causing trouble, would undoubtedly continue their machinations, promising further significant actions. After a while, Wang Lin and Jiang Yun entered. Wang Lin expressed her concern. "Old Qin, would dismissing the supervisor who assaulted someone suffice as a resolution?" Jiang Yun quickly retorted, "Aunt, you are not familiar with company matters. Allow us to handle it. At this moment, your interference is unwelcome. The speaker is oblivious, yet the listener is perceptive." Wang Lin felt struck at a crucial moment. She was of no assistance and was no better than Tang Zheng. Old Qin had just specifically requested to see Tang Zheng. Subsequently, the Daqin group issued an announcement overnight, dispatching personnel from headquarters to investigate and address the matter. However, after a night of brewing, by the next morning, the news had spread. Morning broadcasts, television news, and newspapers all reported on the incident. In a certain city, A company's employees were discussing the matter early in the day. The hypocritical philanthropist has shattered so many livelihoods merely to save money, abandoning the Qingyang real estate project. How many capitalists possess genuine benevolence? Furthermore, look at how the Qin family has treated my beloved Tai Guzheng over the years. There are even online exposés. The appliances under their brand are exorbitantly priced, yet their functionalities bear no distinction from those of competing products. Henceforth, one should refrain from purchasing their goods. For why allow them to mar one's spirits? What is the truth? The current reality, as perceived by the average individual through reports and news, reveals a 10-year veteran technician who suffered a beating and subsequent termination due to a misplaced screw. Following this, news of an impending layoff of 8,000 employees surfaced, aimed at clearing obstacles for a major new project. Is the avarice of capitalists not exceedingly distasteful? Last night, Wang Lin had a restless night, rising early to catch the local news in the living room. Around 8 o'clock, the anchor interrupted with a shocking report. In the eastern district of Qingtang City, a 28-year-old woman had been electrocuted while bathing with an electric water heater produced by a company under the Daqin umbrella, and was currently en route to the hospital for emergency treatment. Misfortune seems to compound itself like rain on a leaky roof. Upon reading this, Wang Lin was left in a state of incredulous laughter and immediately shouted, "Old Qin, Yuru, come down quickly. Another calamity has struck." Last night, Qin Shoqing had been restless, while Qin Yuru worked until 2:30 in the morning. With such an incident occurring within the group, how could they not be concerned? The marketplace is akin to a battlefield. Anything revolting could transpire. If it indeed pertains to the quality of their product, this would be a grave embarrassment, akin to a stain that cannot be washed away. Upon seeing the news, Qin Yuru erupted in anger, disregarding any semblance of decorum. She felt a strong urge to smash the television. Qin Shoqing, on the other hand, speculated whether they were being sabotaged once again. Clearly, the assaulted 10-year employee was part of a meticulously orchestrated scheme. He commanded, "Yuru, after breakfast, head to Qingtang City to offer condolences to the family. I will investigate the situation at the factory." 20 minutes later, as they prepared to depart, Tang Zheng arrived, stating he was there to take Bauer on a trip to a neighboring province. This infuriated Qin Shoqing, who momentarily forgot that Tang Zheng was no longer part of their family. With such a significant crisis at hand, how could he still think of taking Bauer on a vacation? Although Bauer was still young and unaware, surely he should comprehend the gravity of the situation. Wang Lin quickly shot a glance at Qin Shoqing, as if to say that Tang Zheng was no longer one of them and thus indifferent to their plight. Moreover, his presence would provide little assistance. Just because he had established a toy factory and made a modest profit, he seemed to think himself quite impressive. Qin Yuru also felt irked, her demeanor icy. She had no objection to Tang Zheng traveling whenever he wished, but couldn't he refrain from informing her? "Daddy, can we leave now?" exclaimed Qin Bauer, joyfully bounding down the stairs. Upon seeing her daughter clad in outdoor travel gear, Qin Yuru's frustration intensified. While they reveled in leisure, she was left to contend with pressing matters. Qin Yuru suddenly realized that ever since her divorce, Tang Zheng's life had become increasingly prosperous and carefree, while she remained stagnant. Ayun was right. She must have been deceived by this man. "You must not go," Qin Yuru said sternly to her daughter. Qin Baobao abruptly halted, looking at her mother in confusion. "Have you finished your summer homework?" Qin Yuru inquired. Sensing the tension, Qin Baobao quickly ran behind Tang Zheng, exclaiming, "I don't have any summer homework." Tang Zheng thought to himself, how could she possibly ask a kindergarten girl if she had completed her summer assignments? It wasn't he that Tang Zheng was unwilling to assist them. With such a large corporation, he hardly considered himself significant. Besides, Tang Zheng had already offered a plan for handling the situation yesterday, suggesting they wait for it to cool down before retaliating. "All right, let me say a few words," suggested Qin Shoqing. "Xiao Tang, why don't you take Baobao on a trip to Qingtang City? I've been there. It has a beautiful scenic area." Tang Zheng replied, "But I've already booked the tickets and hotel." Qin Yuru countered, "How much did that cost?" If Tang Zheng was reluctant to go to Qingtang City, it was fine. He could go somewhere else alone, but he must not take their daughter with him. If he was willing to go to Qingtang City, he could set off right away. When Tang Zheng arrived early in the morning, he had not seen the news or listened to the radio, so he was unaware that a safety incident involving electric water heaters from the Daqin group had occurred, resulting in electrocution. He was puzzled as to why they had to go to Qingtang City. Moreover, The name Qingtong City was rather peculiar. Why not simply call it King S City? Chapter 76. Tang Zheng discerns the flaw. What a stroke of luck. Upon waking early and seeing the news, Sun Qingdong was nearly beside himself with joy. The safety incident involving the Daqing Group's product couldn't have come at a better time. There was no need for a sensational report. Those in the media are more astute than hounds. However, I have another clever plan. Who is most in the spotlight right now? The Daqing Group. After last night's report, this incident unfolded today. Aiming for 0 defects and a 100 product qualification rate is a commendable aspiration for any enterprise, yet it is exceedingly difficult to achieve. Among 100,000 electric water heaters produced by the Daqing Group, one might have an issue, which just so happened to be purchased by the unfortunate individual in the news, leading to an accident during use. It remains uncertain whether the issue lies in product quality or user error. Qin Euro had already contacted local distributors, installation technicians, and quality inspection departments to address the matter on site. Currently, media reports are framing it as a potential product quality issue. However, ordinary consumers hardly care whether it is merely suspected or confirmed. The prudent choice would be to refrain from purchasing electrical products from the Daqing Group for now. In the market, there exists an abundance of similar products, akin to the previous life of Tang Zheng, where a certain smartphone has once again exploded. One must exercise caution in their purchases, lest they inadvertently acquire a ticking time bomb. Early in the morning, Qi Yuanshan arrived at the office of Xingyu City Real Estate. Just a few days prior, Gua Hanyang had sought him out, inquiring whether he desired that plot of land. At that time, he had chuckled and remarked, "You ought to pass it on to old Qin. His financial resources are substantial." That piece of land was widely regarded as cursed, bringing misfortune to anyone who dared to touch it. The Sun family had already attracted a plethora of troubles, and now it was the Qin family's turn. I am curious to see if this time, Tang Zheng possesses the capability to adeptly manage this crisis in public relations. After all, crisis management fundamentally belongs to the realm of marketing, Qi Yuanshan mused. Should Tang Zheng successfully navigate the predicament of the Daqing Group, he would then qualify as a potential ally for Qi Yuanshan. At the Tang Kiki toy factory, Qin Hong, upon seeing the news, discreetly inquired of Jiang Xiao. Has something happened to President Tang's ex-wife's company? Is President Tang going to assist her in resolving this significant trouble? Jiang Xiao, aware of the troubles befalling the Daqing Group, shook her head. No. President Tang mentioned that he is taking Bauer on a trip to another province for a few days. What? Is he really going on a trip at such a time? The matters of the Daqing Group do not require his intervention. In a luxurious suite, Xiang Qiming rose at 10 o'clock the following morning. Having exerted himself until midnight the night before, compounded by taking 2 pills, leaving him utterly exhausted. The 3 young women from last night had kept their faces concealed, unaware of his appearance. Should he find any of them particularly enjoyable, he might grant them a second encounter. He was aware of the situation with the Daqing Group. The first matter was handled rather ordinarily. The second, however, was executed with remarkable finesse. This time, the Daqing Group would undoubtedly suffer a significant setback. Yet it would not be fatal. If such a crisis could indeed threaten the very foundation, then could it still be considered a multi-billion conglomerate? Meanwhile, Qin Euro and her associates aimed solely to minimize the group's losses to the greatest extent possible, a goal that stood in stark contrast to Tang Zheng's intentions. Tang Zheng would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to transform this crisis into a marketing event, much like the previous toxic toy incident, striving to amplify its influence and ultimately achieve both fame and fortune. At this moment, Tang Zheng's vehicle had already merged onto the highway, heading toward the southwestern city of Qingtong, a distance exceeding 800 kilometers. Seated in the back, Qin Euro's phone rang incessantly, making it difficult for Tang Zheng to remain oblivious to the unfolding events. Tang Zheng had also resolved that he would engage in playful activities with Bauer while Qin Euro attended to her own matters. Covering over 800 kilometers would require a driving time of at least 8 or 9 hours. As noon approached, the frequency of Qin Euro's calls diminished, prompting her to initiate a conversation with Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng, do you think there is a connection between these 2 incidents? No. Why? Who would gamble with their own life? Electrical accidents are more ferocious than a tiger. A moment's carelessness can result in a fatality. Unlike the seasoned employees at the factory, those with a modicum of intelligence can easily discern that the issue with the screw was a deliberate act rather than an oversight. The methods employed were rather rudimentary. As Tang Jing elucidated, Qin Yuru nodded in agreement with Tang Jing's assessment, stating that the crux of the matter lay in the absence of any tangible evidence. The supervisor who had assaulted someone merely claimed he was acting out of anger. His department had recently returned a significant number of products for rework due to quality control issues. Tang Jing countered her assertion. Do you believe him? Qin Yuru replied. Whether I believe him is inconsequential. We cannot simply assert that he was bribed. We discreetly examined his bank account and found no substantial deposits. He resides in the employee dormitory, and we found no cash there either. Of course, it is not entirely out of the question that he could have been bribed externally. Evidence is paramount. Once obtained, it could overturn many assumptions. Through the rearview mirror, Tang Jing noticed Bauer resting on Qin Yuru's lap and assumed she had fallen asleep. Is Bauer asleep? He inquired. Daddy, haven't we arrived yet? Qin Bauer asked, having only uttered a single question. Typically, a child would lose patience after several hours of travel. Yet she remained remarkably well-behaved. Not yet. There is a rest area a few kilometers ahead. Let us grab a bite, Tang Jing suggested. You all eat. I lack appetite. Qin Yuru responded, wishing to remain in the car to rest, as she had not slept well the previous night. Furthermore, she was not fond of the offerings at the service area and opted to endure a few more hours until they reached their destination. However, Qin Yuru soon had a change of heart. It turned out that Tang Jing had brought along homemade desserts and snacks, such as salt-baked chicken wings. She was acutely aware that these treats were not intended for her, but rather for his daughter. Could he still care for her as he once had? It seemed an impossibility. From Tang Jing's gaze and demeanor towards her, it was evident that he had relegated her to the status of an ordinary acquaintance. Perhaps even less than that. In the rest area, a television was broadcasting the midday news. Have your people arrived at the scene? Tang Jing inquired. Qin Yuru nodded affirmatively. Yes, local distributors and installation technicians are present. The woman who suffered the electric shock has been stabilized and is currently under observation in the hospital. At that moment, the camera zoomed in on a particular image, prompting Tang Jing to chuckle. It was their improper usage that caused the product malfunction. He had swiftly identified the issue. How could I have missed that? Qin Yuru frowned. The installation technician should have noticed the discrepancy, Tang Jing explained. One of the wires they used was aluminum rather than the standard copper wire. For appliances with the same power, such as a 6 kW device, a 4 mm copper wire is required. If aluminum wire is used, the cross-sectional area must exceed 4 mm. The user did not purchase a heat-retaining water heater, but rather an instantaneous wall-mounted water heater, which has a relatively high power requirement. The moment it is activated, the current surges dramatically. Qin Yuru was taken aback by Tang Jing's keen perception. Upon reflection, it made sense. He had previously worked at a small appliance company and was undoubtedly well-versed in electrical knowledge. The conductivity of aluminum wire is inferior to that of copper wire. So, does this mean the problem has been resolved? She inquired. Not at all. On television, the technician indeed identified the issue. Unexpectedly, the woman's partner excitedly told the reporter. It is their product that is defective. Every time we use their water heater, our electricity meter always trips. This instantaneous water heater is rated at 5 kW, but it certainly exceeds 5 kW. The technician measured the power of the water heater on site, and the results astonishingly displayed a reading of 8 kW. That is a full 3 kW above the stated 5 kW. Qin Yuru, while sipping mineral water, suddenly spat it out. Thankfully, it was not blood. Chapter 77. I do not wish to jest with you right now. What a talent. Who on earth produced such a product that can label an 8 kW instantaneous water heater as 5 kW? A typical household voltage is 220 V. If one were to simultaneously operate a refrigerator, a washing machine, and an air conditioner, then turn on the water heater, it would be remarkable if the circuit did not burn out. It seems the colleague responsible for affixing the label was exceedingly careless, mistakenly labeling the originally 8 kW unit as 5 kW. May I then infer that they might also have labeled other 8 kW instantaneous water heaters as 5 kW? The price disparity between these two power ratings for instantaneous water heaters exceeds 1,000 yuan. I can finally comprehend why that department supervisor was so enraged he felt like striking someone. When the product is substandard and issues arise, if the colleague from the production team cannot be located, the supervisor will undoubtedly bear the responsibility. Were I in his position, I too would be driven to madness. What a shoddy group produces such items. It is one thing for them to be expensive, but the quality assurance is utterly lacking. Purchasing such hazardous goods only to contemplate layoffs. Does one truly believe that will resolve the problem? Whether on Weibo, forums, or online communities, netizens have erupted in outrage. This scenario is reminiscent of a past experience for Tang Zheng. A careless colleague in the workshop initially selected the wrong components, such as the electromagnetic heating plate within an induction cooker. The power of the induction cooker is fundamentally determined by this component, as the heating plates vary in power. Thus, electrical products must undergo rigorous quality inspections and testing before leaving the factory, yet errors can still occur. Amidst 10,000 units, one might possess a quality defect. Consequently, when a user encounters problems with such a product and, in frustration, exposes it online, the situation escalates. Now, social media platforms such as WeChat Moments, Weibo, Tushio, subscription accounts, Baijiaheo, and Dioheo bear witness to a flurry of self-media editors spreading the news even faster than mainstream media, crafting headlines that spell despair for the manufacturers. Presently, Qin Euro finds herself in utter despair. She proposes, Tang Zheng, how about I hire you as our temporary public relations officer? What do you plan to do about this matter? Her head feels heavy. She is particularly inclined to lash out. A wise person recognizes the shifting tides. Tang Zheng understands that now is not the time to provoke this woman. Let us discuss it further upon arriving in Qingtong City. He neither declined nor accepted her proposition, opting instead to allow her to calm down first. Suddenly, the memory playback function alerted Tang Zheng. There is an issue with the technician. What issue? Tang Zheng inquired. But it offered no response, merely reiterating its vague reminder. After getting into the car, Tang Zheng suddenly inquired of Qin Euro. Would you like to engage in something more substantial? What do you mean by substantial? Isn't this already significant enough? Tang Zheng, I am not in the mood for jokes. I speak with utmost sincerity. Do you not find this matter rather unscientific? With an 8 kW machine, assuming they possess a 2-horsepower air conditioner alongside either a refrigerator or a washing machine, the power consumption would certainly exceed 10 kW. In a typical household operating on 220V, a 10 kW load would result in a current of 45 A. Few ordinary families can withstand such a high current, unless they utilize a 3-phase power supply, which is 380V, intended for industrial use. Yet they have explicitly stated that they are using a voltage of 220V. Qin Euro straightened in her seat, attentively absorbing Tang Zheng's analysis. So, if our water heater is 8 kW, and they simultaneously operate other high-power appliances, the wiring is at great risk of burning out. This implies that the power of our water heater cannot be the issue. However, the detection equipment in the hands of the installer may be faulty. I could promptly request them to test the power of other appliances on-site, which would inevitably reveal the truth. You still do not grasp my point, Tang Zheng sighed. Qin Euro, you are indeed intelligent, yet you lack guile. Even if you resolve these two matters, the issue of layoffs remains unaddressed. Qin Euro struggled to comprehend Tang Zheng's implication. To escalate the situation while playing the innocent victim, Qin Euro was increasingly confused. The Daqing Group, valued at hundreds of billions. How could it possibly be an innocent victim? Who would believe we are the weak party? If you were wronged and suffered losses amounting to tens of billions, would you not be a victim? Take this crisis, for instance. If your group fails to mitigate the negative impact, what could the consequences be? What if things backfire? There exists a company where several senior executives sought to collectively reduce salaries by 10. If they were to propose salary cuts directly, would they not face vehement opposition? And would not excellent employees promptly resign? Thus, they leaked information indicating that the company was facing difficulties and needed to implement significant layoffs of 30 to 50. Employees naturally began to panic, fearing for their livelihoods. Just as anxiety gripped everyone, the leadership stepped forward to address the situation. Indeed, the company is facing challenges due to mismanagement. It is essential to lay off 30 to 50 employees. The owner empathizes with everyone's plight, and if layoffs are to be avoided, the only recourse is a collective 10 salary reduction to weather the storm together. In this light, employees might consider that a salary reduction is not so dire after all, as it allows them to retain their jobs, perhaps even feeling gratitude towards the company. For there are circumstances more terrifying and difficult to accept than a salary cut. Upon hearing this, Qin Euro scornfully labeled Tang Zheng with 2 words, profiteer. Tang Zheng shrugged. If this company refrains from reducing salaries or laying off staff, while operational costs remain exorbitantly high, then inevitably, everyone will face ruin. Perhaps employees can simply find other jobs. But what of the owners? The prospect of selling the house looms, as my wife and daughter have run off with someone else. Suddenly, Qin Bauer, who had been feigning sleep, burst into a fit of laughter. Tang Zheng remarked, "Isn't that right, Bauer? Do you not find your father's words particularly insightful? You are currently laying off 8,000 employees, and people criticize you for being inhumane. Yet, should this incident lead to significant losses, perhaps forcing you to lay off 30,000, would they still deem the initial 8,000 layoffs inhumane?" Qin Euro nodded vigorously, realizing the depths of Tang Zheng's cunning. "What if your Tang Kiki toy factory faced such a predicament?" Tang Zheng replied, "We would dissolve it legally, without resorting to tricks." To which Qin Euro shot back, "I suspect you are the one with international double standards." After their exchange, Qin Euro decided to heed Tang Zheng's advice. "How can we know if we don't try?" she thought, promptly sending a text to a local distributor, requesting them to photograph the appliances in their home and assess their power output. She also dispatched someone to discreetly follow the installer to ascertain whether he had accepted a bribe, cautioning against alarming the snake before it strikes. In alignment with Tang Zheng's strategy, she resolved to refrain from exposing the deceit until it inflicted tangible harm on their group, thus ensuring that the perpetrator would be held accountable for all damages. From last night until now, Qin Euro had been in a dismal mood. Yet, after hearing Tang Zheng's words, an unexpected sense of reassurance and stability washed over her, leading her to close her eyes for a brief respite. Later that evening, just before bed, Tang Zheng, who had not updated his Weibo in days, posted, "Do not hastily unveil your wounds for others to see. The world is not short of doctors, but rather of those who would rub salt into your wounds." His steadfast fans soon began to comment, "Ironbone Zheng, you have finally spoken. It seems someone has dared to sprinkle salt on your wounds." One noted, "I know who it is." A user named MOGG on the Daily Forum has been vocally supporting Ironbone Zheng. "I am astounded. It has been nearly 3 months. And if he hadn't mentioned this, Ironbone Zheng might have already begun to heal from the pain of divorce. Is this support? It is merely tearing open a freshly healed wound and pouring salt into it. Such individuals are the most insidious, loathsome, and shameless. Under the guise of upholding justice, they merely seek to exploit others' scars for their own nefarious purposes." Everyone eagerly awaited Tang Zheng's next Weibo update, only to be met with a sharply worded piece of wisdom. His statement clearly established his stance. "Do not conflate labor and capital. I have had no part in this matter." At 3:41 a.m., Ironbone Zheng updated his Weibo again, set to post at a scheduled time. "My apologies for the distress my situation has caused you, MOGG. With your unwavering concern for me, does your mother know? Would she not feel envious? I harbor suspicions towards you. Are you not lurking in the shadows, observing us? How else could you possess such intimate knowledge, even about the contents of our divorce agreement, when you hide in a damp, dark corner to post this message for mere pennies, tearing open a wound that had finally begun to heal? Does your conscience not ache? There is no empathy in your words. Unless you have experienced the pain yourself, you cannot fathom its depth. Do you genuinely care for my well-being? Are you truly standing up for me? Clearly, you do not. The essence of your message conveys 2 notions. First, that this man, Tang Zheng, is a failure, a pitiable wretch, looked down upon by the entire Qin family, yet he shamelessly lingered there for 5 years. I wonder how he managed that. Second, that all members of the Qin family, including the hired help, are nothing but sycophants. If you possess even a shred of conscience, I implore you to erase any posts concerning me. I am currently thriving and do not require your concern or sympathy. I acknowledge your misplaced goodwill. As for your vitriol towards the Qin family and the Deqin group, feel free to express it. However, from the position of a father, I beseech you not to involve my 4-year-old daughter, for she is still but a child." Tang Zheng's biting words resonate. Your filial piety is perplexing. Your concern for me, a stranger, evidently surpasses that for your own mother. When you scurry for a few coins, envision yourself purchasing instant noodles in a dim internet cafe, consuming as you post your slanderous remarks. There is no empathy in your actions. You know not the pain you inflict. It is not merely ignorance of another's suffering. Rather, you are reopening their wounds and cruelly rubbing salt into them. To exploit another's tragic past for your own gain is profoundly unethical. Does your conscience not ache? First, you must possess a conscience. Those without one feel no pain. She is still a child. Qin Bauer is part of the Qin family, and yet you spare none. even maligning a mere 4-year-old girl who likely has no comprehension of what it means to be a sycophant. With evidence to substantiate your claims, you incessantly stir the pot on the forum, using Tang Zheng as a catalyst to showcase the Qin family's alleged cruelty. Tang Zheng captured a few images and shared them on his Weibo, complete with links to the pertinent posts. This individual even scheduled the post for 3:41 a.m., a time that undoubtedly raises suspicions about whether he was so incensed that he could not sleep, hastily posting during the night. Only Tang Zheng knows the truth of his solitary quarters, while Bauer and Qin Yuru share a room. The following morning, fans of Tang Zheng engaged in fervent discussions upon seeing his Weibo post. If this murmurer were truly driven by a sense of justice, they would not resort to exposing an individual's scars to harm another group of people. I believe this matter is far from simple. There must be someone orchestrating this meticulously planned crisis from behind the scenes. Otherwise, how could the murmurer have acquired the contents of the divorce agreement between Tai Guzheng and his ex-wife? Surely they would not be broadcasting such sensitive information to the world, as it is hardly a matter of pride. Does your conscience not ache? First, one must possess a conscience. Even a 4-year-old girl was insulted. It is no wonder Tai Guzheng felt compelled to confront him. The Daqin Group's decision to lay off employees is an internal matter of the company, as long as they adhere to labor laws and provide compensation. What is the issue with downsizing? It remains unclear what Tai Guzheng truly thinks about these developments within the Daqin Group. Surely he harbors some feelings for his ex-wife? Everyone awaited Tang Zheng's response, and he did not disappoint them. The trending topic on Weibo also propelled Tai Guzheng's post into the limelight. By 9 in the morning, it had reached the 4th spot on the trending list. Currently, the top 3 trending topics were the Daqin Group's water heaters malfunctioning, covertly terminating employees, and layoffs. Soon, the murmurer deleted their post in the daily forum and issued an apology to Tang Zheng. I apologize, Tai Guzheng. My unintentional actions have caused you harm, and I hereby sincerely express my regret. Did the murmurer's apology signify a victory for Tai Guzheng? It could not be that simple. Minutes later, the murmurer posted again, stating, some men have knelt for so long that their knees have become worn. After being harshly criticized by Tang Zheng, how could the murmurer simply swallow this insult? Acknowledging his wrongdoing, he was compelled to delete his post, yet he certainly could not let it end there. Thus, he crafted this remark to mock Tang Zheng. From the content of Tai Guzheng's Weibo, it was evident that he was not only protecting his daughter, but also standing firmly with the Qin family. After all that the Qin family had done to Tai Guzheng, can we, as men, not uphold some dignity and refuse to be so pathetic? This time, he refrained from naming names, didn't he? Qi Yuanshan was observing Tang Zheng's Weibo, and his followers had already brought this statement to the trending Weibo, eager to see how Tai Guzheng would respond. At this moment, Qin Yuro had risen early to meet with her associates, while Tang Zheng had just returned home with his daughter after breakfast. Once home, he opened his laptop, intending to check the back-end data of his online store. When Yuan Ping called him immediately, "Old Tang, they say your knees are worn out." "What nonsense?" The murmurer said. "Some men have knelt for so long that their knees have become worn." Tang Zheng, interesting. After hanging up, he promptly updated his Weibo. I've worn out 3 Sealy mattresses kneeling, my friends. If you appreciate this pose, give it a like. It certainly leads to knee arthritis. Conversely, as men, we ought not to act with unfeeling impulsiveness. Tang Zheng yearned to articulate that sentiment, yet he feared being inundated by the scorn of his fans. Chapter 79, A Father-Son Game of Deception. Old Tang, this fellow, possesses an astonishing demeanor. Such lewd remarks are truly an affront to decorum. You are, after all, a semi-public figure. Should you not be mindful of your influence? Yuan Ping laughed until tears streamed down his face and promptly left a comment. Ironbone Zheng. Although these phrases are rather crude, we men must resolutely avoid becoming heartless. Otherwise, wouldn't we merely be akin to some base mutt? Until the truth is revealed, let us patiently await the facts. Qi Yuanshan refrained from commenting, as he was sipping coffee at the time, while his assistant diligently wiped the table. This lad is quite unconventional. That response was simply remarkable. Tang Kiki Toy Factory announced that, effective today, the previous orders would be fulfilled, and there would be no need for overtime, granting everyone a bit of leisure. Qin Hong and others, during the lull in buyer inquiries, secretly browsed Ironbone Zheng's Weibo. How did they react? Did they laugh, swoon, or blush? Oh, Mr. Tang, Could you not be more circumspect with your words? Are you not afraid of having your account suspended? Zhang Xiaoxiao felt her cheeks warm as she recalled that fateful night when someone asked, "What is a Simmons?" To which another replied, "It must be a high-quality mattress." Naturally, Tang Jing's vulgar utterances caused quite a few female fans to unfollow him. Surprisingly, his male fanbase surged. By noon, when Qin Yuro saw Tang Jing's Weibo post, she stormed back to the hotel to confront him, only to find that he had checked out of his room and generously covered an additional 3 days' accommodation. Damn you, Tang Jing. Just wait. Had he truly worn out 3 Simmons mattresses? Was he risking knee arthritis? How did he perceive her? Previously, Mogg, after seeing Tang Jing's Weibo, pondered, perhaps I should accept his money. He seems unwilling to antagonize such an entertaining character. At 5 in the afternoon, Tang Jing deleted the post and updated with a new one. After all, we have undergone 9 years of compulsory education. We ought to use civilized language. If heaven has feelings, it too will age. The righteous path in the world is fraught with trials. After sending the Weibo, Qin Yuro's call came through again. His ex-wife had already called him 5 times that day. This time, he answered, "Hello, where have you taken my daughter? Do you believe I won't call the police?" Qin Yuro threatened. Tang Jing put the call on speaker, allowing Bauer to speak. "Mommy, we're eating grilled fish. Do you want to come over? We're with Daddy." "Where are we?" Jiangbin Road, Lazy River Fish Barbecue. Tang Jing and his daughter had not left Qingtong City at all. 20 minutes later, Qin Yuru arrived by taxi, appearing remarkably composed, as if nothing had occurred. In truth, there was nothing amiss. Tang Jing had merely shared an inappropriate joke, which he had already deleted. The scenery of Qingtong City is delightful, with the river flowing through the city center remaining relatively unpolluted, its waters clear. Unlike Ningzhou City, where finding a clean river has become a futile endeavor, Tang Jing heard from the restaurant owner that their fish was freshly caught from the river, boasting exquisite flavor. Only by tasting it would Tang Jing and his companions discern its true quality. Once the fish was grilled, Tang Jing sampled a few bites to check for bones before allowing his daughter to eat. The flavor of the fish was quite pleasant, firm and delicious, devoid of any small bones. Tang Jing's considerate nature towards his daughter stirred a twinge of discomfort in Qin Yuru, who reflected on the stark contrast in his treatment towards her and the way he had disregarded her mother. "Tang Jing, what do you think should be done next? Do you believe someone will cause a scene tomorrow?" Tang Jing chuckled. His recent tweets had undoubtedly prompted many to pause and contemplate the situation, an outcome that those orchestrating events behind the scenes would prefer to avoid. Qin Yuru gazed at him earnestly. "Are you suggesting that there will be an uproar regarding the layoffs?" Tang Jing nodded. "I hope my suspicions are unfounded. Otherwise, those behind this could face at least 37 years in prison for just this one issue. I hope they are not foolish enough. Yet, some individuals, like Sun Qingdong, are inherently unable to handle losses. This fellow, usually quite astute, had recently gone awry, determined to pursue a reckless path. Indeed, the supervisor who assaulted someone had been bribed by him. Even the installer of the water heater at the scene had been compromised. This installer had fled last night, but was now closely monitored by Qin Yuru's associates. He knew that even if he tampered with the testing equipment before leaving, he could only conceal the truth temporarily. The Deqin Group had already sent the water heater to the most authoritative quality inspection center in Qingtong City for testing to determine whether it was 5 kW or 8 kW, and results would soon be available. Thus, it was evident that Sun Qingdong had lost his senses. Had he not engaged in further mischief, there would have been fewer discrepancies. The more one does, the more mistakes one makes. Ironically, upon seeing Tang Jing's tweets soar to the top of the trending list, he mistakenly believed he could divert attention from the Deqin Group by bribing a few individuals at the factory, instigating them to protest against the layoffs. To call Sun Qingdong clever would be misleading. After committing such foolish acts, he promptly transferred 50 million yuan from the company account to his international account, preparing to flee. Fortunately, his large transfer did not escape the notice of his employer, Sun Huayan. "In recent days, my son has been acting rather furtively, coinciding with a series of chaotic events at the Deqin Group. Could it be that this foolish child of mine is somehow involved? Just the other day, I admonished him not to act as a lackey for that surname Xiang. Yet, not only did he disregard my counsel, he has escalated his misdeeds. A disobedient son who brings shame upon his father. Can one still expect him to support one in old age, now that he has embroiled himself in such a mess? Does he intend to simply walk away and leave me to bear the consequences?" The sins of the son shall be visited upon the father. Given Tang Zheng's temperament, he will undoubtedly tear apart Qingyang real estate. Therefore, I regret to inform you, dear son, that your dreams of traveling abroad must be put on hold. A few years of reflection within those walls await you. A sentence of around 5 years should suffice, during which time he could cultivate the son he fathered with his mistress into a capable individual. You are likely unaware that you have a younger brother who has just entered his freshman year at university, are you? With this thought, Sun Huayan discreetly activated the recording function on his phone and tucked it into his pocket. Qingdong, you must speak honestly to your father. Was it you who stirred the pot with Daqing Group? No, I don't know anything. Sun Qingdong, naturally, was on guard against his father. This matter must not reach the ears of more people. So, do you plan to go on a business trip? Yes. We have a project in Donghai City that has encountered a minor issue. Is it serious? I can handle it. In the face of impending calamity, the father and son were digging holes for one another. Should Sun Qingdong choose to flee, and it later be revealed that he was behind the chaos, Sun Huayan would undoubtedly face repercussions. The driving force behind their actions was that piece of land, a grievance they could not swallow. Sun Huayan sought to extract evidence from his son's words. Should the truth come to light, he would use this recording to prove his innocence, asserting he had no part in the affair. Of course, if the Daqing Group were to never trace the matter back to them, Sun Huayan would remain silent. Now, he must devise every possible means to keep his son close, for the renewal of his visa and passport would require time. Unbeknownst to Tang Zheng, the father and son of the Sun family had already entered a mode of mutual sabotage to protect their respective interests. He was currently engaged in negotiations with Qin Yuru, a flat fee of 20 million, 5 million, 25 million. Tang Zheng, what do you mean by this? I could hire a professional public relations firm to handle this matter for less than 5 million, especially since they already have their own PR department. I can choose not to participate. I'm so afraid they will come to blows. Ultimately, Tang Zheng secured the public relations marketing planning fee for an exorbitant 15 million, additionally offering Qin Yuru a complimentary advertisement. Qin Yuru intended to draft some sort of agreement with Tang Zheng, stipulating that if he failed to rectify the current negative impact on the group, he would owe them a certain amount. Tang Zheng reiterated his position. I can choose not to participate. If the group SPR department were to clarify the situation according to their proposed plan, restoring the group's reputation, Tang Zheng remarked that these matters were merely fundamental. They could certainly leverage this incident to elevate the reputation and esteem of the group to a higher echelon, thereby enhancing the group's performance by several percentage points compared to the same period last year. Qin Yuru was quite captivated by Tang Zheng's words, particularly the notion of those percentage points. The difference between a few percentage points for the colossal Daqing Group and a small toy factory was indeed incomparable. She was increasingly curious about Tang Zheng's remarkable capabilities, which seemed to surpass even their own public relations department. After finishing their meal, the trio strolled along the riverbank. Qin Baoer appeared to be particularly fond of the place, occasionally picking up small stones and tossing them into the river. With each throw, she would leap with excitement. Baoer, would you like to learn how to skip stones? Tang Zheng inquired with a smile. Yes, but what is skipping stones? The little girl asked, puzzled. Instead of explaining, Tang Zheng approached a section of the river where the water flowed more gently and demonstrated the technique herself. Qin Yuru stood to the side, observing the two playful figures with a somewhat aloof demeanor. Leaning back, with her arms forming an approximate 45-degree angle from her body, she crouched slightly and aimed before throwing with her arm's strength. Exactly like that, splendid. Tang Zheng guided her daughter meticulously. The little girl displayed a remarkable aptitude, quickly mastering the skill, achieving one skip, then two, and eventually 3 and 4. Her joy was palpable. Mommy, you should join us. It's so much fun, she exclaimed. Why not give it a try? After all, it won't cost you a thing, Qin Yuru thought to herself. Thus, she attempted it, mimicking the actions Tang Zheng had demonstrated for Baoer. However, the first attempt was unsuccessful. The second attempt also failed, and the third yielded no skips at all. This left the esteemed General Manager Qin somewhat vexed. Unconvinced of her misfortune, she threw once more with considerable force, and with a splash, the stone entered the river. Tang Zheng looked on incredulously at this extraordinarily beautiful woman. Her technique was astonishingly poor, even inferior to that of her young daughter, rendering her a veritable novice. It appeared that her previous attempt at the claw machine was not a mere accident. After a few rounds of play, Yuru found it rather unexciting. She clapped her hands and turned to her daughter. It's getting dark. Bauer, shall we head back? Mommy, I don't want to go back yet. You're such a spoilsport. The following morning, at 8 o'clock, employees from one of Dachin's electrical factories gathered outside the factory doors, holding a banner and demanding an explanation regarding recent layoffs, threatening to strike otherwise. The electrical factory had not received any notification from headquarters regarding a holiday and was operating as usual. They were scheduled to begin work at 8:30, and this was precisely when the factory front was bustling with activity. This situation was indeed quite serious. Here at XGTV1 Morning News, we now connect with our correspondent on the scene. Hello, host. The unjust layoffs at Dachin Taiha Electrical Factory have sparked considerable discontent among the majority of employees. Below, I will interview one of the protesting workers. Hello, may I ask how long you have worked at Dachin Taiha Electrical Factory? Approximately 8 years. 8 years? That is quite a significant amount of time. How old are you this year? Almost 50. They observe us, a group of aging individuals, who can no longer perform as we once did, akin to unloading a millstone from a donkey. Tang Zheng has risen and switched on the television to watch the news. And indeed, his predictions were correct. The puppeteers behind this scheme are utterly deranged and unfathomably foolish. He promptly called Qin Yuro, instructing her to have Qin Shouqing and the others stage a scene to call for an ambulance, transporting him to the hospital for emergency care. After returning home last night, Qin Yuro informed her father about the agreement she had with Tang Zheng, to which Qin Shouqing readily consented. Since Qin Shouqing is aware that this is a conspiracy and they possess compelling evidence, no matter how much the adversaries stir the pot, he regards it as nothing more than a jest. As for the emergency treatment, the last incident merely left him breathless, and it was not a grave concern. Thus, what is Tang Zheng's ulterior motive? The intent is quite clear. Due to the recent events, Chairman Qin Shouqing has been rescued twice, narrowly escaping death. Would you not deem this matter serious? 8 minutes later, Morning News interrupted once more to broadcast the latest updates. The chairman of Dachin Group has been sent to the hospital for emergency treatment again. Is the situation with Dachin Group not exceedingly grave? Of course, some astute individuals have already detected the irregularities. Dachin Group has been stabbed, yet it should not collapse so easily. When Sun Huayan saw this news, he realized that this time, there was truly no room for retreat. He had spoken with Qin Shouqing on the phone last night, and it seemed that Qin Shouqing had already sensed something amiss. Logically, Qin Shouqing could not possibly be so enraged as to require hospitalization. He is merely feigning it. Is this a ploy concocted by that madman, Tang Zheng? Sun Huayan muttered to himself. Regardless of its authenticity, he must retain his eldest son. Otherwise, would he bear the consequences alone? Due to abandoning the bid, they have incurred a compensation of several hundred million. When Qin Shouqing demands reparations for the economic and reputational damages to Dachin Group, would it not amount to several hundred million as well? His son's wealth is not separate from his own. Financial loss is one matter, but the detrimental impact it would inflict on Qingyang real estate is catastrophic. Let us consider it a case of sacrificing familial ties for the greater good. Sun Huayan made an exceedingly difficult decision. Qingdong, do not blame your father for being ruthless. If blame is to be assigned, it is due to your own folly. The two instances of Qin Shouqing requiring rescue undoubtedly escalated the intensity of this public relations crisis to new heights. Nevertheless, Dachin Group has yet to issue any statements to the outside world. It was not until noon that Tang Zheng updated his Weibo for clarification. Tang Zheng is a prominent figure capable of posting lengthy updates. With a proverb, one grain of rice fosters gratitude, while a measure of rice breeds enmity. Once, there were two neighboring households, enjoying a fairly amicable relationship. One family, being industrious, was significantly wealthier than the other. There were no grievances between them, but one year, calamity struck, and the fields yielded nothing. The impoverished household, bereft of provisions and harvest, could only lie in wait for death. At that moment, the affluent household, having procured ample grain, decided to lend a helping hand to their neighbors by delivering a measure of rice to alleviate their dire situation. The impoverished family expressed profound gratitude towards the wealthy benefactor, perceiving him as a true savior. After enduring the most arduous times, the impoverished individual ventured forth to convey his thanks. During their conversation, he lamented the lack of seeds for the coming year, to which the affluent family generously offered. Fear not, for I have an abundance of grain. Take another load home with you. With heartfelt appreciation, The poor man accepted the sack of rice and returned home. However, upon his arrival, his brother questioned, "What good is this sack of rice? It will hardly last us long, and it is insufficient for the seeds we require for next year's planting." This wealthy individual is exceedingly selfish. If he possesses such riches, he ought to provide us with more sustenance and funds, for this meager offering is utterly inadequate. This sentiment reached the ears of the affluent man, inciting his ire. He thought to himself, "I have freely bestowed upon you this grain, and not only do you fail to express gratitude, but you harbor resentment towards me as if I were your adversary. This is truly disheartening." Thus, the once amicable relationship between the two families soured, transforming them into lifelong enemies, never to communicate again. Soon, this contentious tale ignited a flurry of discussions among countless netizens. However, only 30 of the commoners supported him, believing that Tang Jing's remarks were valid, as the employee benefits provided by the Daqin Group ranked among the finest in the entire Summer Nation, asserting that no one is obligated to sustain another for a lifetime. Conversely, 60 of the commoners vehemently opposed Tang Jing, condemning him for what they perceived as a fallacious argument. They argued, "Do the workers not toil diligently? Are they merely receiving handouts from you? Your words imply that the Daqin Group is generously bestowing a meal upon them. Without the contributions of these employees, would there even be a Daqin Group today?" The remaining commoners adopted a neutral stance. Unbeknownst to them, Tang Jing had cunningly led them into a trap, intentionally reminding them, "Dear friends, we are merely in an employer-employee relationship. We owe nothing to each other." Chapter 81. Where is the tranquility in life? Tang Jing's remarks about nurturing gratitude with grain and fostering animosity with rice brought distress to Qin Yuro. Within merely 10 minutes, her phone was inundated with calls. First came the public relations manager from their group. "President Qin, is your ex-husband assisting or complicating matters? His statements undermine the charitable endeavors we have undertaken over the years. Can you please urge him to delete that post immediately?" Following closely was Jiang Yun. "Is Tang Jing a fool? Is it not reasonable for employees to receive compensation for their hard work? What animosity with rice is he speaking of? His comments undoubtedly make us appear cold-hearted, as if employees owe us something and need our support." Qin Yuro, having entrusted this matter to Tang Jing, resolved to cooperate fully. She replied to Jiang Yun, "I cannot reach him. He has taken Bauer on a trip. Please contact him yourself. I have already called, but he did not answer. Aren't you two together? He left Qingtong City with Bauer last night. Otherwise, I would have dealt with him by now." In truth, she was currently in Tang Jing's room, where Qin Bauer was stifling laughter behind her little hands. It turns out that even mothers can lie. After hanging up the phone, Qin Yuru cast a fierce glare at Tang Jing, exclaiming, "Look at the trouble you've caused." To which Tang Jing replied with composure, "Calm down. I've just lost several thousand followers and have been mercilessly criticized. Serves you right. Baby, our trip has been ruined. Let's head back. Next time, your father will take you out to play." Upon seeing Tang Jing's post on Weibo, Qi Yuanshan was perplexed. Could it be that I misjudged him? This lad seems utterly clueless about crisis marketing. Although his post didn't name anyone specifically, it is remarkably unprofessional. Let us wait and see how this unfolds. Perhaps this young man has an unconventional strategy up his sleeve. Guahanyang, upon reading Tang Jing's Weibo update, lamented, "Can someone please get this kid's account suspended? Now is not the time to stir the pot. What will happen to the land if the Daqin Group encounters trouble? Surely, there must be acquaintances willing to support Tang Jing. Indeed, there are, such as his former mother-in-law, Wang Lin, who wholeheartedly endorsed Tang Jing's perspective. Isn't it true that feeding a grudge often stems from being fed with kindness? In all of Ning City, how many enterprises offer benefits that can match those of our Daqin Group? Now, in the face of adversity, you choose to stir up trouble? Old Qin is still in the hospital fighting for his life. Little did Wang Lin know that her husband was merely feigning illness and was deeply concerned. After nightfall, Tang Jing and his companions returned to Ning City. Due to the disturbances caused by hundreds of employees, Qin Yuru had decided to temporarily halt operations at several factories. 3 days passed, and at precisely noon on the next day, Tang Jing updated his Weibo again. There is no such thing as a tranquil life. It is merely others shouldering the burdens for you. He shared 3 images, 2 depicting Qin Shouqing being rushed to the hospital, with the date of the photographs noted in the lower left corner. The last image was of a medication, specifically, the anxiety medication taken by Qin Yuru. Would there be sympathy for the father-daughter duo? This is a profoundly serious question. Yes, but very few. Instead, There were many who took pleasure in their misfortune, wishing them ill. Having watched Perfect Relationship, Tang Zheng noted that while the series had its fair share of flaws, it accurately depicted a case where a wealthy heir collided with an elderly delivery person, class envy. Thus, when his post was shared, the comments were overwhelmingly critical, with a mix of both loyal followers and others who had registered accounts solely to voice their disdain. This is the terrifying power of the online mob. What is the truth? The truth is that the reports they see depict the Dechin Group as maliciously laying off employees, with products posing electrocution risks that nearly harmed innocent users, and employees protesting the layoffs. Tang Zheng's assertion that kindness can breed resentment resonates deeply. To date, the leadership of the Dechin Group has yet to provide an explanation, and Chairman Qin Shouqing has been resuscitated twice. If Qin Shouqing and his daughter can endure this trial set by Tang Zheng, victory shall ultimately be theirs. Tang Zheng was deeply concerned that Qin Yuro might not withstand the pressure, for this woman was afflicted with severe anxiety. Would she not erupt in fury upon encountering such vitriol? Therefore, he promptly attempted to contact her, urging her to avoid Weibo. However, his calls went unanswered. He subsequently reached out to Zhang Yun, who informed him that Qin Yuro was in her office. If necessary, she could visit her immediately. Hurry over, do not hang up, Tang Zheng urged, his worry palpable. The two offices were merely a distance of 20 meters apart. Upon Zhang Yun's arrival, she discovered that Qin Yuro had shut her office door and was violently throwing objects inside. Tang Zheng, did you provoke her again? Zhang Yun inquired. It seems this woman is quite affected by the online comments. You must enter and see if she is all right. Oh, Yuro, open the door. Are you okay? Zhang Yun called for quite some time, yet there was no response, only the sound of things being smashed inside. Tang Zheng, what on earth has transpired to infuriate her so? Tang Zheng replied, immediately cut off the power in her room. Without electricity, she cannot access the internet or work. You are using central air conditioning, correct? Have the technician turn off the cooling in her room. I fear for my safety, Zhang Yun exclaimed. Hurry and do it, or she may harm herself. Once again, it was proven that cutting off the air conditioning and internet could swiftly coax a person out of a room. Why has the power gone out? The irate Qin Yuro exclaimed as the property management entered her room. Zhang Yun stifled a laugh, while several employees trembled in fear, for their CEO had become quite terrifying. Since noon, netizens had been denouncing the Dechin Group, as well as the Qin father and daughter, and even Tang Zheng. By 5 p.m., Qin Yuro instructed the Public Relations Department to issue a layoff announcement. Due to the poor management of the group, the originally planned layoffs of 8,000 have now escalated to an anticipated 35,000. Affected employees will receive double compensation in accordance with labor laws. We appreciate your understanding, and we thank everyone for their hard work at Dechin Group over the years. With over 100,000 employees in the Dechin Group, a reduction of 35,000 equated to 1/3 of the workforce. What could have compelled Qin Yuro to prematurely disclose such alarming news? Was it the heart-wrenching weight of thousands of online insults that left her feeling despondent and wronged? Her father was a man of integrity, a businessman with a profound sense of social responsibility, having devoted decades to philanthropic endeavors. To her knowledge, he had contributed over $2 billion in cash alone. As for her, in her pursuit of excellence as the general manager, to ensure the group's healthy operation and to prevent employees from facing unemployment and to secure fair treatment, she dedicated herself tirelessly, arriving at the office by 9 a.m. and leaving at 9 p.m., often returning home by 10 p.m., with little time to spend with her child. If we speak of assets, the Qin family currently possesses no less than 20 billion, if not 30 billion. Even at a yearly expenditure of 100 million, they could sustain themselves for 200 years. Was her relentless toil truly merely for fame and fortune? Regardless of whether the netizens who criticize her are aware of the underlying truths, even if the current events are indeed factual, is it justifiable to dismiss all that they have accomplished over the years simply because a supervisor struck someone and a water heater failed to meet quality standards? How absurd it is to witness such ingratitude. It seems that in your eyes, our Grand Qin Group has become a nefarious enterprise. Today, allow me to demonstrate what a truly unscrupulous factory looks like. A tiger does not reveal its claws, and you presume her to be a mere sickly cat? Let us not forget, the Grand Qin Group is also equipped with an exceptional public relations team. We shall unveil even more scandals from our competitors. My kindness may have been my undoing. For a fleeting moment, Qin Yuru truly contemplated the elimination of 350,000 positions. What are 8,000 in comparison? Only by shedding 350,000 roles could we genuinely alleviate the burden. Regardless, when the projects in that area commence, a multitude of new positions will arise. Previously, when the dark secrets of CEO Lei were exposed by Tang Zhong, the entire nation was momentarily halted. This time, the announcement from Qin Yuru sent tremors throughout the country. Not only Guohanyang, but even those above him were stirred. On the surface, the Grand Qin Group merely anticipates laying off 350,000 employees. Yet behind this figure lies the potential for 350,000 families affected. In reality, the ramifications far exceed this. The Grand Qin Group has numerous suppliers, distributors, agents, and logistics companies that, for instance, support various eateries and small businesses that have sprung up around our factories. The number of individuals facing unemployment may multiply several times over. Should other companies follow suit and announce layoffs during this precarious period, emboldened by the larger group's audacity, we shall not fear the repercussions. The netizens erupted in fervor. Half of them supported the layoffs, eager for the Grand Qin Group's downfall. The other half, however, exhibited a rational demeanor, reflecting on the myriad benefits the Grand Qin Group provides, particularly the employee welfare that many companies envy. Furthermore, the capabilities and qualities of Grand Qin Group employees surpass those of their counterparts in other firms. Perhaps these outstanding individuals will find new opportunities with ease, while it is the critics who may find themselves in a difficult position. Some netizens suddenly recall the phrase uttered by the resolute Tai Guzhan: "There is no true empathy. Unless the needle pricks you, you cannot fathom the pain." Ultimately, the individuals facing unemployment may not be those within the Grand Qin Group, but rather the very ones tweeting about it, potentially including your family and friends. The implications of 350,000 individuals could ripple outwards, creating a significant impact. It is akin to a major literary website experiencing severe turmoil, prompting editors from smaller sites to pursue the acclaimed authors from the larger platform, who may find new homes in the smaller venues. Upon the release of the Grand Qin Group's announcement, headhunters immediately turned their attention to the exceptional talents across all positions. Perhaps this individual holds a minor supervisory position within the Qin Group, whereas in a smaller company, they might ascend to the role of a director. Consequently, the original director of this modest enterprise may either be demoted to a minor supervisor or vacate their position entirely. The competitiveness of a large conglomerate is formidable. Securing even a minor supervisory role may require navigating numerous obstacles. If they possess sufficient acumen, they would wisely wait until the official layoff announcement is made before departing, thereby ensuring they receive compensation. What if this announcement is merely a smokescreen? The headquarters declaration pertains to anticipated layoffs, not confirmed ones. Do not underestimate the seemingly attractive conditions offered by smaller companies. After transitioning, the overall benefits may pale in comparison to those provided by the larger conglomerate. Furthermore, one must consider the often inadequate regulations, where an individual may be expected to perform the duties of several. After a brief period of heated discussion, the online community gradually fell silent. Days prior, Tang Zhong had conveyed to Qin Yuru, "There are circumstances far more dreadful than salary reductions, and that is unemployment." Like Qin Yuru, most employees of the Qin Group were incensed, with some taking to Weibo to express their anger, exclaiming, "You have triumphed. You have truly triumphed." Layoffs were originally an internal matter for our group. The incident of a supervisor resorting to violence is also a concern we can manage internally. As for the faulty water heater, is it truly our product's fault? An 8 kW instantaneous water heater, when used alongside household appliances such as air conditioners, refrigerators, and washing machines, should not exceed a total power consumption of 12 kW. Should it do so, I concede defeat. Generally, appliances exceeding 10 kW require an industrial 3-phase power supply. Furthermore, our installation technicians advise users to install a separate meter for an 8 kW or greater instantaneous water heater. The public relations team of the Qin Group has commenced their counterattack. We are immensely grateful for your enthusiasm. Initially, the group intended to lay off employees from just 3 or 4 companies that have incurred losses for consecutive years. But this has now expanded to over a dozen. You are undoubtedly aware of the reasoning: to make way for new projects. Within a week, the group's performance has diminished by several billions. If these negative impacts are not mitigated, it will ultimately be the ordinary employees who suffer the consequences. Have you ever considered the difficulties faced by migrant workers when seeking their wages? Explore the plight of those exploited by unscrupulous factories targeting student labor. Investigate the small eateries that utilize gutter oil. I assure you, I am not a spokesperson for the Dachin Group. I am merely an observer. If an enterprise like the Dachin Group is labeled as corrupt, then I can only respond with a wry smile for those who return from vacation only to find themselves unable to locate their workplace. It is fundamentally an employment relationship. Is it not entirely normal for a company to consider layoffs when it is not performing well? Enterprises are not inherently profit-making entities. Some companies are fortunate to provide half a month's salary upon layoffs. Unlike the Dachin Group, which adheres to the labor law by offering double compensation, such companies are nearing extinction. In a certain hospital, within a VIP room, Qin Shouqing has been residing for several days. Prior to the announcement made by his daughter, she had forewarned him to prepare himself mentally. However, the other major shareholders were unaware. Upon receiving this news, they inundated his phone with calls. He could only explain one by one. The layoffs are anticipated, not actual. Eventually, a shareholders' meeting would have to be convened for discussion and decision-making. This time, has it not escalated a bit too much? Qin Shouqing murmured to himself with a smile. As soon as he finished speaking, Guohanyang and others stormed in. Old Qin, have you lost your mind? Tell us this isn't real. Seeing the urgency in Guohanyang and the others, Qin Shouqing suddenly devised a plan. Old Gua, if there are no layoffs, then there's no way to proceed with that piece of land over 9,000 acres. If you want to avoid layoffs, perhaps you could offer some additional incentives for that land? Qin Shouqing truly did not expect that, thanks to Xiao Tang's meddling. He was presented with such an excellent negotiating condition. Tang Zheng was equally surprised, realizing that your daughter was quite the impatient one. Could she not wait a couple of days longer? Up until the Mid-Autumn Festival, the headlines were dominated by your group. Think of how much advertising that saved. It forced him to hasten preparations for another task, a live-streamed case-solving event. A live-streamed case-solving event? After posting on Weibo, Tang Zheng returned home and sent a text to Qin Yuru, inviting her over for dinner. This marked the first time he had proactively invited Qin Yuru to his home since their divorce. Jiang Yun accompanied her. At this moment, she was the one voicing concerns. Tang Zheng did not explain to her, instead asking Qin Yuru, "Have you prepared all the materials I need?" Qin Yuru, while eating, replied, "Yes, I have. But during your live stream, could you refrain from making shocking statements? My heart isn't in good shape." Jiang Yun quickly added, "Mine isn't either." Unfortunately, no one paid her any mind. Qin Yuru then inquired of Tang Zheng, "When do you plan to go live?" "Tomorrow at 3 p.m., Tang Zheng responded. It seemed they regarded Jiang Yun as inconsequential. "Isn't tomorrow Saturday too soon? Could we not do it on Sunday?" Qin Yuru questioned, puzzled. Tang Zheng clarified, "Once your announcement is made, it will undoubtedly send shockwaves through the land of Xiagu. In such circumstances, publicizing layoffs of 350,000 people will astonish everyone. How can you remain so composed?" Qin Yuru's voice rose significantly. "That was your suggestion for me to proceed this way." Jiang Yun interjected, "I can't shake the feeling that you two are hiding something from me." Noticing that no one acknowledged her, Jiang Yun dragged someone into the conversation. "Tang Zheng, isn't Jiang Xiao staying over tonight?" This woman, Jiang Yun, always seemed to seek trouble. Why mention Jiang Xiao at this moment? Tang Zheng had plenty of ways to deal with her. "If you wish to come over for dinner again, after washing the dishes, you can take out the trash on your way back."